In the Hidden Leaf Village, after the tumultuous Ninetales incident, the village suffered an unprecedented blow. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, the host of the Ninetales, resolutely sacrificed their lives to safeguard the peace of their village and secure a future for their child, Naruto Uzumaki. This upheaval not only claimed the lives of two formidable ninjas but also resulted in the loss of numerous elite shinobi, leaving the Hidden Leaf Village severely weakened and engulfed in a period of despair unlike any seen in decades. The entire village was shrouded in sorrow and anguish, with countless individuals mourning the loss of loved ones and friends. In the wake of the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, the village found itself leaderless. Both the Hidden Leaf and other ninja villages were rife with unrest. Dan's Shimura seized this opportunity, aspiring to ascend to the position of fifth Hokage and seize control of the village. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, decided to reclaim his authority and continue leading the village, inciting Dan's displeasure. Despite his dissatisfaction, Dan's found himself powerless, as the other two advisors supported Sarutobi rather than him. Subsequently, Dan's attempted to covertly influence Kakashi Hatake, but failed. He even orchestrated an assassination attempt on the third Hokage, which also ended in failure. Worse still, the assassin, Tenzo, not only failed but was also captured by the third Hokage and subsequently joined the Umbu. Dan's received a stern warning from the third Hokage, forbidding him from engaging in any actions that would harm the village. Though Dan's outwardly complied, he never relinquished his ambition to become Hokage, which remained his ultimate goal. At this juncture, he recalled the child he had secretly raised, Kagura. However, since Kagura had yet to awaken his bloodline abilities and was still weak, coupled with Dan's promise to the child's father to allow him to live as an ordinary person, he refrained from revealing his true surname to the boy. Yet, the time had come for Dan's to take the child to root and personally cultivate him, hoping to see if he could awaken his bloodline power. Kagura, now 10 years old, was oblivious to the reasons for his existence in this world. He had been quietly raised by individuals arranged by Dan's and was unaware of his true heritage. Perhaps due to his youth or a desire to conceal his identity, he resided in the Hidden Leaf Village, though not in the village's central area. Initially, Kagura harbored naive fantasies, hoping to utilize his knowledge of future events to prepare himself or befriend those who could lend him a helping hand. However, upon accidentally learning at the age of 3 that the elderly man who visited him occasionally was named Dan's, all his dreams dissipated. Though Kagura did not comprehend why Dan's visited him, as someone familiar with the Naruto series, he understood the nature of the man. As the 5.5th Hokage, often referred to as the Shadow Hokage of the village's founder, Dan's was known to lurk in the shadows. Kagura had contemplated his identity, pondering whether he belonged to the Shimura clan and if he was indeed Shimura Kagura, Dan's grandson. If true, the situation would be somewhat manageable, for even though Dan's employed sinister means, he likely would not harm his own grandson. However, this was not guaranteed. If Kagura could assist him in becoming Hokage, Dan's might not hesitate to exploit his value. Conversely, if he were not Dan's grandson, his predicament would be precarious. Dan's would not go to such lengths to ensure his care without a significant reason, indicating that Kagura possessed some value that warranted such attention. While he knew nothing of his parents, he was cared for, had no worries about food and clothing, and was accompanied by guards. Nevertheless, these guards, while responsible for his safety, also restricted his freedom of movement. Especially when he wished to venture into the heart of the village, he was thwarted, and after several attempts, he ceased his efforts as they posed no immediate threat to him. Kagura maintained a low profile, settling into a stable existence. When the appropriate age arrived, someone would come to teach him about chakra cultivation. He felt excitement, but dared not show it. He reminded himself not to excel too much in his training, lest he draw attention, nor should he perform poorly, as that might render him worthless. In a state of uncertainty about his position, he refrained from revealing his maturity. It was well understood that in this world, being precocious could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to disaster or even death. The saying, "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down," rang true thus. He must not appear too outstanding, yet should not seem overly mediocre. lest he become expendable and vanish. Without a trace point one day, Kagura practiced as usual. Whether it be taijutsu, jinjutsu, or ninjutsu, all three required dedicated training. For reasons unknown, Danzo had not enrolled Kagura in the Ninja Academy, which had the benefit of keeping him unregistered and exempt from the ongoing ninja wars. Fixating on his target, Kagura gripped a shuriken, aimed carefully, and threw it with force. Thud, thud. Thud, every shuriken hit its mark. Next came the kunai. Kagura leaped into the air, throwing the kunai with precision, striking true once more. Though Kagura did not attend the Ninja Academy, he received instruction in basic ninja skills from dedicated mentors and practiced diligently. I could see that moment. A man clad in black ninja attire appeared behind him. Kagura, come with me, the man instructed. Kagura followed him away from the training grounds. The Hidden Leaf Village was vast, and it was easy for Danzo to establish a private base, given his considerable authority. Uncle, what's the matter? Kagura asked softly as he trailed behind. Lord Danzo has asked me to bring you to him. Oh, Kagura replied, puzzled. He had scarcely seen Danzo over the past few years, and presumed the man was quite busy. Why? He wondered, did Danzo suddenly have time to seek him out? After the Nine Tails incident, shouldn't Danzo be actively campaigning for the position of 5th Hokage? Although he was certain of his failure. Could it be that the candidate had already been determined, with the 3rd Hokage reinstated and Danzo once again unsuccessful? With this thought, Kagura resolved to tread carefully and refrain from speaking out of turn in Danzo's presence. In a dimly lit room, the man who led him announced, Lord Danzo, Kagura has arrived. As Kagura entered, he noticed the room was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the figures within. Yet, he was accustomed to this atmosphere, as it was Danzo's typical style. The Root organization was known for operating in secrecy, hidden within the shadows. Kagura stood quietly to the side, bowing his head in anticipation of Danzo's words. After a considerable pause, the voice from the depths of the room finally spoke, seemingly after observing Kagura for a moment. Kagura, you're 10 years old now, aren't you? Yeah, as Lord Danzo. I just turned 10 this year, Kagura replied cautiously. Though you have yet to set foot in the Ninja Academy, your abilities are not inferior to those of the graduated ninjas, Danzo remarked. This is all thanks to the guidance of several uncles. And of course, I must express my gratitude for your nurturing. Lord Danzo, Kagura responded with heartfelt appreciation. Do you know why I have not arranged for you to attend the Ninja Academy with other children your age? I do not know, but I believe there must be a reason for your decision, Lord Danzo. Dan seemed satisfied with this answer. Well said, Kagura. Do you know of your lineage? Kagura was genuinely unaware. You are a descendant of the Senju clan. The blood of the Senju flows within you. A tremendous wave surged within Kagura's heart. I am a member of the Senju clan. I am Senju Kagura. Indeed, your father was an elite ninja hailing from the esteemed Senju clan. He sacrificed his life during a mission, and shortly thereafter, your mother followed him into the afterlife, entrusting me with the responsibility to ensure you lead a life of an ordinary person. Thus, I refrained from enrolling you in the Ninja Academy. However, I have always believed that without power, one cannot attain the life they desire, which is why I arranged for you to receive guidance. Yes, I understand that Lord Danzo has my best interests at heart, although I respond in such a manner within my heart. Kagura muses that you wish to cultivate me into your personal armed force, much like how the foundation of the organization was established. At present, our village finds itself in a dire crisis, and I have resolved to personally instruct you, so that you may become an exceptional ninja, Danzo stated solemnly. I will train with utmost dedication, striving not to disappoint Lord Danzo's expectations. Thank you, Lord Danzo, Kagura expressed gratefully. After a moment of silence, Danzo slowly inquired, Kagura, do you know what is most vital for us, the ninjas of Konoha? Kagura felt a tightening in his chest, but mustered the courage to reply. It is to protect Konoha and Lord Danzo. Danzo let out a soft hum. This is merely one aspect. A ninja must possess loyalty and absolute obedience to orders. Do you comprehend? Kagura lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed on Danzo's form, understanding the weight of the words. Danzo's voice seemed to lower slightly. Are you willing to bear greater dangers for the future of Konoha, for the stability of our village, even if the path is fraught with challenges? Without a moment's hesitation, Kagura affirmed, I am willing, as long as I can protect Konoha and everyone. Danzo nodded slightly in the shadows. Very well. From this moment forth, you will enter the special training program of Root. Kagura clenched his fists, unafraid of the challenges ahead, resolved not to disappoint Lord Danzo's expectations. You will gather at the designated location starting tomorrow. Remember, the rules of Root. Without orders, do not disclose a word of what transpires during training. You may leave now. Danzo gestured with a wave of his hand. Kagura bowed respectfully and then turned to exit the dim room. Upon stepping outside, sunlight bathed his face, and he inhaled deeply. Although he sensed that the road ahead would be fraught with thorns, his heart brimmed with love and determination to protect Konoha. How could this be? Danzo's demand for Kagura to join Root sent a wave of panic through him. Deep down, he was reluctant to join, yet in the presence of Danzo, he dared not refuse or show any hint of hesitation. He was acutely aware of Danzo's character. Any display of uncertainty could lead to dire consequences. However, he also recognized what Root represented, a cradle for cultivating elite Umbu, a realm devoid of compassion and filled with ruthlessness. It was said that the ninjas of Root were trained to become emotionless, personality-less machines of slaughter, executing exceedingly covert and perilous missions. The thought of this sent a shiver down Kagura's spine. He walked home step by step, estimating that he might not return for a long time. Due to Danzo's influence, Kagura dared not exhibit any inappropriate reactions. Previously, he hailed from an ordinary family of ninjas, having lost his parents shortly after his birth. Kagura had no recollection of them, a fact likely orchestrated by Danzo. The neighbors around him were assigned to care for him, and although he had been confined within certain limits since childhood, he had lived there for a decade. As he gazed upon the familiar streets, each step felt exceptionally heavy. The words of Danzo echoed relentlessly in his mind, alongside chilling descriptions of the route. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm the tempest within. Upon entering his home, everything remained warm and tranquil. He understood that he was about to embark on an irreversible path, perhaps never to experience such fleeting tranquility in his beloved home again. He surveyed his surroundings. Every piece of furniture, every ornament bore the weight of childhood memories. The years of silent guardianship by those assigned by Danzo would soon fade into the past with his departure. A profound sense of attachment and reluctance surged within him. That night, Kagura temporarily cast aside his dread of the route and began to reflect on his conversation with Danzo, realizing that he was a descendant of the Senju clan. Initially, he felt a mix of shock and joy, believing he had finally stepped into an extraordinary destiny. Yet, Danzo's proposal to join the route swiftly quelled his exhilaration. Was he truly of Senju blood? Logically, the Senju clan should have been reduced to Tsunade alone by now. Moreover, why had Danzo remained silent on this matter until now, suddenly revealing his lineage? After much contemplation, Kagura drew his conclusions. Considering the current timeline, Konoha was in a state of extreme vulnerability following the Ninetales attack. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, had already taken his own life, and the fourth Hokage and his wife had sacrificed themselves. Tsunade, one of the legendary three, had long since left the village. As for Orochimaru, it was uncertain whether he had already defected, but if he had, Jiraiya would undoubtedly be in pursuit of him. The elite shinobi of Konoha seemed to be departing one after another. Had these powerful figures remained, even the proud Uchiha clan would have hesitated to harbor treacherous intentions. It was precisely due to the absence of these formidable individuals, coupled with Danzo's failure to ascend to the position of fifth Hokage, that he might have grown impatient. Danzo appeared to have even orchestrated an assassination attempt on the third Hokage, which ultimately failed. His subordinate, named Tenzo, proficient in wood release, later took on the name Yamato. By disclosing his heritage now, was Danzo hoping that Kagura would awaken the wood release Kekkei Genkai and harness his abilities for his own aspirations of becoming Hokage? As Kagura lay in bed, tossing and turning, his thoughts swirled with uncertainty. He reached to touch his chest, as if seeking to feel the pulse of the Senju blood within him. If he truly possessed Senju lineage, did that imply a reservoir of immense power lay dormant within him? Such power, if properly guided and developed, could indeed transform him into an exceptional ninja. Yet, the mere thought of the route cast a pall over his spirits. The training there was harsh and unrelenting. Could he truly endure it? Furthermore, once he entered the route, would he be able to retain his true self and not be molded into a machine of slaughter? Doubt and fear filled his heart. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly echoed from outside the window. Kagura jolted upright, casting a vigilant gaze outward. An overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped him, causing his heart to race. He soon spotted a black cat darting swiftly beneath the moonlight, vanishing into the night. With a sigh, Kagura returned to his bed, lying down once more. He closed his eyes, attempting to surrender himself to the embrace of sleep. However, thoughts of Danzo's words, the training at root, and the legacy of the Senju clan tangled and clashed in his mind, rendering slumber elusive. Thus, Kagura spent a long night ensnared in conflict and struggle. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and kissed his face, he slowly opened his eyes, a resolute gleam igniting within them. Regardless of how arduous the future may be, or how merciless root might prove, he resolved to confront it with courage. After a brief period of preparation, Kagura awaited at home until someone arrived to escort him. As he followed his guide, he felt as though they had traversed a considerable distance before finally reaching root. Were all the facilities situated underground? The ambience here was shrouded in dim light. Soon, someone approached to inquire about him. Only after the guide verified his identity was he permitted to enter. Thereafter, Kagura encountered Danzo, who assigned several root ninjas to administer rigorous training to him, imparting fundamental wood release techniques in hopes of awakening Kagura's latent powers. In the days that followed, Kagura engaged in relentless training in ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, as well as swordsmanship and shuriken throwing. Each dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the crevices of the underground base, Kagura commenced his grueling training regimen. Within this organization, dedicated to cultivating elite ninjas, he understood that he must exert greater effort than others to distinguish himself amidst fierce competition. In the ninjutsu training room, he tirelessly practiced various hand seals, striving for precision with each formation. The air was thick with the pulsating energy of chakra, as if even the atmosphere was rallying behind his endeavors. He knew well that ninjutsu formed the foundation of a ninja's combat prowess. Only by mastering advanced techniques could one secure an invincible position on the battlefield. The genjutsu training proved even more demanding on his mental fortitude. In the realm of illusions, the line between reality and deception blurred, necessitating rapid transitions between the two, discerning his opponent's tricks while crafting his own illusions. Each successful unraveling or creation enriched his understanding of genjutsu, gradually honing his ability to confound adversaries and incite chaos. In the taijutsu training arena, Kagura was drenched in sweat. He sparred with root ninjas, exchanging blows that resonated with the sound of bone colliding and muscles quaking. This not only enhanced his speed and strength, but also instilled in him the importance of maintaining composure in battle and identifying his opponent's vulnerabilities. He gradually learned how to remain clear-headed amidst fierce confrontations, swiftly making sound judgments. Swordsmanship training proved to be an intricate pursuit. He needed to master the application of various sword techniques, from basic thrusts and slashes to complex combinations, each movement demanding both precision and power. He relentlessly refined his swordsmanship, gradually grasping the essence of the art. In the course of his swordsmanship training, he not only honed his combat skills, but, more importantly, cultivated an unwavering tenacity and indomitable spirit. The art of shuriken throwing further tested his acuity and judgment. Standing resolutely in the center of the training ground, he relentlessly hurled shuriken towards the targets in the west, the projectiles tracing silver arcs through the air as they struck their mark with precision. Gradually, he mastered the techniques and essentials of shuriken throwing, enabling him to make swift and accurate judgments and responses. This not only enhanced his combat capabilities, but also laid a solid foundation for his future battles. In the stillness of the night, Kagura often found himself alone in the training room, pushing his limits further. He understood that entering the root meant he must become formidable. To survive, he dared not allow even a hint of complacency. He committed wholeheartedly to each training session, striving to elevate his strength in the shortest time possible. He continuously challenged his limits and transcended his own barriers, gradually evolving into an exceptional ninja. Moreover, Kagura was acutely aware that he must master the wood release technique. Danzo had allowed him to join the root precisely because of his potential to awaken and harness the power of wood release. Otherwise, he could be easily replaced within the organization. Danzo cared not whether one was a descendant of the Senju clan. If one could not serve his purposes or meet his demands, they were merely expendable commodities. To possess value and loyalty was indispensable. Consequently, Kagura diligently practiced the wood release ninjutsu, and through chakra attribute testing, He confirmed that he possessed both water and earth attributes, coupled with his lineage from the Senju clan, which naturally endowed him with the yang attribute. These factors provided the foundational conditions for mastering wood release. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the successful cultivation of this technique. Day after day, Kagura immersed himself in training. With Danzo's consent, he began to peruse the ancient texts on wood release, seeking any clues regarding its ninjutsu. He discovered that wood release was an exceedingly rare bloodline limit, capable of transforming chakra into life force to create indestructible wooden structures. He commenced attempts to fuse his water and earth attribute chakra. Yet initial efforts were fraught with failure. Either the chakra erupted uncontrollably or failed to merge entirely. During these moments, Kagura would calm himself, meticulously analyze the reasons for his failures, adjust his breathing, and refocus his chakra. Through repeated failures, he gradually unearthed certain insights. He realized that when he fully immersed his mind and body in nature, the fusion of his water and earth attribute chakra became significantly easier. Thus, he incorporated meditation into his training, achieving a remarkable state of harmony between his spirit and nature. This meditation not only aided him in better controlling his chakra, but also unexpectedly revealed another crucial element to his success: a formidable mental strength. Kagura appeared to possess this innate power, allowing him to maintain a heightened focus and perseverance throughout his wood release training, never once contemplating the notion of giving up. Despite countless setbacks, as he trained, Kagura found himself intrigued. The Senju clan, endowed with the yang attribute, possessed extraordinary physical strength, with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, having even attained the sage body. However, the enigma of whether the Senju clan also possesses an equally potent affinity for yin attributes remains largely obscure. The blood coursing through each of our veins is a testament to our lineage, a continuation of life, and a legacy of our families. In my own bloodline, the hereditary traits from my mother, particularly those associated with yin attributes, appear to be remarkably pronounced. Might my mother also hail from another clan of shinobi? He began to ponder whether there lay dormant within his veins an undiscovered power, potentially linked to the yin affinity. Perhaps he could seek an opportune moment to inquire with Danzo, though he was acutely aware that Danzo might not provide any answers. After all, root ninjas are rigorously instructed to eschew any semblance of emotion. To question Danzo under such conditions could yield no answers and possibly result in some form of retribution. Kagura inhaled deeply, suppressing his burgeoning curiosity and impulsiveness, recognizing that the time was not yet ripe for such inquiries. He understood that his paramount task was to awaken his wood release abilities, for this would be his sole asset in establishing himself within the roots. As time progressed, Kagura diligently engaged in arduous training and various experiments. After 3 months, he finally awakened his wood release capabilities. This revelation not only altered his destiny, but also set him upon the path to becoming a true shinobi. Initially, he could only coax the earth to sprout insignificant shoots, which swayed mockingly in the sunlight, as if deriding his impotence. Yet, Kagura did not succumb to despair. He was acutely aware that each failure was a necessary step toward success. Thus, he fortified his resolve, practicing day and night, continually pushing his limits. His figure became a familiar sight in the training grounds, undeterred by the blazing sun or biting winds. As time elapsed, those insignificant shoots gradually transformed. They began to flourish, evolving into small branches. Though this change was modest, it represented a significant milestone in Kagura's enhancement of abilities. He glimpsed the dawn of hope and became increasingly convinced of his potential to master the formidable wood release. He commenced constructing rudimentary barriers with these branches, honing his control. Each success or failure deepened his understanding of wood release, and his skills sharpened, with the branches responding to his commands with the agility of limbs. Yet, Kagura was not content to rest on his laurels. He recognized that a true wood release ninja must possess greater strength and heightened skill. Therefore, he persevered, relentlessly challenging his limits. Ultimately, after countless attempts and failures, those small branches burgeoned into sturdy trunks. This transformation filled Kagura with exuberance, for he understood that he had taken a pivotal step toward becoming a genuine wood release ninja. He began to experiment with these trunks to construct increasingly intricate structures, thereby enhancing his creativity and adaptability. Each triumph imbued him with greater confidence, nurturing a profound connection to the art of wood release. He felt as though he had become one with the trees, breathing and growing in unison. This journey was fraught with challenges and sweat, yet Kagura never wavered. He understood that every failure was an essential step toward success. Through countless days and nights of practice, he not only mastered the fundamental techniques of wood release, but gradually grasped its essence. He learned how to coexist harmoniously with nature and harness its power to protect himself and others. Kagura informed Danzo of his successful awakening of wood release abilities. Upon receiving this news, Danzo remained outwardly stoic but discreetly arranged for the provision of various training equipment and precious herbs to aid Kagura in further enhancing his skills. Danzo also mentioned that in a few days, he would assign Kagura a mission, marking his inaugural task and serving as a test of his capabilities. Upon returning to his quarters, Kagura resolved to ensure he had ample rest to attain his optimal condition. He recognized the impending task would be formidable, thus he decided to prepare thoroughly in advance. To guarantee the successful completion of the mission, Kagura sought the sage advice of seasoned comrades from the Roots. While the ninjas of the Roots were devoid of emotions, they were far from foolish. Aware of Danzo's particular attention towards Kagura, they imparted invaluable insights on mission execution, covering everything from intelligence gathering to combat strategies, all with meticulous care. Kagura listened intently, etching these precious lessons deeply into his memory. He had never ventured beyond the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, let alone explored it. He felt that Danzo, that old curmudgeon, was overly controlling, even suspecting that he might have someone covertly monitoring his progress on this mission. In preparation for the task ahead, Kagura meticulously organized and gathered all necessary attire for the mission. He tightened his protective gear, ensuring that all items were securely fastened, before embarking on a thorough inspection of his tools. These included a razor-sharp ninja sword, compact shurikens, kunai for close combat, and military rations for energy replenishment. Additionally, he prepared explosive tags, smoke bombs to confuse adversaries, and various scrolls that might contain crucial intelligence or special jutsu. Notably, as a member of the Roots, he would not don the customary forehead protector of other ninjas. Instead, he would wear a mask to conceal his identity, a defining characteristic during mission execution. Kagura harbored a deep-seated fear of death, and thus prepared both essentials and non-essentials. Initially believing that the mission would require several days away, he even contemplated bringing a tent. However, while searching for a tent within the Roots, he was unfortunate enough to encounter Danzo. Upon learning of Kagura's intentions, Danzo could not restrain himself and reprimanded Kagura sternly. Left with no option but to comply, Kagura obediently returned to his quarters, awaiting the assignment of the mission. Before dawn, Kagura stood in the dimly lit, oppressive room of the Akatsuki organization. The yellowish light above flickered, casting a distorted shadow of him on the mottled walls. His hands trembled uncontrollably, tightly gripping a creased map, the sole guide to his destination. Yet for him, embarking on a solo mission for the first time, it felt like an insurmountable psychological chasm. Prior to his departure, Danzo's words clanged in his mind like cold, unyielding iron chains, weighing heavily on his heart, refusing to dissipate. Remember, you are allowed no failure in this mission. The low, merciless voice of Danzo echoed repeatedly in his ears, suffocating him with its intensity. Kagura took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself, yet his legs involuntarily quivered. He knew well that stepping through that door would irrevocably lead him down a perilous path from which there was no return. The night was as dark as ink, and clad in the specially designed black attire of the Akatsuki, Kagura resembled a solitary wolf concealed in the shadows, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He tightly wrapped the black fabric around his face, leaving only his eyes visible, which shimmered with a blend of tension and resolve, betraying an emotional complexity beyond his years. The map, repeatedly folded, bore the marks of his inner turmoil, its corners slightly curling, a testament to his anxiety. Standing at the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village, he gazed at the winding path ahead, a route leading into the unknown, his heart a tumult of fear and a flicker of hope for his own growth. Initially, he had intended to pack numerous items, but upon noticing Danzo's almost murderous glare as he hoisted a fully laden backpack, he hastily discarded a significant portion of its contents without waiting for Danzo's wrath. A glance back at Danzo revealed the same grim expression, prompting him to relinquish even more of his belongings. Turning again, he saw that Danzo's countenance remained icy. "Lord Danzo, the remaining items are essential and cannot be discarded. Kagura replied cautiously. Danzo merely grunted in response and turned away without further comment. Reflecting on Danzo's expression as he departed, Kagura let out a silent sigh and continued towards his mission's location. Following the unclear directions on the map, Kagura hurried along the rugged, winding path. The cold moonlight illuminated the ground, sharply defining his solitary, fragile silhouette. With each step, he found himself glancing back instinctively, feeling as though countless unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. This sensation of being observed tightened his nerves like a bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. The wind howled past his ears, resonating with an ominous prelude to impending danger. Every rustle quickened his heartbeat. Along the way, an ambiguous mark on the map plunged him into a dilemma. He paced back and forth at a fork in the road, his inner fears swelling like a surging tide, threatening to engulf him. He was consumed by the dread of choosing the wrong path and jeopardizing the crucial mission ahead. After enduring a painful and arduous decision, he finally summoned the courage to embark on a path he believed to be righteous. Yet, the pounding of his heart resonated eerily in the silence of the night, reminiscent of a clock ticking down. Upon reaching the town where the merchant's estate resided, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The town was sparsely lit, and the occasional slurred laughter and curses of drunken men added an air of eeriness and unease. He moved like an invisible specter, silently weaving through the narrow, dimly lit alleyways, inching closer to the enigmatic mansion. The surroundings proved to be more intricate and treacherous than he had anticipated. Towering walls stood imposing, and guards patrolled the entrance incessantly, their footsteps and conversations occasionally shattering the night's stillness. Concealed in the heavy shadows, he watched intently, his eyes fixed on the guards' patterns of patrol. Each time a guard turned, his heart raced to his throat, the tension nearly rendering him breathless. To gather more pertinent information, he reluctantly infiltrated the town's sole tavern. The air was thick with the acrid scent of alcohol, and the cacophony of voices was deafening, causing his eardrums to throb. He found a discreet corner to settle in, ordering the cheapest drink while feigning nonchalance. However, his tightly clenched grip on the glass betrayed his inner turmoil. Surrounding patrons were engaged in loud discussions of trivial matters, and he strained to catch any whispers that might pertain to the merchant. Finally, he overheard a few burly men at the neighboring table conversing in hushed tones about the merchant. "Have you heard? That merchant has been quite peculiar lately, frequently meeting with dubious individuals in the dead of night," one man with a bushy beard remarked in a lowered voice. Another tall, slender fellow chimed in, "Humph. He is no good. With his ill-gotten wealth, he seizes land from the people, driving many families to ruin. Just recently, the daughter of the Matsushita family was forcibly taken, and her whereabouts remain unknown." After several hours of patient observation and cautious inquiry, he had gleaned a rough understanding of the estate's layout and the guards' shift changes. He resolved to act at midnight, when the guards would be most complacent and the darkness would provide optimal cover. During the wait, his palms grew clammy with sweat, and he wiped them repeatedly on the edge of his clothing, yet the perspiration continued unabated. The thought of the impending unknown dangers churned his stomach, inducing waves of nausea. Yet the weight of the mission loomed like a colossal mountain, pressing heavily upon his shoulders, leaving him no room to retreat. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fear and quietly emerged from his hiding place. He moved with the agility of a poised panther, silently scaling the estate's high walls, landing as lightly as a feather without a sound. The mansion lay in eerie silence, broken only by the occasional barking of dogs, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. He cautiously traversed the courtyard, each step measured and slow, his toes barely brushing the ground, fearful of disturbing the slumbering adversaries. The moonlight cascaded over the cobblestone path, casting a shadow that elongated and shortened with his movements, as if it were another soul, enshrouded in fear and unease. At last, he arrived before the merchant's door. Kagura's hand lingered on the doorknob for an extended moment, his heart racing violently, nearly bursting from his chest. He could even hear the tumult of his own blood coursing through his veins. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pushed the door open. Inside, the merchant sat at a table, intently focused on something under the dim, flickering candlelight. Upon hearing the noise, the merchant abruptly raised his head, terror flooding his eyes as his body instinctively recoiled. "Who are you?" the merchant stammered, his voice trembling with palpable panic. Kagura remained silent, drawing a kunai from his waist and advancing swiftly towards the merchant, his gaze frigid and resolute. Observing this, The merchant suddenly sprang to his feet, attempting to flee. Kagura reacted with lightning speed, lunging forward to seize the merchant's arm and forcefully restrain him. He raised the kunai, yet his arm trembled involuntarily, refusing to strike. After all, he was but 10 years old, and it was perhaps only this organization that would demand such a first task, taking a life. Gritting his teeth, Kagura steeled himself and thrust the kunai downward. However, at that critical moment, the merchant summoned an unexpected strength, twisting away just in time to evade a mortal blow. The kunai instead piercing his shoulder. The merchant emitted a pained scream, struggling desperately as he reached for the candlestick on the table, hurling it towards Kagura. Kagura sidestepped effortlessly, evading the projectile, and lunged once more at the merchant. The two grappled within the confines of the cramped room, furniture crashing about, producing jarring sounds. "Today marks your demise," Kagura shouted in fury, as if rallying his own courage. With a sweeping kick, he tripped the merchant to the ground, mounting him and raising the kunai once again. The merchant's face was a mask of terror as he flailed his arms in a frantic attempt to defend himself. "No, please don't kill me. I have money. I can offer you riches," the merchant cried hoarsely in desperation. Kagura remained silent, plunging the kunai into the merchant's chest. Blood sprayed forth, splattering across his face, the warm, sticky sensation igniting a wave of nausea within him. The merchant's eyes widened, the light within them fading as he slowly collapsed, breath escaping him. Kagura knelt in stunned silence, the kunai clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. He stared at his blood-soaked hands, his mind a blank slate, as if all strength had been drained from him. Suddenly, a wave of intense nausea washed over him. He leaned against the wall and retched, the contents of his stomach surging forth as though to expel the fear and anguish that gnawed at him. Never had he imagined that taking a life could be so horrifying, so utterly shattering. The gruesome scene replayed incessantly in his mind, akin to a nightmare from which he could never awaken. Yet, before he could gather himself, hurried, disordered footsteps approached, drawing nearer. It was the patrolling guards, alerted by the commotion within the room, hastening toward him. A jolt of panic surged through Kagura, disregarding his physical discomfort and the turmoil within. He snatched up the fallen kunai and fled without hesitation. Beneath the moonlight, his silhouette darted swiftly between the towering walls and trees, akin to a fleeting bolt of black lightning. He ran relentlessly, unaware of the passage of time, until exhaustion overcame him, compelling him to collapse onto the ground. Gasping for breath, unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black observed him from a distance. Upon witnessing the state of Kagura, the figure seemed to shake his head with a hint of resignation before turning away. Though the target had been successfully neutralized, the commotion stirred by Kagura necessitated his intervention. Time slipped away, and eventually, Kagura remembered to return. Upon arriving at the root organization, he reported the completion of his mission to Danzo. Danzo regarded him with an inscrutable expression, his gaze profound and enigmatic, before stating simply, "Well done. This marks your first step toward growth." Kagura looked back at Danzo, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. He was uncertain whether his choices were right and what challenges the future might hold. That night, as Kagura lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, the terrified eyes of a merchant before death and his agonizing screams echoed relentlessly in his mind, refusing to fade. He understood that from this moment on, he could never return to the innocence of his youth. This was merely the inception of his long and arduous journey as a ninja, a path that stretched ahead, laden with uncertainty and peril. He could only stumble through the darkness, seeking his own dawn, however distant that light may seem. The night in Konoha was suffocatingly quiet, amidst the stillness. The light footsteps of patrolling ninjas occasionally broke the silence. Alone in the dim, cramped room of the root organization, Kagura sat, illuminated by a solitary flickering lamp that cast a distorted and elongated shadow of his figure upon the wall. His face was shrouded in deep shadows, leaving only his eyes, filled with gravity and contemplation, glimmering with a complex light in the gloom. On the small table before him lay the weapons used in this mission, a kunai stained with blood, now wiped clean, and several shuriken that had remained unused. Glinting coldly in the faint light, they rested silently, yet felt like heavy weights, striking deep into Kagura's heart with each passing moment. Although the mission concluded with the target's demise, the myriad of errors during the execution pricked at Kagura's conscience like a multitude of needles. Reflecting on his first encounter with the merchant, regret and self-reproach clouded his gaze. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if his mind had been emptied. All his training and skills crumbled under the pressure of anxiety and fear. The meticulously prepared shuriken had slipped his mind entirely, and instinctively, he had drawn the kunai, charging in like a reckless brute. He recalled countless hours spent in the training grounds, honing his shuriken-throwing skills against straw dummies. Whether hitting the bullseye from a distance or utilizing shuriken for close-range tactical strikes, he had excelled, earning praise from his peers. Yet, when confronted by a living, breathing individual, whose eyes were filled with terror and a will to survive, those once second-nature skills vanished without a trace. Shinobu took a deep breath, endeavoring to calm the tumult within. He understood that the fear of real combat had wholly suppressed his rational thought. This fear was akin to an invisible shackle, binding his limbs and rendering his muscle memory futile. In the throes of life and death confrontation, his body ceased to heed the commands of his mind, instead driven by primal terror. He silently gritted his teeth, vowing to discover a method to conquer this fear, resolutely determined not to let it become a stumbling block in the execution of his missions. He contemplated the necessity of incorporating more simulated combat scenarios into his future training, inviting equally skilled comrades to assume the role of adversaries for high-intensity confrontational drills. Only through repeated exposure to authentic pressure environments could he gradually acclimate to the tense atmosphere of actual combat, allowing the throwing of shurikens to transform once more into a deftly executed offensive technique. As his thoughts flowed, Shinobu considered the application of ninjutsu. As a ninja, ninjutsu ought to have been one of his most formidable weapons, yet in this mission, it had become his greatest regret. During the struggle with the merchant, when he found himself ensnared, those incantations and hand signs of ninjutsu that he had memorized so thoroughly slipped entirely from his mind. The techniques he had devoted countless hours and effort to mastering were rendered utterly useless at a crucial moment. Furrowing his brow, Shinobu fell into profound contemplation. He realized that his previous training had been superficial, merely a mechanical repetition of movements, failing to truly integrate ninjutsu into a combat mindset. Each ninjutsu technique possesses its unique applicable scenarios and timing, yet he had not grasped this concept deeply. In future training, he resolved not to pursue such blind practice. He envisioned setting up various complex simulated environments on the training grounds, replicating different enemy attack styles and combat conditions, thereby closely intertwining ninjutsu with actual combat. For instance, in confined indoor spaces, he would experiment with using minor fire techniques to create smoke that could obscure the enemy's vision by water sources. He would master the application of water techniques, allowing ninjutsu to become an instinctive response in battle. After successfully eliminating the merchant, Shinobu's performance still left much to be desired. Reflecting on the escape, his face was marred by regret. In that moment, he had been frantic, with only one thought in mind: to flee. Overcome by extreme tension and fatigue, he had entirely lost his rationality, failing to assess whether the surroundings were secure before collapsing to rest. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of awareness. With a deep sigh, Shinobu recognized this as a grave manifestation of his lack of crisis awareness. As a ninja, every decision pertains to life and death. Even the slightest oversight could result in mission failure or, worse, the loss of life. Before action, a comprehensive and meticulous risk assessment must be undertaken. One must not allow momentary panic to incite reckless behavior. He resolved that starting tomorrow, he would delve into various studies concerning environmental analysis and risk assessment, familiarizing himself with common traps and enemy ambush tactics. Prior to executing a mission, he would conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the target area, leaving no potentially hazardous corner unexamined. Kagura was acutely aware that if these issues remained unresolved, the execution of future missions would only become more arduous, potentially exacting the ultimate price of life itself. He silently resolved to commence rigorous training the following day, specifically targeting these challenges. Before the first rays of dawn illuminated the training ground, Kagura was already present, accompanied by the meticulously prepared training apparatus. He began with the throwing of shurikens, repeatedly launching them with precision towards the distant target. Simultaneously, he instructed his companions to create various distractions, simulating the tense atmosphere of actual combat. With each throw, he endeavored to conquer the fears within, regulating his breath and mindset to ensure his movements were increasingly stable and fluid. Next came the ninjutsu training. He arranged a variety of simulated environments in the training area, including mock forests, caves, and rivers. He navigated through these scenarios, employing appropriate ninjutsu techniques tailored to each setting. Within the forest, he utilized wind release techniques, cleverly concealing his form behind the branches while using the wind to disrupt his enemy's movements. In the cave, he experimented with earth release, erecting sturdy defensive structures to withstand enemy assaults. With every application of ninjutsu, he contemplated how to better harmonize with the environment, maximizing the efficacy of his techniques. To enhance his crisis awareness and adaptability, Kagura invited several seasoned ninjas to engage in combat drills with him. These ninjas would set various unexpected traps and challenges during the battles, testing Kagura's reflexes and decision-making capabilities. Upon receiving reports from the root ninjas, Danzo finally nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, he was reluctant to allow Kagura to undertake his first mission alone. He arranged for other members of the root to follow closely behind him, both to supervise and to provide support. Although Kagura's performance was not entirely to his liking, it was a necessary first step, and completing it was deemed sufficient. Following the successful completion of his inaugural mission, Kagura's fate began to subtly shift. Under the heavy shadows of Konoha's Umbu, Danzo's cold gaze fell upon this fledgling yet promising youth. From this day forth, you shall join the Root Squad, code-name Yellow. Danzo's voice was deep and authoritative. His brief words acted like an invisible shackle, binding Kagura's destiny to that of the Root. Bowing his head, Kagura dared not exhibit a hint of struggle in his eyes. He understood that in this world of ninjas, defiance against the orders of superiors was tantamount to courting death. With a slight nod and a soft acquiescence, he stepped into the unfathomable whirlpool of the Root. Upon his first encounter with the team members, the atmosphere was so frigid it seemed capable of freezing the very air. The three stood in a row, their expressions stern, their gazes sharp as blades sweeping over Kagura. A tightness gripped his heart. He knew that in this hierarchy of strength within the Root, being the youngest and least experienced meant he would inevitably have to begin his ascent from the very bottom. Soon, Kagura faced the initiation rite to become an official member, the seal of Tongue's curse. As the bizarre mark gradually manifested on his tongue, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of nausea and sharp pain. Upon concluding the ceremony, he returned to his private chamber, peering into the mirror, where he beheld the grotesque patterns on his tongue, resembling an unsightly serpent coiling upon itself. That cursed mark must be eradicated somehow. Kagura clenched his teeth, silently vowing. In addition to this unsightly blemish, the designation of Huang filled him with discontent. To him, this simplistic and unadorned title lacked both beauty and gravitas, akin to being branded with a crude label. When the opportunity arose, he would certainly seek to change this moniker. Why must it be Huang when there are myriad other options? He pondered inwardly. However, the dynamics within the squad were far removed from Kagura's expectations. Though they were part of the same team, the necessary exchanges during missions were the only points of interaction. Otherwise, each member busied themselves like parallel lines, forever lacking intersection. Initially, Kagura struggled with this distance, attempting to bridge the gap with his teammates, but was met only with indifference. In time, he acclimated to this emotional detachment. As time progressed, Kagura accompanied the squad on perilous journeys repeatedly. The objectives of their missions evolved from ordinary merchants to nefarious bandits, roaming mountain thieves, and even rogue ninjas, culminating in encounters with enemy nation shinobi. Each task became a trial of life and death, a dual refinement of strength and will. He vividly recalled a particular mission where the squad was tasked with exterminating a band of marauders entrenched in a valley. Following the lead of the formidable Tian, he stepped into the valley thick with the stench of blood and decay. The bandits, undeterred by death, charged with their swords and spears raised. Kagura's heart raced, his palms slick with sweat, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear as he unleashed the ninja techniques he had learned, engaging fiercely with the enemy. Tian moved like lightning, his blade gleaming ominously, felling bandits with each strike. He excelled in earth techniques, summoning formidable earthen walls that thwarted the bandits' assaults time and again. Xian lurked in the shadows, wielding shurikens with deadly precision. Kagura, on the periphery, hurled shuriken or cast water techniques from a distance, meticulously observing his comrades' combat styles. Absorbing their expertise, gradually he found his footing in the fray, employing his agile movements and clever jutsu. When the battle concluded, the valley reeked of blood. The bandits sprawled lifelessly across the ground. Gazing at his bloodied hands, Kagura felt a tumult of emotions within. This confrontation had profoundly transformed his mindset. The initial confusion and fear of his first mission had quietly dissipated, replaced by composure and resolve. He understood that in this ruthless world of ninjas, only by continuously growing stronger could one hope to survive. From that point on, Kagura trained with fervor. Beyond completing missions, he devoted every spare moment to mastering wood techniques. With hands forming seals, he concentrated chakra to summon trees. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His arms trembled slightly from the prolonged posture. Yet the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. However, the path of cultivation proved arduous. Despite his relentless efforts, progress in wood techniques was scant. Gazing upon the wooden jutsu he had manifested, which amounted to little more than a few mere tree trunks, far inferior to the grandeur and astonishing power of the first Hokage, Kagura felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Could he truly not summon the same resplendent brilliance in his wood release as the first Hokage did? With his mastery of wood release, the first Hokage had subdued the entire world. Frequently, in the stillness of the night, he would lie alone in the lounge, staring at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Yet, before long, Kagura would muster his spirits. The mere awakening of his wood release was a stroke of fortune. As long as he persevered, progress would inevitably come. He continually encouraged himself, throwing himself back into arduous training. As he undertook more missions, Kagura's standing within the foundation gradually solidified, at least in Danzo's eyes. He had begun to prove his worth. He was no longer the timid boy who had just entered the foundation. He had evolved into a ninja capable of standing on his own. However, beneath this seemingly illustrious facade, Kagura's heart grew increasingly bewildered. The missions of the Foundation were often steeped in darkness and bloodshed, employing any means necessary to achieve their ends. On one occasion, his team received a special assignment to assassinate a prominent official from a foreign nation. As Kagura accompanied his comrades into the target's estate, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil, with only the soft rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Upon nearing the target's chamber, Kagura witnessed the official joyfully playing with a young child, his face radiating love and affection. In that moment, Kagura's hand trembled slightly, and a fierce wave of resistance surged within him. Observing this, his superior cast a cold glance and admonished him in a hushed tone, "Do not hesitate. The mission takes precedence." Gritting his teeth, Kagura reluctantly took a step forward. But the internal struggle raged within him like a tumultuous tide, nearly overwhelming him. Ultimately, the mission was executed. Yet Kagura was left with a wound in his heart that would prove difficult to heal. Upon his return, he found himself lost in reflection. Recognizing the merciless nature of the Foundation's operations, this mission had not only claimed the life of the official, but had left all present unscathed. As they had set fire to the scene before retreating, obliterating any potential evidence, perhaps this was an integral part of their task. Murder, arson, and the destruction of evidence were customary methods employed by the Foundation. Was this what they referred to as the Foundation? Was this the essence of darkness? How long could he maintain his ideals while ensnared in such shadows? As time passed, would he unconsciously begin to view himself as nothing more than a machine for slaughter? Kagura reminded himself time and again that he must not become like those Foundation ninjas. With each mission, he engaged in an intense internal struggle, striving to preserve that flicker of light within himself while fulfilling his duties. Yet, would his lack of strength ultimately lead him to succumb to this abyss? Or could he extricate himself from the Foundation's shadow? After joining the team for missions, life spun on like a clockwork mechanism, relentlessly whirring without pause. Tasks came one after another, leaving Kagura scarcely a moment to breathe, let alone savor or reflect upon anything. As the seasons change, 2 fleeting years have passed. The brutal and bloody missions, teetering on the brink of life and death, have gradually rendered Kagura's heart numb, as if enveloped in a thick cocoon, causing him to lose his initial sensitivity to the world around him. The task he has received this time is to protect a merchant caravan, which piqued Kagura's curiosity. In his understanding, the route typically undertakes clandestine assignments involving violence and darkness. Thus, to be assigned a protective duty is truly astonishing. However, upon delving deeper into the situation, he soon realizes that this merchant caravan is no ordinary group. The route accepted this mission purely due to the exorbitant reward offered, which was sufficient to entice anyone, thus assigning them this seemingly mundane escort task. Their destination is the Land of Grass, located to the northwest of the Land of Fire. Once Kagura received his orders, he swiftly joined the caravan, embarking on this unique journey. Along the way, the merchants occasionally gathered to engage in lively conversation, sharing experiences and business insights. While Kagura and his companions remained taciturn, their focus entirely on their surroundings, every nerve taut like a drawn bowstring. In Kagura's view, undertaking a mission necessitates a serious attitude. Any hint of carelessness could lead not only to failure, but also to the loss of life. Thus, they traveled through wind and rain, successfully departing from the land of fire and entering the borders of the land of grass. Upon crossing into the land of grass, Kagura sensed something amiss. An inexplicable and eerie aura seemed to pervade the air. In past missions filled with bloodshed and violence, the atmosphere of danger had been palpable and intense. Yet now, this unfamiliar land appeared serene and tranquil, concealing beneath its calm surface a tumultuous undercurrent that could erupt at any moment. The roads of the land of grass were rugged and winding, flanked by dense forests where towering trees obscured the sun, casting large patches of dappled shadows that added a touch of foreboding to their journey. The sky seemed to watch with the keen eye of a hawk, missing no subtle movement in the grass. Kagura's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his weapon, fingers slightly curled, always ready to draw his blade in response to any unforeseen circumstances. His companions also wore grave expressions, their vigilance honed from executing various dark tasks for the route, now heightened to its utmost. Their eyes scanned the surroundings like searchlights, constantly on the lookout for any signs of danger. "Stop," Kagura suddenly commanded, his voice deep yet imbued with undeniable authority. The caravan came to an abrupt halt, the previously boisterous merchants startled into silence, exchanging puzzled and anxious glances. Their eyes filled with inquiries. Kagura squinted, fixating intently on a patch of grass ahead, where the blades were unnaturally trembling, indicating something lurking within. His teammates instinctively fanned out, forming a protective arc around the caravan, hands poised on their weapons, ready to respond. Each face bore the mark of vigilance. Suddenly, a muddy wild rabbit burst forth from the underbrush in a panic, fleeing wildly into the distance. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the merchants collectively exhaled in relief, some even murmuring complaints about the excessive alarm over merely a wild rabbit. However, Kagura's taut nerves did not ease. He was acutely aware that beneath this seemingly mundane surface, danger often lay concealed, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. As anticipated, before long, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of metal clashing. Evidently, a band of armed personnel was rapidly approaching. Kagura's heart sank, and he instantly became vigilant, bracing himself for combat. No sooner had he uttered a word than a throng of ninjas clad in the garb of the land of grass surged forth from the western direction, encircling the caravan like a relentless tide. At the forefront was a towering figure, his face marred by a gruesome scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to the edge of his mouth, rendering his visage particularly menacing. With a chilling sneer, he declared, "Leave the merchant convoy, you may depart." His voice was frigid and laced with palpable menace. The merchants turned ashen, their previously rosy faces drained of color as they scurried behind the caravan, trembling with fear and beseeching Kagura and his companions for protection. Kagura scoffed inwardly. The ninjas from the land of grass had evidently come prepared, having likely set their sights on this merchant convoy long before, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare them within their territory. Without the need for further discourse, Kagura sprung into action, his form moving like lightning as he unsheathed his blade. The gleaming steel flashed ominously, releasing a chilling aura, as several ninjas fell before his swift and lethal onslaught. His swordsmanship was brutal and precise, each strike imbued with deadly force aimed at the enemy's vital points. Meanwhile, his comrades unleashed their own formidable techniques, summoning roaring flames that surged forth like a dragon, engulfing the adversaries in a searing inferno, punctuated by their anguished cries. Xian, exhibiting remarkable agility, darted through the enemy ranks, his movements ghostly and elusive, wielding his weapon like a viper striking its prey, swiftly claiming the lives of his opponents. Kagura's expression remained grim, his gaze piercing as he locked onto a target. With a deft flick of his wrist, shurikens sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce wind, striking true as they penetrated the throats of the grass ninjas. Although the enemy was numerous, Kagura and his allies were elite members of their organization, Honed through countless brutal missions, their combat experience extensive and their skills exceptional. Thus, they found themselves evenly matched in this fierce encounter. The battle devolved into a stalemate. With casualties on both sides, the cacophony of shouts and the clashing of weapons resonating through the forest. Amidst the fray, Kagura astutely observed that the enemy appeared to be stalling for time. Their attacks, though seemingly ferocious, were calculated and restrained, lacking urgency for a swift resolution. A sense of unease crept into Kagura's mind, suggesting that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Just then, a more intense rhythm of footsteps echoed in the distance, and amidst the swirling dust, a larger contingent of ninja reinforcements surged forth. Kagura's heart sank at the ominous sight of the incoming adversaries, his brow furrowing in concern. Yet he remained composed, swiftly scanning the battlefield for a method to turn the tide. He understood that brute force alone would not suffice. A strategic approach was imperative to alter the course of this conflict. Kagura's gaze swiftly traversed the battlefield, suddenly fixating on a wagon filled with flammable goods within the merchant convoy, and an idea sparked in his mind. He exchanged a knowing glance with the earth, their eyes locking in unspoken understanding. While Kagura engaged the enemy, employing the water release technique of water chaos waves to divert their attention, Earth seized the opportunity to charge towards the wagon. Infusing chakra into his blade, a soft blue luminescence enveloped the weapon as he swung it fiercely, severing the reins of the wagon. Subsequently, Earth unleashed a fire release ninjutsu, his hands forming quick seals as he recited incantations. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, landing squarely on the wagon, igniting its contents. The flames surged forth, a ferocious blaze that sent scorching waves of heat crashing against the adversaries, forcing them to retreat in haste from the searing warmth. In that moment, the sky led Kagura and their companions to carve a bloody path, safeguarding the merchant convoy as they pressed onward. With the convoy racing along the road, dust billowed beneath their feet, the rhythmic sounds of hooves and rolling wheels melding into a monotonous symphony of progress. Time slipped away unnoticed, and despite having traveled considerable distance, they had yet to glimpse any sign of the pursuing grass shinobi. The western mountains stood silent, only the occasional chirp of birds disrupting the tranquility. Yet this serenity heightened their vigilance, leaving no room for complacency. Kagura and his companions continually scanned their surroundings, unwilling to overlook any corner that might conceal danger. They understood all too well that the audacity of the grass shinobi to assault a merchant convoy from the land of fire hinted at an underlying menace. What conspiracy lurked behind this audacious act? Had their identities been discovered, or was the grass shinobi's attack merely a whim, or perhaps a premeditated scheme? Such questions swirled endlessly in Kagura's mind, like an entangled mass of threads. His comrades bore grave expressions, mirroring Kagura's own wariness, each hand instinctively resting upon their weapons, poised for any unexpected developments. At last, they arrived at a safe location. The members of the convoy exhaled in relief, their previously taut nerves now unwinding. The fear etched on the merchants' faces gradually faded, replaced by a sense of fortunate survival. Once they regained their composure, the merchants approached Kagura and his team, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "We owe our lives to you, esteemed ninjas. Without your intervention, we would have perished on the road," declared an elderly merchant, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. In response to the merchant's thanks, Kagura and his companions merely offered brief acknowledgments, dismissing the gratitude with indifference. To them, fulfilling their mission was their duty, devoid of the necessity for such appreciation. Moreover, their minds remained preoccupied with the implications of the grass shinobi's attack, leaving little room for pleasantries. The merchants began directing their aides to unload the goods from the wagons with utmost care, ensuring that everything was transported to designated areas while checking for any damage. Upon discovering that, aside from the vehicle detonated to obstruct the grass shinobi, the remaining goods were remarkably unscathed, expressions of relief blossomed on their faces. To them, these goods were akin to lifelines, as long as they remained unharmed. All would be well. Meanwhile, Kagura and the others gathered in a tight circle, engaging in earnest discussion. "Do you believe this assault by the grass shinobi was merely coincidental?" Tion initiated, casting a sweeping glance over his companions' faces. D furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, small nations like the Land of Grass have endured considerable hardship. The plight of the common folk is dire, and the ninjas fare little better. In their struggle for survival, opportunistic looting has become a common occurrence. Yet, this time, something feels amiss. Kagura concurred. Indeed, if it were merely a typical robbery, they would not have deployed so many ninjas, nor would they have launched their attack the moment we crossed into the land of grass. This clearly indicates prior preparation. I suspect they may have learned of our identities or possess some ulterior motive. The group nodded in agreement, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. After deliberation, the team concluded that since the caravan had arrived at its designated location, their mission was accomplished. As night fell, they would take a special route back to the village. This path had been scouted in advance. Though treacherous, it promised relative safety, allowing them to evade potential dangers. Once their discussions concluded, each member found a place to rest, conserving energy as they awaited the onset of darkness. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened. The night unfolded like a vast expanse of black silk, slowly enveloping the earth. Rising from their resting spots, Kagura and the others readied their gear, preparing to embark on their return journey. They departed quietly, making their way towards the predetermined special route. This path lay concealed within a dense forest, flanked by overgrown weeds and brambles. Tion led the way, wielding a long blade, cautiously clearing the underbrush to forge a passage for his teammates. The others followed closely, eyes vigilant, prepared to confront any impending threats. Suddenly, Tion halted, acutely sensing an unusual atmosphere surrounding them. He gestured for silence, slowly drawing his long blade, scanning the vicinity with heightened alertness. The teammates also unsheathed their weapons, assuming defensive stances. As the footsteps drew nearer, a figure gradually came into view. It was a ninja clad in the garb of the land of grass, a black cloth obscuring his face, leaving only his eyes visible. Upon spotting Kagura and the others, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, swiftly replaced by a demeanor of calm. "Do you truly believe you can depart the land of grass so easily?" he remarked coldly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Tion did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, he launched the first assault. His form was like lightning, instantly closing the distance to the ninja, his blade slicing through the air with fierce intent. The ninja promptly evaded to the side, drawing his weapon to parry the strike. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two. Reluctant to become entangled with the adversary before him, Tion gestured, prompting the earth to surge forward and join forces in a flanking assault against their foe. In the rear, Kagura lay in wait, employing the wood release technique to ensnare the enemy with unyielding precision. Before the opponent could grasp the situation, Xian seized the moment, thrusting a shuriken fiercely into the enemy's chest. The ninja, caught unawares, was struck down, crimson staining his garments as he fell, his eyes brimming with resentment. Yet, before they could venture far, they discovered their path obstructed by a throng of grass ninjas. Outnumbered and armed, each bore a fierce countenance, and the atmosphere thickened with an ominous tension. "It seems we have been targeted," Tion remarked coldly, determination glinting in his gaze. The comrades tightened their grips on their weapons, steeling themselves for a decisive confrontation. As the battle erupted once more, Kagura and his allies surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, engaging in a fierce melee with the grass ninjas. Tion unleashed his signature skills, wielding his long blade with a ferocity that sent adversaries tumbling. His companions, undeterred, showcased their own prowess. Some conjured flames and torrents with their ninjutsu, while others darted through the enemy ranks with ghostly agility, reaping lives with ruthless efficiency. Though the grass ninjas were many, Kagura and his team were the elite of their kind, seasoned in combat and extraordinary in skill. A stalemate ensued, each side suffering losses. The echoes of battle cries and anguished wails reverberating through the forest, the scent of blood saturating the air. Amidst the chaos, Kagura discerned that the enemy seemed intent on exhausting their stamina, opting for a prolonged engagement rather than a swift resolution. A flicker of wariness ignited within him, realizing that the adversaries might have ulterior motives. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps from behind startled him. Turning, he beheld another group of grass ninjas encircling them, tightening the noose of peril. Trapped in dire straits, surrounded by foes on all sides, their situation grew increasingly grave. Yet, rather than falter, their resolve ignited. They understood that retreat in such dire circumstances would lead only to annihilation. Only by fighting with all their might could they hope for survival. Tion inhaled deeply, centering himself, and identified a vulnerable point amid the encirclement. Ignoring the onslaught of attacks, he fought fiercely, successfully carving a breach through which they could escape. "Follow me," he urged, as his comrades rallied to his side, collectively forging a bloody path to freedom. Just as they thought they had escaped the immediate danger, fate seemed to conspire against them. Before they could catch their breath, the grass ninjas were upon them once more. In the ensuing chaos, the ranks of their group splintered like a shattered wave, severing their connections as they each fought to survive. Kagura, frantic with urgency, could not afford the luxury of searching for his comrades. He sprinted eastward, the wind howling in his ears, the sounds of battle and the footsteps of pursuers ever at his heels. Perhaps it was Tion and the Earth, the most formidable forces within their team, that drew the majority of the grass ninjas in pursuit. In contrast, the number of enemies pursuing Kagura and Jin was somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, closely trailing Kagura were several grass ninjas, each relentlessly bent on taking his life. As he ran, Kagura contemplated his strategies. Fully aware that mere evasion was not a sustainable solution, he would inevitably be caught. At that moment, an expanse of relatively open terrain appeared ahead. Resolutely, Kagura decided to cease his flight. It was time to fight back. He abruptly halted, turning to face his pursuers, and the chakra around him surged with vitality. "Humph, think you can escape? It's not so simple." The leading grass ninja scoffed, brandishing his weapon and charging forward. Undeterred, Kagura swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Water release, water severing wave." Instantly, a powerful torrent of water erupted from his mouth, slicing through the air like a razor-sharp blade towards the grass ninjas. The ninjas' expressions shifted in alarm. They hurriedly scattered, desperately maneuvering amidst the deluge. Seizing the opportunity created by their evasive actions, Kagura wasted no time. With deft hands, he formed seals once more, this time unleashing the wood release technique. Great forest technique. Countless wooden vines erupted from his left arm, slithering forth like a swarm of agile serpents, rapidly extending toward the grass ninjas. In the blink of an eye, 2 grass ninjas found themselves ensnared, struggling futilely against their binds. Kagura did not allow himself a moment's pause. Drawing a shuriken with his right hand, his gaze sharpened as he locked onto his targets. With a swift flick of his wrist, the shuriken whistled through the air, akin to a lightning bolt, aimed directly at the vital points of the ensnared grass ninjas. With 2 muffled thuds, the shuriken struck home, eliciting agonized cries from the ninjas as they collapsed, blood pooling beneath them. However, Kagura's mastery of the wood release was not yet perfected, and the extensive use of ninjutsu had drained his chakra significantly. Consequently, the wood technique could not simultaneously hold all his adversaries. The 2 more powerful grass ninjas, having regained composure, unleashed their strength and broke free from the bindings, swiftly retreating to the side. Seeing this, Kagura's heart sank, yet he did not falter. He quickly retracted the wood technique, brandishing a kunai like a bolt of black lightning. Lunging at the nearest grass ninja. Reacting swiftly, the grass ninja raised his blade to parry, the clash of metal ringing sharply in the air, sparks flying. At that moment, another grass ninja seized the opportunity to join the fray, attacking Kagura from the side, encircling him. Gritting his teeth, Kagura, fueled by indomitable will and exceptional combat skills, engaged in fierce melee with the 2 grass ninjas. The clash of blades illuminated the area, the sounds of battle echoing through the open space. Each encounter reverberated with tremendous force, and Kagura felt his arms growing heavier while his palms tingled from the impact. The relentless intensity of the combat caused his chakra to dwindle like a receding tide, and his stamina began to falter. His breath quickened, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The grass ninjas sensed his weakness, intensifying their assault with lethal precision. At last, a moment of carelessness led Kagura to expose a vulnerability, resulting in several wounds on his body, his garments stained crimson with blood. Despite his grievous injuries, Kagura refused to surrender. He bore the pain and continued to clash with his adversaries. However, as time progressed, he felt his strength waning, his legs growing feeble, each swing of his arms akin to lifting an immense burden. He understood that his endurance was nearing its end. Yet his comrades remained oblivious to their fate and whether aid would arrive, leaving him to confront this dire predicament alone. Gritting his teeth, a surge of resolute courage swelled within him. He inhaled deeply and charged forward with all his might. Deliberately, he exposed another weakness. enduring a strike from a grass ninja's blade. The searing pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, but he persevered, seizing the fleeting moment of the enemy's hesitation to plunge his kunai deep into the foe's chest. The grass ninja was evidently startled by this sudden counterattack. Fear etched across his face as he forcefully shoved Kagura away, stumbling to the ground. Before Kagura could regain his composure, another grass ninja lunged at him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the earth. His body rolled several times, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kagura struggled to rise but discovered he lacked even the slightest strength. His limbs felt like they belonged to another, utterly devoid of vitality. The grass ninja would not grant him respite. Wielding his kunai, he immediately charged at Kagura. In despair, Kagura watched as the enemy approached. Yet the instinct to survive compelled him to muster his final ounce of strength to raise his hands in defense. However, the grass ninja's force was overwhelming, and the sharp kunai gradually pierced through, pain radiating throughout his body as he sensed his life ebbing away. The grass ninja straddled Kagura, gripping the kunai tightly, exerting all his might to drive the blade deeper into Kagura's flesh. With his last vestiges of strength, Kagura desperately fought to impede the assault. His arms trembled violently, veins bulging beneath his skin, every muscle straining to resist. Yet, with excessive blood loss, his strength dwindled, and the world around him began to blur, enveloped in a thin mist. In that moment, he could distinctly hear the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, growing weaker, as if it were on the brink of cessation, mirroring the end of his existence. Am I to perish? A sense of unwillingness filled Kagura. He felt his body growing colder, his vision fading. No, I do not wish to die. There are countless things I still long to accomplish. I cannot succumb here. The yearning for life ignited within him like a blazing fire, urging him to exert every effort to keep his eyes wide open. Just at that critical juncture, an inexplicable force began to gather in Kagura's eyes. He felt an intense pain in his eyes, as if something were struggling to break free. Then, his pupils gradually transformed, shifting from black to a vivid crimson, with a mysterious tomo swirling within. The grass ninja, who was pressing down on Kagura, inadvertently caught a glimpse of his eyes and was instantly struck with terror. His expression froze, his grip slackened, and he muttered, "This is the Sharingan." In the world of ninjas, the name of the Sharingan resonates loudly, as those who possess it are often endowed with formidable power and terrifying combat abilities. This sudden turn of events filled the grass ninja with dread. Kagura sensed the enemy's strength waning and recognized this as a golden opportunity. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he concentrated chakra in his eyes and, leveraging the power of the Sharingan, fixed a fierce gaze upon the grass ninja. The grass ninja, ensnared by the oppressive intensity of Kagura's stare, found himself momentarily paralyzed, as if under a binding jutsu. Seizing the moment, Kagura summoned the last vestiges of his strength to snatch the kunai from the grass ninja's hand, reversing it to stab at his throat. The sharp kunai swiftly pierced the grass ninja's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His eyes wide with horror as the expression of fear lingered on his face before he slowly collapsed onto Kagura, breathless. Yet, Kagura did not pause in his actions. He quickly pushed the lifeless body aside and withdrew the kunai. Keenly observing the fallen grass ninja, he noted that the adversary, having lost too much blood, was unable to move and awaited the arrival of his comrades. When the grass ninja lifted his head at the sound, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Instantly paralyzed with fear, without a moment's hesitation, Kagura hurled the kunai at the grass ninja, ending his life. Once he confirmed the absence of enemies, Kagura collapsed onto the ground, closing his Sharingan, gasping for breath, his heart a tumult of emotions. This harrowing battle had brought him to the precipice of life and death, and the awakening of the Sharingan left him in a state of shock and confusion. However, there was little time for contemplation. He rummaged through his belongings to find some hemostatic medication and bandages, skillfully treating his wounds. Through rigorous training at the base, he had mastered various survival skills, including emergency wound care. His hands trembled slightly from blood loss and fatigue, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet he meticulously applied the medication to his wounds and swiftly wrapped the bandages. However, the wounds were too large and deep. He realized he had insufficient supplies to staunch the bleeding entirely, as blood continued to seep forth. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last ounce of his strength and made his way towards the fallen grass ninja. searching their bodies. He finally discovered some essential medical supplies and a small amount of food within one of their ninja tool bags. He quickly consumed the food to replenish his energy, readdressed his wounds, and, without daring to linger, continued heading east. At this moment, Kagura's body was exceedingly weak. Each step felt as though he were treading upon blades. The searing pain blurring his consciousness, rendering the world before him a hazy mirage. Yet, a singular conviction burned within him. He must return to the land of fire and relay the vital information. Uncertain of how much time had passed, as he stepped onto familiar soil, a surge of awareness coursed through him upon realizing he had crossed into the land of fire. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming there was no imminent danger, before tremblingly retrieving a specific contact device from his garments. He dispatched a unique signal and, once sent, sought refuge in a secluded cave. His body sliding down against the cave wall, yet his eyes remained vigilantly fixed on the entrance. Before long, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, causing him to tense up, gripping his short blade tightly, prepared to confront any potential threat. However, upon recognizing the familiar attire of the root ninja, his taut nerves finally relaxed. Once assured of their identity, he mustered the last vestiges of his strength to convey the details of the situation, informing them that 3 of his comrades were also being pursued, their fates uncertain. After relaying the information, he could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Quickly, he bears numerous wounds. Though he received emergency treatment, he has lost considerable blood. Immediate care is imperative. One of the root ninjas exclaimed anxiously. Swiftly, the root ninjas organized themselves, employing a special communication method to summon reinforcements. 2 medical ninjas remained behind to administer urgent care to him and transport him back to the village, while the others hastened to the land of grass to assist comrades who might still be engaged in battle, assigning 1 ninja to return and report the situation to Danzo-sama. In his unconscious state, images of battle replayed in his mind, the sight of his fallen comrades weighing heavily upon him, like stones pressing the breath from his lungs. After an indeterminate time, he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in the medical department of the root, the air thick with a faint medicinal scent. A medical ninja was changing his bandages. Upon noticing him awake, she remarked, "At last, you have returned to us. Had you lingered any longer, your life would have been perilously close to the brink." He struggled to rise but inadvertently tugged at his wounds, drawing a sharp intake of breath. "What of my comrades?" he inquired. The medical ninja shook her head, saying, "The investigation is ongoing. Of your 3 teammates, 2 have been confirmed deceased, and the whereabouts of the other remain unknown. Danzo-sama is already aware and is orchestrating subsequent actions." Silence enveloped him, his heart heavy with anguish. He understood all too well that as a member of the root, death and failure were ever-looming fates, yet he clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for the survival of the last remaining comrade. 3 more days passed in the sickbed, during which ninjas, following Danzo's directives, came to interrogate him regarding the events in the land of grass in detail. Aside from the secret of the Sharingan, he divulged every other detail without reservation. After the medical personnel departed, he dragged his weakened form to the mirror. Taking a deep breath, his Sharingan activated instantly. The crimson light flickering within the glass, the double tomo slowly revolving, exuding a strange yet captivating power that both exhilarated and unsettled him. He was aware that his Sharingan was inherited from his mother, yet Danzo had never spoken of her, leaving him to ponder the deeper implications of this silence. He resolved to seek an opportune moment to question Danzo and uncover the truth. However, he is acutely aware that Danzo harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan and covets the power of the Sharingan, not even sparing the wood release technique. If he were to reveal his possession of the Sharingan to Danzo, would it not invite peril upon himself? Yet, should he choose to conceal it? The next time he encounters danger and instinctively activates his Sharingan, the consequences could be dire. While he has survived this time alone, he cannot guarantee that others will not be present in future crises. Moreover, concealing the Sharingan within the roots would mean foregoing effective training. The Sharingan must be integrated with various ninjutsu and taijutsu. Without proper training, its maximum potential cannot be realized. Kagura yearns to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power so formidable that it serves as his foundation for survival in this brutal ninja world. He finds himself in a conundrum. Nevertheless, he considers that Danzo has already amassed a considerable number of Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps his interest in Kagura's pair of dojutsu is minimal. By choosing to confide, he might earn Danzo's greater trust and possibly gain access to the correct training methods for the Sharingan across the entire ninja world. Aside from the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure and the Rogabito Uchiha, it is likely that Danzo possesses the most profound understanding of the Sharingan's bloodline limit. This esteemed tradition can be traced back to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. After all, one's greatest adversary often knows them best. Kagura paced restlessly in his room, each step heavy and deliberate, as if measuring his own fate. He reminisced about his experiences carrying out missions for the Roots. Those bloody and brutal moments that left him with a clear understanding of the organization's modus operandi. Danzo's methods are ruthless, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends. Yet it is undeniable that under his leadership, the Roots possess formidable resources and an extensive intelligence network. He resolved to take this gamble. Kagura finally made up his mind. Once he fully recovers, he would seek out Danzo. He endured a lengthy rehabilitation period in the medical ward of the Roots, each painful dressing change serving as a grim reminder of the ferocity of the battle he had faced. While the physical pain was bearable, the news of his comrades' sacrifices haunted him like a persistent nightmare, refusing to fade from his mind. Thus, once his body had sufficiently healed, he submitted a request to meet with Danzo. While awaiting his audience with Danzo, he attempted to glean information about his 3 fallen teammates. But the Root ninjas were either indifferent or outright refused to disclose any information. It seemed that he would have to approach Danzo directly with his inquiries. However, Kagura had become aware of the intricate circumstances behind the ambush during this mission. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Grass had succumbed to the quagmire of economic stagnation, its once thriving prosperity gradually withering away. The Grass Village had also suffered greatly, with ninjas often failing to receive even their basic salaries, plunging their lives into hardship, forcing them to resort to various means to make ends meet, and leading the entire Land of Grass into a state of chaos and disorder. Such a situation, of course, had not escaped Danzo's keen observation. With an insatiable thirst for power, Danzo was determined to seize the position of the 5th Hokage, and secretly controlling the Grass Village undoubtedly presented an excellent opportunity to strengthen his position. His modus operandi has always been shrouded in darkness, meticulously orchestrating his ambitions while exploiting every available resource. The higher echelons of the Grass Ninja Village are naturally reluctant to become mere pawns in Danzo's game. Faced with the clandestine infiltration from Konohagakure, they chose to resist, covertly directing the Grass Ninjas to target the Leaf Village ninjas entering the Land of Grass. What was initially intended as an ordinary mission to escort supplies for Kagura and his team unexpectedly turned into a target for a Grass Ninja ambush. On that fateful day, they entered the borders of the Land of Grass alongside a merchant convoy, the sunlight glinting off the carts burdened with vast quantities of goods, reflecting a blinding radiance. From a distance, the Grass Ninjas spotted this procession arriving from the Land of Fire, and upon witnessing the mountain of supplies, their avarice was instantly ignited. In the eyes of the Grass Ninjas, if Kagura and his comrades were to perish here, the Grass Village could categorically deny involvement, and even if Konohagakure suspected foul play, they would find no concrete evidence, making it improbable for war to erupt over the deaths of a mere handful of ninjas. Thus, a brutal assault erupted without warning, plunging Kagura and his allies into dire straits. The vivid memories of the battle, screams, the cacophony of combat, still echoing in his mind. Sitting in his chamber, Kagura furrowed his brow, ruminating over the events. Suddenly, a dreadful thought flickered through his mind. Could this be Danzo's design? After all, the Grass Ninjas harbored intense hostility towards the Leaf Ninjas, and yet they had been dispatched to the Land of Grass at this precarious time. Now, with their grievous losses, Danzo could easily leverage this as a pretext to coerce the Grass Village into yielding substantial reparations. Should the Grass Village refuse, Danzo might indeed instigate a war against them. Kagura understood well that Danzo was an unrepentant war enthusiast. To him, war was merely a means to acquire power and wealth. Once this thought took root, it began to proliferate within Kagura like a wild weed. The more he contemplated, the more suspicious he became, for Danzo was known for his cunning and ruthless tactics, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his objectives. Yet, even if this were true, Kagura could only feign ignorance, for knowing would serve no purpose. At last, Kagura received notification of a meeting with Danzo. He meticulously adjusted his attire, inhaled deeply, and strode purposefully into Danzo's office. The room was cloaked in dim light, and as Danzo slowly turned to face him, his single eye gleamed with a chilling intensity, scrutinizing Kagura as if assessing an object of interest. "How is your recovery?" His voice was low and gravelly, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Kagura inclined slightly, responding, "I have nearly recovered. Thank you for your concern, Lord Danzo." Danzo nodded ever so slightly, his gaze unwavering, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of Kagura's thoughts. "I hear you sought me out for a matter of inquiry?" Kagura inhaled deeply, striving to steady his tumultuous emotions, and nervously inquired, "Yes, Lord Danzo, my comrades, Chi and Xian, have already sacrificed themselves." Danzo's tone remained flat, as though discussing a trivial matter. Tian has been rescued, though he sustained grave injuries, with a broken right arm, and is currently unconscious. A sudden tremor coursed through Kagura's heart. Although he had anticipated such a result, hearing Danzo utter those words still stirred an uncontrollable wave of sorrow within him. After all, they had been comrades for 2 years, even though the root ninjas were instructed to suppress their emotions. How could 2 years of fighting side by side be devoid of any camaraderie? Particularly Tien, the squad leader, who was the strongest among them, the only one possessing the strength of a Jonin. During missions, he always charged into danger without hesitation, using his own body to shield his teammates from enemy attacks. While he was not one to articulate his care through words, his every action spoke volumes of his concern for his comrades. Kagura recalled the time when the grass ninjas scattered them. Tien chose to flee north and west, clearly creating an opportunity for the 3 of them to survive. Tien excelled in swordsmanship, but now, with his right arm broken and his body severely injured, even if he were to survive, what future awaited him in an organization like Root, where the law of the jungle prevailed and strength was the ultimate currency? The thought pierced Kagura's heart with anguish. Danzo's expression darkened instantaneously. Within Root, every member was mandated to forsake their former identities and forget their pasts, suppressing their emotions to become mere killing machines loyal solely to him. The fact that Kagura had the audacity to question his own identity was undoubtedly a challenge to Root's regulations. With a cold snort from Danzo, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. An invisible pressure bore down on Kagura, nearly suffocating him. Kagura realized he had crossed Danzo's threshold. Yet he had no path of retreat. No longer concealing his resolve, he closed his eyes, letting his chakra surge forth as he activated his Sharingan. As the crimson light ignited within his gaze, the mysterious and enigmatic Tomo began to rotate slowly, illuminating Kagura's youthful yet resolute face, casting an extraordinary shadow in the dimly lit room. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. Even he was momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the Sharingan. However, being well-versed in such matters, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing the terrifying aura that had enveloped him, and the surrounding temperature seemed to lose its biting chill. Danzo stood silently, his single eye resembling a deep, cold abyss, fixating intently on Kagura, while a tempest raged within him, refusing to subside. With the activation of the Sharingan, the crimson light flickered ominously in the darkness, wielding a formidable power that struck Danzo's heart like a heavy hammer. "This boy has awakened would release and activated the Sharingan," Danzo murmured, his voice hoarse and dry, betraying an unmistakable blend of shock and complexity. Would release. A terrifying power that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, wielded with dominance over the ninja world. Though Kagura's current would release was still unrefined and could not be compared to that of the first Hokage, its potential was boundless. As time passed, Kagura's mastery of would release would undoubtedly grow. Now, the mysterious bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan, had manifested within Kagura, combining the 2 most formidable powers of Konohagakure and the entire ninja world within this young boy. Tawanzo's thoughts raced like a wild stallion, unrestrained and free. He envisioned the myriad possibilities for Kagura's future, contemplating how to address this sudden variable that had emerged. At this moment, although Kagura bore 2 extraordinary bloodline limits, his strength remained shallow, akin to a newly sprouted seed, fragile yet brimming with untold potential. If nurtured with care, this seed could surely grow into a towering giant. In due time, whether to counterbalance the Uchiha clan or to aid himself in seizing the position of the 5th Hokage, it would become an incomparable trump card in his hand. Humph, Intriguing at 12, with a double tomo? The corners of Tawanzo's mouth curled into a cryptic smirk. As schemes began to form in his mind, he understood well that someone as gifted as Kagura, if harnessed effectively, could stir up a storm in the ever-shifting landscape of the ninja world, reshaping the balance of power among factions. Furthermore, I have a ready subject for the experiment I was conducting in collaboration with Orochimaru. Observing this boy should yield invaluable insights. However, I must ensure that Orochimaru remains oblivious to Kagura's existence. Similarly, Hisashi, do you think that by incorporating Jia into the Umbu, I have lost my would-release ninja? The one I possess now far surpasses the previous one. Meanwhile, Kagura appeared composed on the surface, yet inside, he felt as if a taut string was straining with anxiety. After revealing the matter of the Sharingan to Tawanzo, he felt as if he had a rabbit in his chest, darting nervously. Yet now, situated within the roots, every move he made was under Tawanzo's meticulous surveillance. Secretly honing his ocular power seemed as daunting as scaling a mountain. Moreover, given his current weakness, Tawanzo likely regarded him as a mere insignificant pawn, unworthy of excessive attention. He understood that his predicament was perilous, akin to an insect ensnared in a spider's web, where a single misstep could lead to being devoured by the cunning spider that was Tawanzo. Kagura, Tawanzo suddenly spoke, his voice shattering the silence of the room. Your Sharingan is both a surprise and a challenge. Kagura lowered his head slightly, responding respectfully, Please, Lord Tawanzo, guide me. From this day forth, I shall personally instruct you in your training. Not only the Sharingan, but also your wood release cannot be neglected. Tawanzo paced slowly, his single eye fixed intently on Kagura. Your growth concerns the roots and the future of Konoha. A chill ran through Kagura's heart, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Yes, Kagura shall strive with all his might. He was acutely aware that Tawanzo's so-called cultivation was merely an attempt to fully control him, reducing him to a mere tool in his quest for power. It seemed that Kagura's response pleased Tawanzo, who continued, Your father was Senju Hashirama, once one of my subordinates. Distinguished by both strength and loyalty, he bravely sacrificed his life during a perilous mission deep within enemy territory. Pausing for effect, Tawanzo added, As for your mother, she hails from the Uchiha clan. Thus, you are inherently endowed with the bloodlines of both Senju and Uchiha. Tawanzo's words confirmed Kagura's suspicions. He nodded slightly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes, yet he understood well not to pursue the matter further. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his myriad questions and curiosities, refraining from further inquiry. After taking leave from Danzo, Kagura exited the office. Upon inquiring with the root members about the burial sites of her fallen comrades, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She stood in silence, offering her final blessings and prayers for their peaceful rest in another world. Subsequently, Kagura made her way to Ten's hospital room. Ten lay quietly on the bed, his pallor resembling that of parchment, and with his right arm lost, he appeared particularly frail. Sitting by his bedside, Kagura gazed at the unconscious Ten, her heart heavy with helplessness and sorrow. Once the pillar of their team, a powerful force, he now lay gravely injured. Even if he were to awaken, the uncertain and arduous future in the strength-oriented organization of Root loomed ominously, leaving Kagura to ponder the daunting challenges he would inevitably face. Alas, it seemed their small team was on the brink of dissolution. At this moment, Kagura's own life underwent a profound transformation. In a surprising departure from his usual approach, Danzo chose to personally oversee her training rather than delegating it to others. From the onset of this training, Kagura sensed its inherent brutality. On the training grounds, Danzo's methods were ruthless, his demands nearly draconian. Any flaw in her movements or execution of jutsu would elicit severe reprimands and double punishments. Exhausted and battered, Kagura understood that perseverance was her only option before Danzo. Mercy was a foreign concept, and second chances were non-existent. Each fall and subsequent rise represented a grueling test of both willpower and physical endurance. In the shadowy confines of the secret training ground, enveloped by a weighty atmosphere, Kagura stood resolute. This arena, a place of harsh trials for the ninjas of Root, was hemmed in by towering walls that barred the sun's light and the world's clamor, resembling a forgotten prison. Before her, Danzo's cold gaze bore into her, and he spoke, From this day forth, I shall personally guide your mastery of the Sharingan. Remember, any hint of negligence could cost you your life on the battlefield. His voice, deep and gravelly, resonated like an echo from the abyss, imbued with an undeniable authority. Taking a deep breath, Kagura slowly closed her eyes, feeling the chakra within her surge like a turbulent undercurrent. When she opened them again, her blood-red Sharingan had awakened, the tomo beginning to spin, exuding an aura both mysterious and perilous. The crimson light stood out starkly in the dim training ground, illuminating Kagura's determined yet somewhat youthful visage. The foundation of the Sharingan is perception, Danzo stated, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, dozens of ethereal ninjas, conjured from chakra, materialized around her. Each of these ninjas varied in form and moved with agility, their faces devoid of emotion, their vacant eyes filled with murderous intent as they launched fierce attacks against her. Kagura's pupils constricted as she fully activated her Sharingan, striving to capture each enemy's trajectory. Initially, the assaults of the phantoms came like a torrential storm, overwhelming her senses. And soon she bore several wounds inflicted by the chakra-based attacks. Although these injuries were not life-threatening, the pain served as a constant reminder of the ruthlessness of her training. Yet, Kagura did not falter. He gritted his teeth and compelled himself to concentrate. Sweat cascaded from his forehead, pooling on the cold ground of the training field. As he became increasingly attuned to the Sharingan, he began to discern the flaws in his opponent's attacks, skillfully evading and countering. His figure darted between the phantasmal ninjas like a wraith, each evasion executed with impeccable timing and every counterattack infused with resolute determination. After a round of intense confrontation, Kagura paused for a brief respite, the wounds on his body still throbbing painfully. Danzo hurled a kunai, instructing him, "Now, use the Sharingan to track the trajectory of this kunai and catch it before it hits the ground." Kagura's gaze fixed intently on the kunai as the tomo within his Sharingan spun rapidly. The kunai traced a swift arc through the air, and leveraging the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Kagura anticipated its landing point. With a light push off the ground, he surged forward like a cheetah. His heart raced, eyes locked on the kunai, while the world around him seemed to freeze, leaving only the flying kunai in motion. Just as the kunai was about to touch the ground, he extended his hand with precision, firmly grasping it. Although he had successfully completed the task, Kagura understood that this was merely the preliminary training. Mastering the true power of the Sharingan would require a long journey ahead. In the subsequent training sessions, Danzo devised increasingly intricate illusionary scenarios for Kagura. He found himself enveloped in a fog-laden forest, an eerie atmosphere permeating the air, with phantasmal beasts occasionally lunging from the shadows. These beasts were not tangible, yet they exuded a formidable pressure. Should they strike him, Kagura would plunge deeper into the trap of the illusion. Activating his Sharingan, he endeavored to pierce through the flaws of the illusion, yet the world of the illusion felt too real, leading to frequent misjudgments and repeated entrapments. He dashed through the mist, evading the beast's assaults, yet it seemed impossible to escape this shrouded labyrinth, regardless of how far he ran. Sweat soaked his garments, and fear began to creep into his heart, but the resilience ingrained in Kagura's being urged him not to surrender. He continuously recalled the techniques of the Sharingan, striving to maintain lucidity. Suddenly, he discerned a subtle flaw in the illusion, a fleeting glimmer of light that would have gone unnoticed without the keen insight of the Sharingan. Gathering his chakra, he launched a full-force attack at the point of weakness. With a resounding crash, the illusion shattered, allowing him to escape the fog-laden forest. As the training progressed, Kagura's mastery of the Sharingan grew, yet he was acutely aware that its potential extended far beyond what he had achieved. He yearned to unlock the three tomo, to acquire even greater abilities. Thus, Kagura began to push his limits through rigorous training. He consistently challenged more formidable virtual foes, attempting to execute increasingly complex ninjutsu in conjunction with the Sharingan within a short time frame. After each training session, he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes weary and chakra nearly depleted, but his desire for strength intensified with each passing moment. In one encounter with a formidable virtual adversary, Kagura found himself in dire straits. The enemy's onslaught came crashing down like an unstoppable tide, gradually breaching his defenses, and his injuries mounted. Every assault from the adversary bore an immense force, rendering Kagura nearly unable to withstand it. His body sustained numerous injuries, blood staining his garments, and his steps grew increasingly heavy. With a fierce roar, the tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, as if gathering a certain power. Kagura summoned every ounce of chakra within him, striving for a final counterattack. He felt his body infused with a potent energy that temporarily alleviated his pain and fatigue. His vision sharpened, and the tomo in his Sharingan began to undergo a transformation. The once clear double tomo twisted, as if a new force surged within. However, at this critical moment, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through Kagura's body, his chakra spiraling into chaos, and his Sharingan abruptly closed, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. Danzo approached, gazing at the fallen Kagura, coldly remarking, "The evolution of the Sharingan is not achieved in haste. Impatience will only lead to self-destruction." Kagura struggled to rise, but fell back down, his injuries too severe. He looked at Danzo, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Danzo continued, "This will suffice for today. Return and rest well, for tomorrow holds more." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Kagura alone on the training field. Lying on the cold ground, Kagura gazed up at the narrow expanse of sky above the training ground, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood that the path to mastering the Sharingan was fraught with hardship and peril, yet he would not surrender. Time slipped by, and slowly Kagura rose, dragging his weary body step by step away from the training ground. He returned to his quarters, tended to his wounds with care, and then lay down on his bed. Although his body was utterly fatigued, his mind remained exceptionally alert. He began to reflect on the day's training, contemplating his mistakes and shortcomings in battle. He realized that to unlock the three tomo, not only was immense chakra and unwavering will required, but also a deeper understanding and insight into the Sharingan. In the days that followed, Kagura persisted in his arduous training. He arrived early at the training ground each day, continuously pushing his limits under Danzo's guidance. He engaged in combat with various virtual foes, experimenting with different tactics and ninjutsu combinations, diligently enhancing his combat skills and adaptability. His physique grew increasingly robust, and his chakra reserves expanded steadily. As time passed, Kagura's Sharingan became progressively more stable and powerful. He had already become adept at utilizing the various abilities of the Sharingan, gaining a significant advantage in battle. However, the journey to unlocking the three tomo still seemed distant. Undeterred, Kagura understood that with unwavering perseverance, the day would come when he could transcend his limits, unlock the three tomo, and attain greater power. Now possessing the prowess of a Chunin, his strength was not to be underestimated among his peers. He excelled in water release and earth release, wielding these techniques with remarkable finesse. Coupled with the inhuman training he received at the root, those days spent sweating and enduring hardships had forged his strength beyond that of an ordinary Chunin. Much like the later generation of the Konoha 12, who ranked prominently in the power hierarchy among their peers at a similar age and level. Some were born into clans with bloodline limits, their veins coursing with formidable power. Others hailed from families adept in secret techniques, endowed with unparalleled advantages. And some studied under renowned masters, even practicing forbidden arts, complemented by a touch of enviable fortune. In contrast, the ordinary civilian ninjas were not afforded such serendipity. Even upon becoming Chunin, they had acquired but a handful of jutsu. Kagura awakened his wood release, a bloodline limit that should have garnered attention. Initially, when he first accessed this ability, he was filled with surprise and anticipation, envisioning himself traversing the ninja world like the first Hokage, wielding formidable wood release techniques. Yet, reality doused his dreams with a harsh chill. His wood release failed to demonstrate the expected potency, rendering him scarcely superior to civilian ninjas devoid of bloodline limits or secret techniques. When he attempted to deploy wood release, he could not even summon a wooden dragon or a wooden golem, let alone perform the more advanced techniques of the tree realm birth or the flower tree realm birth. Frequently beset by confusion and frustration, Kagura would find himself alone in the training grounds late at night, tirelessly attempting to hone his skills, his garments soaked with sweat, his hands trembling from the excessive expenditure of chakra, yet his wood release remained stubbornly unyielding. He mockingly mused that his wood release felt more like a mere ornament in his possession, as effective as having none at all. Due to Danzo's strictures, Kagura was not permitted to use wood release at will. This was not because his abilities with it were particularly formidable. Rather, it was quite the opposite. His skills were too feeble and left behind discernible traces. Each attempt to utilize his lackluster wood release was relegated to mere ambushes, barely any better than nothing. Following each use, he was compelled to swiftly erase any evidence, fearful of detection by others. His teammates, Ten and Chi, often assisted in covering his tracks, for which Kagura felt immense gratitude. Ten was of Jonin caliber, excelling in swordsmanship, his strikes both sharp and transcendent, capable of delivering fatal blows to adversaries in every skirmish. Chi, likely a special Jonin, was proficient in fire and earth release. His fire release was searing, while his earth release was as solid as rock. Xian, like Kagura, was a Chunin, yet he mastered assassination, moving with a ghostly grace to claim the lives of his foes without a whisper. In the team, Kagura found himself relying on water release more frequently than his earth release, as he lacked Chi's prowess. He would often utilize ranged shuriken in combat, thereby playing a crucial role. During a mission in the Land of Grass, circumstances were unusual, and he failed to promptly erase the traces left by his wood release. However, Kagura was untroubled, confident that Danzo would arrange for someone to clean the area. Kagura understood that taijutsu formed the cornerstone of a ninja's combat capabilities. Although he felt somewhat disappointed by his wood release, he took solace in his exceptional taijutsu talent, attributed to his Senju lineage, which positioned him as a standout among Chunin. His physical coordination and strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Each punch and kick he delivered cut through the air with a resounding whoosh. In his daily training, he relentlessly pushed his limits, engaging in weighted runs and scaling steep peaks to enhance his endurance and explosive power. He resolved that he must seize any opportunity to learn the 8 gates of opening in the future. The 8 gates, a formidable yet perilous forbidden technique, grants an individual the ability to surpass their own limits for a fleeting moment once activated. Shinra envisioned the scene that would unfold upon unlocking the 8 gates, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood the tremendous effort and sacrifices required, yet he was willing to embark on this endeavor to enhance his prowess. The Sharingan represented the most promising avenue for Shinra to achieve a significant leap in strength. Having already awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, he knew that with proficient usage, he could attain the level of an elite Chunin. He recalled the moment he first activated his Sharingan. In that critical instant of life and death, his Sharingan awakened unexpectedly. It was as if the world had transformed, the enemy paralyzed with fear, and their movements slowed in his perception, allowing him to discern every flaw in their defenses. Should he awaken the triple Tomo and master the corresponding Genjutsu, the threshold of Jonin status would be within reach. Shinra could not help but marvel at the reason behind the higher-ups in Konoha's trepidation towards the Sharingan. Its capabilities were indeed monstrous. Not only did it bestow upon the user exceptional insight, but it also enabled the execution of powerful illusions that were nearly impossible to counter. As he assessed his situation, determination blossomed within him. He resolved to concentrate his efforts on honing his Sharingan, planning to engage in rigorous daily training through simulated battles with his teammates to enhance its practical application. Concurrently, he recognized the importance of physical training. Thus, he intended to amplify the intensity and complexity of his workouts, incorporating advanced taijutsu techniques while training with weights. Additionally, he sought to find masters of taijutsu to glean their expertise and combat skills. Faster. At this pace, you'll be courting death on the battlefield. Danzo's voice echoed across the expansive training ground. Gritting his teeth, Shinra quickened his movements, each exertion accompanied by muscle strain, yet he dared not slacken his efforts. Beyond the intense training in physical strength and ninjutsu, Danzo imparted various intelligence techniques and assassination methods, those clandestine pieces of knowledge meticulously filling Shinra's mind. Amidst this rigorous training regimen, Shinra finally found an opportunity to gather information from outside the confines of Konoha. Although he remained strictly confined to the root base except during missions, he learned through the intelligence of root ninjas that the streets of Konoha were still bustling with life. Children laughing beneath the Hokage rock, and ninjas tirelessly engaged in their tasks. However, all of this felt worlds apart from the dark realm he inhabited, akin to a caged bird peering through narrow gaps to glimpse the vast sky of freedom. At that time, the aftermath of the Grass Country incident still reverberated among Konoha's higher echelons. During a tense high-level meeting, Danzo abruptly rose, resting his hands on the table, his eyes gleaming with an unwavering ferocity as he vociferously proposed that Konoha exert pressure on the Grass Ninja Village, demanding their submission. Conversely, the representatives from the Grass Ninja Village adamantly denied any involvement, insisting that the attack on Konoha ninjas had been the work of rogue ninjas, entirely unrelated to the village itself. Toanzo paid little heed to such remarks, He had already firmly concluded that the Village of Grass was inextricably linked to his ambitions. Without consulting the third Hokage or the elder advisors, he clandestinely dispatched a contingent of elite root ninjas to strike at the Land of Grass. This group, meticulously selected and cultivated over years by Danzo, comprised exceptional talents whose mastery of ninjutsu and combat experience far surpassed that of the team to which Sakura once belonged. And their numbers were substantial. They moved like a pack of wolves lurking in the shadows, stealthily infiltrating the Land of Grass. Upon entering, they unleashed a frenzy of slaughter. Wherever they went, flames soared into the sky, and screams echoed. The once tranquil villages were instantly engulfed in the fires of war, leaving innocent civilians displaced. And the entire Land of Grass was thrown into chaos. The grass ninjas were thrown into disarray, confronted by this sudden and brutal assault. In a hidden corner of Konoha village, the wheels of time turned silently. 3 years had passed in an instant, marking the 5th year since Sakura joined the root. Now, she welcomed her 15th spring, having evolved from a tender youth into a composed and capable ninja, regarded as a seasoned member within the root. Over these 3 years, Sakura had flourished like a spark ignited, her strength escalating beyond imagination. She bore the blood of the legendary Senju and Uchiha clans, a rare lineage that endowed her with an extraordinary aptitude, naturally possessing all elemental chakra: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. However, the potency of these elements varied, akin to different strings of a musical instrument, each capable of producing melodies, yet distinct in timbre and volume. Initially, water release was Sakura's forte. When she wielded the water element, it was as if she became one with it. The water danced under her command, at times resembling agile fish darting through the currents, and at others, surging like roaring waves. Yet, fate's twists are often unforeseen. The moment she awakened her Sharingan, it was as if she had unlocked a new realm. The power of fire release surged forth like a ferocious beast, rapidly advancing. The advantage she once held in water release was soon eclipsed by her swift mastery of fire. The blazing flames, under the gaze of her Sharingan, grew ever more robust and fierce, seemingly capable of reducing all existence to ashes. In the realm of wind release, Sakura was fortunate to receive personal instruction from Danzo, a master of this element. His wind techniques were sharp and overwhelming, like a tempest that could rend all obstacles asunder. Under Danzo's tutelage, Sakura practiced diligently, evolving from a rudimentary understanding of wind release to proficiently executing various techniques. When she manipulated wind blades, they sliced through the air with a chilling brilliance, their power formidable. In contrast, her proficiency in earth and lightning release remained at a moderate level within her skill set. Taijutsu, however, was Sakura's strong suit. Her physique was agile, her movements swift, embodying a perfect synthesis of strength and speed. In her training of Taijutsu, she had never allowed herself a moment of complacency. After gaining Danzo's attention, she was further privileged with dedicated instruction from a specialized Taijutsu ninja. These masters of physical arts possess a wealth of combat experience and unique training methodologies. They not only impart various techniques of martial arts to Kagura, but also continuously hone him through real combat. Each day, Kagura engages in practice matches with these instructing ninjas, falling repeatedly only to rise again, with every ache and pain serving as a cornerstone of his growth. Simultaneously, the abundant equipment and precious medicinal herbs at the root provide robust support for his martial arts training. These tools assist him in building muscle strength, enhancing flexibility and coordination, while the rare herbs expedite his recovery, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure after intense training and prepare for the next challenge. When mentioning wood release, a trace of helplessness flickers across Kagura's expression, as the legendary ninjutsu that enabled the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to sweep through the ninja world and establish Konoha. Kagura yearns to manifest the awe-inspiring techniques of the tree world birth and flower tree world arrival, powerful jutsu that could shift the tide of battle. Yet for him, such aspirations remain tantalizingly out of reach. As for the wood dragon and wood golem techniques, they seem like mere fantasies there might only imagined in his mind. However, he has quickly mastered the techniques of the Senju clan in wood release, which are highly practical, allowing him to erect sturdy defensive fortifications swiftly in combat, providing safety for himself and his comrades. His proficiency in wood release now parallels that of Yamato, excelling in foundational construction. The awakening of the Sharingan marks a significant milestone in Kagura's journey of growth. At present, his Sharingan has evolved to the state of 3 Tomo. Initially, Kagura approached the upgrade of his Sharingan with utmost caution, even trepidation. He understood the rarity and peril of the Sharingan, fearing that once he activated the 3 Tomo, he might one day find his eyes plucked from their sockets and implanted into another's face. However, as Danzo took him under his wing, circumstances began to shift. Although Danzo forbade him from engaging too much with matters outside of Root, he was permitted to be informed of normal intelligence. The information Kagura gleaned from Root corroborated his own knowledge, revealing the emergence of prodigious talents within the Uchiha clan, namely Shisui and Itachi Uchiha. They had unlocked their 3 Tomo at a younger age, their brilliance capturing the attention of the entire village of Konoha. Upon receiving this news, Kagura's concerns gradually dissipated. With such exceptional peers, Danzo's gaze would naturally be more focused on them, rendering Kagura's activation of the 3 Tomo less likely to draw his scrutiny. Thus, he boldly showcased his 3 Tomo Sharingan to Danzo. Within the Uchiha clan, activating the 3 Tomo at the age of 15 is already considered remarkable, yet, unfortunately, Shisui and Itachi were such phenomenal talents that, in comparison, Kagura's brilliance appeared overshadowed, which was precisely what he desired. Prior to awakening the Sharingan, Kagura had dabbled in Jinjutsu, though it was not his forte. However, possessing the Sharingan transformed everything. The Sharingan and illusion techniques seemed to possess an innate compatibility, prompting Kagura to focus on mastering illusion techniques associated with the Sharingan, as well as methods for resisting such illusions. After prolonged effort, he has now acquired a considerable repertoire of practical Sharingan illusions. In battle, he can utilize the unique abilities of the Sharingan to impose illusions upon his foes, ensnaring them in an endless web of deception and thereby seizing the initiative in combat. Simultaneously, he has developed a formidable resistance to illusions, enabling him to swiftly discern and extricate himself from enemy techniques, avoiding a passive stance. Kagura's combat prowess has reached the level of a Jonin. Should he choose to reveal his full strength without reservation, his power could rival that of elite Jonin. However, he is reluctant to fully disclose his capabilities, harboring a steadfast conviction that he must one day find an opportunity to escape the shackles imposed by Danzo. Even while Danzo remains alive, Kagura feels trapped under this control, and thus he resolves to outlive Danzo, enduring until he can outlast him. According to the unfolding narrative, he ultimately meets his demise at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha. Once Danzo is dead, freedom will be his. Therefore, while enhancing his strength, Kagura must also avoid placing himself in perilous situations. Nonetheless, it may be a decade before he meets his end, which promises to be an arduous wait. Alas, only by surviving can hope persist. In the wake of the abduction of Hinata Hyuga by the Cloud Village Ninja, the incident ripples through the tranquil waters of the village like a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. This event not only brings shame upon the Hyuga clan, but also plunges the entire Hidden Leaf village into a state of unrest and indignation. For Danzo Shimura, this incident triggers a complete eruption of his dissatisfaction with the 3rd Hokage. Standing in the dimly lit room of the Root base, hands clasped behind his back and brow furrowed in discontent, he perceives the 3rd Hokage's handling of the situation as excessively feeble, solely seeking peaceful negotiations without demonstrating sufficient resolve. In his eyes, what the Hidden Leaf village requires now is a Hokage with decisive courage, capable of making rapid judgments in times of crisis to safeguard the village's safety and dignity with an iron fist. Simultaneously, the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan continues to deepen, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. Danzo has consistently advocated for a forceful resolution to the Uchiha dilemma, viewing the clan as formidable power coupled with their ulterior motives as a significant threat to the Hidden Leaf village. He firmly believes that only by uprooting the Uchiha clan entirely can the hidden dangers be eradicated, ushering in a genuine peace for the village. In contrast, the 3rd Hokage remains steadfast in his desire to resolve the conflict through gentle means, attempting to address the discrepancies between the two parties without inflicting harm on the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui, possessing the powerful Kodoame Tsukumi, has the ability to subtly alter the will of others without detection, a truly terrifying power. Thus, he has always been an object of interest for Kagura. By keeping abreast of information regarding him, Kagura can glean the approximate timing of significant events within the hidden leaf. Kagura pondered silently, uncertain whether that fool, Uchiha Shursui, had divulged his ocular technique, Kodo Amitsukami, to the higher echelons of Konoha. If he had indeed leaked such a formidable ability, his demise would be imminent. After all, should such power fall into the hands of those with nefarious intent, the consequences would be dire. Danzo would undoubtedly not permit such an eventuality. He was already scheming in his mind, resolute that, if necessary, he would stop at nothing to seize Kodo Amitsukami and wield it for his own ends. In a chamber within the root base, Kagura stood before a mirror, gazing intently at his reflection. His gaze fixated on his crimson Sharingan, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha blood coursing through his veins, which, by rights, should have instilled in him a profound loyalty to his clan, compelling him to extend a hand in their times of need. However, reality had ensnared him in a profound dilemma. Currently serving under Danzo's command, he found himself entirely at the mercy of his superior, bereft of any opportunity to assist the Uchiha. Moreover, even with the desire to help, his current abilities rendered him powerless to effect change. Suddenly, an unprovoked pain surged through his left eye. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against it, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. But to his dismay, the pain intensified, as if a sharp needle was incessantly twisting within his eyeball. Kagura's complexion paled instantly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A wave of intense anxiety surged within him, and the first thought that crossed his mind was, could Danzo have cursed me? He knew well Danzo's ruthless methods. Any improper thoughts could trigger the curses he had laid. Yet, he also felt that Danzo's curses could not be so potent as to accurately sense his innermost thoughts and induce such pain. The agony persisted for a considerable time before finally beginning to subside. Kagura exhaled deeply, on the verge of relaxing, only to find an unusual chakra coalescing within his left eye. He attempted to manipulate this chakra, but it resisted his command, as if it were repelling him. He endeavored to expel it, yet regardless of his efforts, the chakra remained steadfastly entrenched within his left eye. A surge of panic coursed through him. This unknown phenomenon instilled fear. Fortunately, this chakra had not yet exerted any discernible influence on his actions or abilities. Until he comprehended the cause, he dared not disclose this matter to anyone, fearing that should Danzo become aware, it could unleash even more terrifying repercussions. In the following days, Kagura frequently experienced this pain in his left eye. With each bout of agony, the chakra gathered therein increased, as though an invisible vessel was perpetually collecting it. When he closed his Sharingan, the amassed chakra would gradually dissipate, as if it had never existed. Initially, Kagura speculated whether he was on the verge of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan represents an advanced form of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Endowed with formidable power, the mere thought of potentially acquiring such an extraordinary ability brought an inward sense of joy to Kagura. However, as he eagerly activated his Sharingan in an attempt to channel chakra and awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he found that nothing had changed. Despite his utmost concentration and fervent efforts to manipulate his chakra, the intricate and enigmatic patterns of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan remained elusive. In an instant, Kagura's spirits plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair, realizing that his elation had been in vain. What troubled him further was that the pain in his left eye persisted, tormenting him intermittently despite this disheartening revelation. Kagura understood that this state of affairs was unsustainable. He resolved to temporarily set aside his current tasks to closely observe the condition of his left eye. Fortunately, during this time, Danzo did not seek him out, nor was he disturbed by anyone else, granting him ample time and space to examine his physical state. He isolated himself in his room, at times closing his eyes to feel the fluctuations of chakra in his left eye, and at other times poring over various ninjutsu texts in an attempt to uncover clues to his predicament. While delving into the mysteries of his left eye, Kagura did not neglect the importance of staying informed about the outside world. He recognized that, in these tumultuous times, information equates to power. Through intelligence gathered by root, he learned that tensions within the village were escalating, with the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha reaching a boiling point. Danzo was secretly intensifying preparations for action against the Uchiha clan, while the third Hokage was striving to find peaceful resolutions. However, the chasm between both sides was vast. and negotiations seemed to have reached an impasse. Kagura pondered over this intelligence. His emotions a tumultuous mix of concern for the fate of the Uchiha clan and helplessness regarding his own predicament. Days passed. Yet Kagura's research into his left eye yielded no substantial progress. The mysterious chakra continued to sporadically coalesce within his left eye, and the accompanying pain remained a constant shadow. His mood grew increasingly heavy as he failed to uncover the source of his discomfort. One day, as he passed Danzo's heavily guarded office, he keenly sensed an unusually tense atmosphere within. Instinctively slowing his pace, he strained to listen, faintly catching references to actions concerning the Uchiha. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and he feigned nonchalance as he continued on his way. Before long, he witnessed a large contingent of root personnel swiftly assembling, clad in uniform black attire. Their faces obscured by their characteristic masks, weapons in hand, and expressions grim. Danzo led the formation, exuding an ominous aura, as if preparing for an impending confrontation. As Kagura observed the formidable procession departing the base, unease bubbled within him. Had the conflict escalated? He furrowed his brow, struggling to piece together the information at hand. Surely, it was not yet the night of the massacre. The Uchiha clan's downfall was not foretold to occur until 2 years hence. Kagura mused silently, his visage etched with confusion and anxiety. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. As of now, there had been no news regarding the demise of Uchiha Shisui. Was Danzo then intent on confronting Shisui? Was he seeking to seize his Sharingan? Once this thought took root, it blossomed into a seed of unease within him. Alas, if Danzo were to acquire Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, his own chances would dwindle to nothing. Kagura clenched his teeth, filled with a profound sense of reluctance. He yearned to liberate himself from Danzo's grip, to breathe freely within this world of shinobi, to choose his own path. He was acutely aware of Shisui's ocular prowess, a force that defied the heavens. Should Danzo gain such overwhelming power, any hope of resistance would be akin to scaling a mountain. Contemplating this, Kagura inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He understood that in such a sensitive moment, he must not exhibit any signs of abnormality, for doing so could invite peril to his life. Thus, he suppressed the turmoil within and made his way to the training room of the root. Upon entering the training room, Kagura scanned the surroundings and found it devoid of any presence. He activated his Sharingan, preparing for his daily regimen. The crimson orbs, with their 3 spinning tomo, radiated an enigmatic glow. Yet, just as he assumed his stance to commence his taijutsu practice, a sudden, intense pain surged through his left eye. This agony was magnitudes greater than before, as if a searing iron had been thrust into his eyeball. Kagura felt darkness envelop him, his body trembling uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground. He pressed his palm firmly against his left eye, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and splattering upon the cold floor. How could this be? He murmured through gritted teeth. Fortunately, most of the root members had been taken out by Danzo, and no one was present to witness his distressing predicament. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to rise, pushing himself off the ground. Although the majority had departed, he knew there were still some personnel stationed at the base. For safety's sake, he needed to return to his quarters swiftly. With his body weighed down, Kagura trudged step by step towards his resting place. With each movement, the pain in his left eye seemed to intensify. Anxious thoughts raced through his mind. He must ascertain the cause of this ocular discomfort and find a remedy without delay. Shortly thereafter, Danzo returned, leading the root ninjas back to the base, an oppressive atmosphere settling over them. This mission had claimed numerous lives, and the once formidable black-clad figures now appeared sparse and diminished. Yet, in Danzo's eyes burned a fierce ambition. He clutched tightly to an item within his grasp, containing none other than Uchiha Shisui's right Mangekyo Sharingan, a power he had long coveted. Upon arriving at the base, Danzo urgently summoned the most skilled medical ninjas. These practitioners, who diligently studied various medical ninjutsu at root, possessed considerable experience in the transplantation of Sharingan. In the operating room, the harsh white light of the surgical lamp illuminated the scene as the medical ninjas held their breaths, carefully extracting Shisui's right eye from its preservation fluid and connecting it to Danzo's eye socket. The intricate process of linking blood vessels and nerves was lengthy and arduous, with every step demanding absolute precision. Time slipped by unnoticed, and at long last, the operation was complete. Danzo lay on the hospital bed, his complexion slightly pale. Yet his eyes sparkled with an insatiable excitement. Once he regained a semblance of strength, he began to contemplate testing the abilities of the Kodoe Tsukumi, who would serve as the ideal subject for this experiment. As he paced thoughtfully within the confines of his room, a multitude of faces flickered through his mind. The members of Root were, in his eyes, mere tools, yet they were all too ordinary to fully gauge the extent of Kodoe Tsukumi's power. Conversely, those leaf ninjas of higher standing posed a risk he could not afford. Discovery would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Suddenly, Danzo halted, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he thought of Kagura. Kagura possessed the unique mixed bloodline of Senju and Uchiha, standing out among the younger generation of Root. Given time, he was destined to become an influential force. More crucially, Kagura's special status, if entirely under Danzo's control, could serve as an incredibly potent trump card, whether in confronting the Uchiha clan or balancing power within the leaf. Yes, it shall be Kagura, Danzo murmured softly to himself, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Kagura, who was grappling with pain in his left eye, received a summons from Danzo. His brow furrowed instantly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Why would Danzo, having just acquired Shirsue's Sharingan, summon me so urgently? Kagura pondered, only to be jolted by a sudden sharp pain in his left eye, as though countless fine needles were piercing him. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his eye, enduring the discomfort while confusion and anxiety etched his features. Yet, as a member of Root, he understood he had no alternative. He straightened his attire and made his way to Danzo's chamber. As he walked, various speculations raced through Kagura's mind. What could Danzo possibly want? Curse it, the pain in his left eye persisted. Finally, he arrived at the threshold of Danzo's room. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Enter, came Danzo's low voice from within. Kagura pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, with Danzo seated in a chair at its center. His right eye, the crimson Sharingan, stood out starkly, resembling a demonic eye flickering in the shadows. The moment Kagura beheld the Sharingan, a wave of intense apprehension surged within him. Typically, Danzo kept his right eye meticulously concealed, fortified by powerful seals to prevent others from discovering the Sharingan hidden within. Now, he revealed it willingly. Something was certainly amiss. Lord Danzo. Kagura thought myriad thoughts, yet his expression remained one of respect as he offered a slight bow. Are you not astonished to see that I possess the Sharingan? Danzo's voice was deep and raspy, as though drawn from the depths of his throat. Kagura inwardly scoffed. What does this old fox intend? Perhaps his pride has swelled, rendering him more loquacious than usual, for he is typically reticent. Nevertheless, he replied with feigned reverence. Everything Lord Danzo does is undoubtedly correct. Possessing the Sharingan must align with your own considerations. Indeed, quite so. Tuanzong nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the eyes of Uchiha Shirsue. His intention was treason, and it was for the sake of the village that I personally suppress him, and acquiring his Sharingan was also in the interest of the village. Indeed, Kagura replied softly, yet he could not help but scoff inwardly at Tuanzang's rhetoric. He understood that Tuanzang's so-called concerns for the village were merely a pretext for his own gain and the consolidation of his power. Are you aware of the abilities of Shirsue's Sharingan? Tuanzong suddenly inquired. Kagura was taken aback, his mind racing. Of course, I know this. Wait. Should I not be unaware? Has my mind faltered, or have I behaved unusually of late? He quickly reviewed his recent actions, confirming that there were no flaws. Thus, he shook his head and replied, I do not know. Humph, Tuanzong sneered twice. Shirsue's ocular technique is known as Kodoe Tsukumi. I wish to experiment with it. You will activate your Sharingan to assist me in this endeavor. A tempest of emotions surged within Kagura as he inwardly shouted, Is he out of his mind? Why seek me for an experiment with Kodoe Tsukumi? Is it solely because I am the only one in the Root with a Sharingan? This old man seeks to control me entirely, doesn't he? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, for he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Kodoe Tsukumi, an ability capable of altering the thoughts of others. Once ensnared by it, he would become Tuanzang's puppet, devoid of self-awareness, subject to his whims. Uchiha Shirsue, you fool. You are nothing but a simpleton. With such power, you choose not to use it, and instead divulge it to others. What a trap you have laid for me. Kagura silently cursed. He even contemplated fleeing at once, but he quickly regained his composure. This was the Root, Tuanzang's domain, and although his strength was not insignificant, escape was utterly impossible. Not to mention the other members of the route, he was no match for Tuanzong alone. Furthermore, he was publicly bound by the curse mark of the tongue, but Kagura suspected that privately, he might have been subjected to other curses, which explained his obedient demeanor. Yes, Lord Tuanzong, Kagura ultimately resigned himself to compliance, following Tuanzang's instructions to slowly activate his Sharingan. As the Sharingan awakened, the pain in his left eye intensified, as if a flame were igniting within. He bore the agony, concealing it from Tuanzong. 3 Tomo I see. Tuanzong observed Kagura's Sharingan with a dismissive smirk. Now, I shall introduce you to the advanced form of Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Kagura feigned surprise, for it was the first time Tuanzong had mentioned it to him. Though he was already aware of Tuanzang's possession of a Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he pretended to be entirely ignorant. Indeed, Tuanzong replied. As the 3 Tomo of his right eye began to spin slowly, the original 3 Tomo transformed, merging and distorting until they ultimately formed the shape of a large pinwheel. The emblem of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was Kagura's first encounter with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he could not deny the aura of mystery and power it emanated, sending shivers down his spine. Koto Amitsukami. Suddenly, Danzo let out a low growl, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye radiated a brilliant light, sending an invisible force towards Kagura. Kagura perceived a blinding flash before his consciousness was engulfed in chaos. Within this realm of disordered awareness, he felt as though he were submerged in an endless ocean of darkness, his body bound by countless invisible ropes, rendering him immobile. He attempted to struggle, yet his strength felt insignificant and trivial in this abyss. As Kagura's consciousness began to fade, he sensed his well-being gradually eroded, his inner convictions wavering. No, I cannot be controlled like this. A fierce desire for survival surged within him, and he concentrated all his mental energy, striving towards that radiant light. At the moment Kagura fiercely resisted the power of the deity, he exhibited an unusual reaction in the real world. His body began to tremble violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face contorted in agony. Danzo observed Kagura's state with a look of surprise. He had initially believed that the deity could easily subdue Kagura, only to find that Kagura was managing to withstand such formidable ocular power. Umph, this is intriguing. Danzo coldly snorted and intensified the deity's output of power. Kagura felt the invisible force surge towards him like a torrential tide, and his consciousness once again teetered on the brink of crisis. Kagura's awareness resembled a kite severed from its string, swiftly descending into the dark abyss. Just as he felt that he was about to be entirely consumed by darkness and reduced to Danzo's puppet, his left eye began to spin uncontrollably at a rapid pace, accompanied by a piercing pain, as if invisible hands were forcefully tearing at his eyeball. His body trembled uncontrollably, and muffled groans of suffering escaped his lips. He sensed that the chakra near his left eye was like a powder keg, wildly surging and gathering, autonomously activating the Sharingan. The spinning of the eye accelerated to such a degree that it nearly formed an afterimage, ultimately revealing a complex and exquisite pattern resembling a blooming cherry blossom. What is this? A flicker of panic flashed across Danzo's once confident visage, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had presumed that the deity would effortlessly dominate Kagura, but the unexpected turn of events left him bewildered, as though he were lost in a fog, unable to grasp the situation. As the cherry blossom pattern in Kagura's left eye fully materialized, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. A hazy silhouette of a woman gradually emerged behind him. Initially, the outline appeared shrouded in a veil, indistinct and elusive, but soon it became strikingly clear. The woman stood silently behind Kagura, her figure upright, radiating a gentle luminosity, as if an invisible shield was steadfastly protecting him. You are. Danzo gazed at the woman, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Evidently, he recognized the woman, yet in his mind, she had long since departed from this world. Her sudden reappearance stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. The woman paid no heed to Tuanzo's astonishment. She merely gazed at him silently. In her eyes resided a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, their patterns strikingly reminiscent of the cherry blossom design in Kagura's left eye, shimmering with a mysterious and perilous glow in the dim light. The moment she manifested, the entire space seemed to twist and contort as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. The air in the western Zhou began to ripple violently, and the flickering shadows cast by the torches on the walls became erratic, as though they might extinguish at any moment. Time itself appeared to be paused in that instant, suspended in an eternal stillness. The woman slowly shifted her gaze, directing her ocular prowess toward Kagura. Miraculously, the excruciating pain that had threatened to tear him apart receded like a receding tide. His tense body gradually relaxed, and the anguish that had distorted his features softened into a semblance of tranquility. Following this, Kagura felt an overwhelming force surge within him, compelling him to instinctively gather chakra. The chakra around him converged frantically, his aura soaring suddenly, only to be directed sharply at Danzo. Upon witnessing the intricate cherry blossom pattern in the woman's eyes, Danzo attempted to channel his chakra, striving to wield his ocular power in resistance. However, he was horrified to discover that the chakra within him felt as if it had been ensnared by a binding curse, no matter how hard he tried. He could not summon even a fragment of it. Furthermore, his body felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible force, utterly immobile, as if the entire world had come to a standstill beneath the gaze of this woman. Danzo's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his lips quivering uncontrollably. He understood that the ocular power concealed behind that pattern was undoubtedly formidable beyond imagination. Fear swiftly consumed his heart, an internal cry of despair echoing, "This cannot be." Yet, he lacked the strength to voice his thoughts, rendered powerless as he could only watch helplessly as Kagura and the woman faced their fate, the relentless wheel of destiny crushing them without mercy. Under the influence of the woman's ocular power, Danzo's consciousness began to fade, the sights before him growing increasingly blurred. He felt as though he had plunged into a chaotic abyss, the faint whispers echoing in his ears, reminiscent of voices from a distant past or an unknown chasm, continuously eroding his will. Soon, Danzo succumbed to utter silence, devoid of any movement, akin to a statue forgotten by time, standing still in place. Once Danzo was dealt with, the woman slowly turned, directing her gaze toward Kagura. In her eyes lingered boundless tenderness and affection, her gaze akin to the warmest sunlight of spring, gently illuminating Kagura. Kagura looked at the woman, his heart brimming with confusion and uncertainty. He parted his lips, yearning to inquire, yet his throat felt constricted, producing not a single sound. The woman seemed to comprehend Kagura's unvoiced thoughts. She subtly raised her hand, as if to caress his cheek, but her hand halted midway. She gazed deeply into Kagura's eyes, and then her form gradually became translucent, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air, as though she had never existed at all. Kagura stood dazed, rooted to the spot, and it took him an eternity to regain his senses. His mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, and the events that had just transpired felt like an absurd and surreal dream. He was unclear about what had actually occurred, only aware that he had inexplicably escaped a dire fate, while Danzo now resembled a lifeless corpse, motionless before him. Gazing at Danzo, an intense impulse surged within Kagura. He yearned to rush forward and extinguish Danzo's life. Over the years, Danzo had been akin to an inescapable demon, casting a shadow over his existence. Now, the very figure who had once instilled fear in him stood defenseless before him, igniting a fervent desire for revenge in Kagura's heart. However, reason swiftly regained dominance. Kagura understood that this was a stronghold of the Root organization, with all of Konoha's eyes trained on Danzo. If he acted recklessly, even if he succeeded in killing Danzo, there would be no chance of his own escape. Kagura stared intently at Danzo, his heart swirling with shock and confusion like a relentless tide. The heart-stopping spectacle from moments ago remained vivid in his mind. A mysterious woman had subdued Danzo with her formidable ocular power, only to vanish silently, leaving him in utter bewilderment. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the excruciating pain in his left eye had miraculously dissipated, as if it had never existed. Kagura's gaze remained fixed on Danzo, who, normally a figure of commanding presence, now stood as if ensnared by a freezing spell, his eyes vacant and dazed, with his chakra enveloped in an eerie stillness. Was he under control? Kagura pondered silently. A Jinjutsu rebound? No. The eye of the heavenly god was Shusui's kaleidoscopic ocular technique, the most potent Jinjutsu currently known, and could not be easily repelled. His brow furrowed. Various thoughts raced through his mind like a revolving lantern. However, when he attempted to manipulate his chakra and activate his ocular prowess, He was astonished to find that he could seemingly exert some influence over Danzo. This revelation filled him with both surprise and joy. Had the eye of the heavenly god affected Danzo? This was the first thought that flashed through Kagura's mind. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. His mind operated at a rapid pace, akin to a finely tuned instrument, analyzing every possible scenario and its consequences. Could he command Danzo to obey him? No. He decisively dismissed this notion, knowing that the members of the Root organization were fiercely loyal to Danzo. Periodically, Danzo would require the Root ninjas to undergo physical examinations. Should they discover he was under control, he would surely meet a grim fate. Could he persuade Danzo to relinquish the leadership of the Root organization to him? A flicker of hesitation crossed Kagura's eyes, only to dim moments later. That old man was extraordinarily power-hungry, obstinate in nature. Even at the brink of death, he would never relinquish his authority. Such an action would be akin to a fool's dream. Kagura frowned, acutely aware that he could not entertain any unrealistic notions. Danzo not only wielded immense power within the Roots organization, but also frequently traversed the halls of the Hokage building, a sanctuary for the most elite ninjas of Konohagakure. Any hint of a flaw would be swiftly detected, particularly by the third Hokage, who had known Danzo for many years and was well acquainted with his nature, thus making it easier to discern any unusual behavior. Regardless, it was imperative that Danzo be rendered incapable of restraining himself in the future. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Kagura's eyes as he paused, turning to face Danzo, his mind already formulating a plan. Kagura approached Danzo, locking his gaze onto his lifeless eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to make his voice sound steady and resolute. Kagura is your most trusted subordinate, the successor of the Roots. In the future, when you ascend to the position of Hokage, Kagura will take over the Roots, and everything Kagura does is for your sake. With that, he focused his energy, channeling his ocular prowess to transform these words into an intangible force, carefully infusing them into Danzo's mind. He repeated the phrase over and over, pouring all his mental strength into each iteration, as if chiseling a priceless work of art. Kagura is my most trusted subordinate, the successor of the Roots. In the future, when I become Hokage, Kagura will take over the Roots, and everything Kagura does is for me. Danzo's lips twitched slightly, mechanically echoing Kagura's words in a low, raspy tone that seemed to emanate from a distant abyss. His eyes remained hollow, yet within that emptiness, an elusive change seemed to be quietly unfolding. Observing Danzo's reaction, Kagura felt a mix of tension and exhilaration in his heart. He understood that his plan was gradually coming to fruition, yet he remained uncertain of the outcome. He awaited in silence, each passing second stretching into an eternity, as time appeared to stand still. At last, Danzo slowly closed his eyes, then reopened them. This time, there seemed to be a new element within his gaze, a burgeoning trust in Kagura, an unprecedented sense of recognition. A surge of joy filled Kagura's heart. He knew that his plan had succeeded. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of anxiety within, he spoke softly, "Lord Danzo, it is highly likely that the other Mangekyo Sharingan of Shisui has been taken by the Uchiha clan. They are notoriously ambitious, and should this eye fall into their hands, it would pose a significant threat. To preempt any unfortunate events, I kindly request that you entrust me with the right eye of the Sharingan, so that I may confront the lurking enemy." Although he strove to keep his voice steady, the slight tremor at the end betrayed his inner trepidation. While speaking, Kagura discreetly monitored Danzo's response from the corner of his eye. His Sharingan remained fixed on Danzo, tense and alert, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Should Danzo sense any anomaly and refuse to relinquish the Sharingan, Kagura was poised to act immediately. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching out painfully. Before long, Danzo slowly replied, "Very well, I will entrust this Mangekyo to you, to deal with the Uchiha lurking in the shadows." His voice was deep and hoarse, as though it had been forced from the depths of his throat. As he spoke, Danzo extended his right hand and removed the kaleidoscope from his right eye. That blood-red eye flickered with an eerie glow in the dim light, as if it held boundless secrets and power within. Danzo presented the eye forward, and Shinigami hastily reached out to catch it. The moment his fingers made contact with the Sharingan, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips, causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, as the Sharingan settled into his grasp, a heavy weight in Shinigami's heart finally lifted. He held the kaleidoscope tightly, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm his emotions before continuing. Lord Danzo, I kindly request that you undergo another transplantation of a Sharingan and explain the reasons to everyone. Furthermore, as your disciple and the successor of Root, your ascension to the position of the 5th Hokage will necessitate my assistance in managing Root. Thus, it would be prudent for you to delegate some authority to me, allowing me to familiarize myself with the administration of Root. While articulating his thoughts, he once again activated his ocular power to strengthen his influence over Danzo. Indeed, I am the 5th Hokage, and your support is essential. Root will eventually be under your stewardship. Danzo mechanically echoed Shinigame's words, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had been drained away. Upon hearing Danzo's response, Shinigame gradually felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that his scheme had, for the time being, succeeded. Carefully, he placed Shirisue's kaleidoscope into the nurturing liquid container, gently cradling it in his embrace. He was acutely aware that if Shirisue's kaleidoscope remained within Danzo's eye, it was likely that Danzo could eventually unravel the control of Kotoe Mitsukami. After all, the power of the kaleidoscope could be countered by another kaleidoscope, especially when derived from the same ocular prowess. The safest course of action was to remove Shirisue's kaleidoscope entirely. Once he had dealt with the kaleidoscope, Shinigame's spirits lifted slightly, though numerous questions still lingered in his mind. For instance, were his parents truly deceased as Danzo had claimed? Had Danzo secretly harmed them? Danzo's gaze remained vacant as he slowly replied, "Your parents' deaths have no connection to me. Your father perished during a mission, and shortly thereafter, your mother followed him. The reasons for your mother's actions are beyond my knowledge. Your nominal adoptive parents also fell in battle. I merely allowed you to be registered under their names." Taken aback by this revelation, Shinigame was astounded. This outcome was entirely unexpected. He had always presumed that his parents' demise was intimately tied to Danzo. It appeared that Danzo bore no deep-seated enmity towards him, but rather held ill intentions. With this understanding, perhaps he could allow Danzo to meet a slightly more dignified end in the future. Lord Danzo, I have always been fiercely loyal to you, risking my life for Root. However, the cursed seals upon me hinder my ability to execute tasks. How might I rid myself of these seals? Are there additional seals afflicting me? Danzo spoke without reservation. In addition to the tongue curse seal, there are several other seals that restrict your movements. Should you disobey commands, I can activate these seals, rendering you unable to gather chakra, with your body firmly controlled, leaving you powerless and at my mercy. With that, Danzo began to elaborate in detail on the principles, activation methods, and means of jiachu of the cursed seals. Kagura was wholly absorbed in listening, leaving no detail overlooked, committing each crucial piece of information to memory. As Danzo recounted his tale, Kagura's expression darkened increasingly. He had not anticipated the complexity of the cursed seal affixed to him, nor the extent of Danzo's control. During Danzo's explanation, Kagura not only learned the method to dispel the cursed seal on himself, but also discerned the nuances of manipulating the seals of other Root ninjas. He secretly calculated that once Danzo was no more, he could leverage these seals to swiftly seize control of the entire Root organization, compelling all members to obey his command. At that moment, Kagura noticed the distorted space around him, a result of the mysterious woman's ocular prowess, resembling gradually unfurling folds that were slowly returning to normalcy. Time, which had seemed suspended, appeared to resume its flow, like the hands of a clock being gently nudged back into motion. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Kagura understood he must impart his final instructions to Danzo and reinforce his control before the restoration of space and time was fully realized. Lord Danzo, he reiterated with emphasis, I am your most trusted subordinate, the heir of Root. Everything I do is to assist you in becoming the 5th Hokage. With that, Kagura activated his ocular power once more, embedding his words deep within Danzo's consciousness. Danzo, in a daze, nodded mechanically, echoing, yes. Everything Kagura does is for me to become the 5th Hokage. Indeed, my lord, Kagura continued, please take a seat and rest. After I depart, you may attend to the relevant matters. Danzo replied, his response akin to that of a marionette, as he slowly moved to a nearby chair and sat down. His expression vacant and devoid of the former authority and shrewdness he once possessed. Kagura stood still, observing Danzo for a moment longer to ensure he was thoroughly ensnared in his controlled state, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Once he confirmed that the environment had returned to normal, and the eerie atmosphere within the chamber had dissipated, he cautiously took his leave. "Lord Danzo, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well," Kagura said respectfully. Danzo lifted a hand feebly, gesturing for Kagura to depart. Turning, Kagura walked steadily toward the door of the chamber, each step firm and resolute, yet his heart remained unsettled. As he gently pushed open the door, a rush of fresh air greeted him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the outside world, as if awakening momentarily from a nightmarish slumber. However, he was acutely aware that the true trial was only just beginning. The moment he stepped out of Danzo's office felt akin to breaking free from invisible shackles. Yet his heart was a tumult of emotions. A gentle breeze brushed past him, carrying the unique aroma of Konoha. Yet it could not dispel the complexity of feelings that swirled within him. Ease, fear, and trepidation surged through him like a tumultuous tide, nearly overwhelming him. Yet Kagura understood that this was not the moment to lower his guard. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and restored a facade of tranquility and indifference to his countenance. With measured steps, he made his way towards his resting chamber, each movement resembling his usual demeanor, as if he had not just emerged from a harrowing struggle for survival in that office. Along the way, he brushed past several members of the Root organization, who either nodded in acknowledgement or cast hurried glances his way. He reciprocated with a nod, yet internally, he was as taut as a drawn bowstring. Upon returning to his sanctuary, the moment he closed the door, all pretense collapsed in a cacophony. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. The fear he had repressed surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. It was a terror so profound that it threatened to consume his very soul. This sensation of impending doom was not unfamiliar to him. He had faced it twice before. The first was during the incident in the Land of Grass 3 years prior, where he nearly fell victim to the Grass Ninja. This time, however, the peril emanated from the chilling presence of the god of distant heavens. Should it be successfully unleashed, his thoughts would be rewritten, his self-identity obliterated, reducing him to a marionette for another's whims, with his soul imprisoned in an endless abyss. Devoid of any hope of seeing the light of day again, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently as if to expel the dread lodged within, he braced himself on the ground, his fingertips blanching from the pressure, struggling to keep his body upright. He first secured the kaleidoscope of the stopping water before slowly crawling onto the bed. His limbs felt as heavy as lead, each movement draining him of every ounce of strength. The confrontation with Danzo had not only exhausted him physically, but had also depleted him mentally. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide, his eyelids growing heavier, consciousness blurring until he swiftly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, his brow furrowed tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead and soaking his pillow. He found himself engulfed in a dark abyss, the sinister laughter of Danzo echoing in his ears. And that blood-red Sharingan flickered in the darkness, radiating a captivating light that ensnared him. No matter how desperately he ran or struggled, he could not escape the clutches of that omnipresent control. Despair and terror entwined around him, suffocating his breath. Time became a nebulous concept as he was abruptly jolted awake, his head heavy as if struck by a hammer. A fierce pang of hunger gnawed at his insides, revealing that he had likely been ensconced in sleep for several days. Rubbing his aching temples, he sprang to his feet and hurried to the concealed corner where the stopping water Sharingan was hidden. Upon confirming its safety, he exhaled in relief and carefully tucked it away once more. Gaining his composure, he opened the door and stepped out, intent on traversing deeper into the Root's inner sanctum. However, after only a few strides, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The members of Root frequently glanced his way, their gazes prickling against his skin, igniting a sense of panic within him. His heart leapt into his throat, yet he forced himself to maintain an air of calm, moving with steady purpose as though oblivious to the scrutiny. Though they merely observed him without overt action, the strange ambience sent chills down his spine, an unsettling anxiety spreading within him. Has Danzo freed himself from the control of the Kotoame Tsukumi? No, that cannot be the case. Had he truly done so, I would have been apprehended by now. Kagura feigned nonchalance as he approached the supply station, collecting some provisions. While consuming his meal, he pondered over his countermeasures. After a brief moment, he ventured toward the remote areas of the Root. There, he seized the opportunity to activate his Sharingan, controlling a relevant personnel member, and inquired about the recent events. Why did everyone regard him with such peculiar gazes? It turned out that Kagura had been unconscious for 2 days. During this time, Danzo had reimplanted a Sharingan and had assigned Kagura to undertake a challenging mission utilizing the Mangekyo. Moreover, Danzo had subtly indicated his intention to groom Kagura as his successor. Though unspoken, the implication was unmistakable to all. After much contemplation, Kagura resolved to meet Danzo once more to ascertain the precise situation. Given that he had not activated his Mangekyo, escape from the route appeared nearly impossible. Thus, it would be more prudent to take the initiative and investigate further. With a heart full of trepidation, Kagura requested an audience with Danzo. To his surprise, the request was swiftly granted. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself as he made his way to Danzo's office. Each step was firm and resolute, yet his inner turmoil was tumultuous. Upon arriving at the door, Kagura paused momentarily to steady his breathing before pushing it open. Inside, Danzo occupied the main seat, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Alongside him stood other significant members of the route, positioned on either side. Their expressions varied and their eyes fixated upon Kagura. Though nervous, with palms clammy, he straightened his back and entered, meeting their gazes. "Have you gathered the information?" Danzo's voice shattered the silence, low and gravelly, as if it emanated from the depths of darkness. Kagura snapped back to attention, his mind racing as he replied astutely, "Lord Danzo, the other Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui is in the hands of Uchiha Itachi." Indeed, Danzo's countenance darkened, a wave of discontent washing over him, with a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Kagura, from now on, you shall also participate in the actions regarding the Uchiha," Danzo continued, his tone imbued with an authoritative command. "Yes, Lord Danzo," Kagura responded promptly, bowing slightly to conceal the complex emotions flickering in his gaze. It appeared Danzo had not yet escaped the grasp of Kotoeme Tsukumi. Danzo then seemed to address the other root members, his eyes sweeping across their faces. "In the future, I shall undoubtedly become the 5th Hokage, and you shall all accompany me in governing Konoha. However, the root shall not be disbanded. Kagura, you will take charge of the root henceforth, learning to manage it effectively. Once I ascend to the position of 5th Hokage, you will be the second leader of the root." "Yes." Kagura's face lit up with excitement and affirmation as he knelt on one knee, declaring, "I vow to follow Lord Danzo to the death." The other root members echoed his sentiment, half kneeling in unison, their voices resonating loudly within the chamber. "Very well. Once I become the 5th Hokage, I shall lead you all to unify the ninja world." Tobirama erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice brimming with ambition and greed, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Kagura rose with the others, feigning loyalty on the surface while her mind raced with calculations. Now that Tobirama had succumbed to the influence of the celestial deity, he not only refrained from restraining himself, but had also become a source of assistance for her. She resolved to seize this opportunity to swiftly enhance her own power and prepare for various contingencies. With a light step, Kagura departed from the shadowy area and entered the territory of the root. The west was dim and lifeless, the air thick with decay and oppression. Yet Kagura's state of mind was entirely different. She felt as though she were enveloped by warm sunlight. The 5 years of living on the edge had finally come to a close. This feeling of ease was something she had not experienced in a long time. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I endured those years? Kagura murmured softly, her voice filled with nostalgia and relief. During those 5 years, she had lived cautiously, treading each step with trepidation. In this realm rife with conspiracy and assassination, a moment's carelessness could cost her life. While executing missions, she remained ever vigilant against unseen gazes, even choosing her words with the utmost caution in conversations, fearful that a single misstep could lead to her demise. As she walked, her thoughts drifted far away. She recalled the days of torment, particularly the agony in her left eye, as if it were being pierced repeatedly by sharp needles, an unbearable pain. She once suspected Tobirama was behind it, but upon reflection, it felt amiss. After all, it was the chakra gathered in her left eye that had saved her life at a critical moment. Who had truly protected me then? Kagura furrowed her brow, her heart filled with questions. In a fleeting moment, she recalled a vague figure, a woman radiating a gentle light, yet her features remained obscured. Could she be my mother? Kagura pondered internally, this speculation stirring a warmth within her, yet accompanied by boundless confusion. Then there was that extraordinary moment when the celestial deity unleashed its formidable mental control. and miraculously, she had not succumbed to its influence. Not only that, but the power had also rebounded onto Tobirama. Kagura was acutely aware of the celestial deity's might. Known as the most potent illusion, one that could not be deflected by ordinary illusions. How then had she accomplished such a feat? At that time, the surrounding space had distorted, time had halted. Kagura closed her eyes, striving to recall every detail. That surreal scene felt like a dream from another realm. She speculated that it might have been a space-time ninjutsu, yet she had never heard of any such technique capable of such miraculous effects. She yearned to uncover detailed information about her parents. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly like a rampant weed. Now, however, Kagura had been designated by Tobirama as his successor, a piece of news that spread like wildfire throughout the organization. Since then, the members within Root regarded Kagura with a newfound respect and deference, addressing her uniformly as Lady Kagura. In this organization guided by Tobirama's will, as long as Kagura's actions aligned with his style and her motives served Tobirama, there would be little chance of missteps, nor would anyone dare to question her. At the roots, Kagura's identity has transformed significantly from the past. The moment he stepped into the intelligence department, the personnel cast respectful glances in his direction. Faced with Kagura's request to peruse the intelligence, they dared not conceal anything, promptly organizing the relevant documents and presenting them before him with utmost deference. Taking a deep breath, Kagura slowly unfurled the time-worn intelligence dossier. What met his gaze was information about his father, Senju Hashirama, an elite jonin, who sacrificed himself during the Second Shinobi World War. He also noted that Danzo had once been his father's superior. As he continued to read, he discovered that his mother, Uchiha Airi, also held the rank of jonin, and had departed from this world when he was merely 2 years old. Kagura pressed on, realizing that the rise and fall of the Senju clan was inextricably linked to the Second Shinobi World War. That conflict was akin to a merciless meat grinder, claiming the lives of numerous members of the Senju clan, while others blended into the civilian populace, forsaking the name of Senju. Presently, the only one still bearing that name was Tsunade, who had left the village long ago. Kagura shook his head in wry amusement, contemplating that the Senju name held little practical significance for him at this moment. His gaze moved onward, noting that his mother hailed from the Uchiha clan, which possessed considerable standing within the Uchiha hierarchy. His maternal grandfather had even been an elder of the clan. However, after his mother fell in love with his father, she had quarreled with her family, severing ties thereafter. Just when Kagura thought he had exhausted all information regarding his parents, a line at the end of the dossier left him momentarily stunned. It stated that his grandfather was Senju Horiya, acquainted with Danzo, and had even supported Danzo in establishing the roots. The corners of Kagura's mouth twitched involuntarily, his expression filled with a blend of helplessness and irony. "Oh, grandfather," he mused, "the very roots you supported have nearly cost me my life on several occasions. To be entangled with Danzo, you must not have been a paragon of virtue." As he continued to read, it became evident that Senju Horiya was a hawkish figure within the Senju clan, known for his radical methods and willingness to employ unscrupulous tactics to achieve his goals. Closing the dossier, Kagura felt a tumult of emotions within him, realizing that he and his ancestors were fundamentally incompatible. As night fell, thick and inky, Kagura spread the intelligence across the wooden table. His eyes were fixated on the paper, meticulously scrutinizing each word and line, leaving no detail overlooked. Time slipped away quietly, the only sound in the room being the rustle of the pages. After an indeterminate period, a name struck him like a bolt of lightning piercing the darkness: Uchiha Aitai. Kagura's hand tremored involuntarily. This name sounded feminine, while his mother was named Uchiha Airi. In that instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, suggesting an intricate connection between the two. Yet, the dossier contained scant information regarding their identities. Was there truly no correlation, or had it been deliberately erased? Kagura understood that, after enduring numerous conflicts, the Senju clan likely no longer existed. Thus, if his mother had wished to leave him clues or significant artifacts, hiding them within the Uchiha clan might have been her only recourse. However, the Uchiha clan is notoriously insular, with their territory heavily fortified. Gaining entry to seek out individuals or gather intelligence is no small feat. Trespassing would undoubtedly be tantamount to walking into a trap. Each member of the Uchiha clan possesses formidable strength, and the area is rife with hidden sentinels. Should one be discovered, escape would be utterly impossible. What awaits could be endless torment, or worse, the loss of life. Disguising oneself as an ordinary visitor? That would be futile, as the Uchiha's entrance protocols are stringent, with rigorous vetting of guests' identities. Without a suitable introducer, entry is simply unattainable. Passing oneself off as a distant descendant of the Uchiha clan? Yet, one's knowledge of the clan's genealogy is woefully inadequate, and a single misstep could lead to exposure. Kagura sat quietly, lost in contemplation, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table as he sought to untangle the chaos within his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps there was something he could leverage. The news of Uchiha Shirsui's death rippled through the village like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, creating waves of subtle tension throughout. Kagura astutely recognized this opportunity, understanding that it might be his perfect chance to delve into the Uchiha clan. He paced back and forth in the room, thoughts swirling in his mind. After a moment, he halted, formulating a plan. Under the pretext of investigating the circumstances surrounding Shirsui's demise, he could covertly assess the Uchiha clan's dynamics, strength, and distribution of power. Though this scheme appeared perilous, its feasibility was high, and Danzo would undoubtedly acquiesce. To mitigate the Uchiha clan's potential backlash, Kagura intended to utilize the authority of the Hokage to issue the command for this operation. This approach would not only grant him legitimate access to the Uchiha clan, but also afford him a degree of personal safety. With this thought in mind, Kagura wasted no time and immediately made his way to Danzo's residence. Kagura respectfully stated, "Lord Danzo, the news of Uchiha Shirsui's death has spread, presenting us with an excellent opportunity for close investigation of the Uchiha. Although Uchiha Itachi appears to cooperate with us, he remains a member of the Uchiha clan and cannot be fully trusted. We can use the guise of probing into the truth behind Shirsui's death to infiltrate the Uchiha clan and monitor their every move." Danzo nodded slightly, a flicker of keen insight crossing his gaze. "Your proposal is commendable. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity." After adopting Kagura's suggestion, Danzo promptly proceeded to the Hokage building. Within the Hokage office, Danzo candidly presented his thoughts. "Hiruzen, the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Shirsui's death are suspicious. We cannot afford to remain passive. I propose we dispatch ninjas under the pretext of investigating his death to scrutinize the Uchiha clan's activities, as their recent actions are certainly dubious." The third Hokage furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he responded, "Danzo, given that Uchiha Shirsui has only just passed, any action we take could provoke the Uchiha clan, inciting extreme reactions. This is no trivial matter." Danzo stepped forward, his tone intensifying. "Precisely for that reason, we must be proactive in our precautions. Should the Uchiha clan indeed harbor insidious intentions, their actions could plunge the village into an irretrievable abyss. Thus, we must prepare for the worst." The third Hokage fell into a contemplative silence, acutely aware that Danzo's words were not mere hyperbole. However, to act rashly would entail considerable risk. At that moment, the two advisors, Mito Gateflame and Tsunade Koshi, exchanged meaningful glances. Mito Gateflame spoke up, acknowledging that while Danzo's proposal was perilous, it did possess a degree of merit. "We cannot remain oblivious to the movements of the Uchiha clan." Tsunade Koshi nodded in agreement. Observing the support of his advisors for Danzo's suggestion, the third Hokage ultimately acquiesced, saying, "Very well, but we must dispatch separate teams from both the Umbu and Root. Danzo, remember, instigating conflict is strictly prohibited. Our focus must remain on a peaceful investigation." The third Hokage was all too familiar with Danzo's modus operandi and feared he might seize the opportunity to incite trouble. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Danzo promptly arranged for Kakashi to lead 3 members of Root to execute this mission, meticulously outlining the key points for gathering intelligence on the Uchiha. The following dawn, Kakashi donned the distinctive black attire of Root ninjas, equipped with a mask, and led the 3 members from the Root headquarters. Following the directives, they proceeded to the designated meeting point with the Umbu. Kakashi inquired of the Root members regarding their assembly location, as he was unaware of where to convene. Danzo had kept him under tight surveillance, prohibiting him from freely departing Root, making this his first unrestrained venture through the village of Kanahigakure. As Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, the most prominent feature of Kanahigakure was undoubtedly the faces of the Hokage, each representing a storied legacy. The figures were sculpted into the towering cliffs, each standing several dozen meters tall, seemingly merging with the heavens. From a distance, their outlines could be distinctly discerned. The bold lines of these visages were masterfully carved, with every detail brought to life. The likeness of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, bore a profound and resolute gaze. Beneath his prominent nose, his broad lips curled slightly upward, reflecting his unwavering determination to protect the village and evoking thoughts of his altruistic spirit that laid the very foundation of Konohagakure. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, appeared stern, his penetrating gaze seeming to see through the world's myriad schemes, with his wisdom and decisiveness vividly portrayed in this statue. The ninjutsu system he established continues to influence the ninjas of Konohagakure to this day. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, bore a kind and gentle expression, yet retained an air of authority. His white hair and bushy beard complemented one another, evoking memories of his devoted guardianship over the village through the ages, a testament to an elder's deep love for his homeland. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was depicted as youthful and handsome, exuding a confident smile. His golden hair danced in the wind, embodying boundless vitality. He sealed the Nine Tails at the cost of his life, safeguarding the village and its inhabitants, thus becoming an eternal hero of Konohagakure. The colossal visage of the fourth Hokage loomed over the cliffs, casting a watchful eye over the village, as if silently observing and protecting it. Kagura silently praised the Hokage in his heart, though only he knew how much of it was genuine and how much was feigned. He leaped to a vantage point, meticulously observing the bustling scene of Konoha village, where the flow of people was incessant. The streets were lined with shops, their vendors calling out enticingly, creating a lively chorus. In the blacksmith's forge, the fire blazed fiercely as the blacksmiths toiled, sweat glistening on their brows, their hammers rhythmically striking the glowing iron, sending forth dazzling sparks. Within the kimono shop, vibrant garments adorned the racks, while the proprietress enthusiastically showcased the latest styles to passers-by. The tea house was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea, where patrons gathered, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter resonating around them. Children frolicked at the roadside, chasing colorful kites, their carefree demeanor eliciting envy. This vibrant tableau epitomized the prosperity and vitality of Konoha village. Standing high above, Kagura's gaze drifted through the village's streets and alleys, his heart brimming with curiosity for this place that felt both foreign and familiar. Yet, he understood that he could not linger here for long. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future to explore this village, in which he had never truly integrated. With this thought, Kagura took a deep breath and turned briskly towards the rendezvous point. Upon arriving with the members of Root at the gathering site, they found the members of the Umbu already assembled, impeccably arranged. Clad in the standard dark attire of the Hokage's Umbu, they emanated an air of mystery and lethal intent. Like the Root members, they too wore various masks, their sharp eyes visible, but their expressions obscured, making them enigmatic. Kagura's attention was immediately drawn to the leader of the Umbu squad, whose signature silver hair gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Upon seeing that distinctive hair color, Kagura couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was plainly evident that this was Kakashi Hatake. Were not the Umbu meant to execute secretive missions? With such conspicuous silver hair, one could easily recognize his identity. How could he possibly remain incognito? However, Kagura quickly regained his composure and began to ponder the implications. The third Hokage had likely summoned Kakashi due to the Uchiha clan's historically insular nature. Kakashi had fought alongside Uchiha Obito, and although his interactions with the Uchiha had been limited, his possession of Obito's Sharingan in his left eye might have contributed to his inclusion in this operation. Additionally, Uchiha Itachi was currently part of the Umbu, and Kakashi appeared to be his captain. As Kagura reflected on these matters, Kakashi approached with a slightly laid-back, yet steady gait. With his hands shoved into his pockets, he spoke in a tone that conveyed both casualness and authority. The requirements for this mission are clear. We are merely to investigate the truth behind Uchiha Shirsue's death. Avoid any unnecessary actions. His tone carried the weight of command, underscored by a familiarity with the task at hand. Upon hearing his words, the members of Root did not respond immediately. Instead, they collectively turned their gazes towards Kagura. In their minds, Kagura was the linchpin of this operation, and all actions would be directed by his guidance. As Kakashi observed the situation, he silently mused. It appears that this individual is indeed the leader. Externally, he maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally, His gaze discreetly scrutinized Kagura and the members of the root organization behind him. Kakashi possessed a profound understanding of the root. They were all subordinates of Danzo, known for their unyielding and ruthless methods, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. In the past, Danzo had even attempted to entice him into joining the root. Furthermore, the root obeyed only Danzo's commands, daring even to assassinate a Hokage. Kakashi was acutely aware of the need for caution around these individuals. One could never predict what mischief they might concoct during this operation. Meeting Kakashi's gaze, Kagura calmly stated, "No problem. We are merely here to investigate the matter concerning Uchiha Shinra." His voice was clear and steady, although obscured by a mask. One could sense his composure and determination through those succinct words. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Kagura's response, surprised to find the root leader unexpectedly amiable. And judging by his voice, he seemed quite young. Initially, he had harbored concerns about potential friction with the root members, given their differing affiliations and ideologies. But it now appeared that matters might unfold more smoothly than he had anticipated. "Very well, follow me," Kakashi replied with a slight nod, his tone softening as he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Thus, the two groups embarked on their journey to the Uchiha clan's residence. Along the way, Kagura keenly noticed that the Umbu members maintained a watchful vigilance towards the root members. The seemingly casual positioning of the Umbu concealed a strategic purpose, as they expertly maintained an optimal distance from the root members, facilitating cooperation while remaining poised to respond swiftly in critical moments. Their gazes frequently flicked towards the root members, as if perpetually on guard against some unseen threat. Kagura understood that the third Hokage's decision to send the Umbu alongside them served dual purposes. On one hand, the root possessed formidable strength and could provide substantial assistance in uncovering the truth behind Uchiha Shinra's death, given their extensive experience in intelligence gathering and investigation. On the other hand, the third Hokage harbored concerns about Danzo and his root organization. Involving the Umbu in this operation was also a means of monitoring the root, to prevent any extreme actions at the Uchiha clan's residence that could incite unnecessary conflict. After a long and somewhat oppressive journey, Kagura and his companions finally arrived at the Uchiha clan stronghold. The imposing and majestic gates of the clan exuded an aura of coldness and mystery, resembling an insurmountable barrier. As they approached, they were unceremoniously intercepted by several Uchiha members. Clad in uniform attire, these Uchiha exuded an innate air of arrogance, their expressions marked by indifference. As they scrutinized the unexpected visitors from head to toe, "This is the Uchiha clan's territory. No outsiders are permitted entry," the leading Uchiha member stated coldly, devoid of any warmth in his voice. The leader of the Umbu, Kakashi, approached calmly, retrieving the Hokage's directive from his pocket and presenting it before the other party with a serene demeanor. "We are here on the orders of Lord Hokage to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Uchiha Shinra. We hope for your cooperation." However, the Uchiha member merely cast a fleeting glance at the directive, displaying no intention of compliance. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his face marred by reluctance. "The matter of Shinra is for the Uchiha clan to investigate. We do not require your interference." With that, he carelessly tossed the directive back to Kakashi. Kagura, standing at the rear of the group, observed the exchange with quiet disbelief. It was evident that these Uchiha individuals were not particularly astute. Even with the Hokage's order before them, they continued to evade cooperation. Having heard of their arrogant disposition in the past, witnessing it firsthand today confirmed the rumors. It was no wonder the higher-ups in Konoha were dissatisfied. It seemed that not only the elite, but also other ninja clans bore grievances against their haughty demeanor. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan, responsible for overseeing the village's security, often exhibited a rigid attitude and, at times, excessively aggressive methods in their duties. The common populace held more fear than respect for them, resulting in a tarnished reputation. Over time, the Uchiha clan standing within Konoha had grown increasingly isolated, creating a profound rift between them and both the elite and ordinary citizens alike. Their relations were poorly managed from top to bottom. Kakashi, faced with the Uchiha members' disrespect, remained unperturbed, patiently reiterating the significance of the Hokage's orders. "This directive was personally issued by Lord Hokage. I kindly request your cooperation." His Umbu subordinates, sensing the rising tension, stepped forward, fanning out in a manner that subtly suggested confrontation. As the dispute persisted, more Uchiha members arrived, encircling Kagura and his companions, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension, poised on the brink of conflict. Observing the escalating situation, Kagura decided to refrain from intervening, trusting Kakashi to handle the negotiations. He maintained a calm demeanor, with the root members standing quietly behind him. As the crowd grew, the air thickened with an acrid sense of impending violence. At that precarious moment, a new group approached from behind the Uchiha, and the previously obstinate Uchiha members suddenly shifted their demeanor, respectfully acknowledging their clan leader and instinctively parting to clear a path. Kagura lifted his gaze to see a tall, commanding middle-aged man advancing steadily. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha, sported a neat crop of black hair. "Follow me," Uchiha Itachi stated in a low voice, the brevity of his words punctuating the air as he turned and resolutely departed. Kagura hesitated for a moment, thoughts racing through his mind. After a brief contemplation, he took a step forward to follow. He surmised that Itachi likely believed him to be there to convey orders from Danzo. In truth, that was indeed the case. Upon learning that both the Umbu and Root were investigating Shirsue's death in the west, Itachi had begun to observe all developments closely. Especially upon witnessing Kagura darting about the clan like a headless fly, he was certain that Kagura was searching for him, likely prompted by yet another cunning directive from the scheming Danzo. The mere thought of Shirsue tightened Itachi's heart, as if gripped by an invisible hand, the pain swiftly radiating throughout his body. He was all too aware of who was responsible for Shirsue's demise, and even the loss of one of his precious Mangekyo Sharingan weighed heavily on his mind, the haunting image of Shirsue's death replaying like a nightmare in his thoughts. However, considering the strained relationship between their clan and the village, along with Shirsue's dying words, he could only forcefully suppress the surging tide of hatred and sorrow within him, burying all emotions deep within his soul. Thus, when he observed Kagura retreating to a secluded area, he resolved to approach him. Kagura followed closely behind Itachi, the two moving in tandem towards a designated spot. Unbeknownst to both Itachi and Kagura, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows not far away, silently observing their every move. Should Kagura glance back at that moment, he would be taken aback to discover that the figure covertly watching them was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader he had just encountered, concealed in darkness. Fugaku's expression was grave as he watched Itachi lead Kagura away. After a prolonged moment, he sighed heavily before gradually turning and vanishing into the obscurity. In a dimly lit corner, Uchiha Itachi and Kagura stood facing each other, the stillness so profound that they could hear each other's breaths. Itachi's demeanor was as calm as a placid lake, his obsidian eyes unfathomable, concealing the true depths of his thoughts. His steady voice shattered the silence. "What are Lord Danzo's instructions?" Kagura fixed his gaze intently upon Itachi's face, striving to discern any flicker of emotion beneath his impassive facade. Internally, he marveled at Itachi's ability to mask his feelings. Despite harboring a deep-seated enmity towards Danzo and the Root, he maintained an air of composure. Seemingly sensing Kagura's probing gaze, Itachi slightly raised his head to meet his eyes, their gazes intertwining in the air. It was then that Kagura realized and spoke. "Lord Danzo has tasked you with investigating the whereabouts of Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan." Upon uttering these words, Kagura scrutinized Itachi's face, eager to catch any subtle change in expression. Yet, Itachi remained expressionless, merely uttering a single word, "Understood." Seeing Itachi acquiesce, Kagura intended to turn and depart. However, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to halt and look back at Itachi. "By the way, there is another individual whose information you need to investigate. Her name is Uchiha Itai." "Uchiha Itai?" Itachi slightly furrowed his brow, unable to recall this name. "No matter what methods you employ, ascertain her whereabouts swiftly. Furthermore, I require that you submit this information to me privately. I do not wish for a third party to be aware of it," Kagura stated earnestly. Itachi nodded gently, indicating his understanding. With no further words exchanged, Kagura turned to leave, noticing that the other members who had accompanied him on the mission had yet to return. Kagura found a nearby stone to sit upon, languidly awaiting his companions. He reflected on the recent conversation with Itachi, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. As time gradually passed, Kagura finally observed familiar figures approaching him one by one. Once everyone had gathered, they proceeded together towards the Hokage's office, preparing to report the findings of their recent mission to the higher-ups. The streets and alleys of Konoha were bustling with pedestrians, vibrant and lively. Yet Kakashi and his team of Umbu operatives were consumed with worry, hurrying along with urgency. In their investigation concerning the death of Uchiha Shinra, they had failed to uncover any useful leads. Meanwhile, Kagura had not been involved in the investigation, as the root members took the opportunity to explore other matters. Following closely behind the team, Kagura cast his gaze towards the distant building. This marked his inaugural visit to the Hokage Tower, a structure emblematic of the highest authority within Konoha, the foremost village in the ninja world, housing countless secrets and decisions. Filled with curiosity, he couldn't help but survey his surroundings, though he suppressed his desire to linger too long. Ultimately, he quelled his inner inquisitiveness and kept pace with the group. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, Kakashi requested an audience with the Hokage. After a moment of reporting by the guards, permission was granted for their entry. Kakashi stepped inside first, with Kagura following closely behind, while the others remained outside. Reaching the door of the Hokage's office, Kakashi knocked, and upon hearing a call to enter, he did so with a voice that, though not booming, exuded undeniable authority. The instant he stepped into the room, Kagura felt an invisible pressure envelop him. Seated within the room were the esteemed elders of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his advisor, Danzo Shimura, and two elder consultants, Mito Gate and Kohar Udatang. The office was simply yet solemnly adorned, with portraits of past Hokages hanging on the walls, seemingly narrating the history of Konoha in silence. Kagura instinctively glanced at Danzo, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, Kagura understood the unspoken message. Rest assured, I shall play my part in your performance. Kakashi stepped forward, kneeling slightly to deliver the report on their investigation. In our inquiry into the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Shinra's demise, we have found no alternative explanations. The information we currently possess indicates that Shinra took his own life, leaving behind a farewell message. His voice was steady and unhurried, methodically outlining the key details of the investigation. Speak. Danzo's voice cut through the air, prompting Kagura to respond. Emulating Kakashi, he also knelt and stated, the Uchiha clan members have become increasingly agitated due to Shinra's death, their actions growing ever more extreme. He then recounted his experiences within the Uchiha compound, explaining how they presented the Hokage's orders yet were still barred from entering the clan's territory, and during their investigation within, they received no cooperation from the inhabitants. Every word Kagura spoke was entirely truthful. As Danzo listened to Kagura's report, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him, though his expression remained stern. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, for he realized this presented an opportune moment to propose decisive action against the Uchiha to the third Hokage. His long-conceived plans might soon be set into motion. The Uchiha are so unruly, they must be met with severe punishment, Danzo eagerly proclaimed. However, the situation is not as dire as you suggest, the third Hokage interjected. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, interrupted Danzo's speech, his demeanor gentle, yet his tone resolute and forceful. Although he felt anger towards the Uchiha clan for disregarding the Hokage's orders, he was acutely aware of the complex situation facing the village. For the greater good, he understood that it was imperative to avoid provoking conflict, lest it bring unforeseen calamities to Konoha. However, Danzo was unwilling to concede. He was determined not to relinquish this rare opportunity. Very well, the Uchiha are members of the village, and we must find a way to address the dispute peacefully. The third Hokage interrupted Danzo once more, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze swept over each individual present, revealing his unwavering commitment to the village's peace and stability. Shinobu and Kakashi remained quietly on the sidelines, aware that this was not a matter for them to interject. This was Shinobu's first experience of the high-level political dialogue within Konoha, where seemingly placid words concealed intricate machinations. He profoundly grasped the complexity of the village's power struggles. Behind every utterance lay the hidden interests and calculations of various factions. The meeting persisted for some time, with both sides firmly entrenched in their positions, resulting in a heated debate. Ultimately, it concluded with Danzo storming out in anger. Observing this, Shinobu promptly followed in Danzo's wake. Upon returning to the root base, Danzo's expression remained dark and brooding. The third is overly lenient, always exhibiting a woman's compassion. If this continues, the village will inevitably face grave issues. My actions are justified. Only through a firm hand can the potential threat posed by the Uchiha be thoroughly eliminated. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. Hiruzen, you will surely come to regret this. On the bustling streets of Konoha, Shinobu donned the distinctive attire of the root, his face obscured by a mask. In recent days, he had traversed the village's thoroughfares under the guise of gathering information, appearing nonchalant while genuinely absorbing the unique ambience of Konoha. The shops lining the streets were replete with an array of goods, the sounds of vendors calling out intermingled with the joyous laughter of children at play, and the villagers enjoyed a harmonious existence. Nevertheless, Shinobu felt perplexed, unable to comprehend why the people around him occasionally cast furtive glances his way, their eyes betraying a mixture of avoidance and fear. Suddenly, a shadow darted past like a specter, moving with such swiftness that had it not been for Shinobu's keen perceptive abilities as a member of the Anbu, he would have scarcely noticed. A chill ran down his spine as he focused intently. The figure was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Itachi nodded slightly, signaling Shinobu to follow, then turned toward a secluded area of the village. Without hesitation, Shinobu trailed behind him. The two arrived at a hidden corner, where the surroundings were tranquil and silent, save for the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Itachi came to a halt, his expression calm as he spoke. I have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the other Sharingan belonging to Shursui. Shinobu suppressed a smirk, thinking to himself, what nonsense, that Sharingan is right in your possession. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, standing silently without a word. Noticing Shinobu's lack of response, Itachi assumed he was dissatisfied with the progress of the investigation. He continued, I have gathered information about Uchiha Aitai. The intelligence is here. As he spoke, he produced a document from his pocket and handed it to Kagura. Kagura reached out to accept it, but did not immediately peruse its contents. Instead, she fixed her gaze intently on Itachi's eyes and inquired, This matter is not known to anyone else, is it? Itachi, his expression resolute, replied, No. Internally, he was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Kagura exhibited such keen interest in an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Kagura opened the document and began to read it meticulously. The intelligence detailed that Uchiha Aitai was an unremarkable woman who had not awakened the Sharingan. Her husband had perished in the Third Shinobi World War, and she lived alone with her daughter in the Uchiha civilian district, leading an unremarkable life. Very well, you are Uchiha Itachi, correct? I am not one to take advantage of others. You have fulfilled my request, so I shall provide you with a piece of intelligence in return. Kagura raised her head to meet Itachi's gaze, a glimmer of mystery evident in her eyes. She understood that to meet Uchiha Aitai discreetly, she would require Itachi's assistance. Itachi stood silently, offering no response. 5 years ago, it was the Uchiha clan that manipulated the Nine Tails to devastate Konoha. Kagura spoke slowly, her voice low yet clear. Itachi's heart jolted, though his face remained impassive, as he pondered the implications of her words. Did the higher-ups in Konoha intend to place the blame squarely on the Uchiha? A flicker of wariness crossed his gaze as he scrutinized Kagura, attempting to glean further insights from her expression. Disregarding Itachi's reaction, Kagura continued, This Uchiha is not from Konoha. What do you mean? Itachi asked instinctively, curiosity piqued. It is quite simple. This individual is an Uchiha from outside Konoha. He is a rogue ninja, Kagura asserted firmly, enunciating each word. What? This time, Itachi was genuinely taken aback, his eyes widening as he stared intently at Kagura, trying to ascertain the truth behind her statement. The manipulation of the Nine Tails to attack Konoha had been a calamity of monumental proportions for the village. If what Kagura claimed were true, that it was an external Uchiha rogue ninja, then the underlying complexities were likely far more intricate than he had imagined. Why then? Does the village? Itachi seemed on the verge of articulating a thought. Kagura, aware of his intended question, interjected, You must facilitate a meeting with Uchiha Aitai, and I can provide information regarding this rogue ninja. Naturally, I wish for this matter to remain undisclosed, and I do not want anyone to uncover it. Itachi fell into a contemplative silence, his emotions tumultuous. The intelligence regarding the rogue ninja that Kagura had mentioned ignited a profound curiosity within him. It could very well be the key to unraveling the discord between the village and his clan. After a moment of deep reflection, he ultimately nodded in agreement and softly responded, Very well. Once the arrangement was settled, Kagura suddenly recalled a question and asked, By the way, in such a vast village, how did you find me? Itachi paused for a moment, then replied, Your attire is quite distinctive and easily recognizable within the village. After listening, Kagura found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he forcibly explained, I did this so you could quickly locate me. Indeed. Striding through the streets of Konoha in rude attire while donning a mask was exceedingly conspicuous. It was no wonder that the curious glances from those around him had been so peculiar. Kagura hurried back to the root base as if fleeing for his life, vowing to don more conventional clothing next time he ventured out. Once his emotions settled, he pondered the fact that since Itachi Uchiha had already promised his assistance, he would undoubtedly find a way to facilitate a meeting with Izumi Uchiha. However, prior to that encounter, meticulous preparations were imperative. He could not afford any missteps. After meeting with Izumi, it was essential for them to converse privately, ensuring no external disturbances. Additionally, to safeguard the confidentiality of their discussion, he needed to prepare scrolls for isolation and secure communication in advance. Kagura instructed the members of Root to deliver the necessary scrolls and meticulously selected and inspected the craftsmanship of each one, ensuring they were flawless. He prepared multiple scrolls and arranged them neatly in a specially designed box. Since Kagura was not well versed in the ninjutsu required for interference isolation and eavesdropping prevention, these carefully prepared scrolls became crucial to achieving his objective. Only after completing all these tasks did he allow himself a moment of respite, quietly awaiting news from Itachi. Though his heart was calm, occasional ripples of anticipation arose, mingled with apprehension regarding potential unforeseen circumstances. With the preparations for the meeting concluded, Kagura's thoughts returned to the matter of enhancing his personal strength. His gaze turned toward the Root Laboratory, where a bold idea began to take shape. To augment his wood release abilities through the transplantation of cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In the past, he had been unable to approach the core areas of the laboratory. The research materials concerning Hashirama cells had always remained an elusive secret to him. However, times had changed. Thanks to the influence of Kotoami Tsukumi over Danzo, he had been selected as the heir of Root, elevating his status significantly, allowing him the freedom to inquire about all matters related to these subjects. Transplanting Hashirama's cells was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Any miscalculation could lead to death or irreversible bodily harm. Yet Kagura was not blindly rushing into this undertaking. He possessed inherent advantages. Firstly, as a descendant of the Senju clan, the blood of the Senju flowed through his veins. As a member of the same lineage, his adaptability to the transplanted cells should far exceed that of an ordinary individual, resulting in minimal cellular rejection. Furthermore, he had successfully awakened his wood release, granting him a natural affinity for it. Wood release represented the power of the Yang attribute, while the Sharingan symbolized the Yin attribute. As long as the two forces could be balanced, there would be no backlash. His Sharingan had already been activated, which could be employed to harmonize the power of wood release. In the past, Danzo had utilized multiple Sharingan to mutually suppress and fuse with Hashirama's cells. But the fusion process had been overly crude, leaving numerous hidden dangers. Kagura, however, was determined not to repeat Danzo's mistakes, as his circumstances were far more favorable. His left eye had once been infused with the kaleidoscopic power of the Sharingan. Although most of this power had been expended previously, a trace still lingered, endowing his left eye with a prowess that far surpassed that of an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. Furthermore, he intended to transplant Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan into his right eye. Should this endeavor succeed, both of his eyes would achieve a level commensurate with the Mangekyo Sharingan, thereby amplifying his ability to harness the powers of the Senju cells during the process. At that juncture, his control over the Senju cells would be significantly enhanced, consequently increasing the likelihood of a successful transplantation. As he stepped into the laboratory, the acrid scent of disinfectant assailed his senses, prompting Kagura to instinctively furrow his brow. His gaze darted eagerly through the bustling crowd in search of the personnel responsible for the Senju cell research. Soon enough, he spotted a researcher engrossed in data recording at the laboratory table. Approaching with purpose, he inquired directly, "What is the current progress of the Senju cell research?" Upon hearing the question, the researcher paused, adjusted his glasses, and replied earnestly, "The Senju cells exhibit astonishing vitality. After a prolonged period of repeated experimentation and exploration, we have now mastered the dilution technique. Through dilution, we can mitigate the adverse effects of the cells on the human body. However, this presents a challenge, as the lower the concentration, the less effective the results. Consequently, We have classified the Senju cells into primary, intermediate, advanced, and the most primordial, the original cells. Kagura nodded slightly, deep in thought. He was acutely aware that the Senju cells housed immense energy, yet this power resembled a double-edged sword. Any misstep could yield unforeseen consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the medical personnel standing by, "Prepare for the procedure. We shall commence with the primary Senju cells." Despite his resolute tone, a hint of caution lingered in his eyes. In a minimally furnished yet well-equipped medical room, Kagura reclined quietly upon the examination table. Surrounding him were focused medical personnel clad in pristine white coats, their expressions a blend of tension and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Kagura endeavored to relax, following the directives of the medical staff as he actively participated in the pre-operative preparations. As the instruments emitted a gentle hum, the primary Senju cells began to be slowly infused into Kagura's body. Initially, he felt a slight prickling sensation, akin to a gentle mosquito bite, which quickly dissipated. Soon thereafter, a remarkable sense of refreshing comfort spread from the depths of his being, as if his eyes had been bathed in cool spring water, rendering them exceptionally clear. The fatigue that had accumulated in his body quietly melted away in that moment. Time flowed slowly in the serene atmosphere. After a while, a medical staff member gently patted Kagura's shoulder, signaling the conclusion of the procedure. Rising slowly, he moved his limbs and found himself devoid of any discomfort. On the contrary, he felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with vitality. The medical personnel, witnessing this transformation, displayed expressions of astonishment as they quickly gathered around to conduct a comprehensive examination of Kagura's body. The data fluctuating on the instrument left them in awe. Not only were all of Kagura's vital signs normal, but his physical strength had also improved to a certain extent compared to before. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the medical staff, a subtle smile of confidence graced Kagura's lips. After taking a brief respite, he decisively instructed the medical personnel to prepare the intermediate interstitial cells, determined to proceed with the surgery. Once the preparations were complete, Kagura reclined once again on the medical bed. This time, his gaze bore a newfound resolve and anticipation. As the intermediate interstitial cells were gently infused into his body, Kagura distinctly felt a heightened intensity of pain compared to the first time, and its duration was longer. Nevertheless, Kagura persevered through sheer willpower. Soon, the pain receded like a retreating tide, and a familiar wave of comfort surged back. This time, it felt as if his eyes were being tenderly caressed by gentle hands. An indescribable sensation of relaxation and joy enveloping him. The fatigue in his body dissipated entirely, and he could clearly sense a warm flow coursing through him, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. After the surgery concluded, Kagura slowly sat up, stretching his arms and legs, reveling in the surge of power within him. The medical staff gathered around once more to conduct a thorough examination. The results indicated that Kagura had not only successfully accepted the intermediate interstitial cells, but that all his bodily functions had been further enhanced. This achievement filled him with confidence. With a resolute gaze, he directed the medical team once again. "Prepare the advanced interstitial cells. I wish to continue the surgery." In the operating room, Kagura lay on the surgical table, his eyes tightly shut, diligently regulating his breathing in an effort to calm himself. As the advanced interstitial cells began to flow into his body, an excruciating pain surged forth, far more intense than any previous experience. It felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing through his marrow, akin to being relentlessly struck by a heavy hammer. Kagura instinctively clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving trails of blood. Soon after, a tempestuous force crashed within him. Initially, it surged like scalding hot liquid, racing chaotically through his veins and meridians, rendering everything it touched ablaze. Subsequently, this force intensified, morphing into a raging inferno that rampaged through his body, scorching every inch of skin and muscle as if seeking to reduce him to ashes. Kagura's chest heaved violently, his breath quick and labored, akin to a near-drowning soul striving for survival. The pain coursing through him rendered his limbs uncontrollable, and sweat poured down his forehead and cheeks like a deluge, soaking the sheets beneath him. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, slowly opening his eyes, awakening his Sharingan. In his blood-red gaze, the black tomo began to whirl, emitting an eerie and mysterious glow. He summoned his ocular strength to combat the frenzied force within, striving to halt its relentless encroachment. The power of the eyes serves as an invisible barrier, fiercely clashing with the rampant energy of the interstitial cells within. Under the pressure of this ocular force, the tumultuous energy is subdued, yet just as Kagura is taught, nerves begin to relax for a moment. The energy surges back with the ferocity of a relentless tide, even more intense than before. Without a moment to catch his breath, Kagura once again summons his ocular prowess. Beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, yet his gaze becomes increasingly resolute. Thus, both sides become ensnared in a grueling tug-of-war. Kagura exhausts every ounce of his strength to wield the ocular power, only to watch helplessly as the energy within him erupts anew. Each confrontation tests the limits of his physical and mental endurance, each second stretching out like an eternity. After enduring this cycle more than 10 times, the raging force finally begins to subside. Exhausted, Kagura collapses onto the operating table, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a deluge, utterly spent. His eyes reflect profound fatigue, and his body, drained from excessive exertion, feels as if it cannot lift even a single finger. Observing his condition, the medical staff swiftly gathers around, carefully assisting him in changing clothes before promptly transferring him to a tranquil room for rest. In that serene chamber, Kagura lies weakly on the hospital bed, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. The harrowing confrontation with the interstitial cells plays on a loop in his mind, granting him a new and profound understanding of power. He realizes that strength is never a free gift. He resolves silently that he must wait until he has acquired the kaleidoscopic Sharingan before making further attempts. However, before that, he must allow himself to recuperate and take the time to reflect. At this moment, Kagura feels an unbearable pain throughout his body, as if every inch of skin and every bone is groaning in agony. The backlash of the interstitial cells truly lives up to its reputation. Its might far exceeding his expectations. Nonetheless, he successfully suppresses the violent force with his unwavering will and ocular prowess. As time passes, Kagura is pleasantly surprised to discover that his body is gently enveloped by a warm and soothing energy, gradually mending his damaged physique. This force resembles the gentle warmth of the spring sun, tenderly comforting his weary body and spirit. He is certain that this is the formidable restorative ability bestowed by the interstitial cells, imbued with an almost boundless vitality. Slowly, he closes his eyes, dismissing all distractions, fully immersing himself in the sensation of this miraculous energy. He cautiously guides this force, allowing it to traverse through the meridians and blood vessels of his entire being. Nourished by this energy, the severed muscle fibers begin to regenerate, the damaged meridians gradually heal, and the fatigue and pain within his body slowly dissipate. Time passes quietly, and Kagura thus quietly nurtures himself. Miraculously, 3 days later, he fully recovers. As he rises from the bed, stretching his limbs and feeling the vitality returning to his body, he cannot help but marvel once again at the extraordinary restorative power of the interstitial cells. He pondered silently within, recognizing that this was merely a diluted and incomplete form of the interstitial cells. Were he to possess the complete interstitial cells, the effects would undoubtedly be far more astonishing, and the power bestowed upon him would be immeasurable. Unable to contain his curiosity and excitement, Kagura activated his Sharingan. The blood-red orbs, with their black tomo, began to rotate slowly, emanating a strange and captivating glow. He distinctly felt a qualitative leap in his ocular power, significantly enhanced beyond mere increments, likely reaching the very limits of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Simultaneously, the energy coursing through his body underwent a cataclysmic transformation, igniting like a flame, surging with a force that threatened to burst forth. This sensation assured him that his strength had transcended the limits of a high-ranking ninja. Kagura felt an unprecedented vigor surging within him, his excitement akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, impossible to restrain any longer. He dashed towards the training ground, driven by a singular thought, to test his long-cherished wood-release technique, the birth of the tree realm. Upon arriving at the training ground, Kagura took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. With his feet slightly apart, he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling the surging power within him. As he moved, the ground began to tremble subtly, a powerful life force erupting from his palms and infusing the earth beneath him. In an instant, countless sturdy trees and vines burst forth from the soil, growing wildly. They entwined and intertwined, swiftly ascending to form towering trees, which then culminated in a dense forest. Although the scale of his birth of the tree realm paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring feats of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, it was more than sufficient for him. Gazing upon the lush forest he had conjured, Kagura was overcome with tears of joy. This was the dream he had long yearned for over the past 5 years, now miraculously realized, leaving him feeling as though he were in a dream. After successfully executing the birth of the tree realm, Kagura was filled with elation and satisfaction brought forth by his newfound power. Standing in the training ground, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager to further explore his newly acquired abilities, he first performed the earth release technique. With swift hand seals and a commanding shout, the ground trembled violently. Massive boulders surged from the depths, as if manipulated by unseen hands, rapidly assembling into various forms, not only more manageable, but also exponentially more powerful than before. When he attempted the water release technique, he was astonished by his transformation. In the past, he had to seek out a water source or expend significant chakra to condense water elements. Now, it felt as though the water elements were an intrinsic part of him. He could effortlessly shape various forms of water, as if he had achieved a remarkable resonance with the water elements, rendering the water release technique an immensely potent weapon at his command. Immersed in the profound happiness of his rapidly ascending power, Kagura exuberantly unleashed his chakra, repeatedly executing ninjutsu and reveling in the metamorphosis of his strength. After a considerable time, he reluctantly retracted his ninjutsu and returned to the lounge. At this moment, he intended to undergo the transplantation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, fully aware that this was a pivotal step on his path to greater strength. Just as he prepared to arrange the details for the transplantation, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. As if some crucial matter had been left forgotten in the recesses of his memory, he halted, furrowing his brow and striving to recall. He suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that he had asked Itachi Uchiha to facilitate a meeting with Yuhi Kurenai, and 3 days had already elapsed. Given Itachi's efficiency, it should have been arranged by now. Realizing this, he decided to momentarily set aside the plan for the Mangekyo Sharingan transplantation. For the meeting with Yuhi Kurenai was equally vital to him. Kagura entered his room and picked up the prepared scroll. Subsequently, he donned a simple ninja outfit and deliberately wore a mask, concealing most of his face. He pondered whether Itachi would still recognize him in this guise. Upon stepping into the village, he found the lively streets bustling with people, the cheerful laughter of the villagers resonating all around. He navigated through the crowd, his gaze continuously searching for Itachi's figure. However, after a considerable time, he still could not spot Itachi, nor did anyone approach him to converse. Could it be that Itachi truly no longer recognized my current appearance? Kagura mused to himself, contemplating whether to venture towards the Uchiha clan's residence nearby in hopes of fortuitous luck. Kagura walked along the street towards the Uchiha clan's territory, and just as he was nearing his destination, his attention was captured by a small child. The child, appearing about 5 or 6 years old, sported a head of spiky hair and wore a deep blue shirt adorned with the prominent Uchiha clan insignia. Could this child be Sasuke Uchiha? "Hey, Sasuke!" Kagura called out. Upon hearing the shout, the child paused, turning back to look at Kagura with a puzzled expression, his innocent face brimming with caution. "Who are you? Are you calling me?" A surge of joy filled Kagura's heart, confirming that the child before him was indeed Sasuke. He endeavored to make his tone sound warm and friendly. "I'm looking for your brother Itachi. We arranged to carry out a mission together, but I've searched for quite a while and couldn't find him. I was about to head to your home to look for him." He fabricated a reason without a hint of guilt for misleading the child. Sasuke blinked, saying innocently, "Brother, he should be at home. Could you kindly call for him?" Kagura continued in a gentle tone. "Sure, I'll go tell him right away," Sasuke readily agreed, turning to dash towards the Uchiha compound, his small figure swiftly disappearing from Kagura's sight. Kagura did not follow him inside. Instead, he stood still, quietly awaiting his return. Before long, Itachi Uchiha emerged slowly from the Uchiha residence. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, and upon appearing, he immediately fixed his attention on Kagura. Previously, having learned from Sasuke that someone was looking for him, he had hastily set aside his tasks to come out. At this moment, a heightened sense of vigilance swelled within him, prompting him to ponder how he could even recognize Sasuke's visage. This realization compelled him to regard the figure before him, Kagura, with increased caution. Upon seeing Itachi emerge, Kagura wasted no time and directly inquired, "Have arrangements been made?" Meanwhile, the voice of Uchiha Itai softened, revealing a poignant history. I was born into a humble family within the Uchiha clan. My parents passed away during my childhood, leaving me destitute and alone. It was then that your grandfather took me in, allowing me to serve as your mother's attendant. From that moment onward, I grew alongside your mother. She was gentle and kind, never once assuming airs due to her status as the Uchiha heiress. Itai's tone was imbued with nostalgia, reflecting on the kindness she had received from her mistress, who always showed concern for her feelings. However, the tides of fate shifted with the outbreak of war. Itai's voice took on a somber tone as she recounted how your grandfather, as a clan elder, was compelled to fight on the battlefield, ultimately sacrificing his life. Later, your mother reached out to me. Itai's voice was low and deliberate as she conveyed her need for assistance. Without hesitation, I agreed to her request. We met in secret, and it was then that I first laid eyes upon you, young master. Kagura's gaze flickered, a tumult of emotions surging within her. She had never fathomed that her paths with Uchiha Itai had crossed so early on. Itai continued with a hint of sorrow. Your elder brother also perished on the battlefield. At that time, your mother was engulfed in grief, having lost her two closest companions. Yet, she faced everything with unwavering strength, for she understood the necessity of protecting you. She conveyed the gravity of your situation to me, asserting that she must safeguard you, even at the cost of her own life. At that moment, I did not fully comprehend her words, but I sensed that she had uncovered some looming threat. Subsequently, she and I agreed upon a time for our next meeting. However, that encounter would tragically become our final farewell. Your mother informed me that it would be our last meeting, instructing me never to seek her out unless someone came looking for me. After that day, I never laid eyes upon her again. Itai's voice quivered slightly as she shared, I have waited for someone to seek me out. Yet, over the course of more than a decade, there has been no word. Until today, when I finally encountered you, young master. Surely, your mother's spirit must be watching over you. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Kagura. Young master, are you able to move freely now? Itai asked cautiously, a glimmer of concern flashing in her eyes. Kagura paused, quickly grasping her intent. She nodded and softly replied, yes. I have freed myself from control and am no longer bound. That is why I sought to uncover information about my mother. That is a relief, Itai exhaled, a look of contentment gracing her features. Yet, an air of uncertainty lingered in Kagura's heart. Did Itai truly understand her predicament? Why did she inquire so? Did she possess knowledge of my circumstances? Uchiha Itai spoke with a hint of caution. Young master, regarding our meeting and our conversation this time, I have established a barrier here to ensure that no one can perceive our existence. Even Uchiha Itachi remains oblivious to my true identity, as I have been secretly conducting transactions with him. Is it safe now? The young lady left you something during our last encounter? Left you? Kagura understood her concern and believed that the barrier he had set up should be secure. However, to assure himself, he took out a scroll and layered additional barriers around them. It is secure now, he whispered. Where is the item my mother entrusted to me? Young master, it is with me. With you? Kagura was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Itai. Indeed, Uchiha Itai refrained from elaborating further, slowly closing her eyes and inhaling deeply. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, revealing a pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan before Kagura. Kagura felt a jolt of surprise, instinctively activating his own Sharingan. Yet, Uchiha Itai did not cease her actions. The tomo within her eyes began to spin rapidly, ultimately forming a cherry blossom pattern. Kagura was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, the pattern bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the woman whom he had seen during their previous confrontation with Kotoeme Tsukumi. However, after activating her kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Itai promptly deactivated it. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath and appearing utterly exhausted. The young lady during our last meeting entrusted her Sharingan to me. Uchiha Itai's voice was weak and tremulous. In return, she received my eyes. How did you both exchange your eyes? There were several female medical personnel present at the time, likely arranged by the young lady in advance. Uchiha Itai continued. Furthermore, the young lady cast Jinjutsu on them to ensure they would not disclose any information. Kagura nodded, feeling a deep admiration for his mother's wisdom and decisiveness. The young lady entrusted her eyes to me to leave them for you in the future. A glimmer of tears flickered in Uchiha Itai's eyes. I was extremely anxious at that moment. I have served the young lady since childhood. Without her and the Lord, I would have perished long ago. Thus, for the young lady, I am willing to sacrifice everything. However, the Sharingan is a symbol of the Uchiha clan, and for the young lady to do this signifies that something monumental must have transpired. I sensed then that she was bequeathing her final wishes. Uchiha Itai's voice gradually dwindled, as if she had succumbed to profound reminiscence. Tears glistened in her eyes, clearly reflecting her immense sorrow over her mother's departure. Kagura stood frozen, his mind echoing with the truth he had just learned. He could scarcely fathom that his mother had chosen to leave him something in such a manner, especially a kaleidoscope Sharingan. This weighty maternal love filled his heart with a bittersweet ache, and his eyes unconsciously welled with warmth. Young master, Uchiha Itai's voice broke the silence. Aningtai, you need not address me as young master. My name is Kagura. Simply call me Kagura, he said earnestly as he regained his composure. That is quite impossible, Ingtai replied, her expression reflecting her unease. My identity must remain concealed. Ah, indeed. Then, young master Kagura, may I inquire about the lady's eyes? After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Kagura contemplated for a moment before responding. Aunt, this is not the opportune moment, and I have not made any prior preparations. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Whenever you are ready, do come find me, Aunt Ingtai said gently, her gaze filled with trust and concern. Subsequently, Kagura engaged in a lengthy conversation with Aunt Ingtai. He considered her current reliance on odd jobs to support her household and wished to offer her some financial assistance. But she declined. She slowly began to explain. The last time I met your mother, she not only entrusted me with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, but also left me considerable wealth. Those assets are sufficient for my needs for quite some time. However, my husband later perished in the war. Though I received some compensation, it is ultimately limited. Should I refrain from work for too long, others may begin to speculate. If anyone were to calculate and discover that my compensation had long been exhausted while I maintained my livelihood without employment, my source of wealth would become suspect. Thus, to avoid raising suspicions, and given that my daughter is now somewhat grown, I have taken up some work to supplement the household and keep others in the dark. Kagura listened, recognizing the wisdom that comes from belonging to a prominent family. He approached the center of the room, crouched down, and picked up the scroll he had used to establish the barrier. With swift hand seals, the invisible force enveloping the western side of the room gradually dissipated, successfully lifting the barrier. As he opened the door, Uchiha Itachi stood silently outside. Kagura did not afford Itachi the opportunity to speak and interjected. That rogue Uchiha possesses the legendary kaleidoscopic Sharingan of your clan. Itachi's heart raced at the revelation. He had long suspected that ordinary Sharingan could not control the formidable tailed beasts. His own kaleidoscopic techniques were space-time ninjutsu, allowing him to bypass the village's barriers. However, he had likely been defeated by the previous Hokage, whose renowned technique was the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Perhaps due to the revelations about his mother and his encounter with Aunt Ingtai, Kagura felt a stir of kinship towards the Uchiha clan. Oh, by the way, that rogue ninja claims to be Uchiha Madara. Madara, Itachi exclaimed, the name detonating within his mind like a powerful bomb, stirring tumultuous thoughts. His mind raced. If it truly was Madara, then his manipulation of the Nine Tails to assault the village was likely an act of vengeance. He harbored resentment towards the village while simultaneously seeking retribution against the Uchiha clan. Given the current situation, it appeared that he had succeeded. The village had suffered significant damage, and the Uchiha clan was now under suspicion, trapped in a dire predicament. Kagura observed Itachi lost in contemplation and chose not to interrupt. At that moment, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, preoccupied with finding a secure placement for Uchiha Ingtai and ensuring her safety. After a considerable pause, Kagura finally broke the silence, stating, that rogue ninja claims to be Madara, but it is also possible that he is merely acting under Madara's name. This revelation illuminated Itachi's chaotic thoughts, prompting him to reassess the intelligence presented to him. However, Kagura had no intention of granting him too much time for contemplation and promptly proposed a significant deal. How about we strike a bargain? This statement momentarily halted Itachi's thoughts, bringing him back to the present. Throughout this time, he had acquired numerous valuable pieces of information from Kagura, and drawing upon his years of experience and keen judgment within the Umbu, he deemed this intelligence to be credible and trustworthy. At that moment, Kagura's offer of a transaction sparked a flicker of curiosity within Itachi, albeit accompanied by a degree of caution. "What kind of deal?" Itachi inquired, his voice low and laden with inquiry. "I do not wish for anyone to know of my discussions with Uchiha and Guy, nor the contents thereof, including you." Kagura's gaze was resolute, fixated intently on Itachi's eyes. "What will I gain from this?" Itachi refrained from immediately acquiescing. He would not make promises lightly without incentive. "Your brother, Uchiha Sasuke," Kagura articulated slowly. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Itachi's pupils constricted sharply, and an icy aura enveloped him, radiating a murderous intent directed at Kagura. His Sharingan activated in an instant, the crimson eyes swirling with three tomo, as though poised to consume the individual before him. "Do not misinterpret my intentions. I harbor no plans to harm him. Regardless of what transpires in the future, I will utilize my power to protect him. You must be aware of the current plight of the Uchiha clan." Undeterred by Itachi's menacing presence, Kagura continued with an underlying threat. "You too would not wish for your brother to come to harm. Having an additional path, an alternative choice, is prudent, is it not?" With that, Kagura ceased to engage Itachi further and turned, striding away with purpose. Itachi remained rooted in place, watching Kagura's retreating figure. The weight of Kagura's words stirred a tempest within him. Sasuke represented his most tender threshold, the motivation for which he was willing to bear any burden. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's current entanglements and the looming threats ahead. Although Kagura's proposal carried an undercurrent of menace, Itachi could not deny that it offered a measure of security for Sasuke's future. Ultimately, Itachi refrained from seeking out Uchiha and Guy, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He recognized that having consented to Kagura's transaction, he must uphold his promise. Gradually, he retracted his Sharingan, exhaling deeply before turning to walk in another direction, his silhouette gradually fading into the night. In the streets of Konoha, Kagura wandered aimlessly, his mind swirling with the past he had gleaned from Ant and Guy and the events he was aware of, striving to piece together a comprehensive truth. In the beginning, his mother and father had fallen in love. Despite his grandfather, a senior elder of the Uchiha clan, disapproving of their union, he ultimately leveraged his status and authority to publicly declare his mother's demise, all in a bid to protect her. Subsequently, the ominous clouds of war swiftly descended, leading to the sacrifice of both his grandfather and father on the merciless battlefield. Having endured the profound loss of two beloved relatives, her mother found herself engulfed by a staggering grief, a sorrow so profound that merely imagining it sent pangs of agony through Kagura's heart. Yet, she was compelled to devise a means to safeguard Kagura, whose identity was exceedingly unique. The Senju clan, once illustrious, began its decline following the death of the first Hokage's direct descendant, Senju Rope Tree, on the battlefield. By the time of her father's sacrifice, the Senju family was teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to serve as a pillar of support. The death of her grandfather became the catalyst that severed all ties between her mother and the Uchiha clan. In truth, her mother could have returned to the Uchiha clan with Kagura, as the initial death proclamation could have been obfuscated with a pretext of executing a classified mission. However, Danzo was acutely aware of Kagura's existence and would never allow a scion of the Senju to escape his clutches, nor would he tolerate Kagura's upbringing within the Uchiha clan. Even if the Uchiha were willing to accept a child bearing Senju blood, they would be ill-equipped to withstand the tremendous pressure from Danzo. Moreover, even if they managed to endure, Danzo would inevitably inform the third Hokage of Kagura's lineage. Had Kagura been an ordinary Uchiha child, the third would likely not have stirred. Yet, with the blood of the Senju coursing through her veins, the third would never permit such a legacy to reside within the Uchiha. Should conflict arise, Kagura could easily meet an untimely demise in any unforeseen incident. As a woman of noble Uchiha descent, her mother was well versed in the murky and sordid nature of politics. With even the grandson of the first Hokage meeting an inexplicable end on the battlefield, she could hardly believe that Kagura would be safe in such tumultuous times. The successive deaths of her father and husband, compounded by her deep fears for her son's future, may have prompted her mother to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once awakened, her singular thought was to ensure her son's survival at any cost. Kagura was the manifestation of her and her husband's love, the continuation of their bloodline. In light of the prevailing circumstances, placing Kagura temporarily under Danzo's watchful eye appeared to be the most desperate, yet safest course of action. However, Her own existence posed a significant dilemma. Should anyone investigate her identity, all plans could unravel. Thus, the mother, having activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, first discreetly manipulated those around her before reaching out to Anding Tai, making a startling decision to exchange eyes. Not long thereafter, she departed from this world. As Kagura's thoughts returned to the present, he had begun to piece together the sequence of events, yet many uncertainties lingered. While his mother possessed the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, how had she ensured her safety under Danzo's vigilant gaze? Furthermore, although her death placed him under Danzo's scrutiny, the man's inherently suspicious nature would undoubtedly lead him to arrange for an examination of her remains. The Uchiha clan placed immense value on the Sharingan. Should they discover that her eyes had been swapped, Danzo would certainly pursue a thorough investigation, embroiling Anding Tai and all involved parties in the ensuing turmoil. What measures had his mother employed to elude Danzo's suspicion? These questions loomed like a shroud of mist over Kagura's mind, perpetually eluding resolution. Reflecting on his experiences over the past decade, Kagura recalled how Danzo had taken him under his wing, merely instructing his subordinates to raise him. Perhaps it was due to the tumult of war or the belief that Kagura was too young to possess any immediate value. Danzo would only make sporadic appearances in Kagura's life. It was during this period that Kagura became acutely aware of Danzo's scrutiny, prompting him to tread carefully, concealing any glimmer of brilliance, merely striving for a life of mediocrity. As Kagura matured, Danzo arranged for clandestine training in the fundamentals of chakra to protect Kagura's identity. He was not permitted to attend the Ninja Academy, a fortunate circumstance that allowed him to evade the Third Great Ninja War. Subsequently, Danzo became wholly engrossed in selecting the next Hokage, fervently endorsing Orochimaru, yet his aspirations were thwarted. Soon after, the chaos of the Nine-Tails Rampage ensued, during which the Hokage valiantly sacrificed himself to defend the village. Danzo, preoccupied with vying for the title of fifth Hokage, ultimately met with failure. Unyielding, he commanded Itachi to assassinate the third Hokage, resulting in a catastrophic defeat, losing even the wood-release ninja he had painstakingly acquired. As these thoughts crossed Kagura's mind, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. It was likely that Danzo was furious in that moment, and it was during this tumult that he finally recalled Kagura's existence. Thus, Kagura was summoned to the Root Organization, where he remained for 5 years. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he was still alive. Indeed, he was alive, bearing the wishes of his mother to live earnestly. Returning to the secluded chamber of Root, Kagura seated himself slowly, inhaling deeply to compel his mind to calmness as he began to organize his thoughts. Previously, he had naively entertained the notion of transplanting Hashirama's original cells, relying on his ordinary Sharingan to suppress them. In retrospect, such impulsiveness seemed utterly reckless. He had no desire to endure that agony again. After thorough contemplation, a new plan began to take shape in Kagura's mind. He resolved to find a way to awaken his own Mangekyo Sharingan, subsequently merging it with his mother's Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Eternal Eye epitomized the pinnacle of Yin release power, and possessing it would not only significantly augment his strength, but, more importantly, would greatly reduce the risks associated with transplanting Hashirama's cells in the future. As for the possibility of evolving into the legendary Rinnegan, Kagura understood that such aspirations were still distant. For now, contemplating these lofty ambitions was merely chasing after shadows. Each step taken in the present was pivotal to determining the future trajectory. The immediate priority was to transplant Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan and once again employ the Kodoame Tsukimi against Danzo. In the previous instance, he had not fully harnessed the power of the Mangekyo. Thus, he remained oblivious to the specific characteristics of this formidable genjutsu, such as whether there existed a time limitation or other latent vulnerabilities. The control of Danzo through Kodoame Tsukimi was of utmost importance in Kagura's strategy. Should Danzo break free from this genjutsu, Kagura would inevitably find himself in a perilous predicament. Kagura possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Now, he unleashes his full power without reservation. Indeed, few in the Hidden Leaf Village can rival him. However, he is acutely aware that a one-on-one duel is entirely different from facing an onslaught of countless ninjas. At that moment, whether he can escape the dominion of the Leaf Village remains uncertain. Thus, he must personally execute the technique of Betsu Tenshin to thoroughly grasp its intricacies. allowing him to proceed with peace of mind. Kagura reports to Danzo, expressing his suspicion that Fugaku Uchiha, the leader of the Uchiha clan, may possess a Mangekyo Sharingan. He requests the transplantation of Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan to test Fugaku. Danzo approves Kagura's request and arranges for a specialized medical team to assist with the transplantation procedure. Although Kagura could have directly contacted the medical personnel to complete the transplant, proceeding through Danzo's formal channels is undeniably more prudent. Now that he has uncovered more secrets, he must exercise greater caution than ever. He is unwilling to reveal any weaknesses over trivial matters, whether to Danzo or other root ninjas. Once again, Kagura lies on the cold, sterile operating table, the acrid scent of antiseptic permeating the air, the harsh, glaring lights above casting a stark illumination. It feels as if merely a blink has passed since his last transplantation of Hashirama's cells, just a few short days ago. Yet that experience lingers in his memory like a haunting nightmare. Recalling the excruciating pain from the previous operation sends a shiver down Kagura's spine, causing him to instinctively clench his fists, his knuckles whitening from the tension. Soon, the medical staff skillfully administers an analgesic. As the medication courses through him, a wave of warmth spreads rapidly, and Kagura's consciousness begins to blur. In a daze, he senses an invisible hand delicately prying his eyes from their sockets. A peculiar sensation of emptiness and sourness filling the void, as if the entire world lost its focus in that very moment. Almost immediately, a warm orb is gently placed within. Following this, the subtle sounds of the medical team bustling around his eye resonate clearly in the silent operating room. The clinking of metal instruments echoing prominently. Kagura's eyelids grow increasingly heavy, and he soon succumbs to slumber. Time passes unmeasured, until he gradually awakens. He feels an unprecedented clarity of mind, as if emerging from a deep, refreshing sleep, gently stirred awake. A flicker of doubt arises within him. Is the transplantation of the Sharingan truly this effortless? The procedure seems to have concluded before he was fully prepared, as if he had merely experienced a fleeting dream. Instinctively, Kagura raises his hand to touch his eyes. The sensation is familiar, yet tinged with strangeness. Devoid of the anticipated pain, everything remarkably serene. He slowly rises and approaches the mirror, inhaling deeply as he attempts to activate the Sharingan. In an instant, the once pitch-black depths of his eyes reveal 3 tomo, swirling like enigmatic runes, radiating an eerie yet captivating luminescence. Both eyes display the 3 tomo, appearing unremarkable. He furrows his brow slightly, focusing his mind to activate the Sharingan in his right eye. In an instant, a sharp pain and a sense of obscurity surge through my right eye, as if some unseen force was obstructing the flow of power. Yet, in the next moment, a gentle energy enveloped me, and the pain vanished without a trace. I realized that this was undoubtedly the formidable regenerative power bestowed by the cells of Hashirama. Undeterred, I once again activated my right eye. The 3 tomo spun rapidly, their velocity increasing until they nearly transformed into a mere afterimage. As the energy continued to coalesce, a vast pattern, reminiscent of a windmill, gradually formed within my pupil. Could this be the kaleidoscope Sharingan? I could distinctly feel an unprecedented strength of ocular power residing within my right eye, a force akin to a slumbering giant awakening under my call. Leaning closer to the mirror, I scrutinized the enigmatic kaleidoscope Sharingan, endeavoring to harness its power. I discovered that upon activation, my vision became remarkably clearer. Even the most minuscule details from afar were rendered with exquisite clarity. Moreover, when I focused my mind, everything around me seemed to slow, allowing me to perceive the delicate trajectories of dust particles dancing in the air. I slowly closed my left eye, immersing myself entirely in the mysterious power bestowed by the kaleidoscope in my right eye. At the moment I concentrated my thoughts and summoned the ocular power. An astonishing realization erupted in my mind. I comprehended the entirety of the right eye's ocular techniques and their specific functions. Betsu Tenjin, I whispered, my voice laced with awe and reflection. Indeed, as I had previously surmised, this was a terrifying ocular technique capable of surreptitiously altering thoughts without the target's awareness. I couldn't help but silently chide Uchiha Shursui. This fool possesses a nuclear weapon yet remains oblivious to how to wield it. The more I pondered, the more incredulous I became. Shursui not only failed to fully exploit the potential of Betsu Tenjin, but also carelessly divulged such an incredible ability to others. completely disregarding the paramount principle in the ninja world that information is life. Ultimately, he met a tragic fate, having both eyes taken from him, a truly lamentable outcome. I gently shook my head, a glimmer of pity flashing in my eyes. The might of Betsu Tenjin was indisputable. When applied to an individual, it could effortlessly alter their thoughts. However, I understood that utilizing this ocular technique required utmost caution, with careful consideration of the circumstances. Why didn't Danzo, who possessed Shirsui's kaleidoscope Sharingan, employ Betsu Tenjin on the third Hokage to compel him to cede his position, thereby allowing Danzo to ascend as the fifth Hokage and seize control of Konoha? Because once Danzo activated Betsu Tenjin on the third Hokage, compelling him to pass on his title, it would undoubtedly arouse intense suspicion among the higher echelons of Konoha, the various clans of ninjas, and the numerous elite shinobi. After all, the third Hokage held immense prestige in Konoha. His sudden abdication, especially in favor of the ever-ambitious Danzo, would appear utterly absurd and wholly illogical to the masses. At that point, the immediate reaction would likely be to suspect that either the third Hokage or Danzo was embroiled in some form of conspiracy, or perhaps both. Soon after, a large-scale investigation, both overt and covert, will swiftly commence, and Danzo's secrets are likely to be ruthlessly uncovered during this inquiry. Similarly, Kagura cannot employ the Kodoame Tsukumi to compel Danzo to appoint her as the successor at this juncture. Otherwise, the members of Root would undoubtedly begin to harbor doubts about both Danzo and herself. Upon learning of this matter, the third Hokage would probably rush over at once to ascertain whether this power-hungry old friend had suddenly lost his senses. Unless one possesses the ability to manipulate everyone, infinite Tsukuyami, this is patently unrealistic. Thus, having Danzo designate her as his successor while appropriately delegating some of his authority is essential. After all, Kagura has spent 5 years navigating the intricacies of Root and possesses a certain level of qualification. Some members are aware of her mastery of wood release, and a select few core individuals even know her surname. Furthermore, Danzo personally mentored her for 3 years, leading many to perceive Kagura as possessing both capability and background. Therefore, cultivating Kagura as a successor would be acceptable to the members of Root. Moreover, Danzo had previously made it clear that once he ascends to the position of 5th Hokage, he would allow Kagura to take over Root, and even after her accession, she would still be required to serve him. This aligns perfectly with Danzo's consistent modus operandi of maintaining a firm grip on power. Even when delegating some authority, he ensures that everything remains under his control. Kagura quietly contemplated that if she could skillfully utilize Kodoame Tsukumi to persuade Danzo to preemptively delegate some power to her within this established framework, she could gradually solidify her position within Root, laying a robust foundation for her future plans. Cautiously, she secured her removed Sharingan in a safe place before turning and swiftly returning to her quarters. The room was dimly lit and silent, with only the sound of her steady breathing echoing in the stillness. After placing the Sharingan in a concealed location, she immersed herself in the study of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the days that followed, Kagura seemed entranced, wholly dedicating herself to mastering and familiarizing herself with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Each activation brought forth an excruciating pain that felt as if it could rend her very soul, yet Kagura gritted her teeth, persevering through sheer willpower. Fortunately, the transplanted Hashirama cells exhibited miraculous properties. Their remarkable regenerative abilities and vibrant life force flowed into her body like a warm stream, significantly alleviating the pain and allowing her pupils to recover swiftly after each use. She repeatedly activated the Mangekyo, sensing the mysterious power it contained and meticulously observing the subtle changes accompanying each manifestation of its abilities. She understood that every ounce of effort expended now was a precious investment toward her eventual awakening of the true Mangekyo Sharingan and the proficient utilization of its formidable powers. Time passed quietly, and the last use of Kodoame Tsukumi felt as if it were merely yesterday, with Kagura attentively monitoring the cooldown period of the technique. Finally, after an interminable wait, the cooldown of Kodoame Tsukumi was complete. Kagura took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind in the lounge. He stretched his limbs, aligning his spirit to its optimal state. Seizing a moment when Danzo was alone, devoid of any Root members nearby, Kagura swiftly approached to report intelligence. He gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, entered respectfully, stating, "Lord Danzo, I have confirmed that Uchiha Fugaku has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Danzo exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. However, he soon regained composure, slowly sitting down, his expression turning grave. This cannot be overlooked. I must inform Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku has concealed his intentions well, and our strategies regarding the Uchiha must be recalibrated. Furrowing his brow, Danzo began to contemplate deeply, muttering to himself as he swiftly devised a new plan. While Danzo was engrossed in his thoughts, Kagura quietly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of Koto Amatsukami surged within him, moving like an invisible current towards Danzo. This time, Kagura refrained from significantly altering Danzo's will. As before, he merely ensured that Danzo fully believed in him, convinced that all his actions were to aid in Danzo's ascension as the fifth Hokage. Kagura's forehead was beaded with sweat, each droplet cascading down his cheek as the exertion of his ocular power drained his energy. Every ounce of strength felt like a clash against a formidable adversary. Observing Danzo's repeated insistence to trust him, Kagura exhaled softly, then urged his ocular power to allow Danzo a moment's respite. After a while, Kagura carefully assessed Danzo's condition and, confirming there were no abnormalities, gently spoke, "Lord Danzo, you must inform the third Hokage about Uchiha Fugaku's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Danzo responded mechanically, "Yes, I shall inform Hiruzen at once. The Uchiha threat has escalated." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Watching Danzo's departing figure, Kagura's lips curled into a slight, sardonic smile, silently ridiculing, "You are the true threat to Konoha." The root base was enveloped in a serene quietude, illuminated only by the dim light flickering against the walls. Kagura sat quietly in a corner, his aura subdued, wholly immersed in the profound understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Recently, he had just employed the forbidden technique Koto Amatsukami, which had significantly drained the Mangekyo Sharingan's energy, necessitating careful nurturing to regain its former strength. Kagura was filled with an urgent desire to awaken his own Mangekyo Sharingan, which had become his paramount objective. Only by possessing this formidable ocular power could his series of clandestine and grand plans become feasible. During the nurturing period, Kagura often closed his eyes in deep contemplation, repeatedly reflecting on the signs and legendary powers associated with the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, seeking the opportunity to unlock his own ocular might. Finally, when Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan gradually regained some vitality through meticulous care, Kagura decisively instructed the medical personnel to restore his original Sharingan. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, undeniably powerful, is ultimately not a strength that is naturally born of one's own body, and its usage invariably brings about an ineffable sense of detachment. Kagura slowly opened his eyes, the familiar Sharingan gradually rotating, its three tomos seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries, shimmering with an enigmatic luster within the eye socket. One day, I shall awaken my own kaleidoscope, and it shall surpass that of any other in this world. After enduring the suffocating darkness of the root base for an extended period, one inevitably yearns for the warmth of sunlight. On this day, Kagura stepped out of the root base, entering the bustling streets of Konoha. The sunlight poured down upon him without reservation, dispelling the gloom that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days, prompting him to take a deep breath of the refreshing air of freedom. Wandering aimlessly, Kagura soon found himself before the Uchiha Guard, a crowd gathered around them, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. Driven by curiosity, he attempted to approach and discern the matter at hand. Just as he took a step forward, a hand unexpectedly landed on his right shoulder, accompanied by a sudden voice from behind. "Hey!" Years of rigorous training at the root had instilled in Kagura an instinctive reaction. In a flash, he darted forward, easily breaking free from the grip of that hand. He swiftly turned around, his right fist enveloped in a fierce gust of wind, unhesitatingly aimed at the person behind him. With a sharp crack, the opposing figure raised both hands to firmly block Kagura's powerful strike. Despite this, the force of Kagura's punch sent the individual staggering back several steps. It was only then that Kagura focused on the person before him, recognizing the signature silver hair and the mask covering his face. None other than Kakashi Hatake. "You brute. Why strike so fiercely?" Kakashi remarked with a hint of complaint, his tone laced with a subtle mockery. Kagura chose to ignore him, his mind brimming with irritation at the disturbance, and continued to walk forward. Kakashi swiftly stepped in front of Kagura, blocking his path. What are you planning? Do not incite trouble recklessly. Kakashi's expression turned serious, his tone firm. Kagura helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, replying, I haven't done anything. Then why are you heading towards the Uchiha guard? Kakashi pressed on. It's nothing. Kagura maintained his dismissive demeanor, unwilling to elaborate further. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, as if attempting to penetrate Kagura's thoughts. Not long ago, you were wandering in the village, then you changed your clothes. And today you deliberately donned rude attire. Are you not seeking to provoke the Uchiha? I am not, Kagura firmly denied, clearly aware that his previous appearance had drawn too much attention. Regardless of your intentions, return immediately. Kakashi's voice grew increasingly authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Kagura inwardly grumbled, wondering why Kakashi seemed so easily agitated today. However, the atmosphere felt distinctly unusual, permeated with an inexplicable tension. Kagura's heart stirred with intent as he contemplated testing Kakashi's resolve. He slightly raised his head, meeting Kakashi's gaze with unwavering composure, and solemnly declared, I am on a mission. Kakashi, upon hearing this, immediately inquired, on a mission? Who assigned you this task? What are its details? His questions came in rapid succession, each striking at the core of the matter. This is a matter of Root's confidentiality, he asserted. Kakashi scoffed. Confidentiality of Root? Do not presume that bearing its banner grants you free rein. The current situation in the village is delicate. A single misstep could lead to significant turmoil. Do not act impulsively. I have done nothing wrong. The Hokage has ordered that no one instigate trouble. You must return at once, Kakashi reiterated. Look, things are already in disarray ahead. You need to address that instead of fixating on me, Kagura reminded him. There are others who will handle it. You must return now. Kakashi was evidently concerned for Kagura's safety. That simply will not do, since you insist on obstructing my mission. Let us spar and see who prevails. This area is unsuitable. Follow me, Kagura suggested, eager to engage with Kakashi and learn from him. Surely, you do not wish for this location to become chaotic, Kagura threatened. With that, he stepped aside and made his way toward an open space. Reluctantly, Kakashi followed him. Hey, what exactly do you intend to do? Kakashi asked, his expression taut with vigilance. Kagura provocatively proposed, we both have missions. Why not compete? The victor may proceed first. Kakashi was about to protest when Kagura interjected, as fellow ninjas of Konoha, let us forego ninjutsu and weapons, and settle this with taijutsu. Before Kakashi could voice his objections, Kagura shouted, all right, let us begin. Wait, do not make decisions unilaterally. Kakashi's words barely escaped his lips when Kagura, like a shadow, lunged forward, delivering a powerful right punch aimed at Kakashi's face. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi dodged to the side. Kagura followed up with a kick aimed at his midsection, prompting Kakashi to raise his arms in defense, the impact reverberating through his limbs. Stop this at once, Kakashi called out as he retreated, attempting to create distance. However, Kagura seemed unfazed, his onslaught intensifying. Kakashi, while defending himself, cautioned, cease this. The village prohibits ninjas from engaging in personal battles. This is the Hokage's command. Do you intend to defy it? Kagura remained silent, relentlessly assaulting. Realizing that Kagura was resolute in his desire to fight, Kakashi's eyes gleamed with determination. Taking a deep breath, he abandoned his defenses and resolved to teach Kagura a lesson. In an instant, they were embroiled in a fierce clash, dust swirling around them. The two figures intertwined in a heated struggle, Kagura's attacks fierce and swift, a punch slicing through the air toward Kakashi's throat. Kakashi sidestepped nimbly, countering with an elbow strike. Kagura quickly bent down to evade, then executed a sweeping kick targeting Kakashi's lower body. Kakashi leaped gracefully, avoiding the strike and retaliating with a flying kick. They exchanged blows with fervor, each strike resonating with energy, the sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoing around them, creating an atmosphere charged with the intensity of their battle. Although Kagura's techniques were strikingly fierce, Kakashi's combat experience was far more seasoned. During their clash, he astutely observed that Kagura's shoulder movement during his punches was slightly rushed, exposing a vulnerability in his lateral defense. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi swiftly closed the distance, lifting his right leg high and delivering a powerful kick to Kagura's flank. Caught off guard, Kagura was struck hard, losing his balance and stumbling before crashing to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Kakashi exhaled deeply, glancing at the fallen Kagura, silently contemplating. Perhaps this fellow will settle down now. He shook his slightly aching wrist. Although victorious, the recent battle had indeed drained considerable energy. Kagura slowly rose, brushing the dust from his clothes, and wordlessly turned to leave. I will return tomorrow. Kagura's voice resonated with determination. Kakashi, about to call out to stop him, was interrupted as Kagura continued, I will surely win tomorrow. Do not hinder me in my mission. Before Kakashi could utter another word, Kagura executed a body flicker technique and vanished without a trace. I told you not to make decisions on your own, you fool. Kakashi shouted in frustration, watching Kagura depart. Back at the root, Kagura promptly sought out the intelligence department to obtain the latest information regarding the village. It turned out that he had previously informed Danzo of Fugaku Uchiha's possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo had immediately rushed to inform the third Hokage, urging preemptive action against the Uchiha clan. Fugaku Uchiha possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is a significant threat that we must eliminate swiftly, lest we face dire consequences. However, the third Hokage remained composed, shaking his head slowly. Danzo, we cannot act so hastily. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku has shown no unusual behavior over this prolonged period. We cannot initiate action based solely on this. Danzo, clenching his fists in agitation, responded, it will be too late once they take action. We must prepare in advance. I propose interrogating Fugaku and controlling the Uchiha's guard. Only then can we ensure the village's safety. The third Hokage again rejected Danzo's suggestion, stating, such actions are too perilous. They would provoke the Uchiha clan into rebellion, igniting civil strife. We cannot recklessly disrupt the peace of our village. Frustrated by the repeated rejections of his proposals, Danzo stormed out in anger. Little did anyone anticipate that the following day, rumors would begin to circulate throughout the village. These rumors spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating every corner. The Uchiha clan's leader possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and had orchestrated the Nine Tails incident 5 years prior. Though the Nine Tails turmoil had transpired 5 years ago, it remained an unhealed scar in the hearts of the villagers. Countless lives were lost in that disaster, and innumerable families were shattered. With the emergence of these rumors, a palpable tension surged through the village, and all eyes converged upon the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the rumors, the members of the Uchiha clan sought confirmation from their leader. Uchiha Fugaku stood before his kin, his expression grave, and promptly declared, the Nine Tails incident bears no relation to me. This is a deliberate slanderous accusation aimed at inciting discord and undermining the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the village. However, another voice rang out, asking, Leader, do you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Upon hearing this question, Fugaku's countenance shifted slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he chose silence. This demeanor only deepened the curiosity and confusion among his clansmen, and soon more gathered, demanding an explanation from Fugaku. Reluctantly, he revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan in public. This act instantly stirred a tempest within the Uchiha clan. The clan members gazed at their leader's enigmatic and formidable Mangekyo Sharingan, their eyes filled with astonishment and exhilaration. They thought to themselves, with their leader possessing the legendary Mangekyo, who could possibly hinder the rise of the Uchiha? In an instant, the clan members exuded an air of confidence, walking with their heads held high, their arrogance palpable. Meanwhile, the other villagers, already haunted by the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident, grew even more resentful upon hearing that the Uchiha were to blame. As they traversed the village, it was not uncommon to hear insults hurled at the Uchiha clansmen. You Uchiha are demons. You are murderers. The Uchiha are evil. The Uchiha, proud by nature, could hardly endure such indignities and promptly retorted. Yet, this rebuttal only incited further verbal assaults. The conflict escalated, and the Uchiha could no longer restrain themselves. Their initial response was unrestrained, leading to numerous villagers suffering broken bones and fractures. Complaints began to flood the Hokage's office like a flurry of snowflakes. Upon learning of the situation, the third Hokage's face darkened with fury. He was well aware of who was stirring the pot behind the scenes. Yet the village was already in disarray, and he needed to quell the unrest swiftly. Consequently, he issued a series of Hokage orders while also placing Danzo under house arrest, sternly warning him against inciting further trouble. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku was equally troubled. He could not fathom how the secret of his Mangekyo Sharingan had been leaked. What weighed even heavier on his mind was the inability to quell the arrogance of his clansmen. Regret washed over him. Had he known the revelation would lead to such chaos, he would have refrained from displaying his Mangekyo. Now, the situation had spiraled beyond control. After reviewing the intelligence, Kagura felt a tumult of emotions, silently lamenting, alas. It turns out all of this stemmed from my betrayal. No wonder Kakashi was so impatient before. He must have been deeply troubled trying to maintain order in the village these past few days. Very well, I shall forgive him. The following day, the village of Konoha welcomed a bright and sunny morning. Kagura donned the special uniform of the root organization, the cold mask securely concealing his face and all of his emotions. He strode purposefully along the bustling streets of Konohagakure, where the shops had opened early, and the sounds of hawkers filled the air as villagers commenced their daily labors. Kagura deliberately circled the street several times, paying no heed to the curious glances and whispers directed his way. The murmurs of the villagers penetrated his ears, yet failed to stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. After a few laps, his keen eyes caught sight of the Uchiha guard. Without hesitation, he marched towards them. Just as he was about to approach the guard, a figure suddenly appeared before him with a swish. It was Kakashi, with his silver hair and mask. Kakashi looked at Kagura and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Kagura lifted his gaze slightly, peering through the slit of the mask, and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I am here to carry out a mission." Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Kagura seemed unfazed by Kakashi's reaction, merely shrugging his shoulders before glancing towards the location of their duel from the previous day, then asked, "Are you coming?" "Oh." Kakashi was about to refuse when Kagura had already vanished from sight, heading towards the site of their contest. Kakashi sighed in resignation, filled with confusion, yet decided to follow. When Kakashi arrived, Kagura afforded him no opportunity to speak, immediately launching a punch in his direction. Kakashi swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the fierce strike. "Don't you ever listen to orders?" Kakashi shouted while dodging Kagura's attacks. "I am following orders to execute a mission," Kagura retorted as he pressed forward with his assault. "You." It dawned on Kakashi that a beating was the only way Kagura might comprehend reason. Thus, he ceased holding back and retaliated with his own punches. The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows, each landing strikes and evading the other's attacks. Kagura's moves were swift and fierce, each punch imbued with considerable force. In contrast, Kakashi utilized his extensive combat experience and agility to deftly counter every attack while seeking opportunities for retaliation. The arena was soon enveloped in a cloud of dust, with their figures darting swiftly amidst it, intertwining. The air around them seemed ignited by the fervor of their battle. Thick with tension, after a fierce struggle, Kakashi ultimately gained the upper hand. He seized upon a flaw in Kagura's defense and executed a beautiful spinning kick that sent Kagura tumbling to the ground. Rising, Kagura brushed off the dust, cast a determined glance at Kakashi, and declared, "Next time, I will defeat you." With that, he once again utilized the body flicker technique, disappearing without a trace, leaving Kakashi standing alone in silence, gazing in the direction he had departed. On the third day in Konohagakure, the morning light continued to gently bathe this peaceful land. As always, Kagura appeared punctually at the designated meeting spot with Kakashi. Kakashi gazed from a distance at the familiar root attire and icy mask, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. "Will you ever be finished?" he mused. However, Kagura seemed oblivious, his gaze resolute as he strode purposefully towards the arena. Kakashi sighed deeply at the sight of his back and ultimately decided to follow. As they stepped into the arena, the atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. Kagura was the first to strike, lunging forward with a fierce punch. Kakashi deftly sidestepped and raised his hand to block, and soon the two were embroiled in an intense scuffle. Kagura's taijutsu was swift and powerful, each attack imbued with unwavering momentum. Kakashi, drawing on years of battle experience and remarkable reflexes, navigated the fray with agility. In that moment, the winds of their conflict howled, their figures intertwining in a stalemate. Yet, the outcome appeared all but predetermined, and after a fierce exchange, Kakashi emerged victorious. Kagura rose, brushing the dust from his clothes, and looked at Kakashi, declaring, "I will return." With that proclamation, he executed the body flicker technique, vanishing in an instant, leaving Kakashi bewildered in the wind. Aware that this matter could not be ignored any longer, Kakashi hastened to the Hokage's office to report the situation to the third Hokage. Upon hearing the account, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He was all too familiar with Danzo's modus operandi and could sense the latter's influence behind it, a flicker of unbridled fury igniting within him. Suppressing his anger, the third Hokage promptly ordered the Umbu to summon Danzo. Before long, Danzo entered the Hokage's office with a measured gait. The third Hokage, upon his arrival, issued a command. Danzo, rein in your subordinates. Cease these antics. Danzo responded with a barely perceptible smirk, his tone indifferent. That may not be feasible. What? The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of anger and incredulity flooding his expression. That child is my disciple, Danzo explained nonchalantly. His actions are not a result of my orders. He merely wishes to alleviate the burden of my confinement. It is an expression of his intent. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Your disciple? I was unaware. He continued, he is still young. I intend to nurture him further to become the successor of the roots. Contemplating this revelation, the third Hokage realized that if Kagura were merely an ordinary root subordinate, he could have swiftly issued a command to stop him. However, this was Danzo's protege, and he felt compelled to show some deference. I never expected you would take on a successor, the third Hokage remarked with a hint of surprise. I am not young anymore. I must pass on the will of the roots to the next generation. Hiruzen, have you not yet selected the fifth Hokage? Danzo inquired casually, though his words held deeper implications, as if testing the third Hokage's stance. Humph, I could continue for another decade without issue, the third Hokage replied. Fully aware of Danzo's intentions, his tone resolute and unwavering. Danzo snorted dismissively, his face darkening as he turned to leave the Hokage's office. Once Danzo had departed, the third Hokage did not allow himself to relax. He immediately arranged for someone to investigate detailed information about Kagura. He was eager to ascertain the veracity of Danzo's claims in order to make an informed decision for the next steps. Shortly thereafter, intelligence regarding Kagura appeared on the desk of the third Hokage. Kagura, hailing from an ordinary civilian family, had lost his parents at a young age and joined Root at the age of 10, shadowing Danzo since the age of 12. Now at 15, the third Hokage pondered deeply over this information. He then picked up Kakashi's report and scrutinized it closely, a contest devoid of ninjutsu or weaponry, relying solely on taijutsu. With the stipulation that the loser would withdraw, this indeed resembled a bout driven by youthful bravado. Weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that this matter had not yet posed any substantial threat. After all, Kagura was Danzo's chosen successor, and he did not wish for a trivial incident to tarnish Kagura's perception of Konoha's higher echelons. After considerable reflection, the third Hokage formed a plan. He resolved to allow Kakashi to continue training with Kagura, treating it as an opportunity to hone Kagura's taijutsu. In due course, he would seek an opportunity to personally engage with Kagura, conveying the will of fire, ensuring that Danzo's extreme ideologies did not lead the boy astray. When Kakashi received the third Hokage's directive to persist in accompanying Kagura for taijutsu contests, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misread the order. Rubbing his eyes, he meticulously reread the command several times, confirming that every word was accurate before reluctantly accepting this vexing reality. What a tricky assignment, Kakashi muttered under his breath, sighing in resignation. Yet, despite his inner reluctance, he understood he must fulfill his duty. From that day forth, Kakashi embarked on a daily regimen of taijutsu, sparring with Kagura. Kagura initiated the assault, leaping high into the air, executing a spin, and striking down with legs like twin blades aimed at Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he swiftly sidestepped, extending his arm to block. The force of the blow reverberated through his arm, leaving a tingling sensation. Through their encounters, Kakashi recognized that Kagura's physical capabilities were remarkably impressive, rivaling his own. Engaging in a direct confrontation would likely yield unfavorable results. However, combat was not solely reliant on strength. While Kagura possessed remarkable power, his experience paled in comparison to Kakashi's battle-hardened expertise. In their ensuing exchanges, Kakashi adeptly utilized his extensive combat experience, continuously seeking openings in Kagura's techniques, employing nimble footwork and precise blocks to neutralize Kagura's assaults, occasionally seizing opportunities to counterattack. Despite the ferocity of Kagura's strikes, Kakashi skillfully thwarted them with clever tactics, which only served to heighten Kagura's frustration, leading to increasingly reckless attacks. As the number of bouts increased, Kagura's progress was nothing short of meteoric. He absorbed the lessons of battle like a parched sponge, meticulously analyzing Kakashi's techniques and strategies after each defeat, making necessary adjustments for their next encounter. Gradually, Kakashi noted that Kagura no longer exposed vulnerabilities as easily as at the outset. His attacks grew more composed and systematic, while his defenses became increasingly robust. This particular bout had seen the two entangled in combat for quite some time. Kagura grew increasingly courageous, his stamina seemingly boundless, each strike imbued with an indomitable spirit. Kakashi gradually felt the strain, finding it difficult to discern any weaknesses in Kagura's defense. If this stalemate continued, he feared he might truly face defeat. In a moment of desperation, Kakashi devised a cunning plan. He feigned a vigorous advance, adopting an aggressive posture. Observing this, Kagura immediately focused his attention on defense. Just as Kagura concentrated fully, Kakashi suddenly darted aside, executing a feint, and seized the opportunity to employ the body replacement technique. Caught off guard, Kagura landed several heavy blows on the substitute, and with a resounding crack, the tree trunk splintered. Before Kagura could react, Kakashi had already maneuvered behind him, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck, causing Kagura to collapse instantly. Rising, Kagura vehemently accused Kakashi of being treacherous, insisting they had agreed to use only taijutsu, yet Kakashi had secretly resorted to ninjutsu. Kakashi adjusted his mask, remarking that deception is a common tactic among ninjas, and advised the young one to learn well. Since discovering Kagura's identity, Kakashi unconsciously regarded him as a junior, placing himself in the role of a mentor. To Kakashi, this was not merely a contest, but an invaluable opportunity to guide the younger generation. Throughout their ongoing taijutsu sparring, Kakashi repeatedly employed the body replacement technique to befuddle Kagura. Initially, Kagura fell for Kakashi's tricks numerous times, lost in a whirlwind of confusion. Each instance of being outmaneuvered by the substitution technique filled him with frustration and resentment. However, an inherent tenacity drove him. After every setback, he meticulously analyzed Kakashi's deceptive strategies. In no time, Kagura seemed transformed, exhibiting remarkable cleverness, no longer easily ensnared by Kakashi's traps. With each repetition of Kakashi's familiar tactics, Kagura adeptly recognized them, his gaze sharpened with vigilance, and his movements grew increasingly cautious. Consequently, Kakashi found himself in a predicament. Stripped of his winning formula, he soon became beleaguered and overwhelmed. With no other choice, Kakashi gritted his teeth and activated his Sharingan, unleashing a Jinjutsu. Kagura, incensed, vociferously denounced Kakashi's underhandedness. Yet, Kakashi remained unfazed. He initially believed that with the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, victory was assured, but soon realized that the situation was far from straightforward. Kagura's rate of improvement was nothing short of astonishing. He resembled a rapidly polished gem, developing a formidable resistance to Kakashi's illusions within a short span. The same Jinjutsu that had easily succeeded the first time faltered on the second, and by the third, Kagura could forcibly break free and re-engage in the fight with renewed vigor. Thus, the contest between Kakashi and Kagura endured for an entire month. During this time, their battles intensified. In the latter stages, Kakashi found each match increasingly exhausting, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, his physical and mental reserves depleted by Kagura's relentless assault. In stark contrast, Kagura grew more invigorated with each passing day, as if fueled by an inexhaustible well of energy, each punch delivered with unwavering force, and his fighting spirit blazing ever brighter. The stark contrast compelled Kakashi to ponder whether Kagura had secretly consumed some potent stamina-enhancing elixir, allowing him to exhibit such exuberance. As time progressed, Kakashi increasingly felt overwhelmed. He understood that against a formidable adversary like Kagura, he could not resort to lethal ninjutsu merely to secure a victory. A misstep would yield dire consequences. After much contemplation, Kakashi resolved to revisit the Hokage's office to solicit assistance from the third Hokage. Upon meeting the third Hokage, Kakashi meticulously recounted the recent encounters with Kagura. After listening attentively, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, granted Kakashi permission to seek allies for support. With newfound resolve, Kakashi's mind immediately conjured the image of a certain individual, his friend renowned for his prowess in taijutsu. As was his custom, Kagura arrived at the venue punctually. Soon, two powerful presences began to approach. Moments later, two figures emerged into his line of sight. Leading the way was Kakashi, with his silver hair, Konoha forehead protector, and mask, followed closely by a ninja with a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and clad in a tight green suit, Might Guy. Today, he shall be your opponent, Kakashi stated calmly, his voice steady despite the mask. A flicker of confusion and displeasure crossed Kagura's eyes. What do you mean? Do you believe me inadequate, necessitating external assistance? Hey, you little brat, do not be so arrogant. Kakashi retorted. Now, allow me, the proud green beast of Konoha, to be your challenger, Guy declared, stepping forward and swiftly adopting a fighting stance, his confidence rendering Kagura momentarily speechless. It matters not who stands before me. No one shall hinder my mission, Kagura replied nonchalantly. Deep down, however, he recognized that facing a taijutsu master like Guy presented an unparalleled opportunity to enhance his own skills. Prepare yourself, Leaf Hurricane, Guy shouted, launching the first offensive. His body spun like a whirlwind, legs slicing through the air with a fierce wind as he aimed a rapid kick at Kagura. This technique was Guy's signature move, renowned for its formidable power, having instilled fear in countless opponents throughout various battles. Kagura, refusing to underestimate the threat, swiftly crossed his arms to block Guy's assault. He felt an immense force crashing against him, as if it could shatter his arms. So heavy, Kagura marveled inwardly, his vigilance toward Guy's strength intensifying. Nevertheless, Kagura was undeterred by the blow. Seizing the moment during Guy's attack, he launched a counteroffensive. His right fist shot forward like a cannonball, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed squarely at Guy's chest. Guy, with remarkable reflexes, sidestepped effortlessly, evading Kagura's strike. Undeterred, Kagura pressed on without hesitation, delivering a flurry of punches, each infused with fierce momentum. Guy, remaining composed, skillfully parried each of Kagura's attacks, drawing upon his extensive combat experience and agility. Realizing his punches were ineffective, Kagura promptly altered his strategy. Launching a series of rapid kicks toward Guy, Kai was equally unyielding, engaging in a fierce exchange of kicks with Kagura, their legs intertwined in midair, producing a cacophony of resounding collisions. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Kai unleashed his signature move once more, his body spinning at high velocity, his legs slicing through the air like sharpened blades, relentlessly assaulting Kagura. It felt as though Kagura were ensnared in a tempest, with Kai's strikes surging forth like a tidal wave, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. In the midst of their intense clash, Kagura profoundly recognized the superiority of Kai's martial arts. Whether through punches or kicks, Kai's speed was astonishing, coupled with an incredible reflex that allowed him to instantaneously gauge and counter Kagura's every attack. Moreover, Kai often demonstrated the ability to anticipate Kagura's moves, preemptively responding and causing Kagura's strikes to frequently miss their mark. However, Kagura possessed his own advantages. His vitality was exceedingly robust, and his recovery rate was remarkable. His offensive onslaught was relentless and sustained, allowing him to maintain a stalemate against Kai on the battlefield, each vying for supremacy, neither yielding an inch. As time progressed, the sun ascended higher, and before they knew it, it was midday. The intense sunlight cast a warm glow upon the training ground, inducing a slight discomfort. After several hours of fierce combat, their clothes were drenched in sweat. Yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Suddenly, Kagura leaped backward, signaling for a pause. "What's the matter?" Kai inquired, puzzled. "It's lunchtime. Let us take a break," Kagura replied. "All right," Kai said, momentarily taken aback, but he quickly acquiesced. Observing Kagura's retreating figure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for the young man. In his eyes, Kagura exhibited immense talent and potential in martial arts. Given time, he would undoubtedly blossom into an extraordinary martial arts ninja. Kagura swiftly replenished his energy and promptly returned to the training ground, where Kai had been waiting for some time. "Have you rested well? Let us continue," Kai exclaimed with enthusiasm upon seeing Kagura return. His demeanor brimmed with boundless energy, as if the brief respite had rejuvenated him completely. Without uttering a word, Kagura took a deep breath and charged at Kai with the ferocity of a descending tiger. Unfazed, Kai leapt into the air, effortlessly evading Kagura's assault. In mid-flight, he executed a somersault, delivering a downward kick while shouting, "Leaf Great Whirlwind." Once again, the two engaged in an intense battle. This time, their conflict escalated, becoming even more exhilarating. As time slipped away, the sun began its descent, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red. On the training ground, their silhouettes stood out vividly against the setting sun. It wasn't until nightfall that their duel gradually came to a halt. Breathing heavily, Kagura remarked, Let us call it a day. We shall resume tomorrow. Kai nodded, a smile gracing his face. All right. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with confidence for the battles that awaited them the following day. In the days that followed, the martial arts duels between Kagura and Mike Kai became a daily spectacle, a thrilling performance that graced the training ground. Kagura exuded an air of eager anticipation, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. Kai, full of vitality, showcased his trademark thick brows and piercing gaze, as if declaring that today's confrontation would be nothing short of exhilarating. From morning until noon, the blazing sun hung high above, scorching the training ground to a blistering heat. The silhouettes of the two warriors interwove beneath the sunlight, colliding with fervor. Their fists and feet cut through the air, creating a whistling sound, while sweat splattered, soaking the earth beneath them. Empowered by the formidable physique granted by his Senju bloodline, and further enhanced by the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, Kagura unleashed a relentless onslaught, resembling an unstoppable tide, each wave crashing upon the other without respite. Every punch and kick he delivered bore astonishing might, as if he sought to obliterate all that lay before him. Yet, Kai, in the face of Kagura's tempestuous assaults, remained ever composed. His defense was impenetrable. Each block was executed with precision, expertly dissipating the force behind Kagura's strikes. When counterattacking, Kai was swift and fierce, instilling a sense of caution in Kagura. Kai's martial arts were devoid of any ostentation. They epitomized the pinnacle of strength and speed, each movement steeped in years of diligent practice and mastery. Though Kagura possessed remarkable stamina, he gradually began to feel the weight of fatigue under Kai's unyielding resistance. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit surged within him, driving him to persist in his assault. Kai, seemingly tireless, faced Kagura with unwavering focus. His lithe form and nimble movements belied the fact that he had been engaged in battle for an entire day. As nightfall gently descended, both warriors found themselves breathless, their clothes drenched in sweat. Kagura raised his hand to signal the conclusion of their duel, and the two, weary yet fulfilled, retreated to rest. Upon returning to his quarters, Kagura reclined on his bed, replaying the scenes of their confrontation in his mind, filled with admiration. With his exceptional Senju bloodline and the aid of Hashirama's cells, complemented by his unwavering commitment to physical training, he had cultivated such formidable energy and resilience, enabling him to endure intense combat. Yet what of Kai? He possessed no extraordinary lineage, nor did he rely on any external means to augment his strength. Rather, he achieved this remarkable level solely through relentless training. Day in and day out, Kagura recalled the moment when Kai unleashed the 8 gates to confront the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Madara Uchiha. That battle ignited a fervor within the hearts of spectators. Harnessing the power accumulated through countless hours of exertion, Kai challenged Madara, a being of divine prowess, proving that even mortal flesh could stand against the divine. Now, as Kai proclaimed himself the Emerald Beast, it was likely that he had already unlocked the 6th gate, perhaps even beyond. Indeed, Kagura found his most favored opponent to be none other than Mike Kai. Specializing in martial arts, Kai excelled in the grand and audacious style of the steel fist, with each technique radiating a sense of boldness and determination. When they clashed, fists met fists, palms connected, and legs exchanged strikes, each encounter resonating with a profound and powerful sound, akin to a dialogue between forces. It was a pure contest of physical prowess, each blow landing with palpable force, and the fervor of youth coursing through the air like a wild river. Kagura could genuinely feel the passion of battle igniting within him. Every inch of muscle awakened, every drop of sweat cheering for this exhilarating confrontation. This is the essence of youth. Let it burn. However, Guy, while shouting these infectiously enthusiastic yet somewhat embarrassing slogans, was wholly engrossed in the fight. Kagura silently scoffed, thinking that while it was commendable to engage in a competition, it was quite awkward to utter such seemingly juvenile phrases. In contrast, his bout with Kakashi was a completely different experience. Kakashi's fighting style was starkly dissimilar to Guy's. During their clash, Kagura deeply grasped the meaning of cunning and treachery. Realizing that a straightforward confrontation would yield no advantage, Kakashi swiftly altered his strategy, utilizing his extensive combat skills and experience to outmaneuver Kagura. Although Kagura had undergone 5 years of rigorous training at the root, accumulating a fair amount of combat experience, he still found himself significantly outmatched by Kakashi. Having survived the gruesome trials of the Third Shinobi World War, Kakashi's every move was imbued with calculated intent. The timing of his strikes and the fluidity of his transitions were executed with impeccable precision. Battling Kakashi felt more akin to a cerebral contest. Kagura often sensed himself ensnared by invisible ropes, possessing strength yet unable to unleash it. Despite his robust physical conditioning and commendable martial skills, under Kakashi's masterful tactical maneuvers, his power and techniques seemed ensnared in an intangible trap, failing to manifest their full potential. Each encounter felt as if he were being led by the nose. Every action anticipated and countered, leaving Kagura feeling stifled and somewhat foolish in this duel, burdened by a sense of frustration. Through these distinctly different combat experiences, Kagura's understanding of battle was quietly evolving. His bout with Guy immersed him in the sheer thrill of physical confrontation, allowing him to unleash his primal fighting instincts. Whereas the duel with Kakashi compelled him to think critically, to strategize, revealing that strength alone was insufficient. Wisdom and experience were equally indispensable. These two contrasting styles of combat were like parallel tracks, propelling Kagura forward on his path of ninja training, enabling him to grow, transform, and advance towards greater realms of strength through each sparring session. Days passed, yet a current of unease surged beneath the surface of Konoha. The tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan grew increasingly acute, casting a shadow of anxiety over the entire community. Fortunately, the third Hokage, with his wisdom and stature, managed to stabilize the chaotic situation, albeit temporarily. Kagura understood that this was not the time to stir up trouble. Any reckless actions could provoke the third Hokage, leading to unforeseeable consequences. After a day of intense competition, Kagura slowly spoke. "Let us pause our contest for the time being." "What is the matter?" Kai inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. To him, such a vibrant display of taijutsu was the epitome of youth, and the abrupt interruption left him perplexed. "Lord Danzo has assigned me to undertake other tasks, so I shall not be able to return tomorrow," Kagura replied candidly. "Oh, that is rather unfortunate," Kai expressed, his usual forthrightness revealing his disappointment. Recently, he had accepted Kakashi's invitation to engage in taijutsu bouts with Kagura, which had proven immensely rewarding for him. Typically, he trained alone, and within the confines of Konohagakure, there were few who could match his prowess in hand-to-hand combat. However, Kagura not only endured his vigorous assaults, but also demonstrated remarkable resilience, allowing them to spar for an entire month. "Since you have other duties, you should return and prepare," Kakashi interjected hastily, unwilling to be a daily sparring partner for Kagura. Such a dual drain on both stamina and energy could only be tolerated by someone as fervent about martial arts as Kai. "Once my tasks are complete, I shall return to seek you both out," Kagura declared, and with a flicker of movement, he vanished, leaving behind only a lingering echo of his words. Oh, no problem. Next time, we shall engage in another youthful duel," Kai exclaimed, enthusiastically waving his arms, as if already envisioning a rematch with Kagura. Hey. I said not to make decisions unilaterally," Kakashi remarked, observing Kai's exuberance with a wry smile. He shook his head in resignation, contemplating Kai's unyielding passion and his almost obsessive love for combat and youth. After enduring a tumultuous undercurrent, the village of Konohagakure finally appeared to regain its former serenity. Kagura understood that this tranquility was hard-earned, and he could not afford to be the one to shatter it. The village's higher-ups had painstakingly stabilized the situation. If he acted recklessly, it would undoubtedly challenge the limits set by the third Hokage and the elite, inviting their disdain, an insight Kagura possessed. As anticipated, when Kakashi relayed the news of Kagura ceasing his matches to heed the call of duty, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. In the Hokage's eyes, Kagura's awareness of boundaries exceeded expectations, fostering a newfound appreciation for him. Throughout his ongoing battles with Kakashi and Kai, Kagura had felt a comprehensive enhancement in his taijutsu skills. The high-intensity confrontations had propelled his physical capabilities to a new level. He now felt confident that, in terms of stamina, he was on par with most elite shinobi. After all, having transplanted the cells of Hashirama, he understood that continuous training was essential for the cells to integrate harmoniously with his own, allowing him to absorb and unleash the immense power they harbored. Nevertheless, Kagura was acutely aware that merely relying on training would not suffice to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He required further experiences laden with life and death trials. In the depths of profound anguish and exhilaration lies the potential to touch that enigmatic and formidable power. With the situation in the village recently stabilized, Kagura resolved to minimize his presence within its confines and direct his attention towards missions beyond its borders. Since being taken under Danzo's wing 3 years prior, his existence had been predominantly filled with rigorous training, and the number of missions he had undertaken could be counted on one hand. Even when assigned tasks, they were either executed solo or in temporary alliances with other root members, leaving him without a stable team. Thus, he arrived at the notion of reassembling a new squad. A splendid opportunity now that he possessed the autonomy to choose his companions. In selecting his teammates, Kagura proceeded with utmost caution. His first instinct was to exclude those members still affiliated with the Roots. The Root organization, after all, was a breeding ground for Danzo's unwavering loyalists. Even if a handful of members were not entirely under his mind control, they were still ensnared by various means. Should they become his allies, they would inevitably uncover some of his secrets. If such confidences fell into Danzo's ears, it would likely spell endless trouble for him. Thus, the teammates he aimed to select had to be individuals who could steadfastly stand by his side in the future, becoming a true source of strength belonging solely to him. Kagura began meticulously sifting through the ninjas he knew, recalling faces that had briefly intersected during missions or shared moments during their time at the Ninja Academy. He contemplated each person's character, abilities, and values, analyzing their alignment with his principles and aspirations. Under Danzo's leadership, the Root operated like a clandestine organization shrouded in mystery. Its members dispersed across various corners of the world. Some had been lurking for years in enemy territories, executing perilous espionage and assassination missions, while others carried out routine tasks around Konoha, maintaining the organization's covert operations. As Kagura perused the documents, memories of his past experiences within the Roots surfaced, along with recollections of companions with whom he had trained and undertaken missions. After Danzo was controlled by the Kotoame Tsukumi, Kagura had attempted to locate the families of his comrades from 3 years ago, wishing to offer them support in secrecy. However, his inquiries yielded naught. It was as if those individuals had been entirely severed from all ties to the outside world from the very beginning, devoid of any familial traces. As if their existence was confined solely to the Root and its missions. Truly, this was characteristic of Danzo's methods. Kagura murmured softly, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation and reflection. Under Danzo's dominion, Root members had been molded into combat machines, knowing only to obey orders. While familial and platonic bonds, emotions cherished by ordinary people, were deliberately diminished or even stripped away. Kagura continued to sift through the files, the papers rustling softly in his grasp. Suddenly, a youthful visage caught his eye. In that moment, his immediate reaction was to think of Tobi. Although the individual depicted appeared significantly younger than Kagura's recollection of Tobi, bearing a somewhat juvenile countenance, the distinctive silver hair and oversized glasses allowed Kagura to instantly ascertain his identity. This fellow would undoubtedly become something extraordinary in the future. Kagura recalled that Do eventually became a trusted aide of Orochimaru. After Itachi sealed Orochimaru, Do entered the Dragon's Cave to attain Sage Mode, and, alongside Uchiha Obito, instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, stirring tumultuous waves throughout the ninja world. This fellow is indeed a master at realizing dreams. Suddenly, Kagura remembered that Do had an adoptive mother, the name lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet eluding his memory. He rose from his seat, sifting through the mountains of documents. At last, he found the relevant information. Yakushi Nanoyu, the head of the orphanage, who had not yet been ensnared in the brutal mutual slaughter orchestrated by Danzo. These two are unlikely to remain loyal to Danzo. They can be recruited as allies. Kagura mused internally. He was acutely aware that the profound emotional bond between Do and Yakushi Nanoyu, along with their attachment to the orphanage, would prove pivotal in controlling them in the future. With 2 candidates settled, Kagura fell into contemplation, still in search of a third companion. He returned to his desk, continuing to peruse the files. One by one, the documents passed before his eyes, his gaze imbued with both anticipation and scrutiny. Eventually, his attention alighted upon the file of a girl named Rufuyuki. Younger than Kagura, she hailed from a humble family, orphaned at a tender age, now utterly alone. It is she, Kagura softly remarked. Rufuyuki's desolate background made her more susceptible to Kagura's influence, facilitating his control over her. leaning back in his chair. A ripple of unease stirred within him. He recognized that his criteria for selecting allies were predicated on their disloyalty to Danzo and their ease of manipulation. When did my thoughts become so twisted? Kagura mused bitterly, self-deprecatingly. Having spent considerable time in Danzo's company, he had unwittingly learned to employ various means to achieve his own ends. In this brutal, survival of the fittest ninja world, lacking the requisite methods indeed renders one vulnerable. After finalizing his allies, Kagura promptly set about orchestrating their tasks. In his capacity as a high-ranking member of the root organization, he issued orders to Yakushi Ninu, Yakushi Do, and Rufuyuki, commanding them to cease their ongoing missions and return to the village to await further instructions. Kagura understood that some among them were engaged in espionage and would not be able to extricate themselves immediately. Thus, he granted them 1 to 3 months to manage their affairs appropriately. The three, upon receiving the orders, were taken aback, not by the directive to return to the village, but by the astonishing allowance of 3 months. In their previous experiences, they had never encountered such leniency in withdrawal time. Some missions, once abruptly abandoned or if the executor suddenly departed, could easily arouse the enemy's suspicions, jeopardizing their identities and inviting peril. The time Kagura afforded them provided ample opportunity to arrange everything in advance, ensuring a safe return to the village. In the days that followed, Yakushi-do, Yakushi-nanoyu, and Rufuyuki each began preparations for their return. A month later, Yakushi-nanoyu was the first to arrive back in Kanahagakure, standing at the village's entrance. She gazed upon the familiar yet foreign surroundings, as well as the orphanage she held dear in her heart, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Kagura arranged for the members of the route to escort her to their headquarters, awaiting the arrival of 2 others. While she waited for the trio, Kagura remained industriously occupied, immersing herself in a mountain of documents and tactical models, meticulously crafting various mission plans. These assignments spanned numerous domains, including intelligence gathering, logistics escort, and enemy incursions, with each detail meticulously scrutinized to ensure flawless execution, all to solidify a robust foundation for the new team's future operations. Simultaneously, whenever Danzo issued a mission, Kagura was invariably eager to participate. Her figure frequently traversed various mission sites, leading an increasing number of root ninjas to recognize her unique status as the heir of the root. Kagura understood that each of her appearances was paving the way for her future, facilitating a smoother transition to take over the root. Finally, the 3 returned to the village in succession. Kagura promptly arranged for personnel to guide them to her office. Each individual was escorted by different members of the root, ultimately converging at the designated assembly point. First to arrive was Yakushi Nanoyu, clad in a black root uniform, her face concealed by a hood as her vigilant gaze scrutinized the surroundings. Next came Yakushi Kabuto, who also wore a hood that veiled a pair of deep, calm eyes, rapidly assessing everything around him. Lastly, Rufuyuki hurried in, her petite form clad in slightly oversized attire, revealing an air of nervousness and unease typical of a newcomer. After their sequential arrivals, the trio merely observed one another in silence, all donned in uniform root attire, whether masked or hooded, making it impossible to discern one another's features. Uncertain of the impending mission, each felt as if a rabbit were fluttering within their chests, a mix of anxiety and anticipation. However, in the strictly disciplined atmosphere of the root, they were well aware that casual conversation was prohibited, leaving them to await silently. Within the dim and somewhat oppressive room, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed to thicken the air. After a while, the door creaked open, and Kagura strolled in at a leisurely pace. She made her way directly to the desk before the 3. The chair scraping against the floor emitted a dull sound as she settled into it. Kagura's gaze swept over the trio like a spotlight, her voice low yet clear and powerful. Please introduce yourselves, share your names, abilities, and reveal your faces. The 3 exchanged hesitant glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty and trepidation. Yakushi Kabuto and Rufuyuki, still youthful and inexperienced, found themselves unnerved by Kagura's sudden demand, none daring to speak first. Observing this, Yakushi Nanoyu took a deep breath, raised her hand, and slowly removed her hood. A cascade of brilliant golden hair tumbled forth like sunlight, and her azure eyes shimmered with a gentle glow in the dim light of the room. Adorned with large-framed glasses, she radiated an air of intellect and warmth. Her voice floated like a soft spring breeze, tender yet imbued with warmth, I am Yakushi Nanoyu, proficient in intelligence reconnaissance and medical ninjutsu. At her side, Yakushi Kabuto's pupils widened dramatically upon recognizing her familiar visage, his breath quickening involuntarily. Director, it truly is the director. The tumult within Do's heart surged like a tempest, as he acutely recognized that he was at the core of the situation, compelled to suppress the tumultuous excitement roiling within. His muscles tensed, he refrained from making any conspicuous movements, fearful of betraying his inner emotions. Naturally, Kagura perceived Do's unease. He extended a finger, pointing at Do, and inquired, "What about you?" Do, quick to react, promptly adjusted his demeanor, calming his emotions in an instant. He raised his hand and similarly removed his hood, revealing a cascade of silvery gray hair and his iconic glasses. His voice remained steady, measured, as he stated, "I am Do, proficient in medical ninjutsu, capable of wielding a chakra scalpel in battle." He deliberately omitted his surname, carefully choosing each word to convey information distinct from that of the pharmacist, Nanoyu, lest others draw parallels between their similar abilities and surnames, thereby uncovering their connection. At that moment, a fleeting expression of shock crossed Nanoyu's face. She had never anticipated encountering Do in this place. Yet, as a seasoned expert in intelligence gathering and infiltration, her years of training had endowed her with formidable psychological resilience and adaptability. She cast a brief glance at Do before swiftly recalibrating her mindset, her gaze returning to a state of tranquility. She understood all too well that in their current predicament, revealing their relationship could precipitate unforeseen dangers for both parties. Lufengsu, skilled in water and wind techniques as well as medical ninjutsu, spoke in a hushed tone laced with tension. She gradually removed her mask, unveiling a delicate visage framed by black hair and dark eyes, pure as the crystalline streams meandering through the mountains. Unconsciously, her hands clutched the hem of her garment, clearly still grappling with the remnants of anxiety. Now it was Kagura's turn to be astonished. He was already aware of Nanoyu and Do's expertise in medical ninjutsu, but he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the seemingly gentle Lufengsu also mastered this art. He pondered to himself, could this assembled team truly become a medical unit? Resting his chin in contemplation, his mind began to race with thoughts about the trajectory and potential of this unique group. "Do you all possess medical ninjutsu?" Kagura inquired, tilting his head slightly, a hint of curiosity illuminating his expression, as if he were appraising an intriguing object. The three exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a shared sense of astonishment. In that modest room, the air seemed to freeze momentarily, charged by this unexpected revelation. They had never contemplated the remarkable coincidence of their overlapping skills. "Very well, let us maintain the team as it is for now," Kagura concluded after a brief deliberation, waving his hand dismissively. The three, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward Kagura in unison, their expressions filled with a mixture of inquiry and anticipation, eager to glean further insights about their future from his countenance. Allow me to introduce myself as well." Kagura shifted the conversation, slowly removing his own mask. In an instant, a strikingly handsome face emerged, nearly flawless, with features resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, smooth, strong lines and deep-set eyes that seemed to harbor boundless stories. "I am Kagura, currently adept in water techniques and swordsmanship, and I shall serve as your captain moving forward." His voice was deep and resonant, each word seemingly imbued with the power to pierce the heart, echoing throughout the room. "Yes," the three replied in unison, their voices harmonious and resounding. Their gazes were momentarily captivated by the striking visage of Kagura, who, despite appearing considerably younger than they had anticipated, emanated an aura of maturity and composure that commanded respect. "Now, let me outline our first mission," Kagura declared, straightening his posture and adopting a serious demeanor. "A noble from the land of fire is under threat, and we must provide him with protection for a time. Return now to prepare. We shall assemble this evening for our departure." With that, he waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. "Captain, should we each have corresponding codenames for the mission? After all, we cannot afford to reveal our identities." The medic, Yanao, hesitated before inquiring. She understood the critical importance of concealing their identities. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Kagura was momentarily at a loss, having overlooked such a crucial detail. His mind raced, struggling to devise suitable code names for the team. Just as he began to feel anxious, a flash of inspiration struck. and the code names from 3 years prior came to him. Our team of outsiders shall use Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow as code names. Mine will be Heaven. The rest you may decide among yourselves. Kagura spoke rapidly, as though fearing someone might usurp his choice, hastily assigning Heaven to himself. Despite his initial disdain for the name Yellow, the three exchanged glances, momentarily silent. They understood that once code names were established, they would henceforth present themselves under these new identities during missions. My hair is yellow, so I shall be yellow. Yanao broke the silence, taking the lead. She reasoned that this code name suited her characteristics and would be easy to remember, and, more importantly, it would help her establish her place within this new team. Tu pondered, furrowing his brow, contemplating the need to remain close to the director, not only in action but also in name. I will choose Mystery, he decided. Lu Feng, glancing at the two, realized only one code name remained. Biting her lip, she softly said, Then I shall be Earth. Her voice was tinged with shyness. As a newcomer to the team, she still felt somewhat reserved. Then it settled. Kagura exclaimed, slapping the table with satisfaction. As though he had accomplished something monumental, the three turned to exit the room. Their steps hurried as they rushed to prepare for the imminent mission. Wait! Kagura suddenly called out loudly. The three turned back, their faces etched with confusion, assuming he had further instructions. I am the disciple of Lord Danzo, and when he becomes the 5th Hokage, I will take over the roots. Therefore, you all should strive to perform well under my leadership. Kagura unabashedly revealed his identity and ambitions, his voice fervent, each word detonating like a heavy bomb, stirring waves of emotion within the hearts of the three. The three individuals were evidently taken aback by the profound background of Kagura, their astonishment unmistakable. Pharmacist Nanoyu widened her eyes slightly, internally musing that in the presence of such a distinguished captain, she must henceforth act with heightened caution. Meanwhile, Do pressed his lips tightly together, swiftly calculating how to leverage this connection to safeguard the director while establishing his own standing within the team. Rufuyuki, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety as her palms grew clammy, had never anticipated that her captain harbored such a promising future, leaving her both exhilarated and apprehensive. In the days to come, they were to collaborate and harness their respective strengths. At the root, the mission took precedence, and personal sentiments were not to interfere with its completion. Do you understand? The three responded in unison, understood. After the meeting concluded, they exited the room one after another. Pharmacist Nanoyu and Do deliberately maintained their distance, feigning unfamiliarity with one another. Rufuyuki walked alongside them, sensing an unspoken secret between the two, yet hesitant to inquire further. Upon returning to their respective quarters, Do sat upon his bed, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He reminisced about his days in the orphanage, where Nanoyu had offered him warmth and care, teaching him the art of medical ninjutsu. Now, in this treacherous environment filled with peril and intrigue, their reunion brought him both joy and concern. The joy of seeing the director again was tempered by the fear that their relationship, if unveiled, could spell disaster for her. Nanoyu, too, found it difficult to remain calm, acutely aware of the dire consequences should Do's identity be discovered. She paced her room, contemplating how to protect Do in this precarious setting while fulfilling her own mission. As for Rufuyuki, the young girl newly arrived at the root felt a profound sense of loneliness and confusion in this unfamiliar environment, uncertain of what the future held for her. She clung tightly to her medical ninjutsu skills, hoping to carve out her place in this world where strength reigned supreme. Once the three had departed, Kagura sat alone in her chamber, reflecting on the information regarding Nanu, Do, and Rufuyuki. All three possessed abilities at the Chunin level. While that indicated a certain degree of competence, Kagura perceived them as somewhat inexperienced. Nanoyu excelled in medical ninjutsu, playing a crucial role in healing the injured. Yet her close combat capabilities were relatively weak. Do and Rufuyuki had limited combat experience, making them prone to panic in complex situations. Furthermore, the ninjutsu they wielded was not particularly formidable, and their means of self-preservation were somewhat lacking, rendering them vulnerable in a mission fraught with peril. Thus, Kagura resolved to discreetly ensure their protection. Only by surviving and growing through successive missions could they become her steadfast allies. In that moment, she recalled her former comrades, especially Captain Ten, who consistently charged to the forefront, shielding his teammates from harm. She vividly remembered the intense confrontation with the grass ninjas, where the situation had been dire, with overwhelming numbers and relentless assaults. It was Ten who resolutely diverted a significant portion of the grass ninjas, creating an opportunity for his fellow teammates to survive. Had it not been for his valiant act, I would have likely succumbed to my adversaries long ago. Now, as time flows, my strength may have surpassed the heavens. Yet I, Kagura, still seek to learn from him. A faint smile graces my lips, a nostalgic reminiscence of past camaraderie and an optimistic anticipation for the future. In my heart, I silently vow that during this mission, I shall protect my teammates as he once safeguarded me, guiding them towards growth and the noble path of the shinobi. Even though this newly formed team is rife with uncertainties and challenges, I possess the confidence that, through my abilities and status, I can lead them to carve out a place for themselves in the roots, where they may become my trusted allies in the future. The night envelopes the world like a vast, black satin cloak, gentle yet irresistibly shrouding everything in darkness. Kagura, along with his companions, the medic Yaoshi Do, and the swift-flowing wind Snow Shirin, converge silently in the shadows. There is little need for extensive verbal communication. The exchange of glances conveys a profound understanding. They are acutely aware that embarking under the cover of night is a customary tactic of the roots, allowing them to conceal their movements and catch their enemies unawares. As they journey forth, Kagura entrusts the responsibility of route planning and navigation to Yaoshi. As the eldest member of the team, her wealth of experience in intelligence gathering and route strategizing is invaluable. Kagura muses that with such a skilled ally, he can afford to relax a bit, trailing behind while keeping a vigilant watch on Shirin's demeanor. After an unrelenting march, as the sunset paints the horizon in hues of orange and red, they finally arrive at the estate of a noble in the Land of Fire, the designated site of their mission. Kagura proceeds to meet with the client, and shortly thereafter, Shirin is settled into accommodations within the noble's lavish residence. In the spacious and opulent room, Do breaks the silence, asking, "Captain, are we to stay here for an extended period?" Kagura nods affirmatively, his tone resolute. "Indeed, it seems likely." Flowing wind Snow gathers her courage, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Who threatens this noble?" A smirk dances at the corners of Kagura's mouth as he replies dismissively, "Another noble, of course. Such is the nature of their kind. They revel in their rivalries. Ensure that you thoroughly scout the surrounding terrain. Their request for our protection indicates that more than just our team of shinobi will be involved. So be prepared for battle at any moment." "Understood." The trio responds in unison. Yaoshi maintains a calm demeanor, her years of experience rendering her unflappable. Do displays a semblance of composure, while Flowing Wind Snow cannot conceal her anxiety. Noticing this, Yaoshi gently pats her hand, offering silent reassurance. After several days in the noble estate, the influx of personnel becomes markedly pronounced. One quiet evening, the tranquility of the residence is shattered by a flurry of hurried yet dense footsteps. Following this, cries and the clashing of weapons pierce the night. "Captain?" Do glances at Kagura, his eyes brimming with inquiry. "Stay calm. There are likely more intruders." Kagura intently observes the commotion within the estate, his gaze sharp and unwavering, missing not a single detail. The noble's residence is already fortified with numerous guards, and upon hearing the disturbance, they swiftly gather to confront the invaders, engaging in fierce combat. The invaders launched a fierce assault, yet they were unable to breach the defenses of the estate. After a prolonged stalemate, a group of masked ninjas suddenly materialized like phantoms. Without hesitation, they unleashed their water techniques, sending a torrent of water roaring forth like a raging dragon, instantly demolishing sections of the defenses. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the masked ninjas surged forward. "Go!" commanded Kagura, her voice resonating like a thunderclap, echoing sharply in the night. The squad members sprang into action, darting forward with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow. Lu Fengshui stood at the rear, her hands swiftly forming seals as water techniques erupted from her fingertips, propelling columns of water toward the enemy and carving out a path for her comrades to advance. Pharmacist Yu and Do, utilizing their agile movements, swiftly closed the distance. A glint of cold light flashed from Yu's hand as her sharp scalpel shimmered under the moonlight, her figure elusive as she targeted the enemy's vital points with precision. Do, equally determined, gathered his chakra scalpel radiating a blue glow as he engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the foes. The three fought in perfect harmony, functioning like a well-oiled combat machine. complementing each other as strengths in both offense and defense. Gradually, the relentless onslaught of the masked ninjas faltered, and one by one, they fell to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistling pierced the air as countless shurikens, imbued with a chilling aura, rained down upon Yanoyu, Do, and Lu Fengshui like a locust swarm. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Instinctively, they sidestepped, bent low, and leapt with the agility of nocturnal creatures. The shurikens grazed their garments and hair, embedding themselves deep into the walls behind them with a dull thud. Before they could catch their breath, a swarm of shadows descended from the rooftop, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing their masked faces and frostbitten gazes, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Water release, water fong bullet, came a deep chant. Instantly, several streams of water shot forth from the enemy ranks, aimed directly at the trio. The water flowed with astonishing speed, carrying formidable force that caught the three off guard. "Watch out!" Yanoyu shouted, retreating rapidly. Lu Fengshui, not daring to slacken her pace, lightly tapped the ground and leapt sideways to evade the direct onslaught. However, Do was slightly slower to react. In his moment of panic, as he prepared to dodge, a water blade surged toward him. A ninja had swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a sharp water blade in his grasp, exclaiming, "Water release, water blade." With that, the water blades advanced relentlessly toward Do. His eyes widened, pupils constricting. He had no time for effective defense and instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. With a piercing sound, the water blade sliced through his sleeve, leaving a long gash on his arm, blood immediately gushing forth and staining his garments. Yanoyu, frantic with urgency, dashed forward to shield Do, her unwavering gaze fixed on the water ninja. Lu Fengshui quickly recalibrated her stance, her hands rapidly forming new seals as she chanted, "Water release, water break wave." A powerful stream of water erupted from her mouth, surging toward the advancing ninja. The water surged like a colossal blade, weaving through the enemy ranks and forcing the ninjas to retreat. However, the opposing ninjas were evidently well trained. They swiftly reformed their positions and unleashed their water-style ninjutsu once more. In an instant, multiple torrents surged from various directions, colliding with the waves conjured by Lu Fengshui. A thunderous roar erupted, and the tremendous force sent sprays of water cascading into the air. Lu Fengshui felt a powerful backlash strike her, numbing her arm and causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of her mouth. It was evident that the enemy's water technique was superior. In this clash, Lu Fengshui found herself at a disadvantage. As the battle intensified, a deep chant echoed, "Water style, water chaos wave." A tumultuous wave of water surged forth like a runaway stallion, roaring towards them. The strength of this torrent far exceeded that of the previous assault, carving deep trenches into the ground and sending splashes of water flying like a barrage of hidden weapons. Lu Fengshui and pharmacist Yao Nayu's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes filled with terror and despair. Having already expended a considerable amount of energy in the earlier skirmish, they were ill-prepared for this sudden, formidable attack, leaving them no time for effective defense. With two resounding thuds, the two were struck violently by the torrent, their bodies soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. A few enemy ninjas, witnessing this, exchanged glances of fierce determination and rushed towards them, kunai in hand, their sharp blades glinting ominously in the moonlight, aimed directly at their vital points. In that critical moment, a shadow flickered like a specter. It was Kagura, moving with such incredible speed that he was nearly imperceptible, leaving only a blur in his wake. With a tremendous kick, he sent the assailants flying. The ninjas traced graceful arcs through the air before crashing into a distant wall with a resounding thud. Kagura landed firmly, his gaze piercing, fixed intently on the mysterious adversaries before him. "I thought as much." Proficient in water style and capable of coordination, such prowess is not typical of wandering ninjas. "You must be from the Mist Village, am I correct?" Yet, the Mist ninjas remained silent, their cold eyes fixed on Kagura with an icy disdain. They exchanged knowing glances, and in unison, rapidly formed hand seals to unleash a series of water-style techniques, powerful chakra waves rippling through the air. Water style, water fong bullets. Water style, water chaos wave. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a barrage of water fong bullets, a tumultuous wave, and a ferocious water dragon surged towards Kagura from all directions. The might of these water techniques was immense, tearing through the air and leaving the ground pockmarked from the impact. Captain, pharmacist Yao Naiyu, Do, and Lu Feng Shui watched in alarm, their expressions etched with fear and unease. Yet, having just been struck by the water technique, they were racked with pain, unable to rise and assist, forced to watch helplessly as Kagura faced this formidable onslaught alone. Kagura, undeterred, swiftly drew his sword, his movements as fluid and natural as flowing water. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and all of the water-based attacks were instantly dispersed, transforming into countless droplets that splattered through the air. Gazing at the group of mist ninjas before him, a chilling intent to kill flickered in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Since you refuse to answer, you shall never answer." No sooner had his words fallen than Kagura surged forward like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was so extraordinary that it rendered his actions nearly invisible, leaving behind only flickering afterimages in the air. In an instant, he found himself before one of the mist ninjas, his sword striking like a silver lightning bolt. Swift and precise, piercing through the enemy's chest before they could react. After dispatching one foe, Kagura did not pause for breath. He executed another instant shift, appearing before another ninja in a heartbeat. He leapt high, his sword tracing an elegant arc through the air, and with a scream, that ninja fell into a pool of blood. Witnessing this, the remaining mist ninjas were thrown into a panic, never anticipating that this adversary possessed such terrifying prowess. Yet, rather than retreating, they quickly encircled him, hoping to overwhelm him with their numbers. Kagura, however, remained unperturbed, moving through the throng of enemies as if traversing an uninhabited realm, executing a series of instantaneous shifts. With each teleportation, a flash of cold light accompanied him, and with every swing of his sword, another mist ninja fell. His swordsmanship was both fierce and precise, each move imbued with immense power, rendering defense futile. Before long, the battlefield was littered with the fallen forms of countless mist ninjas, blood staining the ground and a thick, metallic scent of carnage permeating the air. As the last few mist ninjas realized the dire situation, they turned to flee. But Kagura would not let them escape so easily. With a cold snort, he executed another instantaneous shift, pursuing them like a specter. From behind, he struck down each enemy with lethal precision, rendering them incapable of further flight. With a steely gaze sweeping across the battlefield, he ordered the estate guards to swiftly gather those still crawling on the ground. He then drew forth a silk handkerchief, methodically wiping his sword, the blade gleaming coldly, reflecting his composed and stern visage. Once finished, he sheathed his sword and turned to his injured companions, the medic Yano, Do, and Lu Feng, all of whom bore significant injuries. Yet fortunately, each was skilled in medical ninjutsu. The trio worked in unison, enduring their pain to heal one another, chakra flowing gently over their wounds, visibly mending with each passing moment. With the mission complete, they set forth on their journey back to the village. Kagura walked at the front of the group, idly surveying his companions, and suddenly jested, the gentle beauty, the dull boy, the slow-witted girl, and the dashing, powerful me. The three paused at his words, then instinctively matched themselves to the roles he had assigned. Yano smiled softly, saying nothing. Do furrowed his brow slightly, wondering to himself just how he could be considered dull. Lu Feng Shui opened her mouth, intending to refute the notion that she was slow-witted, but upon recalling the chilling might of Kagura on the battlefield, she swallowed her words and could only grumble inwardly. Captain, are we truly not risking any repercussions by carelessly dealing with those mist ninjas, who hail from the Mist Village? One of the 5 great ninja villages? Asked Yakushi no Nayu with concern. Kagura, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, since they dared to trespass into the land of fire and metal in the conflicts of its nobles, they must be prepared to lay down their lives here. The Mist Village will not concern itself with their fate. He paused slightly, aware that the Mist Village implemented a blood mist policy. Those who managed to escape to this place were most likely renegade ninjas. Even if they were not, the Mist Village was currently in disarray, too preoccupied to worry about those outside its borders. Regarding future matters, the nobles would quietly handle any aftermath to conceal their secrets, so there was no need for excessive concern. Kagura turned to his companions, Yakushi no Nayu, Kabuto, and Lu Feng Shui. They were not members of the root organization but rather comrades personally chosen by Kagura, upon whom he had high hopes for their future support. However, after a recent mission, he felt disappointment in their displayed capabilities. Yakushi no Nayu, despite no longer being at a youthful advantage, found it increasingly difficult to achieve significant improvements in strength. Nevertheless, Kagura valued her exceptional intelligence-gathering skills and remarkable medical ninjutsu. In battle, intelligence and medical support could equally sway the tide. Hence, he hoped she would enhance her self-protection abilities to better showcase her strengths. As for Kabuto, he remained quite inexperienced, far from reaching the level of Sage Kabuto, who would one day lead the ninja world in war. Meanwhile, Lu Fengshui, reflecting a similar state as during her first mission with Kagura, had yet to adjust her mindset and appeared overly cautious in executing the task, unable to fully unleash her potential. Thus, Kagura planned to meticulously cultivate their skills to bolster their strength. After the mission concluded, Kagura returned with the three to the village, not immediately taking them back to the route, but instead leading them to a concealed training ground. This training area was enveloped by dense forests, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The three observed their surroundings with curiosity, completely unaware of Kagura's intentions for bringing them there. Kagura looked at them and calmly inquired, "How do you feel you performed in this mission?" Instantly, silence fell upon the trio, and the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. They were acutely aware of their abysmal performance during the mission. Had it not been for Kagura's presence, they likely would have been killed or captured by the ninjas from the mist, a truth that left them feeling ashamed. Noticing their silence, Kagura did not linger in hesitation. He stepped forward to Noniu and began, "You excel in medical ninjutsu, and during combat, you should not be the first to charge to the front lines. Although all three of you possess medical skills, you have the highest proficiency, making it the right choice to remain in the rear. Furthermore, even if you are not adept in combat, you must develop the ability to protect yourself." Yanoyu nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in Kagura's words. She was indeed not adept at combat and had not contributed significantly while charging ahead on this mission, ultimately sustaining an injury. Kagura then turned her gaze towards Yakushi Kabuto and Rufuyuki, inquiring, "Furthermore, what do you both consider to be the essence of a formidable ninja?" This unexpected question momentarily left them speechless. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity and contemplation. After a brief pause, Kabuto was the first to respond. Possessing exceptional combat skills, enabling one to adeptly navigate various situations during battle. Rufuyuki added, "Mastery of powerful ninjutsu, as such techniques can swiftly alter the tides of battle." Kagura nodded thoughtfully and continued, "In your opinion, to what extent must one achieve to be deemed a powerful ninja? Or, what is the most formidable ninja you have encountered thus far?" The two fell into a reverie. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, their life experiences were limited, and the ninjas they had encountered were predominantly ordinary villagers. After much reflection, they realized that the most powerful ninja they had come across was none other than Kagura herself. Observing their expressions, Kagura understood that their limited exposure had constrained their understanding of what constituted a powerful ninja. This was quite natural. Had Kabuto not followed Orochimaru, he would have been deprived of the opportunity to engage with such a plethora of potent ninjutsu, and his understanding would have remained exceedingly restricted. Perhaps an ordinary jonin would have sufficed as the pinnacle of his potential. However, under Orochimaru's tutelage, he not only witnessed and learned various formidable ninjutsu, but also encountered numerous powerful ninjas. Thus, Kagura resolved to broaden their horizons. Standing at the center of the training ground, he inhaled deeply and commenced demonstrating his ninjutsu. First was the wind release, with swift hand seals. A formidable gust of air coalesced in his hands before he thrust it forward with great force. The air stream sliced through the surrounding trees like a razor, effortlessly severing them at the trunk, leaving smooth and precise cuts, as if they had been cleaved by a sharp blade. Next came the fire release. Kagura performed the seals once more and expelled a colossal fireball from his mouth. The fireball surged forth, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, distorting the air in its wake. Upon striking a distant hill, it ignited a small conflagration, flames roaring to life and illuminating the entire hillside in a fiery glow. When the lightning release was unleashed, powerful currents of electricity gathered in Kagura's hands. With a resounding shout, he directed the current towards a massive rock. The force of the lightning release was tremendous, instantly obliterating the boulder into countless fragments that scattered across the area. The explosive sound echoed deafeningly throughout the valley. The demonstration of the water release was equally astonishing. Upon executing the technique, moisture in the vicinity rapidly converged, forming a vast lake. The water was crystal clear, shimmering with a captivating brilliance under the sunlight. The emergence of this lake seemed to transform the very landscape of the training ground. Finally, for the earth release, Kagura pressed his hands against the ground, and with his seals, multiple towering earthen walls erupted from the earth. These walls were immense and solid, each towering over 10 meters, resembling an impenetrable fortress. These earthen walls serve not only as formidable defenses, but also transform into powerful offensive weapons during combat. The series of ninjutsu demonstrated by Kagura left Yakushi Nanoyu somewhat impressed, while Yakushi Kabuto and Ryu Fuyuki were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a display of potent ninjutsu, their hearts filled with reverence for Kagura's prowess. After concluding the demonstration, Kagura paused, observing the astonished expressions of the trio, and slowly remarked, "This is the essence of formidable ninjutsu. What you have seen is merely the foundational 5 elemental techniques." A truly powerful ninja must not only master a variety of ninjutsu, but also possess the agility to apply them flexibly, selecting the most suitable technique for each unique combat scenario. Kagura then elucidated that within the ninja world, Konohagakure is lauded as the cradle of medical ninjas, boasting a number far surpassing that of other villages. Nevertheless, even in Konoha, medical ninjas remain an exceedingly scarce resource, their value undeniable. Many elite ninjas possess profound mastery of combat techniques and ninjutsu application, yet remain ignorant of medical ninjutsu. However, the 3 of you are exceptionally fortunate to have all mastered medical ninjutsu, which constitutes a significant advantage. Medical ninjas are the beacon of hope on the battlefield and the steadfast support for their comrades. Thus, you must persistently strive to enhance your medical skills. Each incremental improvement could potentially save a life in a critical moment or even alter the outcome of a battle. The 5 elemental techniques, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, form the foundation of a ninja's strength. Kagura humbly refrained from claiming complete mastery over them, yet had achieved the level of a jonin in each. He expressed his capability to adeptly wield these techniques, exhibiting extraordinary power through flexible adaptation in combat. Should any of you wish to learn, simply voice your desire, and he would impart his knowledge without reservation. Choosing to become a ninja signifies embarking on an irrevocable path. Only by becoming formidable can one ensure their own safety. Only by growing strong can you protect those whom you hold dear, people, matters, and things. My singular request of you is to become powerful as swiftly as possible. Time waits for no one. The circumstances of the ninja world shift continuously, and any moment of negligence may expose you to peril. Moreover, as a disciple of Danzo-sama, I enjoy certain privileges within the route. If I am absent from the village on a mission, should you encounter difficulties, simply inform others that you are my subordinates. This status will generally facilitate the resolution of common issues. Should you face an insurmountable challenge, do not panic. Simply await my return with patience. In the days to come, Kagura devoted himself wholeheartedly to the development of his team members. Each mission was meticulously planned, seen as an excellent opportunity to hone the skills of his subordinates, particularly Kabuto and Yuki. These 2 young ninjas, only a couple of years younger than Kagura, radiated youthful vigor and limitless potential. As for Yakushi Nanoyu, Kagura recognized her value and firmly directed her development towards the realm of medical ninjutsu. Nanoyu's expertise in medical ninjutsu is exceptional, ranking her among the finest medical practitioners even within the esteemed walls of Konoha. After witnessing the formidable 5 nature transformations displayed by Kagura, both Do and Yuki were profoundly shaken, their hearts ignited with an intense desire, vowing to attain such heights themselves in the future. Consequently, they became imbued with an unprecedented passion for training. They meticulously analyzed each hand seal performed by Kagura, the flow of chakra, and the techniques of exertion. Whenever they encountered perplexing questions or yearned to learn new ninjutsu, they would promptly seek Kagura's guidance. Kagura, ever generous and patient, would graciously address each inquiry, personally demonstrating the intricacies of every technique and instructing them with meticulous care. In addition to combat and ninjutsu training, Kagura placed great emphasis on broadening the knowledge and perspectives of his team members. He permitted them access to his office, where they could peruse a wealth of invaluable materials encompassing the principles of ninjutsu, historical accounts of renowned ninjas' battles, and various intriguing tales. Kagura even escorted them to the intelligence center of the route, a repository of information from various ninja villages, detailing the characteristics of ninjutsu, evaluations of ninja prowess, and the political climates of each village. Here, they learned of the terrifying dominion of the Mist Village's Blood Mist, the formidable lightning techniques of the Cloud Village, and the unique puppet arts of the Sand Village. This rich tapestry of information significantly enriched their experiences, rapidly enhancing their knowledge, understanding, and capabilities. As time progressed, the squad members made remarkable strides under Kagura's diligent tutelage. They were filled with gratitude towards him, a sentiment that gradually evolved into a deeper respect and trust. The missions they undertook were diverse, ranging from infiltrating enemy territories to steal confidential information to escorting important figures through perilous lands. During one such covert operation, Kagura and his companions encountered ninjas from the Grass Village on their return journey. These ninjas emerged from the west, encircling them completely. The harrowing conflict from 3 years prior lingered in Kagura's mind like an indelible scar, fueling his animosity towards the Grass Ninjas, which grew wild and unrestrained. Kagura's heart brimmed with resentment. He had refrained from provoking the Grass Ninjas, yet they audaciously sought to ambush him once more. 3 years ago, the Root, under Danzo's orders, had launched a brutal assault on the Grass Ninjas, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. They had fled in terror, seeking reconciliation from the third Hokage. However, it had been but a short time since, and yet they dared to corner him again. Kagura's eyes ignited with fury. These Grass Ninjas were truly forgetful. Evidently, the previous lesson had not been sufficiently profound. Regardless of their motives for encircling him this time, Kagura resolved that they must bear a far heavier price. Calmly commanding his team, Kagura swiftly assessed the enemy's weaknesses. Do, use Earth Release to create a defensive barrier, blocking their initial assault. Yuki, prepare Wind Release. Once the Earth Barrier is formed, disperse their ninjutsu. Do and Yuki, upon hearing his orders, sprang into action. Do swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A formidable earthen wall surged from the ground, thwarting the enemy's shuriken assault. Almost concurrently, snow finished forming its seals, unleashing the Wind Release, Gale Palm. A fierce gust of wind howled forth, scattering the enemy's ninjutsu into disarray. Kagura nodded in satisfaction, continuing to issue commands. Excellent. Now it is my turn to strike. You all must protect yourselves. With a sudden flourish, Kagura drew his blade, the metallic sound of the unsheathing slicing through the air. Immediately, infused with surging chakra, he charged like a bolt of black lightning towards the Grass Ninja encampment. Each swing of his sword conjured a sharp wind, the keen blade akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Grass Ninja. The Grass Ninja hastily raised their blades in defense, but they were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, crumbling under Kagura's relentless onslaught. In an instant, cries of anguish and pleas for mercy erupted. Blood gushed forth, pooling into dark crimson puddles on the ground. One by one, the Grass Ninja fell like wheat swept away by a gale, collapsing en masse into the mud. In the blink of an eye, the once dense formation of Grass Ninja was left in tatters, with only a scant few still standing. These survivors, trembling, gazed upon the blood-soaked Kagura, who approached with the aura of a demon. With a thud, they collectively knelt, hands clasped over their heads, voices quivering in desperate supplication. Spare us, do not kill us. Faced with the sight of the Grass Ninja surrendering in terror, hands raised in surrender, Kagura hesitated not for a moment. His chakra surged, and the intent to kill permeated the air. The blade in his hand glinted ominously as he wove through the Grass Ninja like a wraith. Where he tread, screams echoed and blood splattered. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the bodies of the Grass Ninja, not a single life spared. This scene left his comrades in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the typically composed and calm Kagura would unleash such brutality upon surrendering foes. After dispatching the last Grass Ninja, Kagura slowly turned to face his astonished and perplexed allies, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. 3 years ago, I was part of a team known as Tian Di Xianhuang. At that time, after completing a mission, we too were surrounded by the Grass Ninja. As he recounted this, Kagura's voice trembled slightly. They had relentlessly pursued us, ultimately scattering us. Except for my fortunate survival, 2 of the other 3 could not evade capture. And although one was rescued, he suffered a grievous wound, losing his right arm, and soon perished. Consequently, the team was disbanded. Upon hearing this, his teammates were overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, finally grasping the depth of Kagura's pain and resolve. It was a chapter of his life filled with hatred, a scar that would never heal in his heart. Sheathing his sword, Kagura spoke gravely, "Listen well. As ninjas, from the moment we tread this path, life and death hang by a thread. Each mission feels like walking on the edge of a cliff. A single misstep could lead to destruction. In this merciless world of ninjas, without strength, even compassion is a luxury. Therefore, to survive, to protect those dear to you, one must relentlessly pursue strength, or else be at the mercy of others." Kagura believed that allowing Do and Yuki to witness the harsh realities of the ninja world prematurely might not be a bad thing. In this ruthless realm governed by the survival of the fittest, fantasies and innocence find no foothold. Only by exposing them to bloodshed and death could the unrealistic illusions be shattered, thus planting the seeds of strength within their hearts, motivating them to devote themselves to rigorous training, so they could carve out their own path to survival in the brutal ninja world. Kagura's recent massacre of the grass ninjas was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Upon learning of this event, the higher-ups of the grass ninja village swiftly convened an emergency meeting to devise a strategy. Each member bore expressions of fury, unanimously agreeing that Konoha must be held accountable and that the perpetrator must face severe punishment. Consequently, the grass ninja leaders dispatched envoys to Konoha to meet with the third Hokage, demanding the handover of the culprit for appropriate retribution. The news quickly reached Danzo, who, upon hearing it, displayed a sneer of disdain. In his eyes, it was absurd that just 3 years after delivering a harsh blow to the grass ninja village, they now dared to attack Konoha ninjas once more. It was a clear case of hubris, a reckless pursuit of their own demise. Danzo rushed to the Hokage's office and, upon seeing the third Hokage, spoke with fiery indignation. "Hisashi, look at these grass ninjas. Merely 3 years have passed, and they blatantly disregard the peace treaty we signed, launching an assault on our Konoha ninjas. They never contemplated peace, but are merely provoking Konoha's limits. If we do not impose severe punishment upon them, will the peace treaty not become a mere scrap of paper, a laughingstock throughout the entire ninja world?" The third Hokage, Hisashi, furrowed his brow deeply. He was well aware of the grass ninja village's outrageous behavior, yet he had more profound considerations. The scars of war were still fresh, and he fervently wished to avoid igniting yet another conflict over this matter. Peace was paramount at this juncture. Hisashi also felt a pang of concern regarding Kagura's actions. After all, it was the grass ninjas who initiated the confrontation, and from a logical standpoint, Kagura was not entirely at fault. However, Kagura's complete annihilation of the grass ninjas was indeed an excessive measure, causing considerable trouble for Konoha. Hisashi could not help but sigh inwardly. The older generation is too radical, fixated on resolving issues with force, while the younger ones act impulsively, causing worry. Ultimately, the matter concluded with Kagura being placed under confinement. For him, this meant a temporary cessation of his mission duties. Since the order came directly from the third Hokage, he dared not act recklessly at this critical juncture. After careful contemplation, Kagura decided to delegate the tasks to his teammates. Considering his absence, he deliberately selected relatively simple missions to ensure their safety. Although his teammates were worried about Kagura's confinement, they understood it was a decision made by Konoha's higher-ups and could only proceed according to his arrangements. Meanwhile, due to the incident involving the grass ninja village, Kagura's name rapidly spread among the Konoha ninjas. Some expressed admiration for his prowess, as the ability to annihilate the grass ninjas without leaving a trace is not to be underestimated. Yet others questioned his methods, deeming them excessively ruthless. Regardless, the name Kagura has left an indelible mark within the ranks of ninjas in Konoha village. During his days of confinement, Kagura's existence became monotonous and regimented. The confinement room transformed into his training arena, and he never ceased honing his skills with the Sharingan. The advantages the Sharingan confers in battle are immense, a fact not lost on Kagura. Thus, even while imprisoned, he seized every available moment and space to refine his mastery over the eye. Kagura aspired to influence Danzo in an effort to alleviate the mounting tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. However, Danzo's oppressive policies against the Uchiha had long since become an open secret within the village. With Danzo's character firmly established, Kagura dared not act too boldly, fearing that his efforts might backfire. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha remained fraught with tension, the atmosphere thick with anticipation akin to the stillness before a storm. Kagura was acutely aware that, according to the original timeline, the Uchiha clan would face annihilation the following year. Yet he understood that timelines are not immutable. The unpredictability of fate could precipitate the catastrophe sooner than anticipated, necessitating his preparedness. During his confinement, Kagura covertly reached out to Itachi Uchiha. However, Itachi's mindset had already veered towards extremism. Aware that Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kagura refrained from divulging too much information during their exchanges. A slip of the tongue could arouse Itachi's suspicion, and given his formidable Jinjutsu capabilities, Kagura could find himself at a disadvantage. After all, he could not simply implant Shirsue's eyes within his own. Such an act would easily expose him to greater peril. Nonetheless, to ensure the safety of Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke, Kagura resolved to meet with Itachi. Itachi was perplexed by Kagura's deep concern for an ordinary Uchiha clansman. However, Kagura's earlier mention of protecting Sasuke had left a lasting impression on Itachi. Kagura offered to assist Itachi, yet his words did not resonate with him. Upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi gradually harnessed its immense power, which bolstered his confidence to the point of arrogance. He placed his trust solely in his own strength. To safeguard the Uchiha clan, Kagura realized he, too, must awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He continued to train his Sharingan while contemplating future strategies. He understood that the discord between the village and the Uchiha would inevitably erupt, and he needed to become sufficiently powerful to alter the tragic course of events before the storm arrived. As time flowed steadily on, Kagura noted the aftershocks of the grass ninja incident slowly dissipating. Eagerly, he immersed himself back into missions, hopeful that through each experience, he might discover the key to unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. On a bright sunny day, Kagura led his comrades to a majestic mountain range in the western land of fire to undertake a mission. This task may appear deceptively simple, yet it conceals a multitude of challenges. They must traverse the expansive mountain forest to gather an exceedingly rare herb. This herb is immensely valuable, not only capable of fetching a high price in the market, but also serving as a crucial ingredient in the preparation of many precious medicinal substances. Its growth environment is harsh, its numbers scarce, and its appearance strikingly similar to ordinary wild grasses, making it exceedingly difficult to identify, let alone to seek out and harvest. Fortunately, within Kagura's team, there are 3 exceptional medical ninjas, whose expertise in herbal knowledge undoubtedly makes them the most suitable candidates for this undertaking. Kagura systematically orchestrates his teammates to disperse throughout the mountains in search of the herb, while he himself heads to a nearby town for a brief respite. Nestled at the edge of the mountains, the town exudes tranquility, its streets lined with quaint wooden buildings, occasionally punctuated by the lively chatter emanating from a few shops. Kagura chooses a tea house by the roadside, leisurely settling into a chair to bask in the warm sunlight, stretching contentedly. Tasks can sometimes present insurmountable difficulties, akin to scaling sheer cliffs, yet at other times, they are as effortless as strolling on flat ground. As he sips his tea, Kagura ponders how to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. This mysterious and formidable power, like a radiant moon hanging in the sky, captivates his heart, yet remains tantalizingly out of reach. He repeatedly recalls those moments of life and death, the poignant scenes of his dear friend's sacrifice, in an attempt to stir the latent power within him. Yet the Mangekyo Sharingan remains utterly unresponsive. Just as Kagura immerses himself in contemplation, an unfamiliar voice abruptly shatters the tranquility. You seem quite troubled. The voice, abrupt and eerie, reverberates outside the quiet tea house. Kagura's nerves instantly tighten as he swiftly rises, instinctively reaching for the weapon at his waist, his gaze piercing towards the source of the sound. In the distance, a sturdy tree supports a figure cloaked in darkness. The individual is enveloped in a tight black garb, impenetrable as if they have emerged from the shadows, their face obscured by a tiger-patterned mask. This distinctive appearance quickly conjures a dangerous name in Kagura's mind, Uchiha Obito. Kagura's heart constricts sharply, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. This person had transplanted their left eye to Kakashi, hence the mask lacks an opening over that eye. Such a distinctive guise could belong to no one else. Kagura inwardly laments his ill fortune in encountering this troublesome individual. "Who are you?" he demands, suppressing his anxiety. His hand subtly sliding towards his weapon, prepared to act at the slightest opportunity. Ha. Who I am is of little consequence. But I can assist you in alleviating your troubles, comes a low, slightly hoarse voice from beneath the mask, echoing with an air of endless darkness. Troubles? I have no such troubles, and who precisely are you? Kagura feigns calmness, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Perhaps not. But you harbor a deep-seated hatred towards the grass ninjas, do you not? How do you know that? Kagura resolves to probe Obito's intentions, seeking to glean insight into his motives. You need not concern yourself with this matter. It was merely an act of self-defense, yet I find myself confined. Do you not perceive the decay within the upper echelons of Konoha? Obito continued to entice. Humph, I am at a loss for your meaning, Kagura scoffed coldly. I can assist you in your quest for vengeance. Indeed, I could elevate you to a position of influence within Konoha's hierarchy. Obito dangled an enticing bait. Why should I place my trust in you? Kagura countered. I can aid you in eliminating Danzo, thereby granting you control over the root and access to the political core of Konoha. You dare to conspire against Lord Danzo? I shall not forgive such treachery. Kagura erupted in fury, his loyalty to Lord Danzo unwavering. Only he could harbor doubts, and none others were permitted to do so. In an instant, he drew a shuriken, his wrist flicking with precision as it shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Obito. Yet to his astonishment, the shuriken passed effortlessly through Obito's form, as if he were merely an ethereal shadow, causing no harm whatsoever. It is truly Uchiha Obito. A wave of shock coursed through Kagura, his mind racing. Such an impolite wretch. Did your guardians not instruct you to refrain from fidgeting whilst conversing? Obito's voice dripped with mockery, seemingly dismissive of Kagura's assault. My guardians merely advised me against speaking with strangers. As Kagura spoke, he swiftly deployed a smoke bomb. Simultaneously, he utilized the unique ninja code to inscribe a mark in a concealed location, one that only his comrades from Root could comprehend. He commanded his 3 allies to cease their mission and return to the village without delay. He understood the peril Obito posed. He could not allow his companions to fall into danger. As the smoke enveloped the area, obstructing visibility, Kagura seized a direction and propelled himself forward like a streak of black lightning. He knew that he could not afford to linger in battle. He must evade Obito swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Obito, observing this, merely chuckled dismissively. In an instant, the space quaked violently, and he vanished into the distortion emanating from his right eye, as though he had never existed in this realm. Kagura dared not pause for a moment, racing forth while contemplating Obito's sudden appearance. Why had Obito sought him out? What schemes lay behind his intentions? Was it merely a ploy to entice him, or did it conceal a more significant agenda? Kagura grappled with confusion, unable to fathom what had drawn Obito's attention to him. As he ran, he fervently retraced his recent encounters. The last time he spoke with Itachi Uchiha, he was certain that Itachi had yet to meet Obito. Thus Obito could not have gleaned any information about him from Itachi. Yet, how had Obito acquired this knowledge? From their brief exchange, Kagura discerned that Obito had been inciting him to retaliate against the Grass Shinobi village and had tempted him to eliminate Danzo, thereby seizing control of Root. The Grass Shinobi incident was common knowledge in both Konoha and the Grass village. After all, Obito's enigmatic and formidable Genjutsu made the acquisition of information a trivial endeavor. Moreover, with the enigmatic Zetsu by his side, evading their scrutiny proved to be a formidable challenge. As Kagura sprinted with fervor, he meticulously pondered the capabilities of Uchiha Obito. The Mangekyo Sharingan and Kamui constituted Obito's most lethal arsenal. He understood that the paramount concern lay in avoiding the illusions cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as the peril of being drawn into the unknown realm of Kamui. Should he fall prey to either, he would be utterly bereft of the means to retaliate. Kagura endeavored to recollect, striving to unearth further details about Obito from the recesses of his memory. Any fragment of information could prove pivotal for his survival. He was acutely aware that, unless absolutely necessary, he must not reveal his own Sharingan. Once exposed, Obito would undoubtedly seek to extract his eyes, hoarding them within his collection. The wood-release ninjutsu could not be employed recklessly either. Ordinary wood-release techniques would be ineffective against Obito, who possessed knowledge of some wood-release jutsu himself. Should he rashly utilize advanced wood-release techniques, it would only serve to mark him as a significant threat, inciting Obito's relentless pursuit. After careful deliberation, He concluded that should he unleash his full potential and catch Obito off guard, he might stand a chance to inflict substantial damage. However, Obito's right eye housed another Sharingan, granting him access to the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Even if he were to succeed in wounding Obito once, a second opportunity would be utterly unattainable. Kagura's speed was akin to a tempest, swiftly propelling him far from his adversary. He had dual motivations for this course of action. Firstly, to distance himself from Obito. At this moment, flight was his only recourse. Moreover, by vacating the area, he could prevent any detrimental impact on his comrades. If his allies were to encounter Obito, their demise would be inevitable. Secondly, Kagura was heading towards Kanehagakure. The further east he journeyed, the safer he would be, for the village was fortified with numerous skilled warriors and stringent defenses. Yet, reality often proved to be cruel, as an eerie disturbance suddenly rippled through the space ahead. His heart sank. He needed no visual confirmation to discern that Obito was in pursuit. "How are your considerations progressing?" Obito's deep voice resonated as if emanating from the depths of hell, imbued with an unsettling chill, as he obstructed Kagura's path and inquired once more. "Humph, how am I to know the veracity of your words? I know not who you are," Kagura feigned composure. "Who I am is of little consequence. The crux is that I can be of assistance to you," Obito replied, his tone remaining eerily calm, as if everything unfolded according to his design. "Would you truly be so benevolent?" Kagura retorted with a sardonic laugh. "Of course, my benevolence comes with a price." Obito raised his head slightly. "What recompense do you seek?" Kagura pressed, recognizing that Obito's subsequent words would be of utmost importance. "Well, as long as I can leave something on you, that will suffice." Obito's tone was nonchalant, yet it sent a chill down Kagura's spine. "You wish to control me?" Kagura grasped Obito's intention instantaneously, bellowing in fury. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. Rest assured, I will not endanger your life, provided you comply with my commands when necessary," Obito continued, unfazed, as though discussing an utterly mundane matter. "And what if I refuse?" Kagura stood resolute, his gaze unwavering as he confronted Obito. "That is not for you to decide." The tone of Obito suddenly turned fierce. "How about it? If you obediently comply, you can suffer less physical pain." "Not a chance." Kagura glared furiously, fully aware that this battle was inevitable, and thus initiated the attack. He swiftly drew his sword, its cold gleam flashing as he aimed to strike at Obito. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with Obito's body, Kagura felt as though he had struck nothingness. Both his sword and his entire being passed right through Obito. Was this the space-time ninjutsu, the legendary Kamui? Although Kagura had long been aware of Obito's Kamui ability, witnessing its marvel and strangeness firsthand left him in awe. Without a moment's hesitation after passing through, Kagura swiftly turned around and rapidly unleashed a high-pressure stream of water, executing the water release, water dragon bullet technique. That formidable water column sliced through the air like a sharp blade, aimed directly at Obito. Yet, to Kagura's dismay, this powerful water ninjutsu had no effect on Obito, as the water column merely passed through him, as if he were but an illusion. "Give up." Obito coldly regarded Kagura, his voice laced with mockery. However, Kagura remained undeterred. He knew he could not concede, for to do so would mean certain death. Thus, he continued his relentless assault, skillfully maintaining distance while searching for a flaw in Obito's defense. Seeing Kagura's tenacity and unyielding attacks, Obito gradually lost his patience. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he charged at Kagura. Kagura, while defending against Obito's onslaught, continued to retreat. Fire release, fireball jutsu. At last, unable to tolerate Kagura's evasion, Obito unleashed his fire ninjutsu. The massive fireball, akin to a burning meteor, rolled toward Kagura. Wherever it passed, flora ignited, and a wave of heat surged forth, forcing Kagura to scramble for cover. Seizing the opportunity while Kagura dodged the fireball, Obito advanced, slowly raising his head to reveal his Sharingan, glowing ominously red. "So you are a Uchiha. How dare you attack me?" Kagura seethed, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He understood that he could no longer afford to fight head-on. He needed a way to escape. Without hesitation, he changed direction and fled desperately. Obito, naturally, would not allow Kagura to escape easily. With a light step, he pursued like a specter. As Kagura ran, he frantically contemplated his options, keeping a keen eye on his surroundings. He noticed a dense forest not far ahead, with its complex terrain potentially providing a means to disrupt Obito's pursuit. Without a moment's pause, he charged toward the forest. Obito followed closely behind, but upon entering the forest, his speed was noticeably hindered. Kagura utilized the cover of the trees to constantly alter his direction, attempting to evade Obito's relentless chase. Yet, Obito's Kamui was overwhelmingly powerful, no matter how Kagura concealed himself. Obito could always pinpoint his location with uncanny accuracy. "Stop wasting your efforts. You cannot escape." Obito's voice echoed throughout the forest, chilling the very soul, as if it emanated from all directions. Kagura paid no heed to Obito's taunts as he deftly navigated through the forest. Obito relentlessly pursued him from behind, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu like a deluge. "Fire release, great fireball technique," he bellowed, as a searing fireball, accompanied by a tempest of heat, hurtled towards Kagura like a barrage of cannonballs. The air warped in the wake of the fireball, incinerating flora and reducing it to ash, while a pungent scent of charred earth permeated the air. A chill ran down Kagura's spine as his body bristled with fear. He darted left and right, his movements as nimble as a startled hare. The scorching gusts grazed his cheek, singeing his skin, and a few strands of hair were even singed, emitting a sharp, acrid odor. Having narrowly evaded one volley of fireballs, Kagura felt Obito's relentless presence, akin to a persistent shadow. He dared not relent, urgently channeling chakra within him, and shouted, "Earth release, earth barrier." In an instant, a formidable earthen wall erupted from the ground, standing as a bastion between him and Obito. Yet, Obito's formidable ninjutsu proved too uncanny. Half his body effortlessly penetrated the wall, advancing towards Kagura like a specter. Kagura's eyes widened in terror, his heart racing, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Earth release, rock prison technique. Kagura swiftly formed hand seals, causing the ground to heave as sharp rocks burst forth like spring bamboo shoots, aiming to pierce Obito. Obito's expression hardened. With a deft movement, he sidestepped and invoked his power, drawing the incoming rocks into an alternate dimension. Seizing the opportunity, Kagura quickened his pace, attempting to widen the gap between himself and Obito. Kagura repeatedly attempted to break through to the east, but each time, Obito accurately thwarted his escape. He was like an insurmountable barrier, isolating Kagura from the village of Konohagakure. Filled with helplessness and urgency, sweat trickled down Kagura's forehead, disappearing into the parched earth. He contemplated the routes. Heading north might encounter allies, but could endanger them. Westward would distance him from the village, dimming any glimmers of hope. Weighing his options, he resolved to head south and then veer eastward, perhaps finding a sliver of chance. With determination, Kagura abruptly pivoted and sprinted southward with all his might. Obito, unwilling to relent, snorted coldly and quickened his pace, closely tailing Kagura. As Kagura raced, he employed the shadow clone technique, alternating between shadow clones, water clones, and earth clones. These clones either feigned attacks with weapons or unleashed ninjutsu to create diversions, buying time for Kagura's escape. Aware that he stood no chance in close combat, he resorted to long-range ninjutsu, engaging only briefly before retreating. Even when Obito exposed flaws, Kagura remained unperturbed. The battle had reached a stalemate, with Kagura in a desperate plight as Obito relentlessly pursued him. When avoidance became impossible, Kagura decisively unleashed a wide-scale ninjutsu. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Taking a deep breath, he expelled a torrent of water, transforming the once flat terrain into a vast ocean, with towering waves surging toward Obito. Obito's expression turned grave as he swiftly formed hand seals to counter the impending deluge. Immediately thereafter, Kagura unleashed the earth release, earth flow divide. The ground trembled violently, undulating like waves, as fissures spread beneath his feet in an attempt to hinder Obito's advance. Walls of earth surged upwards, erecting formidable barriers. While the earth release, earth flow spears caused the ground to erupt with a multitude of sharp, protruding spikes. Though these ninjutsu were unlikely to strike Obito directly, they effectively slowed his pursuit. Obito felt a surge of frustration. He had never encountered such a tenacious adversary. Kagura resembled a cunning loach, perpetually retreating, exhibiting a caution bordering on timidity in the face of his Sharingan. Obito could not help but inwardly scoff, questioning whether the ninjutsu taught to Kagura by Danzo were solely intended for evasion. Earth release, rock hidden technique. In an instant, the surrounding rocks and soil seemed to come alive, surging towards him and enveloping his form in mere moments. Kagura's figure vanished completely, merging with the earth beneath, leaving only a subtle ripple on the surface, as if no one had ever been there. Concealed by the stones, Kagura moved with utmost care, each step taken with meticulous caution to avoid producing even the slightest sound. His heart raced like a drumbeat in a tense silence, each thump echoing in the stillness, amplifying his anxiety. Through the crevices of the earth and stone, he observed the outside world closely, remaining ever vigilant of Obito's movements. However, Obito's eyes, endowed with the Sharingan, possessed an omniscient quality, capable of piercing through all illusions. With a sweeping gaze, he pinpointed Kagura's hiding place with remarkable precision. A subtle smirk of confidence graced his lips as he muttered to himself, "Humph, spare your efforts. Beneath my Sharingan, your tricks are rendered futile." With that, he swiftly formed hand signs, preparing to launch an attack. Yet, Kagura, akin to a wily fox, remained alert to Obito's subtle gestures. Just as Obito was about to strike, Kagura's instinct warned him of impending danger, prompting him to abandon his current position without hesitation and flee in another direction. The earth and stone crumbled behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust as his figure flickered in and out of visibility, vanishing from Obito's sight in an instant. Obito, unwilling to relent, deftly pursued, his feet barely touching the ground as he chased after him like a specter. As he followed, he pondered to himself, how does this guy possess such an abundance of chakra? After all this time, he can still nimbly execute ninjutsu and evade capture. In reality, to conceal the secret of his transplanted cells from Hashirama, Kagura had placed a sealing barrier on his clothing. This seal acted as an invisible shield, effectively blocking external perception of his chakra. Thus, Obito was unable to ascertain the true reservoir of chakra within Kagura, compelling him to continue the chase. Kagura, relying on his exceptional physical prowess and astonishing recovery speed, repeatedly eluded Obito. His legs moved like tireless machinery, racing along the rugged mountain path, each stride firm and powerful, stirring up clouds of dust. Sweat soaked his garments, cascading down his cheeks, dripping onto the parched earth below, only to vanish without a trace. However, Obito resembled a keenly perceptive hunting dog. No matter where Kagura fled, he could always swiftly pursue her by following the faintest of traces. Just as Kagura began to breathe a sigh of relief, she caught sight of Obito's familiar space-time ninjutsu materializing behind her. With no other choice, she clenched her teeth and quickened her pace, continuing her escape. Observing Kagura's cunning nature, which repeatedly thwarted his attempts to capture her, Obito's anger intensified. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his dark eyes, and ultimately, he summoned White Zetsu. In an instant, the ground around them trembled slightly, and the bizarre forms of White Zetsu emerged from the earth like spring bamboo shoots breaking through the soil. They emanated an eerie aura, their white bodies and twisted faces sending chills down one's spine. "Keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape," Obito commanded sternly to the White Zetsu. They responded with a low, guttural sound akin to a mix of a roar and a whisper before dispersing, with some sinking into the ground. Utilizing their unique sensing abilities, they began to track Kagura's movements. Previously, Kagura could occasionally find a moment to catch her breath in hidden spots, regaining her strength. However, the emergence of White Zetsu shattered this fleeting peace. Just as she found a relatively safe corner to rest and catch her breath, she felt a subtle tremor beneath her feet. Suddenly, the chilling figure of White Zetsu burst forth from the ground. Startled, Kagura had no time to complain and could only muster her weary body to flee once more. "Damn White Zetsu," she cursed inwardly as she ran, along with that despicable Obito, who had resorted to seeking external assistance. Each time White Zetsu easily located her, her anger swelled. Yet, rage could not alter her predicament. She could only continue her flight, her strength gradually waning in this relentless escape. Drawing upon her years of experience as a ninja, Kagura diligently tried to discern her bearings. She knew she had been forced westward by Obito, veering southward along the way. Not having encountered any desert indicated that she had yet to enter the land of wind. Furthermore, the further south she went, the more abundant the water sources became, leading her to surmise that she was likely within the borders of the land of rivers. Kagura racked her brain multiple times, attempting to shake off Obito and White Zetsu as pursuit. She utilized the complex terrain, setting various traps among the mountains and rivers, while employing an array of ninjutsu to create diversions. At one point, within a dense forest, she used earth release to create multiple tunnels that appeared to lead in different directions, dispatching shadow clones through these passages in hopes of confusing White Zetsu's tracking. However, White Zetsu seemed to be well prepared for such tricks. With their keen sensing abilities, they swiftly saw through Kagura's ploy and led Obito in pursuit once more. Ultimately, Kagura found herself cornered at the edge of a precipice. Below her was an abyss of unfathomable depth, and behind her loomed Obito's cold, murderous gaze. The biting mountain wind howled past, disheveling Kagura's hair and extinguishing the last flicker of hope in her heart. The game of hide and seek had come to an end. The voice of Obito echoed from behind, cold yet imbued with a sense of triumph. Kagura slowly turned, his eyes filled with resolute determination. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. There was only the path of battle ahead. So be it, he roared, initiating the first strike. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Kagura swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging like a tumultuous tide. The ground suddenly heaved, and a massive earth dragon erupted, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards Obito. Wherever the dragon passed, the earth was riven with deep scars, and the surrounding trees were uprooted by the tremendous force. Obito remained unfazed. Kamui, with a low utterance, the front of the dragon was instantly drawn into a mysterious space, severed as if by an invisible blade. The rear half lost control, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Without a moment's hesitation, Kagura unleashed the water release, great waterfall technique. In an instant, a torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging forth like a galloping dragon towards Obito. The deluge, imbued with immense force, washed away rocks and carved deep ravines into the earth. Obito lightly touched the ground with his feet, leaping into the air to evade the cascading waters. In midair, he rapidly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball. Countless flaming arrows shot forth like meteors towards Kagura. In haste, Kagura conjured a sturdy earthen wall with earth release to shield himself. The arrows struck the wall, producing crackling sounds and sending sparks flying, charring the surface black. Thus, Kagura and Obito exchanged blows, the brilliance of various ninjutsu illuminating the cliff's edge, while thundering roars resounded deafeningly. The surrounding environment transformed dramatically amidst this fierce battle. The earth lay in tatters, and trees reduced to ash. Kagura's stamina gradually waned during this protracted pursuit, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, his movements becoming sluggish. Noticing this, a chilling smile flickered in Obito's eyes. Seizing the moment when Kagura slowed, he swiftly activated his Sharingan, unleashing the power of illusion that surged toward Kagura like a relentless tide. In an instant, Kagura felt the world around him spin wildly, the scenery shifting abruptly. The once desolate battlefield morphed into a sinister, eerie dark forest, thick, inky fog enveloping and entwining around gnarled, twisted trees. The air resounded with anguished wails, as if countless vengeful spirits were crying out in torment. Obito's figure lurked within the mist, appearing and disappearing, his crimson Sharingan emanating a haunting glow, fixating intently on Kagura. Illusory shadows surged from all directions, their sharp claws poised to tear into Kagura's flesh. The icy touch sent shivers through every inch of his skin, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of despair, gradually being engulfed by darkness. Just as Kagura's awareness was on the verge of complete subjugation by the illusion, the Hashirama cells within him sensed the impending danger and suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy. This energy flowed through his veins like a crystalline spring, swiftly revitalizing his weary body. Meanwhile, the kaleidoscopic power lingering in Kagura's eyes was stirred by this force, emitting a faint glow that granted him a sliver of lucidity amidst the darkness. Yet, his body remained immobile, and as he squinted at Obito before him, the cruel glint in his eyes seemed capable of inflicting 1,000 tortures. With a steely resolve, a plan for escape quietly formed in Kagura's mind within this dire predicament. He feigned weakness, gasping for breath, and rasped, "You treacherous fiend, seeking allies. Had it not been for that scoundrel lurking underground, you would never have caught up to me." His voice echoed in the desolate space, tinged with defiance and wrath. Obito coldly scoffed, his voice emanating from behind his mask. "Humph, a ninja values results above all. The process is inconsequential." To him, Kagura was already a fish in a barrel, utterly trapped. Kagura, fixing his gaze on Obito, suddenly shouted, "You are just like Kakashi Hatake, equally despicable and treacherous." Upon hearing Kakashi's name, Obito's body jolted, his chakra instantly thrown into disarray. In that fleeting moment, Kagura sensed a slight loosening of the restraints binding him. Seizing this rare opportunity, he unleashed a surge of chakra, breaking free from Obito's grip. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the cliff's edge, leaping into the abyss below. As Kagura plunged from the precipice, time seemed to freeze. The howling wind roaring in his ears like a hellish cacophony. His heart raced violently, each beat akin to a hammer strike, and fear washed over him like a tidal wave. Yet, the desire for survival blazed within him, quickly restoring his composure. Almost instinctively, he activated his Sharingan mid-air, swiftly forming hand seals, and shouted, "Earth-style, rock pillar spear." From the cliff face, robust and sharp rocks sprouted like bamboo after rain, thrusting upwards towards his descent. These rock pillars represented his first line of defense for survival, hoping to cushion his fall. The collision between the rock pillars and his plummeting body produced a resounding thud. The immense impact left his arms numb, and his bones felt as if they might shatter, yet he gritted his teeth, relying on his indomitable will to navigate through the pillars, leveraging them to alter his trajectory. However, the speed of his descent was still perilously fast. The jagged rocks tore through his garments, blood gushing from the wounds, splattering in the fierce wind. Ignoring the pain, he rapidly formed hand seals once more, water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal dragon, formed from swirling water, erupted from his hands, surging towards the depths of the cliff. Under his command, the water dragon spiraled around his body, striving to mitigate the force of his fall. The dragon's strength clashed against gravity, and within the embrace of the flowing water, Kagura felt as though he were entangled in a fierce tug of war, his very insides being pulled apart. Though the water dragon provided some degree of cushioning, he was drawing ever closer to the cliff's bottom, danger still looming ominously. At this moment, he could clearly discern the uneven rocks below, a shadow of death looming over him. It cannot end like this, Kagura roared within his heart. He took a deep breath, summoning the dwindling chakra within him, preparing to unleash the wood release technique. His hands moved swiftly, chakra swirling at his fingertips, resonating with the natural energy in the air. Wood release, the forest world descends. In an instant, from the depths of the cliff, countless robust vines and colossal trees burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing and spreading. These trees intertwined, forming a vast green barrier, attempting to halt Kagura's descent. A glimmer of hope appeared before him, and with all his strength, he curled his body and charged towards that verdant shield. As his body made contact with the trees, a tremendous impact left him dizzy. Branches and vines tore at his skin, blood staining the surrounding foliage. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on the pain. With the trees providing a cushion, his fall finally slowed significantly. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant him mercy. Although the trees prevented his body from crashing onto the rocks, his stamina and chakra were nearly exhausted. He felt his consciousness gradually fading, his body slipping uncontrollably downward. Just as he was about to plummet again, an intense unwillingness surged within him. He recalled his dreams, the hopes of his mother wishing him a safe growth, and the fierce gaze of Obito. He refused to succumb to death so easily. He would become stronger than Obito, possess a more wondrous Sharingan than the kaleidoscope, fuse it into the eternal eye, and evolve into the Rinnegan, standing atop the ninja world. This fierce belief burned like a flame deep within his soul. Suddenly, his eyes erupted with a brilliant light as the kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly awakened. A powerful and mysterious force surged from within him, a faint golden glow beginning to envelop his body. Then, a massive golden humanoid armor gradually materialized beside him, towering like a majestic mountain, shrouding Kagura within it, providing him with his final protection. Under the safeguard of this formidable power, Kagura sank into the earth. Kagura slowly regained consciousness, a splitting headache overwhelming him, as if 1,000 steel needles were stabbing into his brain. He struggled to open his eyes, finding himself in a dimly lit space, surrounded by the damp, decaying scent of mold. The wounds on his body throbbed with excruciating pain, every inch of his skin reminding him of the harrowing escape he had just endured. He struggled to rise, only to find himself weak and feeble, the blood from his wounds already dried, clinging to his clothing. The slightest movement sent waves of agonizing pain coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, he endured the suffering and slowly sat up, beginning to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a deep, dark cave, its walls covered with moss and unfamiliar stains, faint droplets of water falling, resonating with a crisp sound in the silence. Kagura understood clearly that he must swiftly discover a means to heal his wounds. Otherwise, with such injuries, he would soon meet his demise. As anxiety enveloped him, he cast his gaze toward the west and caught a fleeting glimpse of green light in the corner. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and he mustered the strength to crawl toward the radiance. With every inch he moved, the pain from his wounds intensified, and cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, dampening the dust on the ground. At last, he reached the source of the light, revealing a gray-green stone. Curiosity piqued, Kagura picked up the stone, and upon contact, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, flowing into his body and alleviating some of his pain. Elation surged within him as he realized this stone might be his lifeline. He carefully pressed the stone against his wound. Watching as its color gradually faded and the pain swiftly ebbed, the torn flesh visibly beginning to mend. A flicker of hope ignited in Kagura's heart. He resolved to search the cave for more stones of this kind to fully restore his health. Dragging his weakened body, he commenced his exploration of the cavern. The cave's rugged terrain was fraught with sharp rocks and bottomless crevices, and a moment of carelessness could lead to a fall and further injury. Each step he took was laborious, and he nearly stumbled over the debris on several occasions. He proceeded cautiously along the cave wall, his eyes fixed on the ground and the rocky surface, leaving no corner unchecked. As time passed, Kagura had yet to discover a second stone, and his strength waned, the pangs of hunger and fatigue crashing over him like a tide. Just as despair began to take hold, he noticed a faint green vein etched into the cave wall. Excited, he leaned closer for a meticulous examination, speculating that it might indicate a vein of the precious stones. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the remnants of his chakra, concentrating it in his palm, and struck the wall with determination. With a resounding thud, a small indentation formed in the rock, and several tiny green stones tumbled from the crevice. He eagerly collected them, discovering they too possessed healing properties. Overjoyed, he disregarded his exhaustion and continued to strike the wall. Each blow drained his chakra further, causing his wounds to bleed anew, yet he persevered, fixated on a singular thought: to find more stones and heal his injuries. As the pit in the wall expanded, Kagura noticed the stones becoming increasingly abundant. He understood that he was drawing nearer to the vein. However, the conditions within the cave grew increasingly perilous. Large rocks began to dislodge from the ceiling, narrowly missing him on several occasions. As he dug deeper, a magnificent green vein finally emerged before him. Gazing at the shimmering mine, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him, excitement intertwining with fatigue. He approached the vein eagerly, ready to absorb the energy it offered. The power from the ore surged into his body, and Kagura felt a warm sensation enveloping him. His wounds healed rapidly, while his physical strength and chakra were restored at an astonishing pace. "What kind of stone is this?" Kagura murmured, his mind racing as he endeavored to recall his knowledge about minerals. In the land of rivers, this or must be the Greller Stone. The Greller Stone is a legendary entity in the world of ninjas. It harbors an immense reservoir of chakra energy, known for its myriad miraculous effects. Once, a village harnessed the energy of the Greller Stone to accelerate the growth of crops, transforming barren land into fields of abundance, alleviating the villagers' plight of hunger. Others utilized its power to cure ailments, and those on the brink of death experienced miraculous recoveries upon contact with the Greller Stone, emerging robust and with significantly extended lifespans. Moreover, ancient super-civilizations had once established magnificent realms through the Greller Stone, giving rise to countless advanced ninjutsu and technologies. However, the energy of the Greller Stone is excessively potent, akin to a double-edged sword. When people become overly reliant on it and exploit it indiscriminately, calamity ensues. That once glorious super-civilization ultimately crumbled under the backlash of the Greller Stone's energy, leaving behind only endless legends and warnings. Gazing at the Greller Stone before him, Kagura felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated such a fortunate encounter in this dire predicament. He hesitated no longer and began to absorb the chakra energy from the Greller Stone. The warm energy flowed continuously into his body, swiftly repairing injured cells, mending broken bones. and restoring his wounds at an astonishing rate. Within this underground cavern, where day and night blurred into one, Kagura immersed himself in the process of absorbing energy and healing. Losing track of time, when he sensed that his injuries had nearly healed, he recalled his Sharingan. Previously, his severe injuries had rendered him unable to activate the Sharingan without exacerbating his condition. But now, his body had recuperated, and it was time to attempt to awaken the Sharingan. Not far from the vein, Kagura discovered a small pool, its surface as tranquil as a mirror. He knelt down slowly, gazing at his reflection in the water, took a deep breath, and began to channel his chakra. As the chakra surged, 3 tomo gradually emerged within his previously pitch-black eyes. The tomo began to rotate, initially slowly, but then increasingly faster. Under Kagura's intense focus, the rapidly spinning 3 tomo formed an entirely new pattern. The design resembled the sun, radiating a mysterious and resplendent light that illuminated the cavern. As Kagura beheld the new pattern within his Sharingan, his heart brimmed with astonishment and delight. This kaleidoscopic Sharingan, exuding a mystical glow, embodied both power and enigma. A smile crept onto Kagura's lips, and his face radiated an uncontainable joy. Having once danced on the precipice of death countless times, this powerful pair of eyes now stood as a testament to his strength. He was filled with anticipation for the future, with the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Those once unreachable, formidable adversaries were no longer insurmountable mountains. Kagura felt the immense power contained within the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A wave of indescribable excitement and curiosity surged within him. He understood that once the kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated, each eye would possess its own unique abilities. Of course, there existed rare instances where both eyes shared the same capability. And involuntarily, images of other powerful wielders of the kaleidoscope Sharingan surfaced in his mind. Obito, with his Kamui, could traverse dimensions at will, achieving a seamless fusion of intangibility and attack that rendered his enemies defenseless. Shursui Koto Amatsukami was hailed as the mightiest genjutsu, capable of silently altering the will of others. Akin to a divine stroke of genius, Itachi Tsukuyami could ensnare foes in an endless realm of mental torment, while Amaterasu, the unquenchable black flames, reduced all it touched to ashes. Sasuke's Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi not only unleashed terrifying black infernos, but also allowed for the transformation of flames through Kagetsuchi, presenting a diverse and lethal array of offensive techniques. What abilities would my kaleidoscope Sharingan possess? Kagura murmured softly, his voice echoing in the vast cavern, laced with a note of anticipation. He slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, attempting to calm his restless heart. Previously, he had transplanted the kaleidoscope Sharingan, thus accumulating some experience, which bolstered his confidence as he ventured to explore new abilities. Soon, Kagura abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant light gleaming within. He had already comprehended the unique powers of his eyes. The ability of his left eye was named Zakuzhou when Kagura concentrated, invoking this power. A sphere of golden flame gradually rose from his palm. This flame was unlike any ordinary fire, its hue pure and dazzling, reminiscent of the rising sun, exuding a fierce and overwhelming aura. Kagura gently extended his right hand. The golden flames danced merrily in his palm, their fervent warmth instantly dispelling the chill of the cavern. He attempted to raise his hand toward the distance, and with a sudden flick, a thunderous explosion ensued, creating a massive crater in the ground ahead, with debris flying and dust swirling. Kagura marveled at the destruction before him. This was merely the power of a casual strike. And if he were to unleash his full strength, the devastation would surely be even more astonishing. After all, this was a mine, and the confined space limited his potential. He did not wish to be buried alive here. As his spirits lifted, Kagura's gaze fell upon a piece of gririte nearby. This gririte, known for its hardness, could not be harmed by ordinary flames. Kagura brought the golden flames closer to the gririte, and to his astonishment, the stone began to melt away, as if ice were meeting the scorching sun, swiftly consumed by the blaze. Just as Kagura was about to withdraw the golden flames, he noticed a soft, green, spherical object had appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very gririte he had just incinerated. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he examined the small, soft orb in his hand, and a bold hypothesis arose within him. Could this be the essence of the gririte? Could it be that this golden flame possesses the ability to extract essence? At this thought, a surge of excitement welled up within Kagura. If that were the case, the potential applications of this illumination ability would be vast. Could it perhaps enhance the body? He resolved to test it shortly, pondering to himself. Kagura then shifted his focus to his right eye, known as Yoi. As he activated the power of this eye, the scene before him transformed instantaneously. A white, hollow ring materialized out of thin air upon sensing it. Kagura discerned that this ring could connect different spaces. He counted 12 in total. Curiously, he attempted to enter these spaces, only to find his body unable to pass through. Though his thoughts traversed freely, concentrating intently, he commanded the white, hollow rings, and with a mere thought, those expansive spaces could be compressed to the size of a sphere, resembling ornaments suspended from the ring, both wondrous and captivating. With a playful spirit ignited, Kagura willed another ring into existence, which encircled him tightly. Cautiously, he reached out, gently touching the ring. The moment his fingertips made contact, a mysterious force surged forth. The ring was inscribed with a multitude of intricate characters, ancient and enigmatic, none of which Kagura could comprehend. Yet, from the feedback of the ring, he learned that it possessed formidable spatial sealing capabilities, capable of locking away spaces, individuals, and objects. Overwhelmed with joy, Kagura exclaimed, "Impressive. When this ring is unleashed, even the earth itself may take a detour." He envisioned the future battles, trapping his foes within this spatial seal, rendering them utterly helpless in their struggles to escape. Kagura was wholly focused, his chakra swirling within him like an unstoppable current. His eyes gleamed with a strange brilliance, and soon after, a deep and resounding wave of energy radiated outward, revealing the nascent form of Susanoo. It manifested as a golden skeletal outline, exuding a primal and untamed aura that enveloped Kagura completely. A flicker of contemplation crossed his gaze. Was this the initial form of Susanoo? Kagura continued to gather his chakra, and astonishing changes began to unfold upon the skeletal Susanoo. Veins, resembling delicate vines, gradually covered the frame, followed by the emergence of vibrant flesh, as if bestowed with life itself. Concurrently, a shroud of chakra, akin to mist, enveloped Susanoo. A slight smile graced Kagura's lips. With Susanoo's evolution, his exclusive weapon would also be unlocked. His right hand firmly grasped a golden sword, its elongated blade radiating a chilling brilliance, each edge seemingly capable of slicing through the very air. He swung it gently, producing a hissing sound, as if proclaiming its sharpness. In his left hand, he held a black spherical object, the appearance of which caused him to pause momentarily. Wait a moment, black? Shouldn't it all be golden? Why does this dark, incongruous object exist? In the depths of his mind, Kagura pondered as he manipulated the Susanoo, drawing the black orb closer for inspection. This object felt remarkably solid, its surface smooth as glass, yet imbued with an enigmatic darkness that seemed capable of consuming all light. Intrigued, Kagura wielded his golden sword and struck fiercely at the orb. With a thunderous clang, akin to the tolling of a great bell, the moment the sword collided with the orb, brilliant sparks erupted, yet the orb remained unscathed. Kagura gasped in astonishment. Such defensive prowess was indeed astonishing. However, how was one to command this peculiar object? Surely, it was not merely intended for bludgeoning. Furrowing his brow, he fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he attempted to connect with the black orb through sheer will. Miraculously, the orb began to swell gradually. Observing this, Kagura directed the Susanoo to place it upon the ground. As the orb continued to morph, it eventually took the shape of a furnace. Kagura's eyes widened in disbelief. A furnace for alchemy? He mused aloud. Determined to validate his hypothesis, he employed the technique of his left eye, the candlelight. In an instant, golden flames erupted from his eye like a torrent of molten lava, igniting fiercely within the furnace. The lid above the furnace seemed to respond to some mysterious force, slowly lifting on its own. Kagura watched the unfolding scene with a faint smile. It truly was a furnace. Without hesitation, he retrieved several grell stones and cast them into the furnace. Under the intense heat of the golden flames, the grell stones rapidly melted, transforming into an unusual liquid. The liquid churned and amalgamated, gradually coalescing into green, pill-like formations. Kagura picked up one of the pills, examined it closely, and then carefully placed it into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of vitality flooded his entire being, akin to a roaring tide. He felt as if endless energy had been infused into his body, with every cell rejoicing in exuberance. The sensation was so pleasurable that he could not help but emit a contented sigh. Ultimately, Kagura discovered a profound connection between the candlelight technique of his left eye and the black orb. However, he may not yet have fully mastered this ability. Or perhaps his ocular power had yet to reach its zenith, preventing him from unleashing its full potential. After all, both candlelight and the ethereal glow were legendary beasts of supreme nobility and power. Particularly, candlelight was revered as a divine spirit, and the strength it possessed required Kagura's gradual exploration. Through persistent experimentation, Kagura finally discerned how to wield his ocular techniques alongside the Susanoo. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he employed the ethereal glow from his right eye. A hollow white ring materialized from thin air, gradually expanding. While the Grell stones seemed to be drawn by an irresistible force, one after another flying towards the center of the ring, Kagura aimed to gather them all. These precious minerals would hold countless uses in the future. In addition, Kagura endeavored to fortify his physique using golden flames. He sat cross-legged, the golden fire slithering through his body like a serpentine spirit. Wherever the flames coursed, his cells were gradually reinforced, and Kagura felt himself growing increasingly robust, his strength perpetually augmenting. To further enhance the effects, he also consumed a pre-prepared green essence pill. As he ingested the pill, a faint golden flame appeared upon his skin. From a distance, he seemed to be meditating amidst golden flames, emanating an aura both mysterious and formidable. With each fragment of the Grell stone entering the space, Kagura's body continued to evolve. It was not solely the pills derived from the refined Grell stones that proved effective. Even the previously implanted Hashirama cells began to undergo wondrous transformations, aided by the golden flames. They were no longer foreign entities within his body, but had fully integrated, becoming an intrinsic part of his own strength. Kagura could distinctly perceive the bond between himself and the Hashirama cells tightening immeasurably. Now, even without the attire designed to seal and isolate his probing, he could freely roam the village, as the Hashirama cells had thoroughly become a component of his being. As Kagura approached the conclusion of collecting the Grell stones, he suddenly discovered an enormous Grell stone nestled at the very bottom of the vein. The sheer size of this stone astounded him. Curiously, he approached and reclined upon it, instantly feeling a torrent of chakra and life energy surging into him like a mighty flood. He felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of power, and the sensation of fulfillment was utterly intoxicating. He realized that this colossal stone was indeed the core of the vein. Naturally, such a large mineral could not be cast into the furnace for refinement. Upon careful observation, he discerned that it could autonomously absorb natural energy. As long as its energy wasn't entirely depleted at once, it could regenerate on its own. Elated, Kagura delicately stored this largest stone within his space. However, as he did so, the vein began to tremble violently. Kagura's heart sank. He understood that the mine was about to collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the mine's exit. The speed of the collapse was astonishing, with stones raining down in a relentless deluge, resembling a tempest of rock. In the narrow passage, Kagura dodged left and right, relying on his agility and formidable reflexes to evade danger time and again. Yet, as the collapse intensified, larger boulders bore down upon him. Swiftly, he summoned Susanoo, raising the golden sword high. Each time a large stone descended, he unhesitatingly swung the blade. At that moment, the might of Susanoo was fully unleashed. The massive stones shattered into rubble beneath the onslaught of the golden blade. While evading the falling debris, Kagura sprinted fervently toward the exit. At last, Kagura glimpsed a faint glimmer of light at the exit. A surge of joy filled his heart, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon emerging from the depths of the mine, he commanded Susanoo to ascend to its third stage. A tremendous wave of chakra surged forth, coalescing around Kagura in a visible aura of energy. In an instant, the already majestic Susanoo underwent a transformation, its form swelling into that of a towering giant. Every inch of its body shimmered with golden chakra, resembling a deity of war that had stepped forth from the annals of mythology, exuding an imposing presence that stirred the soul. With a thunderous roar, Susanoo unleashed a sound that resonated like the very earth itself was shaken. This roar carried with it boundless power and authority, as Kagura stood firmly upon Susanoo's chest, embodying the dominion over the forces of nature. With a swift motion of his arm, the golden giant surged forward, its mighty strides causing the ground beneath to tremble violently, echoing a deep, resounding boom. Behind them, the collapse of the mine resembled the onset of an apocalypse, massive boulders crumbling and plummeting, stirring clouds of dust, while the cacophony of the collapse seemed to wail in defiance of Kagura's formidable strength. Kagura gazed back at the mine, gradually succumbing to the encroaching dust, his thoughts drifting back to the moment he had leaped off the cliff. It had been a desperate escape from the relentless pursuit of Obito Uchiha, a perilous brink between life and death. Cursed Obito Uchiha, Kagura clenched his teeth, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. The second Hokage had spoken the truth, indeed. The Uchiha were inherently malevolent. He swore silently within himself that this grudge would not go unavenged, and the suffering of today would become a nightmare for Obito in the days to come. The golden Susanoo strode purposefully, rapidly scaling the cliff. Its movements were both agile and powerful, with its robust arms gripping the rocky outcrops, each exertion sending tremors through the surrounding air. As Kagura ascended, he grew ever closer to the precipice from which he had once leaped, the memories of fear and despair gradually yielding to the overwhelming confidence he now possessed. When he finally beheld the familiar edge of the cliff, a spark of exhilaration ignited in his eyes. Susanoo halted with unwavering steadiness, and Kagura dispelled it, swiftly transitioning into another jutsu, invoking the wood release, birth of the tree world. In an instant, a vibrant surge of life emanated from him, as thick vines broke through the earth, swiftly growing into towering trees whose dense branches interwove to form a natural staircase. Standing upon the arboreal creation, Kagura resembled a nimble monkey, leaping upward with determination. "Let me try this," he mused, a confident smile gracing his lips. With deft hands, he formed seals and chanted, "Wood release, flowering tree world descends." Suddenly, the previously mundane trees underwent a marvelous transformation, their branches blossoming with a riot of colors, filling the air with a rich floral fragrance. Standing atop this resplendent flowering tree, it seemed as though the flora had come alive, gently lifting him upward toward the summit of the cliff. Not yet satisfied, Kagura unleashed another jutsu. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With his declaration, a colossal dragon made entirely of wood erupted from the earth below. Shinlu leapt gracefully, landing firmly atop the wooden dragon's head. The colossal creature undulated its body, soaring through the air as if riding on clouds, delivering him to the precipice. As Shun Li's feet touched the ground at the edge of the cliff, he turned to gaze back at the path he had traversed. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his Susanoo once more. The golden Susanoo raised its arms high, the golden blade in its grasp glinting with a chilling radiance. With a mighty shout, Shun Lu commanded the Susanoo to swing down the blade fiercely, unleashing a piercing sword aura that cleaved through the air, severing the cliff. Boulders tumbled down, raising a cloud of dust. Although he was aware that Obito and Kagaya might not return, it was prudent to erase any traces of his ninjutsu, for Shinlu wished to leave no potential hazards behind. Drawing a deep breath, he calmed his racing heart. After orienting himself towards the west, he set off towards the nearest base. He was eager to uncover how much time had elapsed during his absence and the changes that had unfolded in the world. Reflecting on the pursuit by Obito that had led him to leap off the cliff, only to inadvertently gain fortuitous encounters and master his ninjutsu, a surge of ambition welled within Shunlu. It seemed he possessed the potential to become a protagonist, and he couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, "I, Shunlu, am indeed worthy of the Hokage title." With this conviction in his heart, he strode forward with purpose. Under the radiant sunlight, his figure appeared remarkably resolute and confident, as if he could already envision the day he stood atop the Hokage position, receiving the adulation of the masses. Having emerged from the perils and adventures of the mine, Shunlu hurriedly made his way to the nearest base. He first entered a concealed room, observing his dust-covered and tattered reflection in the mirror, a slight frown creasing his brow. Slowly, he shed his worn garments, filled a basin with clean water, and meticulously scrubbed the grime from his face and body. Subsequently, he selected a fitted combat outfit from the base's storage room, the black fabric adorned with the unique dark patterns of the root. Donning this attire, Shinlu radiated an air of competence and vigor. Once he had prepared himself, a timely growl from his stomach reminded him of his hunger. After days of relying on the energy from the gray stone to sustain his life force without proper sustenance, a tide of longing for food surged within him. He made his way to the base's modest kitchen, his eyes sparkling with delight at the array of ingredients displayed on the shelves. Soon, the kitchen was filled with tantalizing aromas. He feasted heartily, savoring each bite with immense satisfaction, relishing this hard-earned delicacy as if to compensate for all the culinary pleasures he had missed. After satisfying his hunger, Shunlu hastily proceeded to the information room. The chamber was cluttered with various documents and secret letters, while a massive map of the ninja world adorned the wall. He quickly sifted through the mountain of intelligence, finally locating the information he sought. Upon seeing the clear notation that he had been absent for 3 months, Shunlu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As he reminisced about the days spent in the depths of the mine, shrouded from the light of day, devoid of the passage of time, it felt as though he had been isolated from the world. Only now did he realize that time had quietly slipped away. He continued to peruse the intelligence reports, and upon discovering that his comrades had safely returned to the village, a weight lifted from his heart. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes. He then learned that the circumstances in the village remained largely unchanged, with the only cause for concern being the deteriorating relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Contemplating this, Kagura decided that, since there were no pressing matters at hand, he would not rush back to the village. With the formidable power he had acquired in the mine, while he would not dare to claim supremacy over the ninja world, he felt confident in navigating through this realm with relative ease. His gaze swept through the intelligence room as his mind began to devise his next course of action. The immense energy bestowed upon him by the Greer stone still coursed through his veins, and Kagura understood the preciousness and might of such power. He pondered whether there were other places similar to the Greer stone, rich in energy. If he could gather more of such potent energy and seal it for future use, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card in his arsenal. Thus, a plan began to take shape in Kagura's mind. He was not far from the Land of Wind, where it was said that the ancient Lulon harbored a mysterious dragon vein, a source of boundless energy. He resolved to investigate this possibility, hoping to harness the dragon vein for himself. Subsequently, his thoughts turned toward the hidden grass village, where the legendary paradise box was said to be concealed. If he could locate it, he would seize it at once. At that moment, he envisioned donning the same attire as Obito, complete with a matching mask, to lay the blame for his actions upon him, allowing Obito to experience the sting of betrayal. A glint of cunning sparkled in Kagura's eyes at the thought. Moreover, there was the Mist Village in the Land of Water, with Obito controlling the West Mizukage, Kurumi Shikuro, and perpetrating his misdeeds there. Kagura was determined to intervene and thwart his schemes. Filled with resolve, Kagura's mind was consumed with thoughts of complicating Obito's plans. Were it not for his reluctance to confront Nagato at this juncture, he might even consider seeking out the Outer Path's Gedo statue to disrupt their designs, shattering their ambitions into mere illusions. Having made up his mind, Kagura sat at a table and penned a detailed letter of intelligence. He reassured his comrades not to worry about him, informing them that he was well. He then arranged for a member familiar with the ancient Lolon's location to guide him. Once the letter was complete, Kagura carefully placed it into a specially designed tube and summoned a trained messenger hawk. He secured the tube to its leg and gently stroked its feathers. The hawk took flight, disappearing into the horizon. When the root member arrived, the two donned lightweight attire capable of withstanding the wind and sand, the fabric sturdy and resilient, enveloping them tightly, leaving only their keen eyes exposed. In the enigmatic realm of ancient Lulon, this mystical land lies quietly concealed within the borders of the Land of Wind, yet it stands apart, independent of the Sand Shinobi Village, as if it has become a world unto itself, guarding its secrets from the prying eyes of time. The landscape of the Land of Wind is dominated by endless seas of yellow sand. Thus, to reach Lulon, one must traverse the vast, boundless desert. The moment they stepped into the desert, Shinra and the members of the route were enveloped by an atmosphere of profound stillness. Gazing westward, the desert stretched infinitely before them, waves of sand undulating like a solidified golden ocean. The scorching sun poured down unrelentingly, striking the ground and reflecting a blinding radiance, as if seeking to melt all existence. Each grain of sand was searing hot. As they trod upon it, the soles of their shoes felt as if they would melt at any moment. Not long into their journey, they encountered the harsh weather typical of the desert. Initially, a peculiar yellow hue appeared on the horizon, followed swiftly by a howling gale that shrieked with a piercing sound, reminiscent of countless malevolent spirits wailing in their ears. Shinra and the root members clung tightly to one another, leaning forward as they struggled against the ferocious wind. The tempest carried sand like hidden weapons, striking their faces painfully, forcing them to squint their eyes and navigate forward through sheer instinct. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, a far more terrifying sandstorm surged upon them. In the distance, a colossal yellow wall of sand rolled ominously toward them, sweeping away everything in its path, obscuring the sun. Realizing the imminent danger, Shinra quickly formed hand seals to unleash wind release, attempting to disperse the encroaching sand and create a fleeting safe zone. He then utilized earth release to raise a sturdy earthen wall beneath his feet to shield against the onslaught. However, the power of the sandstorm far exceeded his expectations. The fierce winds easily tore apart his wind release, and the earthen wall began to crumble under the relentless barrage of sand. Breathing became increasingly difficult for Shinra, each breath laden with fine grains of sand, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Their vision was utterly obscured by the swirling sand, rendering the surroundings a chaotic blur, making it impossible to discern directions. With steadfast determination and acute perception, Shinra painstakingly assessed their bearings, inching closer to the direction of Lulan. Time became a vague concept as they trudged through the tempest, and eventually, the storm began to subside. Shinra and the root members were now caked in sand, utterly exhausted, as though they had just emerged from a mound of sand themselves. Their lips cracked, their throats parched, and every cell in their bodies yearned for moisture. Yet, they did not pause for respite. After a brief moment of recuperation, they continued onward. In the journey that lay ahead, they faced numerous smaller storms, each one a testament to nature's trials against them. With the sun blazing down and the winds raging, water sources in the desert were scarce, compelling them to conserve every precious drop. The sand beneath their feet was soft and treacherous, each step demanding immense effort. At long last, after enduring countless hardships, the hazy silhouette of Lulan emerged within their line of sight. Shinra squinted into the distance, his gaze piercing through the swirling sands, fixing upon the distant Lulan. It was an ancient city, long shrouded by the sands of time, now regaining its former splendor. Towering spires reached skyward, densely clustered like silent sentinels, vigilantly watching over this ancient land, a truly magnificent sight. In the depths of his heart, Kagura pondered that in the distant past, the ancient Lulan might have been the most advanced architectural marvel of the ninja world. Even the renowned 5 great ninja villages paled in comparison. These exquisite structures, each a testament to the immense power of the dragon vein, soared into the heavens, seemingly defying gravity. However, since the time when the esteemed Hokage of the West employed sealing techniques to confine the dragon vein's might, Lulan became akin to a bird with clipped wings, inevitably descending into decline. The era of prosperity had waned, its brilliance faded, yet even after enduring the ravages of time, the present-day Lulan still exuded a breathtaking beauty. Kagura continued to reflect on the myriad details of ancient Lulan in his mind. If the timeline remained as unblemished as his memory suggested, the reigning queen of ancient Lulan should be Sarah. Each queen of Lulan was intricately linked to the vital dragon vein. As they cautiously approached ancient Lulan, the keen-eyed Kagura immediately sensed unusual activity in the distance. He raised his hand to signal his root members to halt, both holding their breath and observing the surroundings with heightened vigilance, stealthily inching towards the source of the disturbance. As they drew nearer, the cacophony of battle cries and shouts grew increasingly distinct. When Kagura was close enough, he beheld several ninjas apprehending a group of soldiers. Judging by their attire, one faction was composed of Sunagakure ninjas. Kagura's sudden appearance alerted them, prompting one Sunanin to swiftly point a kunai at him, demanding, "Who goes there?" Remaining composed, Kagura calmly replied, "I am merely a merchant passing through, drawn by the commotion of conflict." His tone was serene, an attempt to assuage their concerns. However, one of the Sunagakure ninjas bellowed menacingly, "Get lost, or we shall slay you." At that moment, one of the captured soldiers angrily shouted, "You vile Sunagakure ninjas, do not even think about seizing the dragon vein." Kagura's heart trembled with realization. So it was the Sunagakure ninjas who sought to claim the dragon vein. He understood their plight. The village was impoverished to the core, with even the wind shadow needing to venture out to seek gold to sustain daily operations. In such dire straits, it was only natural that they would cast their eyes upon the potent energies of the dragon vein. Kagura swiftly resolved to withdraw from the battleground. He led his root members around to a different direction. Soon, he encountered a lone Sunagakure ninja. Like a specter, he approached, delivering a precise strike to the ninja's neck, rendering him unconscious before he could react. Following this, he skillfully discarded the Sunagakure attire and removed their forehead protectors. After completing this transformation, Kagura handed the Sunagakure garments to his root companion, and the two swiftly changed their appearances. Once properly attired, they hastened towards the interior of ancient Lulan. Along the way, they witnessed intense skirmishes between soldiers and Sunagakure ninjas, the latter darting about in their conspicuous garb. Despite the fact that they were primarily Chunin and Genin, lacking in exceptional prowess, they adeptly leveraged their agile ninjutsu and extensive combat experience to gain the upper hand against ordinary soldiers. The soldiers brandished their long swords, shouting as they charged forth, yet their resistance faltered in the face of the incessant onslaught of sand ninja techniques. Humph. Do these mere soldiers think they can halt our advance? A sand ninja smirked disdainfully, his lips curling upwards as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, sandstorm. In an instant, a torrent of sand and stones surged towards the soldiers, blinding them and throwing their formation into disarray as they fell to the ground. Kagura, clad in sand ninja attire, concealed himself amidst the chaos of the battlefield. His movements were swift and ghost-like, and as the attention of the crowd was captivated by the fight, he stealthily darted towards the innermost sanctum of the ancient Lulan. Along his path, he deftly evaded wave after wave of combat. At last, Kagura arrived within the depths of Lulan, where a multitude of sand ninja congregated, their expressions grave as they engaged in fervent discussion. Feigning nonchalance, Kagura inched closer, straining to overhear the conversation. He learned that the last stronghold harbored the queen of Lulan and her final soldiers. If they could breach that line, they would seize control of the situation. A burly sand ninja proclaimed from an elevated position, "However, the last defense is reputed to be impenetrable. How shall we proceed with our assault?" Doubts arose among the ranks, igniting a flurry of discourse. After a brief pause, an elder sand ninja stepped forward, resolutely stating, "We shall employ a series of wind releases to concentrate our force and break through at a singular point. I refuse to believe they can withstand it." The assembly nodded in agreement, and swiftly, the plan was set in motion. With a command, the sand ninja swiftly mobilized, forming an orderly line as they rapidly executed hand seals, unleashing a fierce gale towards the final bastion of Lulan. The wind blades sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whine as the defense trembled under the relentless assault. "Hold firm. We must not allow them to breach our lines," the Lulan soldiers cried out, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. Yet, under the unyielding barrage from the sand ninja, the defense ultimately crumbled. The sand ninja surged into the grand hall, and Kagura blended seamlessly with the throng. Inside, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed capable of igniting the very air. A woman with crimson hair was shielded by numerous guards at the rear. Her gaze was resolute, exuding an innate authority. She must be Queen Sarah of Lulan. "Queen Sarah, be wise and swiftly unseal the dragon vein. Surrender it to us, or you shall all perish." The leading sand ninja advanced menacingly, his voice dripping with menace. Queen Sarah responded with unwavering conviction. Though the dragon vein harbors immense power, its destructive potential is equally formidable. Should it spiral out of control, it could precipitate unimaginable calamities. You must not wield the dragon vein, placing the entire world in peril. Spare us the lectures. We have come a long way not to hear your preachings. Today, the dragon vein shall be ours. The sand ninja remained unmoved, barking impatiently. Despite Sarah's attempts to persuade further, the sand ninjas, having exhausted their patience, issued the command to attack with a sweeping gesture. They descended upon the Lulan soldiers like a pack of ravenous wolves. Although the Lulan soldiers fought valiantly, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. It was not long before the Lulan forces were defeated and subdued by the sand ninjas. In the midst of the chaos, one of the sand ninjas seized Sarah's daughter. The little girl screamed in terror, causing Sarah's heart to leap into her throat. "Release my daughter," Sarah demanded, her voice laced with fury. "Queen Sarah, it would be wise for you to comply and unlock the seal of the dragon vein. Otherwise, your daughter's life will be in jeopardy, along with those of your guards and subjects," the sand ninjas threatened, using the child's life as leverage to coerce Sarah into submission. Gazing at her captured daughter and then at her guards and subjects, Sarah's eyes were filled with anguish and conflict. She understood that unlocking the seal of the dragon vein could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, if she refused, her daughter's life and those of her people would also be at risk. You madman, if the dragon vein goes out of control, the entire world will plunge into irreversible ruin. Do you not comprehend this? Sarah rebuked angrily. We care not for such matters. If we can harness the power of the dragon vein, our sand village will dominate the ninja realm. The sand ninja's eyes glimmered with avarice, disregarding Queen Sarah's warnings entirely. Cornered and left with no other choice, Sarah reluctantly conceded. Very well, I shall unlock the seal of the dragon vein. But you must allow the Lulon guards and citizens to leave first. Otherwise, I would rather die than cooperate. The sand ninjas exchanged glances and conferred quietly. After a moment, they acquiesced to Sarah's demand but insisted on keeping her daughter as a hostage. They urged Sarah to immediately release the seal of the dragon vein. Looking at her captured daughter, Sarah felt a profound sense of helplessness. Ultimately, she commanded her guards as a queen, take the ordinary citizens and evacuate swiftly. Once the dragon vein is unleashed, it will bring immeasurable disaster. Remember, you must protect everyone. Though the guards were reluctant, they obeyed Queen Sarah's command and hastily led the ordinary citizens away. Watching her subjects gradually recede into the distance, Sarah's eyes brimmed with worry and sorrow. The sand ninjas, observing the departing Lulon citizens, mocked Queen Sarah for her exaggerated concerns. No matter how formidable the dragon vein may be, can it surpass our sand village's one-tailed guardian? It is merely sealed within the vessel of a Jinchuriki. We have already arranged for a sealing team to follow. The dragon vein is hardly a threat, one sand ninja scoffed nonchalantly. Once the Lulon citizens had departed, under the insistence of the sand ninjas, Sarah reluctantly approached the site of the dragon vein's seal. Her steps were heavy, each one seemingly burdened with endless pain and apprehension. Mommy, no, the little girl cried, struggling against the sand ninja's grip. Child, do not fear. Mommy will be all right, Queen Sarah replied, turning to her daughter with eyes full of tenderness and resolve. Taking a deep breath, Sarah slowly raised her hands, beginning to unlock the seal of the dragon vein. As the seal was lifted, a terrifying energy surged forth from beneath the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Sarah was jolted back several steps and fell heavily to the ground. Mama, the little girl cried as she rushed to help Sarah. The sand ninjas, who had captured her, were momentarily awestruck by the unleashed power of the dragon vein. Neglecting the child in their astonishment, the dragon vein had just been awakened, and it could still be sealed again. However, if left unattended for too long, it would erupt uncontrollably, becoming impossible to manage. Struggling to her feet, Sarah endeavored once more to persuade the sand ninjas. Spare us your words. Our sealing team is prepared, and this dragon vein will soon be ours. The sand ninjas disregarded Sarah's pleas, swiftly organizing themselves to seal the dragon vein and transport it back to their village. Watching the frenzied sand ninjas, despair filled Sarah's heart. She understood that a monumental disaster was imminent, and she felt powerless to prevent it. As the seal of the dragon vein was slowly undone, an overwhelming and savage energy erupted like a volcanic blast, rampaging across the heavens and the earth. This chakra energy was immensely potent, far surpassing the one-tailed guardian crane known to the sand ninjas, filling their hearts with unrestrained euphoria. This is the power of the dragon vein, one sand ninja exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if he could already envision the rise of their village. The sand ninjas were instantly consumed by madness, eagerly arranging to seize control of the dragon vein, attempting to reseal this formidable power within their specially designed apparatus. They rapidly formed hand seals, sending intricate sealing techniques flying toward the dragon vein. However, they gravely underestimated its ferocity. The moment the sealing techniques contacted the dragon vein, it was as if they had struck a stone wall, easily repelled, and the dragon vein reacted like an enraged beast, growing even more agitated. Its energy fluctuations intensified, warping the surrounding air and producing a chilling, shrill wail. How could this happen? Increase the sealing force. The leader of the sand ninjas, his face contorted in rage, bellowed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Again and again, the sand ninjas attempted to subdue the dragon vein, but each attempt proved futile, only exacerbating its restlessness. The terrifying energy waves detonated like heavy bombs, mercilessly demolishing the structures around them. Bricks flew, dust swirled, and the entire city of Lulan descended into chaos and terror. Sarah and her daughter were driven far away by the sand ninjas, helplessly watching the devastation unfold, their eyes filled with despair and dread. Sarah clutched her daughter tightly, her body trembling slightly, acutely aware that a catastrophic calamity had descended upon them, all due to the greed of the sand ninjas. As time passed, the dragon vein finally broke free from the sand ninjas' entanglement. In an instant, a wave of horrific energy swept through, staining the sky and earth with a bizarre purplish-white hue, as if shrouded in the shadow of a malevolent force. Everything has come to an end, Sarah murmured, her tears blurring her vision, and her heart was heavy with guilt and regret. Suddenly, the dragon vein emitted waves of violet and white energy, unleashing a torrential barrage of destructive orbs and beams of energy towards the western horizon. The sand ninjas had no time to evade. A multitude fell in an instant, their cries echoing across the land, shrouded in calamity. At that moment, the sand ninjas finally realized that they were utterly incapable of controlling this overwhelming force, let alone sealing it. Terrified, they turned to flee, but the enraged dragon vein would not easily spare them. It surged forth with even greater power, unleashing a terrifying beam of violet and white light that pierced through the ranks of the sand ninjas like a razor. Almost all were struck down, meeting instant death, while the survivors were hurled away by the fierce shockwave, their fates uncertain. Initially, only the surrounding structures crumbled under the wrath of the dragon vein. But in the blink of an eye, the entire city of Lulan was rapidly being obliterated. Sarah felt a sense of relief for having arranged for her people to evacuate beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She sheltered behind a stone wall with her daughter, gently stroking her hair and softly reassuring her, "Do not fear, my dear, for Mother is here. Listen to me and swiftly make your way to safety, as far away as possible, and do not look back." The little girl cried, holding tightly onto her hand, refusing to let go. "Mother, I do not want to leave you. I want to stay with you." Sarah's gaze was resolute, yet tender as she gently pried her daughter's hand away, saying, "My child, I must go seal the dragon vein. It is the duty of the Queen of Lulan. You must live well and wait for my return." However, it was no easy task for Sarah to approach the dragon vein. Debris from the collapsing structures rained down as if a deadly meteor shower had commenced. At that moment, a massive stone came crashing down towards Sarah at great speed. "Mother!" The little girl screamed in terror, tears streaming down like a torrent. Sarah was paralyzed with fear, trembling and unable to move, resigned to close her eyes in despair as she awaited her fate. Just as disaster loomed, a figure darted through the air like a flash of lightning. It was Kagura, utilizing his exceptional body flicker technique, who in that critical moment scooped Sarah up and instantly transported her to her daughter's side. Kagura had been evading the destructive energy orbs and beams of the dragon vein himself, and while it was effortless for him to dodge such attacks alone, he had to ensure the safety of the root member as well. Amid his evasion, he observed the dragon vein, marveling at the sheer power of its chakra energy during this upheaval, rivaling that of the tailed beasts, and even comparable to the formidable Nine Tails. Seeing Sarah approach the dragon vein, Kagura surmised that she intended to seal it, yet she could not draw near. When the boulder fell from above, Sarah was so petrified that she could not move, prompting Kagura to intervene. "Mother!" The little girl rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Sarah. Sarah gazed at Kagura with a dazed expression, her eyes still reflecting the remnants of fear. Her voice trembled as she uttered, "Thank you for saving me. The upheaval of the dragon vein is far more intense than I anticipated." Kagura, furrowing his brow, replied gravely, "This is precisely the consequence of your sand shinobi's insistence on unsealing it." Regaining her composure, Sarah retorted, her tone softened upon recalling Kagura's recent act of heroism. "I am not a sand shinobi." Kagura clarified. "What?" Sarah exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment and confusion. "I am an imposter posing as a sand shinobi. In truth, I am a ninja from Konoha. We received word that the sand village intended to seize the power of the dragon vein to wage war. Thus I was dispatched to thwart their plans." Kagura provided a remarkably plausible explanation. "However, we encountered numerous storms along the way that delayed us considerably. By the time we arrived, the sand shinobi had already breached the area, forcing me to masquerade as one of them." As a queen, Sarah was acutely aware of the intricacies of politics and the unpredictable nature of human motives. Deep down, She understood that this ninja might harbor ambitions regarding the dragon vein. Yet, to seal the dragon vein, she needed to approach it, necessitating Kagura's assistance. Having witnessed the terrifying upheaval of the dragon vein, Sarah believed that Kagura would no longer entertain any ulterior motives towards its power. I must get close to the dragon vein in order to perform the sealing. So I require your assistance, Sarah stated, her gaze toward Kagura imbued with a hint of hope. Kagura pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. He then instructed the root ninja to escort Sarah's daughter away. Watching her daughter being taken away, Sarah felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet, she recognized that the paramount priority was to seal the dragon vein and save this land on the brink of destruction. The destructive energy emanating from the dragon vein continued to wreak havoc, leveling everything in its path. Kagura swiftly summoned an earthen barrier, attempting to shield them from the onslaught. However, the dragon vein's power was too formidable. The barrier was obliterated in an instant, akin to fragile parchment. Kagura had no choice but to tightly embrace Sarah, skillfully maneuvering through the ruins to evade the chaos. Utilizing his agile movements and exceptional agility, he quickly advanced toward the dragon vein. Sensing the impending threat, the dragon vein instinctively amassed a colossal wave of energy, reluctant to be sealed once more, resembling an enraged dragon lunging towards Kagura. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Kagura bellowed, instantly awakening his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A surge of formidable ocular power erupted, enveloping him in a golden chakra armor as the Susanoo gradually took form. Guiding the Susanoo, Kagura wielded a dark sphere in his left hand, positioning it firmly in front of him. The enormous energy wave collided with the sphere, producing a deafening roar. Yet it could advance no further. Sarah stood in awe, speechless before the golden Susanoo encasing them, her eyes filled with shock and astonishment. Kagura steadily pressed forward, while the dragon vein continued to gather energy, shaping itself into a massive dragon form, clawing and snapping as it charged toward him. Undaunted, Kagura steered the Susanoo to meet the oncoming threat head-on, with his left hand grasping a black orb to fend off the onslaught of the dragon vein. He drew forth a golden longsword with his right, striking fiercely. Each assault bore tremendous power, and the shockwaves generated upon colliding with the dragon vein caused the very earth to tremble, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The surrounding air seemed ignited, crackling with energy. As chaos and fury enveloped the battlefield, the clash between Kagura and the dragon vein intensified, each encounter resonating like a tremor through the realms. Soon, Kagura unleashed the wood release, wood dragon technique, as thick vines coiled and twisted, resembling an ancient dragon that swiftly ensnared the chakra torrent emanating from the dragon vein. The form of the wood dragon intertwined with the chakra, voraciously absorbing the immense energy contained within. Yet, who could have foreseen that the energy of the dragon vein surged forth like an endless ocean, continuously flowing? The wood dragon, though greedily devouring, found itself unable to exhaust this inexhaustible force, leading to a stalemate on the battlefield. Kagura understood that such a deadlock was not a viable strategy. He cast a quick glance at Sarah, nodding slightly to signal her to proceed with the sealing. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, manipulating chakra into a soft yet resilient golden shield, encasing Sarah's form securely within. Taking a deep breath, Sarah endeavored to calm the turmoil within her heart. She lifted her gaze to the golden energy surrounding her like a warm sun, a spark of warmth and courage igniting within her. Steadying herself, she advanced with resolute steps, each stride echoing the determination of one who had burned their boats. Upon nearing the dragon vein, she swiftly formed hand seals and began the sealing technique. As Sarah enacted her movements, the energy of the dragon vein genuinely began to wane. Just as Kagura believed success was imminent, a surge of even more potent and violent energy erupted from the dragon vein. This force, akin to a heavy bomb, instantly obliterated the chakra shield that protected Sarah. Alarmed, Kagura silently cursed, his reflexes as swift as lightning. He immediately commanded the colossal arm of Susanoo to extend forth, securely cradling Sarah in its palm and bringing her close beside him. "What's wrong?" Kagura inquired. "The sealing mechanism of the dragon vein has been partially damaged by the sand ninjas. We can no longer complete the sealing." Sarah's voice trembled, laden with fear and anxiety. She dared not envision the calamity that would befall the land should the dragon vein remain unsealed. After a moment of silence, Kagura spoke, I can attempt the sealing. However, once I do, the dragon vein will no longer be here. Sarah hesitated for a long while, fully grasping the gravity of his words. Yet, at this critical juncture, amidst the impending peril, Kagura was undoubtedly her only trusted ally. Biting her lip in determination, she finally uttered, "All right." This single word seemed to exhaust all her strength, imbued with profound weight and resignation. As the scene unfolded, Kagura slowly raised his head, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan shimmering with an eerie and enigmatic radiance, a manifestation of the unique ability known as Yoin possessed by his right eye. In an instant, a hollow white, circular ring materialized out of thin air, suspended before him. Mysterious runes flickered upon the ring's surface, emanating a gentle yet formidable wave of power. Taking a deep breath, Kagura swiftly formed hand seals, directing the ring towards the dragon vein with deliberate intent. Upon contact with the chakra of the dragon vein, the very fabric of the world seemed to tremble. The ring emitted a brilliant luminescence, akin to the purest moonlight, illuminating the battlefield in an instant, expanding rapidly to enclose the dragon vein completely within its embrace. Immediately, the runes upon the ring began to envelop the dragon vein in a swift cascade of white light, resembling an impenetrable prison, striving to confine the essence of the dragon vein. Yet, the dragon vein would not yield so easily to such confinement. Sensing an unprecedented threat, it intensified its tumultuous energy. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the dragon vein writhed violently, seeking to break free from the ring's grasp. Its roar pierced the tranquil air like a myriad of sharp blades, causing each onlooker to wince in pain. Observing this, Kagura intensified his control over Susanoo and the wood dragon technique. The colossal form of Susanoo resonated with a deep rumble as it wielded its golden sword, striking down upon the dragon vein repeatedly to quell its unrest. The wood dragon, undeterred, entwined itself tightly around the dragon vein, relentlessly siphoning its energy in concert with the ring's sealing efforts. In this fierce confrontation, time appeared to stretch infinitely. As the dragon vein struggled desperately, its roars, once urgent and powerful, gradually weakened and slowed. Ultimately, through Kagura's relentless determination, the dragon vein was fully subdued. The white light emanating from the ring, accompanied by the sealing runes, completely enveloped the dragon vein. In the next moment, the space surrounding the hollow white ring was sealed, as if time and space had come to a standstill. In the following second, the dragon vein, along with the earth deep beneath, was drawn into the white ring, disappearing entirely from sight. The ring then began to shrink, ultimately flying back to Kagura's side, vanishing into the void. On the battlefield, a massive, dark pit remained, unfathomably deep. Kagura stood exhausted, breathing heavily, his right hand pressed against his eye, a look of agony etched on his face. The exertion from employing such grandiose jutsu was undeniably immense, and the pain inflicted by his kaleidoscopic ocular technique was excruciating. Were it not for his formidable regenerative abilities and vast reservoir of chakra, he would have certainly suffered a decline in vision from this endeavor. Sarah gazed at the battered land, ultimately expressing her gratitude to Kagura. For her and the people of Lulan, this was indeed the most favorable conclusion. Kagura nodded slightly, looking at Sarah, and softly inquired, "What do you intend to do next?" Upon hearing this, Sarah's expression instantly became dazed, her eyes staring vacantly into the distance at the ruins of the city, which had been utterly devastated. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke, I do not know for now." The upheaval of the dragon vein resembled a nightmare, completely shattering the former prosperity of Lulan. All the buildings within the city collapsed under the tremendous force, and the rising dust seemed to be the final elegy for this ancient city. Fortunately, Sarah had arranged for the ordinary citizens to evacuate in advance, allowing them to escape this catastrophic disaster. Kagura quietly reflected, realizing that possessing immense power without the ability to control it only brings about endless calamity. This was true for the dragon vein, and it was likewise for the super civilization established by the ancient people using the Grial stones. Once such formidable power spirals out of control, it heralds the beginning of destruction. The shinobi of sand had perished here, and the sand village would not let this matter rest. They would inevitably send people again. Kagura's voice shattered the brief silence. Sarah furrowed her brow, her face etched with helplessness and confusion. She truly did not know how to confront the impending crisis. "I have a suggestion. You cannot remain in the land of wind. You should take your people to the Land of Fire. Kagura looked earnestly at Sarah, presenting her proposal. The Land of Fire? Sarah's eyes widened slightly, filled with doubt. The Land of Fire lay beyond the Land of Rivers, and although the distance was not excessively far, for ordinary citizens, it was undoubtedly a long and arduous journey. The resources required along the way posed a significant challenge, not to mention traversing the vast, treacherous desert fraught with peril. Upon reaching the Land of Fire, they would need the permission of the daimyo. After all, the number of lowlands migrants would be considerable. If the daimyo did not consent, they would have no place to settle. I cannot offer much assistance for the journey to the Land of Fire, but I can help with how to establish yourselves there. Kagura added, noticing Sarah's concerns. What do you propose? A glimmer of hope ignited in Sarah's eyes as she inquired eagerly. I possess a type of, rather, a marvelous gem that can extend life, ward off illness and disasters. You could send someone to present it to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As she spoke, Kagura produced a piece of the green-hued grill stone. In the sunlight, the gem's radiance was gentle yet striking. Then informed the daimyo that this gem is the most precious treasure of Lulan. The attack from the Sand Village aimed not only to seize the power of the Dragon Vein, but also to obtain this gem. Now that Lulan has been destroyed, presenting this gem to the daimyo may hopefully grant permission for the citizens of Lulan to enter the Land of Fire and survive. Sarah accepted the grill stone, gently caressing it, sensing the peculiar power emanating from it. Indeed, as Kagura had stated, it possessed some extraordinary effects. However, convincing and organizing her people to leave the land where they had been born and raised, and to safely reach the Land of Fire, was undoubtedly a monumental task. She needed to contemplate and plan meticulously. Days later, the sun continued to blaze down upon the ruins of Lulan. Sarah stood atop a slightly elevated mound, her demeanor solemn as she gazed down at the gathered people of Lulan. Their faces were drawn, yet their eyes shimmered with hope for the future. Taking a deep breath, Sarah boldly proclaimed the decision to journey to the Land of Fire. To her surprise, the crowd expressed unanimous support, indicating that their queen had garnered deep affection from her subjects. In such a dire moment, her esteemed reputation remained intact. Indeed, under the looming threat of the Sand Ninja, each individual cherished their life immensely, realizing that this may be their sole opportunity for survival. Kagura stepped forward, reiterating her proposal to Sarah to send envoys to the Land of Fire, with one group seeking an audience with the daimyo, and another traveling to Konohagakure to deliver the Greer Stone to the third Hokage, requesting the issuance of an S-rank mission to escort the Lulan contingent into the Land of Fire. After a moment of contemplation, Sarah found this suggestion most judicious and nodded in agreement. Kagura then approached a member of the root organization, employing the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to cast an illusion, instructing him to return and inform Danzo of the Sand Ninja's intentions to seize the Greer Stone and to incite further unrest at the third Hokage's side. Kagura understood that any additional influence might secure greater chances for Lulan's migration. He did not remain uninvolved himself, for he had taken the most crucial Dragon Vein from Lulan and felt a compelling obligation to assist its people. Dressed meticulously in the attire of Uchiha Obito, Kagura had trailed at the rear of the Lulan caravan, tasked with fending off the pursuit of the Sand Ninja. The procession advanced slowly, kicking up clouds of dust. Sarah, mounted on a camel, fixed her determined gaze ahead. She was acutely aware that the journey would be fraught with challenges, yet for the future of her people, she resolved to persevere. The desert's climate was unpredictable, sometimes unleashing fierce winds that whipped sand and stones into the air, blinding those who dared to look. At other times, the sun blazed mercilessly, threatening to scorch everything in its path. The members of the caravan supported one another, trudging forward against the odds. The cries of children intermingled with the groans of camels, resonating across the arid expanse. Witnessing this scene, Sarah felt a profound ache in her heart, yet it was also filled with strength. She continuously encouraged her companions, boosting their spirits. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received the messenger from Lulan along with the Greer Stone. Studying the gem in his hands, he too was taken aback. The wondrous stone contained a vast reservoir of chakra. No wonder the Sand Ninja had resorted to conflict over it. On the other side, Danzo also received word of this development, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes as he summoned his root members, preparing to partake in the contest for the Greer Stone. Kagura remained vigilant at the back of the caravan, his senses fully attuned to any disturbances. However, as one of the 5 great shinobi countries, the Sand Ninja's response was remarkably swift. Wave after wave of pursuers surged forth, attempting to intercept the Lulon convoy, yet they were silently dispatched by him, one after another. After the battle concluded, in an effort to erase all traces and prevent the Sand Ninja village from tracking the Lulon team through the corpses, Kagura manipulated golden flames to incinerate the bodies of the Sand Ninja completely. The leaping flames greedily consumed everything in their path, and in mere moments, the battlefield was left with nothing but a charred expanse of land, as the winds swept over, rendering it as though the Sand Ninja had never existed. However, after successive waves of pursuers went silent, the higher-ups of the Sand Ninja became acutely aware that something was amiss. They understood well that the ability to silently eliminate so many Sand Ninja must belong to a formidable adversary. Consequently, the Sand Ninja village convened an urgent meeting to deliberate strategies, ultimately deciding to dispatch an elite team to pursue and investigate the situation. These elite ninjas were the backbone of the Sand Ninja village, each possessing extraordinary skills and brimming with confidence to accomplish their mission. Yet, unbeknownst to the Sand Ninja leadership, the dispatched elite team vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the depths of the ocean. This development left the Sand Ninja village in a state of unrest, with a palpable tension enveloping the entire village. Raza, the wind shadow of the west and leader of the Sand Ninja village, bore a grave expression. He knew that the situation had transcended their expectations. After much contemplation, Raza resolved to personally lead the pursuit, determined to make the adversary aware that the Sand Ninja village was not to be trifled with. Kagura trailed the Lulon team from a distance, cautious not to draw too close. She was well aware that battles between ninjas often unleash tremendous destructive power, and should a confrontation erupt near the Lulon team, it would inevitably result in numerous innocent casualties. Thus, she followed openly, making her presence easily detectable to the Sand Ninja. This, in fact, was Kagura's intention. She aimed to draw the Sand Ninja's attention away from the Lulon team, diverting peril from them. Soon, a new reconnaissance squad detected Kagura. They concealed themselves behind the dunes, observing this enigmatic figure from afar. Kagura sat quietly atop a sand mound, exuding an aura that instilled fear. The members of the reconnaissance team refrained from acting hastily, as the previous teams had mysteriously vanished, a testament to the enemy's exceptional prowess. They exchanged glances, leaving one member to vigilantly watch Kagura while the others swiftly returned to report their findings. As time passed, Kagura remained oblivious to the watchful eyes upon her, sitting there as if she had become one with the swirling sands. Suddenly, the tranquility of the desert was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps, as Raza, accompanied by a cadre of Sand Ninja, advanced in pursuit. Raza, adorned with a conical hat, carried an air of sharpness and authority in his gaze. He approached the reconnaissance team to confirm the situation before fixing his gaze intently upon Kagura. Noticing her peculiar attire, Raza exclaimed, "Might you truly wish to oppose the Sand Ninja village?" Kagura slowly rose to her feet, deliberately lowering her voice to mimic Obito, or more accurately, Uchiha Madara, producing a deep and menacing tone. To fully harness the power of the dragon vein, the assistance of that woman is still required. Until then, she remains of value. Upon hearing this, Raza furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He understood that the enigmatic figure before him was formidable and not to be trifled with. However, as the wind shadow of the west, he bore the honor and responsibility of the Sand Ninja village and could not afford to retreat. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his chakra beginning to surge, while the Sand Ninjas behind him entered a battle-ready stance. A great confrontation was imminent. With that, he commanded, "Attack." His voice was deep and powerful, devoid of any superfluous words. In an instant, numerous glimmers of cold light flashed under the sunlight as the Sand Ninjas moved in unison, hurling shurikens and kunai like a torrential downpour toward Kagura. Come at me." Kagura stood firm, his posture tall, his gaze filled with disdain and confidence. With a low exclamation, he swiftly formed hand seals, his movements fluid and seamless, culminating in the summoning technique. As his voice resonated, a powerful and mysterious wave of chakra radiated outward from him. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding air vibrated, and a massive purple-white dragon materialized before the Sand Ninjas. The dragon's enormous body was enveloped in a rich and nearly tangible chakra, its brilliance akin to the dawn's first light, dispelling the surrounding darkness in an instant. Its scales shimmered with an enigmatic glow, each scale seemingly imbued with boundless power. The emergence of the dragon was akin to a towering mountain rising abruptly, instilling an unparalleled awe. The surrounding chakra acted as an invisible shield, effortlessly blocking the shurikens and kunai aimed at it. Upon contact with the chakra, the projectiles ricocheted as if striking an unyielding wall, producing a crisp sound as they fell. Kagura stood firmly atop the purple dragon, looking down upon the sand ninjas with an air of superiority, proclaiming, "Behold its might." Upon witnessing this, Rusha's face displayed incredulity. His eyes widened slightly, filled with shock and confusion. In such a short span of time, this mysterious individual had already begun to manipulate a dragon for battle. The dragon's size and the overwhelming chakra it emanated were on par with the tailed beast, Shikaku, of the Sand Village. Rusha realized that this battle would be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Flowing sand cascade. Rusha initiated the assault, swiftly striking the ground with his hands, channeling powerful chakra into the sand beneath his feet. In an instant, the previously calm sand was stirred as if by an invisible giant hand, with countless grains surging forth like a boiling tide toward Kagura. The sand waves rose several meters high, obscuring the sky as they swept through, threatening to bury everything in this endless sea of sand. Unfazed, Kagura deftly commanded the purple dragon to flap its enormous violet wings. As the wings beat, a tempest arose, the sound akin to a ferocious beast's roar, deafening in its intensity. The fierce winds, imbued with tremendous strength, surged toward the oncoming sand waves. Under the impact of the gale, the sand waves were cleaved apart as if by an invisible blade, scattering into a cloud of dust that danced freely in the air, resembling a grand celebration of sand. Immediately, the purple dragon ascended swiftly, its speed akin to a violet lightning bolt streaking across the heavens. With a resounding roar, its dragon's chant reverberated through the earth, causing tremors beneath. Accompanying this majestic cry, the purple dragon unleashed a barrage of purple-white chakra orbs, each resembling a cannonball infused with boundless energy, aimed relentlessly at the sand ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, flames soaring, and smoke swirling. The sand ninjas were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, some hurled into the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Others were overturned by the shock waves, tumbling several times across the sandy terrain, and still others were struck by the flying debris, groaning in agony. Magnet release, sand gold cubes. Observed Rasha, his hands swiftly forming seals. Harnessing his unique magnetic abilities, he concentrated the sand gold into a colossal cube, charging it fiercely towards the purple dragon. The golden cube shimmered brilliantly, its radiant glow dazzling under the sunlight. With an unstoppable momentum, it resembled a massive battering ram, hurtling toward the purple dragon. Sensing the impending peril, the purple dragon swiftly folded its wings before its chest, erecting an impenetrable barrier of defense. Bang! The sand gold cube collided violently with the wings of the purple dragon, producing a resounding thud. The immense force caused the dragon's body to shudder slightly. Yet it harnessed its formidable strength not only to withstand the attack, but to ascend even higher. The purple dragon spiraled in the sky, diving once more toward Rasha and the sand ninjas, its eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. Magnet release, sand cushion. Rasha, recognizing the dire situation, hastily placed sand beneath his feet, utilizing his magnetic prowess to ascend into the air. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Magnet release, golden sand tidal wave." As his voice echoed, a torrent of sand gold surged forth like a tumultuous sea wave, rushing toward the purple dragon. The golden waves sparkled under the sun, magnificent yet laden with lethal danger. Yet, the purple dragon stood resolute, akin to an undaunted war god, facing the oncoming tidal wave of sand gold without a hint of trepidation. It flapped its wings, effortlessly deflecting the sand gold assault. The impact resonated against the dragon's wings with a crisp sound, reminiscent of countless pearls cascading onto a jade platter. In contrast, Rasha found himself evading the energy orbs expelled by the purple dragon, each orb bearing tremendous destructive power, with catastrophic consequences should they strike. As the energy orbs detonated upon impact, they unleashed successive violent explosions, claiming numerous sand ninjas in their wake, reducing them to mere fragments. Witnessing the devastation unfold before him, Rasha's heart raced with urgency. He understood that the purple dragon soared too high for the sand ninjas to reach, and if this continued, they would suffer even greater losses. Reluctantly, he commanded a full retreat for his comrades. However, Kagura was not one to let such a golden opportunity slip away. He directed the purple dragon to rain down energy orbs from the sky, each orb falling like a dense downpour upon the retreating sand ninjas. Following this, the purple dragon lunged downward with astonishing speed, leaving no time for a reaction. The gusts unleashed by the purple dragon roared like a tempest, effortlessly toppling vast swathes of sand shinobi. Its colossal claws shimmered with a chilling light, effortlessly rending the bodies of the sand ninjas apart. Subsequently, the purple dragon ascended once more, swiftly distancing itself from Rasha while continuing to unleash energy projectiles upon the beleaguered sand shinobi below. Terrified, the sand ninjas fled in disarray, the battlefield resonating with a cacophony of cries and wails. In the air, Rasha felt a profound urgency, although he could ascend by stepping upon the sand. His speed paled in comparison to that of the purple dragon. Furthermore, his aerial capabilities were severely limited, allowing only the use of sand shuriken and the like for attack. Such assaults were not only difficult to land on the agile dragon, but even if they did connect, the dragon's formidable wings would readily deflect them. Rasha understood full well that his magnetic release techniques could only reach their zenith on solid ground, be it wide-ranging attacks, defenses, encirclements, or restraints. His magnetic release would unleash its true potential only on the earth below, which was the very reason he managed to subdue the guardian crane during its rampage. However, faced with the purple dragon controlled by Kagura in the skies, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, akin to a beast ensnared in a cage, brimming with power yet unable to unleash it. Kagura, exploiting his aerial supremacy, mercilessly trampled the sand shinobi. He was acutely aware that this was the land of wind, a realm abundant with sand. Engaging in ground combat with the magnetic release wielded by the wind shadow of the west would be an act of sheer folly. Moreover, without revealing his would release and the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and relying solely on his three-tomo Sharingan, he could not guarantee victory against Rasha and a multitude of elite sand shinobi. Even if success were within reach, it would undoubtedly demand considerable time and effort. Thus, he resolved to make the most of his unparalleled aerial advantage. Additionally, he sought an opportunity to injure Rasha. Only by wounding this wind shadow of the west could he compel the sand shinobi to retreat and prevent further pursuit. With this in mind, Kagura began to scout for an opportunity. Before long, he artfully lured Rasha closer, setting a trap, unaware of the ruse. Rasha mistook Kagura's apparent relaxation of vigilance as an opening to strike. Just as he approached, Kagura suddenly revealed his Sharingan. The pupils of the Sharingan, adorned with 3 black tomo, rotated slowly, emanating a mysterious and eerie radiance. Caught unawares, Rasha fell victim to Kagura's Jinjutsu. Within the illusion, he found himself ensnared in an endless realm of darkness, suffused with a sinister aura from which he could not escape, no matter how he struggled. Once ensnared in the Jinjutsu, Rasha lost control of the hovering sand, his body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Observing this, Kagura commanded the purple dragon to surge forward, its massive claws descending fiercely upon Rasha's form. Rasha struck the ground with the force of a cannonball. The impact produced a tremendous crater, sending dust swirling into the air. "This is bad, Lord Windshadow. Quickly, protect Lord West. Hurry, take Lord Windshadow to safety." Countless sand ninjas swiftly gathered around Rozuna, their faces etched with anxiety and concern. In a desperate bid to shield him, they valiantly sought to impede the approach of the purple dragon. With a ferocious leap, the creature unleashed a tempest that sent many scattering, as it concentrated chakra into a projectile aimed at Rozuna. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, propelling the sand ninjas before Rozuna into the air, while he himself was violently hurled away. Tumbling multiple times and drenched in blood, his garments lay in tatters, his body riddled with wounds from which blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding sands a deep crimson. The purple dragon ascended once more, its chakra projectile targeting Rozuna anew. The anxious ninjas cried out in despair, "Lord Windshadow." Their voices resonated with hopelessness and fear. Cursed be it. Rozuna finally broke free from the illusion, yet his injuries rendered him utterly immobile. Lying on the ground, he was filled with a sense of helplessness. Kagura, observing the situation, covertly manipulated the chakra within the purple dragon, causing it to rise rapidly before plummeting again, becoming increasingly unstable as if it might dissipate at any moment. The chakra projectile in the dragon's maw was also immediately nullified. Indeed, it appears we are still lacking somewhat. Kagura feigned disappointment, his tone laced with a hint of regret. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but that woman still holds value for me. Should you pursue her again, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to the Sand Ninja village. Kagura threatened Rozuna, his voice cold as the northern winds of winter, sending chills down spines. Are you not afraid of inciting war? At that moment, the Sand Ninjas seized the opportunity to assist Rozuna to his feet. What do you mean? Kagura pretended to be oblivious. The Leaf Village. Uchiha. Rozuna had just caught a clear glimpse of the Sharingan. And so what? Villages and clans are merely shackles that bind me. I have long since discarded them. Kagura spoke with a hint of madness. What? Rozuna was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Kagura. In his understanding, villages and clans were the very foundation of a ninja's existence, the objects for which they fought and protected. Yet here stood Kagura, so readily casting them aside. This time, we Sand Ninjas shall concede. We will not pursue that group from Lulon any longer. Rozuna sensed an unsettling abnormality in Kagura and refrained from provoking him further. He understood that should this continue, both he and his subordinates would likely meet their demise. Should the village lose its wind shadow and a significant number of elite ninjas, Sunagakure would not only become exceedingly weak, but could also provoke a series of grave disturbances. Even war. Humph, how astute you are, recognizing the situation. It would have been better to start this way. Kagura mocked. You may leave. The Sand Ninjas will not go back on their word. Rozuna raised his hand to calm the agitated Sand Ninjas. For the priority now was to return and attend to their injuries, preserving their strength. Seeing this, Kagura ceased his words and commanded the purple dragon to turn and depart. The dragon traced a graceful arc through the air before swiftly vanishing from sight. As Rozuna watched Kagura retreat into the distance, the tension in his body dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ground. Lord Wind Shadow. The Sand Ninjas encircled him, calling out anxiously. That fellow possesses the Sharingan. We must return and then apply pressure on the Leaf Village, Rozuna managed to say before he could no longer sustain himself and lost consciousness. The Sand Shinobi hastily lifted their burdens and hurried towards the direction of Sunagakure. After several days of confrontation with the Sand Ninjas, Kagura remained vigilant, his gaze sweeping constantly across the surroundings, leaving no sign of movement unnoticed. Fortunately, there were no further signs of pursuit from the Sand Ninjas. Under the cover of night, Kagura sought out Sarah. Upon his arrival, he meticulously cross-examined her statements, ensuring that their accounts were flawlessly aligned. Subsequently, Kagura slowly raised his head, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan. As his ocular power flowed, he cast an illusion upon Sarah. Observing the gradual confusion in her eyes, he softly murmured, "The less you know, the better it is for you." Kagura calculated the passage of time in his mind, anticipating the imminent arrival of the Konoha ninjas. To avoid detection, he chose to silently detach himself from the group and observe from the shadows. Soon, two teams from Konoha arrived in succession. One was a task force, clad in green ninja attire and adorned with the Konoha forehead protectors. The other was the Umbu, masked and concealed, silently safeguarding the Lulon team. Yet, Kagura instantly recognized the leader of the Umbu, Kakashi. His distinctive silver hair was unmistakable. Even from a distance, one could not err in identifying him. Kagura had not anticipated encountering Kakashi at this location, indicating that the third Hokage placed great importance on this matter. With the Sand Ninjas having ceased their pursuit, and Kakashi leading a protective team in the shadows, Kagura felt reassured regarding Lulon's safety. Next, Kagura intended to journey to Kusagakure to settle accounts with the Grass Ninjas and simultaneously elevate Obito's reputation. In the tumultuous world of ninjas, the land of grass resembled a territory shrouded in darkness, marred by political corruption akin to a fruit decaying from within. Nestled within this land, Kusagakure stood as a dilapidated structure, swaying precariously in the storm, its defenses alarmingly lax. On this day, a mysterious figure donned in Obito's guise, Kagura, quietly approached the entrance of Kusagakure. Facing the grass ninja guards blocking his path, he stated, "I sustained injuries while on a mission and seek refuge in your village for a while." However, the guards merely cast him a cold glance, unhesitatingly denying his request. Remaining unperturbed, Kagura retrieved a sum of money from his pocket, the coins glimmering in the sunlight. He earnestly implored once more, "Brothers, I beg for your kindness." The eyes of the grass ninja guards instantly lit up, akin to hungry wolves spotting their prey. Their previously stern demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and without hesitation, they allowed Kagura entry into the village. Thus, Kagura effortlessly stepped into Kusagakure. After entering the village, Kagura had not ventured far when yet another grass ninja approached to obstruct his path. Internally sighing, yet maintaining a calm facade, he reiterated his need for rest due to his injuries, once again offering a sum of money to this grass ninja. Upon receiving the coin, the grass ninja's face blossomed into a sycophantic smile, radiant as a blooming flower. He leaned closer to Kagura and whispered mysteriously, "There is a place in the village that can facilitate a rapid recovery from injuries. I can guide you there, but you must provide a fee for my services." Kagura's heart stirred, yet she maintained her composure and replied, "That is acceptable, but you must first disclose the method that enables such swift healing. Otherwise, I would be spending my money without understanding its purpose." The grass ninja glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was paying attention to them, before quietly saying, "The grass ninja village has taken in a girl. If you bite her arm, you can absorb her chakra and quickly mend your wounds." After speaking, he rubbed his fingers together, signaling for the guiding fee. Upon hearing this, Kagura felt a jolt in her heart, suddenly recalling that this girl must be the Vortex clan's Kagaya. Without revealing her thoughts, she discreetly handed over the fee to the grass ninja and followed him to the healing site. Upon their arrival, the guide entered first, only to emerge after a brief interval. He informed Kagura, "I can take you in, but there are many people ahead of you in line. If you wish to receive immediate treatment, you will need to pay an additional fee to skip the queue." A wave of disgust washed over Kagura. These grass ninjas were indeed insatiably greedy. However, she was indifferent to the money. Her sole desire was to see Kagaya and ascertain her condition. Thus, she paid the fee once more and was swiftly led into a dimly lit small room. As Kagura stepped inside, she was enveloped by darkness, as if she had entered a cavernous abyss. In the corner of the room, she spotted a red-haired little girl curled up in a ball. Upon noticing the newcomer, the girl looked up in terror, her entire being trembling with panic. Kagura approached gently, and the girl implored, "Please, may I rest for a moment? If I could just have a little more time, I will heal you." Her voice was filled with desperation and helplessness. Kagura reached out and grasped the girl's arm. The child, frightened, struggled violently, crying out, "No, I beg you. Let me rest for a while. I truly have no chakra left. I only need a brief respite. Otherwise, I will die. I do not wish to perish." Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking her tattered clothing. She fought to break free from Kagura's grasp, causing her sleeve to slip down her arm. Kagura then noticed the myriad of bite marks that marred the girl's arm, each one resembling an unsightly scar, which tugged painfully at her heartstrings. With her red hair and the ability to aid in recovery, it was indeed someone from the Vortex clan, Kagura softly murmured, gently placing her hand on the girl's head in a reassuring manner. The girl, hearing Kagura's words, dared not pull away again. She feared death. Her mother had perished after exhausting her chakra, and the image of her mother's agony lingered vividly in her mind, haunting her. "What is your name?" Kagura inquired softly. "Kagaya," the girl replied timidly, unsure why the person before her was asking. "Indeed. Do you wish to leave this place?" Kagura asked earnestly, gazing into Kagaya's eyes. To leave." Xianglin was momentarily taken aback, her mind clouded with disbelief. Naturally, she yearned to escape this place, knowing all too well that remaining here would inevitably lead to a fate as tragic as her mother's. Yet, she found it difficult to trust Kagura's words, fearing they might be nothing more than a cruel deception. Moreover, she doubted Kagura's capability to lead her away from this hellish realm. Just then, with a loud bang, the door was flung open. A grass ninja appeared at the threshold, impatiently inquiring, "Are you ready? Do not waste time. Prolonged delays incur additional charges." "Oh yes," Kagura replied coolly. "Then let us leave swiftly," the grass ninja urged. Kagura rose, grasping the collar of Xianglin's clothing with her left hand, gently lifting her as they made their way toward the door. "Hey, what are you doing?" the grass ninja exclaimed, stepping forward to obstruct their path. Kagura remained silent, extending her right hand and forcefully striking outward. A surge of immense power erupted, sending the grass ninja hurtling away from the entrance. Suspended in midair, Xianglin was too frightened to utter a sound, her eyes tightly shut, her heart racing with dread. Upon exiting, Kagura attracted the attention of several grass ninjas who quickly surrounded them. "You must release her at once, or you shall face dire consequences," one of the ninjas shouted, his voice laced with menace and fury. "Come and meet your end if you wish." Kagura replied coldly, her gaze radiating a chilling aura of lethality. Upon hearing this, the grass ninjas charged forward. Kagura gently set Xianglin down on the ground and, in an instant, darted toward the assailants like a bolt of black lightning. Her strikes rained down upon them with the ferocity of a tempest, sending them sprawling to the ground, each impact accompanied by anguished groans. This scene quickly drew the attention of even more onlookers, and soon, Kagura found himself encircled by numerous adversaries. The grass ninjas hurled insults at him, their voices swelling like an overwhelming tide. Terrified by the sudden turn of events, Xianglin bit her lip, desperately suppressing the urge to cry. Disregarding the ninjas' incessant chatter, Kagura swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. In an instant, a brilliant purple light shot into the sky, and a colossal purple dragon materialized before the crowd. The dragon let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, as if it could collapse the entire grass ninja village. It emanated a formidable presence, warping the very atmosphere around it. The grass ninjas, witnessing the dragon, were struck with terror, having never encountered such a powerful summoned beast. Some were so frightened that their legs buckled, and they turned to flee. Kagura, commanding the dragon from above, prepared for the next move. Chapter 67. Return to Konoha. Initially, Kagura intended to journey to the Land of Water, specifically to the Hidden Mist Village. However, he received an urgent message from the Root Organization. The Uchiha clan might be on the verge of rebellion. Thus, he needed to return to Konoha immediately to prioritize matters concerning the Uchiha clan. "Lord Kagura, where are we headed now?" Xianglin inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as Kagura abruptly altered their course. To Konoha. Kagura's voice carried a note of gravity. "Upon arriving in Konoha, I might find myself preoccupied for a while. I shall arrange for someone to attend to you. In the realm of ninjas, the winds of change are ever capricious, and the ominous clouds of conflict, thick as ink, quietly envelop Konoha, heralding the onset of a looming crisis." The proud Uchiha clan, with their deep-seated sense of dignity and arrogance, would never acquiesce to baseless accusations lightly. They adamantly asserted their innocence, refusing to acknowledge unfounded charges. This obstinate stance further strained the already tense relationship, like a taut bowstring ready to snap, exacerbating the discord. Kagura wished to traverse the bustling streets of Konoha, where the mingling of voices and laughter created a vibrant tapestry of life. Yet beneath this seemingly ordinary commotion lurked an undercurrent of danger. Kagura's gaze pierced through the crowd, fixated on the distance, as thoughts of the impending encounter with Itachi Uchiha echoed in his mind. He had already devised a strategy for their conversation. Should Itachi's responses please him, he would align with his intentions. Conversely, if Itachi's replies fell short of his expectations, he would resort to force, ensuring compliance. As Itachi activated his Sharingan, believing Kagura to be engaging in frivolous antics, he resolved to bring an end to the farce. However, Kagura swiftly mirrored his actions, unleashing his own Sharingan, intensifying the assault. The crimson light in his eyes sparkled, reflecting Itachi's, akin to two resplendent stars in the night sky. Itachi, taken aback, had not anticipated that Kagura possessed the Sharingan, his expression revealing surprise and confusion. Soon, under the relentless barrage of Kagura's taijutsu, Itachi found himself struggling to maintain his footing. "Is this the future you desire?" Kagura's voice resonated coldly, as if drifting from a distant realm, yet distinctly piercing Itachi's ears. Itachi felt as though struck by a heavy blow. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Images of Sasuke being struck by dust techniques flooded his mind, searing into his very soul, tormenting him deeply. After a prolonged silence, Itachi slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes filled with helplessness and confusion, pleading, "What should I do? Those among the Uchiha who plot treachery may face execution, but the others may survive." Kagura's voice remained calm and resolute. "You shall provide intelligence regarding the village and the Uchiha, embellishing the strength of our adversaries to buy us more time. Furthermore, in accordance with the unfolding events, that masked man will reach out to you. Initially, feign acceptance of his plan and collaborate with him. Then, contact me, and we shall unite against him. Additionally, I require Shirsue's Mangekyo, I need his power to confront Danzo. You are aware of this? Itachi exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Indeed, Shirsue's right eye was taken by Danzo. He entrusted his left eye to you before leaping from the cliff to alleviate the tension between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. You witnessed all of this and subsequently activated the Mangekyo. Kagura spoke slowly, each word like a key unlocking the long-sealed memories within Itachi's heart. I never expected you to have such profound insights. Could it be the kaleidoscope's ocular technique? Itachi inquired with a hint of confusion. No, I only awakened the kaleidoscope later. I concealed the fact that you obtained the Shirsui kaleidoscope from Danzo, attributing it to your father, intending to instill greater caution in Danzo regarding your father, thereby preventing rash actions, Kagura elucidated. Is that so? Can the future be altered then? Itachi suddenly realized. Yet he remained haunted by the vividness of the illusions Kagura had conjured, feeling as though those future scenes had already transpired. That depends on your actions now. Kagura's gaze fixed intently upon Itachi. You may desire the Shirsui kaleidoscope, but I must first ascertain your identity and how you managed to operate within Danzo's roots without detection. A glimmer of caution flickered in Itachi's eyes. He was not inclined to easily bestow such significant power to an individual of uncertain identity. It seems you still harbor doubts. Perhaps a lack of trust in me. Allow me to formally introduce myself, starting with my appearance, Kagura said, slowly removing her mask. Upon seeing Kagura's visage, Itachi felt a twinge of surprise, for she appeared even younger than he had anticipated. Of course, Itachi himself was actually younger than Kagura. My name is Kagura. I am 16 years old. I was merely 10 during the Nine Tails incident. Regarding your assertion that Danzo is unaware of my identity, that is inaccurate. He has always known my true self, Kagura stated calmly. He knows your identity? Itachi raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Indeed, I did not grow up within the Uchiha clan. Rather, I have been under his guardianship since birth. Due to my unique circumstances, my parents passing when I was 2, I was raised directly by Danzo, Kagura recounted slowly. At that time, I was still a child, of little use to him, so he placed me in a regular household. Following the Nine Tails incident, when Danzo failed to become the 5th Hokage, he remembered me and arranged for me to join the roots at the age of 10. Subsequently, he began training me, evidently intending to exploit me, yet he remained unaware that I had already awakened the kaleidoscope. It is thus, Itachi murmured, gaining a deeper understanding of Kagura's background. Initially, I held no particular feelings for the Uchiha clan, as I did not grow up in that environment. However, upon discovering that Uchiha Itachi was a friend of my parents, I requested an introduction. It was through our conversations that I developed a desire to assist the Uchiha. Kagura sighed gently, her eyes revealing a trace of warmth. I see now. No wonder you are so concerned for an ordinary member of the clan. Itachi nodded, his earlier doubts gradually dissipating. Indeed, everyone yearns for a sense of belonging, for even in darkness, one longs for light. Kagura's voice was low and resolute, as if she were articulating her own conviction. In darkness, we aspire for brightness. Itachi murmured these words, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. Subsequently, he inquired of Kagura, what are your plans moving forward? Besides what you have just disclosed, how might I assist you? Firstly, I shall employ the Kodoame Tsukumi to exert influence over Danzo. Following that, we will discreetly mediate between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan to delay the outbreak of conflict. Kagura articulated the plan with calm composure. Next, we will await the masked man's proactive engagement with you. By the way, it would be prudent for you to frequent the vicinity of the Nain's shrine. Regarding the events that lie ahead, we must neither wholly accept nor entirely dismiss them. They may serve as references for our decision-making. Afterward, we shall join forces against him. It would be wise to invite your father as well. Given the masked man's exceptionally unpredictable abilities, strength in numbers increases our odds. If we could capture him at the outset, that would be ideal. If not, we may need to resort to more intricate methods. Intricate methods? Itachi questioned, perplexed. At that juncture, I will endeavor to compel him to activate the dragon vein and reclaim it from his grasp. Subsequently, I shall disguise myself as him and launch an assault on the village. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Kagura's eyes. Itachi fell into silence. With the power of the dragon vein, I will eradicate those Uchiha members who harbor treasonous intentions and weaken the influence of Konoha's leadership. Only in this manner can we make them aware of a formidable enemy lurking beyond the village, one that harbors profound animosity toward both Konoha and the Uchiha clan, thereby preventing them from recklessly instigating conflict. Kagura explained patiently. Isn't the risk too great? Itachi hesitated, recognizing that such a plan bore significant peril. One misstep could plunge the entirety of Konoha into irretrievable ruin. I have already devised a method to seal the dragon vein's powerful chakra. At that time, I will merely feign a mishap leading to my sealing, and subsequently allow the village to handle the aftermath. Understanding Itachi's concerns, Kagura shared his thoughts. After a prolonged contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Itachi ultimately acquiesced to Kagura's plan. He realized that, at present, there were no superior alternatives. Only by daring to take risks could he hope to alter the tragic destinies of the Uchiha and Sasuke. The two deliberated meticulously for a considerable time, discussing every detail of their actions and potential contingencies, and exchanged contact information. Kagura and Itachi departed, their figures gradually fading away, leaving behind a tranquil village awaiting the impending storm. Beneath the shroud of night in Konoha, Kagura, bearing Shirsue's left eye, departed from the clandestine meeting place with Itachi. His steps were steady, yet his thoughts surged like tumultuous waves, reflecting on the conversation with Itachi, his heart brimming with intricate emotions. He had prepared thoroughly for the possibility of Itachi employing the Kodoemet Tsukumi, a potent illusion even he feared. However, Itachi unexpectedly relinquished Shirsue's Mangekyo to him with ease, a development that caught him off guard. Kagura pondered silently. Perhaps it was due to the illusions he had cast. Kagura was officially integrated into the ranks of the shinobi, thus becoming a veritable member of Konoha. The sense of belonging that the Konoha forehead protector bestowed upon him grew more profound as time passed. However, after failing to receive a message from Itachi, and with recent travel becoming inconvenient, Kagura pondered for a moment and resolved to immerse himself in a ninja mission, seeking to experience the mundane yet vibrant life of an ordinary ninja. Yet, as a genin, he was limited to undertaking D-rank and C-rank tasks. Initially, Kagura approached these assignments with enthusiasm, for he had never delved so deeply into the daily existence of a common ninja. He tended to mischievous children, finding warmth in their innocent laughter, assisted villagers in locating lost pets, traversing the alleyways and streets to explore every nook of the village, and aided farmers with their labor, sweating amidst the fields and savoring the simplicity of life. However, it wasn't long before the monotonous nature of the tasks rendered him utterly bored. These missions were far too simplistic for him, akin to rowing a boat upon a tranquil lake, stirring not a single ripple. The only noteworthy incident he encountered was his fortuitous meeting with Naruto Uzumaki. After finishing a task, Kagura yearned to visit the ramen shop one more time to savor the delicious noodles. As he strode along the street, a small figure darted past him like lightning, colliding directly into him. Kagura did not evade. He merely felt a jolt of impact as the child tumbled to the ground. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," the child exclaimed, panic evident as he looked up, his youthful face etched with guilt and fear. His golden hair shimmered in the sunset-esque glow, and his azure eyes were filled with trepidation, while the prominent whisker markings on his cheeks quivered with his rapid breaths. Kagura's heart skipped a beat. This child was undoubtedly Naruto Uzumaki. Lowering his gaze slightly, Kagura's eyes met Naruto's, and he sensed the concealed presence of ANBU operatives nearby, evidently safeguarding Naruto from the shadows. Now was not the opportune moment for deeper interaction. Numerous plans were still in the works, and any rash engagement might disrupt the delicate balance. "Next time, slow down. Otherwise, you might bump into someone," Kagura gently cautioned, his voice imbued with concern, before continuing on his way. Oh, I understand now," Naruto replied, relief washing over him as he watched Kagura's retreating figure. He had anticipated a reprimand, but this handsome older brother had proven to be remarkably kind. Upon returning to the route, Kagura's thoughts swirled. The timing was not yet ripe. Surely, there would be opportunities to look after Naruto in the future. Yet, Kagura soon found the tasks assigned to Genin dreadfully tedious. An idea struck him. Why not employ shadow clones to do the work? The shadow clones inherited his abilities, effortlessly completing these D-rank and C-rank missions. Typically, few would resort to using shadow clones for such tasks, but Kagura was not one to adhere to convention. To him, it was merely a reasonable utilization of resources. The shadow clones set forth, navigating the various corners of Konoha and efficiently accomplishing one task after another. However, during a mission to apprehend a common criminal, Shadow Clone encountered a member of the Uchiha clan. At that time, the Uchiha member, adorned in the attire of the guard squad and exuding arrogance, bellowed that it was their duty as the Uchiha guard to command the Shadow Clone to vacate the premises. The Shadow Clone, unyielding to such imperiousness, charged forward without hesitation, delivering a punch that left the Uchiha member incapacitated before he could even react. The Shadow Clone effortlessly subdued the criminal, as if the earlier altercation had merely been a trivial interruption. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the Shadow Clone encountered Uchiha members on multiple occasions. Each time, these Uchiha individuals, with their inherent pride, attempted to interfere with the Shadow Clone's mission, but they were no match for him and were repeatedly vanquished. The Shadow Clone resembled an unstoppable whirlwind, impervious to any attempts to thwart his objectives. As the frequency of conflicts escalated, the situation intensified. Numerous Uchiha members were injured, some severely enough to require hospitalization. The entire Uchiha clan was incensed, perceiving this as a blatant affront to their family. Word of these events swiftly reached the ears of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sighed in exasperation, lamenting that Kagura was relentless in causing trouble. After much contemplation, the third Hokage resolved to dispatch Kakashi to address the situation, hoping he could quell the uproar. Upon Kakashi's arrival at the scene, he witnessed Kagura once again bringing down an Uchiha member. Kakashi wore a look of dismay, having recognized Kagura from their previous encounter, where he had seen him masked. He was surprised to discover the face beneath the mask was one filled with vigor and a hint of arrogance. "You again?" Kakashi remarked helplessly. Kagura remained composed, responding nonchalantly. "I am on a mission, and these fools insist on obstructing me." With that, he boldly presented the mission scroll for Kakashi's inspection. The Uchiha member sprawled on the ground. Hearing Kagura's insult, erupted with fury. "You dare insult the Uchiha?" Kagura cast a disdainful glance his way, retorting, "You are the ones who chose to hinder me. And frankly, your strength is pathetic." "Hey, don't provoke him." Kakashi interjected hastily, anxious to prevent the situation from escalating further. "What did you say?" The Uchiha member trembled with rage, struggling to rise, his eyes aflame with anger. Unfazed, Kagura continued to mock him. "I am merely a genin, and you cannot even defeat someone of my rank. If you are not weak, then what are you? You should say less." Kakashi, feeling desperate, immediately grasped Kagura and attempted to lead him away from the brewing conflict. "You bastard!" The Uchiha member, thoroughly enraged, charged at Kagura without a second thought. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Kagura's eyes as he sidestepped, delivering a swift kick that sent the Uchiha member flying. The force of the kick sent him arcing through the air before crashing to the ground. The commotion instantly attracted more members of the Uchiha Guard, who surrounded Kagura and Kakashi menacingly, their eyes glinting with hostility, as if they intended to devour Kagura whole. Kagura maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding the hostile glares from the Uchiha clan, and boldly proclaimed, "What's the matter? The proud Uchiha cannot defeat their opponent and are resorting to a group battle?" Hearing these words, Kakashi inwardly groaned, lightly tapping his forehead. This fellow was clearly looking for trouble. The leader of the guard team cast a cold glance at the defeated member, his eyes brimming with disdain, as if he believed the member had tarnished the Uchiha name. The member, feeling guilty, lowered his head. "You cannot offend the Uchiha." The leader growled menacingly. Unfazed, Kagura provocatively replied, "I am quite eager to ascertain whether the Uchiha clan is as formidable as the rumors suggest. You will regret this." The leader hissed through clenched teeth, subsequently dispatching his subordinates to teach Kagura a lesson. The arrogant Uchiha naturally scorned the idea of overwhelming their opponent through sheer numbers. They sought to restore their family's honor in a one-on-one confrontation. "Are you truly intent on proceeding this way?" Kakashi attempted to dissuade Kagura once more, but Kagura simply retorted, "What do you think?" as he boldly stepped forward, showing no signs of retreat. The battle was imminent. The Uchiha members, utilizing the power of their Sharingan, launched a fierce assault on Kagura. However, Kagura's prowess far surpassed theirs. He deftly evaded their strikes, each of his counterattacks precise and forceful. In no time, Uchiha members began to fall one after another, groaning in agony. Just as Kagura was about to depart, he was intercepted by Kakashi. "Come with me to meet the third Hokage." Kakashi believed this matter required the third Hokage's intervention. Only he could rein in the untamed wild horse that was Kagura. "I have no time. I still have a mission to complete," Kagura replied, swiftly dispelling his shadow clone. In an instant, the clone transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished, leaving Kakashi standing there, bewildered and at a loss. Ultimately, the third Hokage, out of desperation, ordered Kagura to refrain from further conflict with the Uchiha. Although Kagura was reluctant, he complied. He then sent his shadow clone to undertake other tasks, momentarily tempering his brilliance. Through the covert maneuvers of Kagura and Itachi, the tensions between the Konoha higher-ups and the Uchiha were slightly postponed. Yet, this superficial calm resembled the tranquility before a storm. Both sides remained on high alert, with conflict looming ever closer and intensifying. Kagura increasingly sensed that the situation was slipping from his grasp, with the discord between the village and the Uchiha resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, news arrived from Itachi. He had located the masked man and, in accordance with their plan, revealed his intentions to deal with the Uchiha clan, successfully persuading the masked man to join forces. Upon learning this news, Kagura and Itachi swiftly coordinated the specifics of time and location, preparing to confront him at Itachi's next meeting with the masked man. Prior to this, Itachi had visited Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was taken aback, having not anticipated that Itachi would seek him out. In truth, Fugaku had already noticed Itachi's inclination towards the village, which displeased him somewhat. However, since Itachi had taken the initiative to approach him, Fugaku was naturally willing to engage in a dialogue. After meeting with Fugaku, Itachi requested his father's assistance in confronting a common adversary. Fugaku gazed deeply into Itachi's eyes, ultimately acquiescing, as he still held trust in his son. Outside the village of Konohagakure, in a secluded grove at the back mountains of the Uchiha clan, an eerie tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. Itachi stood silently amidst the trees, his posture erect like a solitary pine. His vigilant gaze scanned the western perimeter. Gripping a kunai tightly in his hand, his expression cold and focused, every nerve taut, awaiting the emergence of the enigmatic figure. Suddenly, an unusual disturbance rippled through the space behind Itachi, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, sending concentric waves outward. Following this, a swirling vortex of space slowly materialized. From within the vortex, a cloaked figure emerged, adorned with a tiger-striped mask. The masked man Itachi swiftly pivoted, his eyes like lightning. Locking onto Obito, a flicker of barely perceptible apprehension crossed his gaze. He pondered the nature of such an ability that could so effortlessly rend the fabric of space. Have you made your decision? The masked man's voice was deep and hoarse, echoing through the grove as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is currently filled with foolish and ignorant individuals unworthy of bearing the Uchiha name, Itachi replied, his voice icy, devoid of emotion, reminiscent of frost on a wintry night. Humph, indeed, their betrayal of me sealed their fate, the masked man scoffed, his tone laden with bitterness. An animosity that felt almost tangible, burning fiercely in the air. However, Itachi, you are different. You possess the potential to go further. The masked man's tone shifted, growing softer, laced with an undertone of temptation. I intend to keep Sasuke, for only then can I fulfill my plans and draw closer to my goals, Itachi affirmed, nodding slightly. His expression serene, yet inwardly cautious, aware that his relationship with Obito was one of mutual exploitation, each word necessitating careful deliberation. Very well. The masked man's lips curled into a subtle, barely perceptible smirk, fully aware of Itachi's thoughts, but choosing not to expose them. To him, as long as he achieved his aims, everything remained under his control. Then let us proceed according to our planned timeline. I shall take my leave now. The masked man inclined his head slightly, preparing to turn away. At the moment the masked man activated his ocular power, and the spatial vortex reappeared. Itachi moved without a hint of forewarning. His form was as swift as a specter, the kunai in his hand streaking forth like a bolt of lightning. Glinting with a chilling radiance, aimed directly at the masked man taken by surprise, the masked man instinctively sidestepped. Yet, the kunai struck true, piercing his mask with precision. With a crack, a fissure marred the mask, causing a portion to shatter. A pity, Itachi mused inwardly, for his original aim was to completely shatter Obito's mask, unveiling his mysterious visage. What do you mean by this, Itachi? The masked man's voice grew more thunderous, a mixture of astonishment and fury, reverberating through the forest like a roaring beast. Itachi remained silent, his eyes suddenly igniting with a crimson glow, the three tomo spinning rapidly as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Within those blood-red orbs emanated a mysterious and perilous aura, as if capable of devouring all in its path. Amaterasu, he intoned sharply, a jet of black flame erupting from his gaze. This black flame represented the essence of Amaterasu. Once ignited, it would never extinguish, relentlessly consuming its target until nothing remained. However, to his astonishment, when the black flames of Amaterasu enveloped Obito, they dissipated as if into an abyss, leaving no impact whatsoever. The flames seemed to traverse an invisible barrier, passing through Obito's form as though it were non-existent. Is this the extent of your Mangekyo's power? Itachi pondered, his brow furrowing with confusion and disbelief as he scrutinized Obito, searching for a flaw. Indeed, Itachi, I understand your curiosity regarding my abilities. After all, children often indulge in playful antics. You may now cease your frivolities, the masked man retorted with a mocking sneer, dismissing Itachi's assault with disdain. Were you behind the Ninetales incident 6 years ago? Itachi ignored Obito's taunts, continuing to unleash Amaterasu, the black flames surging forth unrelentingly towards Obito. As he pressed on with his inquiry, the masked man remained unfazed, confident in the longevity of his space-time jutsu. He lifted his head slightly, a glimmer of pride illuminating his features as he spoke slowly. Yes, I could have obliterated the village 7 years ago, but luck favored it with the emergence of a new Hokage. However, there will be no second Hokage now. Did you also seize the Dragon Vein last year? And injure the new Wind Shadow, annihilating the Grass Shinobi? Itachi continued, his gaze fixed intently on the masked man. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito, momentarily faltered. In truth, he was not responsible for that incident. Initially, he felt considerable frustration upon receiving information about the mask-wearer who had commandeered the Dragon Vein. Noticing the identical attire, he sensed someone was deliberately impersonating him, seeking to tarnish his reputation. Regrettably, he lacked any evidence. Yet, Obito, being a proud individual, resolved to maintain his previous demeanor, vowing silently to obliterate the impostor if he ever discovered their identity. Faced with Itachi's inquiry, he was reluctant to affirm, yet equally hesitant to deny, fearing the loss of his identity and the potential humiliation before Itachi. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly uttered 2 words through clenched teeth. Indeed, with his suspicions confirmed. Itachi persisted in channeling his ocular power, employing Amaterasu. He mused silently, believing that even space-time techniques must have temporal limitations. As long as he continued his onslaught, he would eventually uncover Obito's vulnerabilities. Obito swiftly discerned Itachi's intent, his brows knitting in irritation. He barked at Itachi, "Enough. You are engaged in a futile endeavor. Cease your ineffective antics immediately." However, Itachi appeared oblivious to these words, his right eye beginning to bleed from the excessive use of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Crimson blood trickled down his cheek, dropping onto the ground and blossoming into striking crimson flowers. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort of his body, and continued to harness his ocular power. Obito sensed the dwindling time of his Kimui and felt an urgent anxiety rising within him. Reluctantly, he flickered away, swiftly escaping the reach of Amaterasu. This action allowed Itachi to keenly perceive the limitations of his space-time ninjutsu. Noticing Obito's departure from Amaterasu's domain, Itachi ceased his flames. He suppressed the chaotic energy within him, his hands trembling slightly, yet his expression remained stoic, his gaze fixed intently upon Obito. There was no alternative. Since you so relished this playful engagement, as an adult, allow me to impart a lesson. Obito, seething with rage, recognized Itachi's compromised state as an opportune moment. In an instant, he surged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Itachi, seeing this, swiftly brandished his kunai, thrusting it toward Obito. However, to his astonishment, the kunai pierced through Obito's form as if he were merely an ephemeral shadow. Alarmed, Itachi quickly reacted, creating distance between them. In the ensuing battle, he gradually discerned that for Obito to land a blow, he would need to relinquish his ocular power, and that fleeting moment would determine the outcome of their clash. Soon, as Obito engaged Itachi using Kimui, he seized upon a flaw in Itachi's defense. He flickered forward, appearing directly in front of Itachi, seizing his shoulder with a fierce grip, and activated Kimui, aiming to draw Itachi into his dimension. At that critical juncture, Itachi fixed his gaze on Obito, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, emanating an eerie glow. "Tsukuyomi!" he exclaimed, unleashing a formidable illusion that enveloped Obito. In an instant, Obito found himself thrust into a mysterious and illusory realm known as the Tsukuyomi space. Within this domain, the laws of time and space were utterly distorted, governed entirely by Itachi's will. Yet, Obito was no ordinary adversary. His will was exceptionally potent, bolstered by the fact that half of his body was infused with Hashirama cells, granting him extraordinary strength and resilience. Having triumphed in a battle of wills against the Ten Tails, he was not easily ensnared by Tsukuyomi. Meanwhile, Itachi exerted every ounce of control over the Tsukuyomi space. After his last use was thwarted by Kagura, he had trained relentlessly, mastering the intricacies of Tsukuyomi. Ultimately, through sheer tenacity, Obito unleashed a tremendous force, breaking free from the confines of the Tsukuyomi realm. Almost simultaneously, Itachi, having exhausted his chakra, could no longer sustain himself. With a cough, he expelled blood and fell to one knee, clutching his right eye, his breath quickening, his complexion as pale as parchment, appearing utterly disheveled. As Obito emerged from the Tsukuyomi space, he too staggered back a few steps, similarly covering his right eye. Clearly, breaking free from Tsukuyomi was no trivial feat, and he had paid a significant price. However, in comparison, Obito evidently held the advantage in their current states. Yet, before Obito could take any action, a shadow surged forth, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, racing towards him like an arrow released from its bowstring. The assailant was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, radiating an aura of icy ferocity, his Sharingan spinning wildly within its sockets. The tomo swiftly transforming into the form of a kaleidoscope. Without a moment's hesitation, the chakra within him surged like a tumultuous tide, fully unleashing the power of the kaleidoscope. His ocular technique, also of the illusionary variety, was driven by a singular thought: to eradicate the mastermind before him utterly. It was this masked figure who had plunged the Uchiha clan into an irreversible abyss, and the hatred burning within Fugaku's heart was akin to an inferno, capable of incinerating all in its path. The events of the day stirred a tempest within Fugaku's soul. Initially, he had heeded his son Itachi's plea to confront an enemy of peculiar abilities. Itachi had informed him that he would make the first move to probe the foe, allowing Fugaku to strike decisively at the opportune moment. Possessing formidable strength, Fugaku's power was significantly heightened upon activating the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He meticulously concealed his presence, lurking in the shadows of the west. Given his capabilities, remaining undetected was hardly a challenge. However, the subsequent occurrences surpassed all his expectations. The masked man's uncanny space-time ninjutsu, manifesting instantaneously, caused Fugaku's pupils to contract sharply. He recognized at once that this masked man was the very one who had seized the dragon vein, gravely wounded the wind shadow, and obliterated the grass ninja village. Almost immediately, Itachi struck with haste, unleashing the kaleidoscope technique Amaterasu, as black flames raged through the air, embodying an aura of annihilation. Fugaku was both astonished and elated, having not anticipated that his son Itachi had also awakened the kaleidoscope. However, what left him utterly astounded was that the all-consuming Amaterasu had no effect on the masked man. The ensuing fierce battle saw Itachi employ the illusionary technique Tsukuyomi. Yet the masked man once again escaped the confines of the Tsukuyomi realm. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. At this moment, the threat posed by the masked man escalated in his mind. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Fugaku seized the moment while the masked man was still reeling. He abruptly activated his kaleidoscope technique, casting the illusionary technique of the evil eye. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to warp, and the masked man was forcefully drawn into the realm of illusion. Fugaku sought to manipulate the masked man, to unveil his enigmatic identity, exposing all conspiracies to the light of day. Yet, the masked man's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. He forcibly activated his ocular abilities, shattering Fugaku's illusion with sheer force. A searing pain coursed through Fugaku's eyes, as if countless steel needles were mercilessly stabbing him. The backlash from the kaleidoscope causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. It was the first time he had endured such intense agony. Meanwhile, Obito, the masked man, was not in a much better state. His chest heaved violently, gasping for breath, his entire being in a daze, as though he might collapse at any moment. He perceived the father and son as two reckless madmen, launching into a perilous contest of ocular techniques right from the outset. In mere moments, his chakra, stamina, and mental fortitude felt as though they had been entirely siphoned away, leaving him nearly depleted. At that juncture, his heart was rife with indecision. Should he expend every ounce of strength to vanquish this duo, or should he retreat for the time being? Just as both sides gritted their teeth, striving to staunch their injuries and restore their ocular power in preparation for another assault, a sudden glint of cold light flashed through the air. A sharp blade silently pierced Obito's chest. Kagura, clad in the garb of the Uchiha clan, materialized behind Obito like a specter, successfully executing this fatal ambush. Obito coughed violently, blood spilling forth. He could scarcely fathom that, in his moment of utmost vulnerability, he would be struck from behind. Rage and resentment surged within him as he covertly activated a forbidden technique. "Well done," Fugaku exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Itachi, fully aware that the assailant was Kagura, maintained an expression as tranquil as still water, concealing Kagura's identity. Standing beside Itachi, Fugaku furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing a blend of confusion and vigilance. Although he was uncertain of the sudden appearance of Kagura, the sight of him adorned in Uchiha attire, with the ominous gleam of a three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes, confirmed his status as a clansman. The timing of Kagura's emergence was not the crux of Fugaku's concern. What mattered was that upon his arrival, he wasted no time in attacking the enigmatic masked man. With his right hand, Kagura thrust the blade through Obito's chest. Yet, he did not relent. His left hand shot forth like lightning, aiming for Obito's mask. Obito reacted with remarkable swiftness, desperately twisting his head to evade the strike. However, a sharp crack echoed as the left half of the mask was shattered by Kagura's grip, revealing an eye filled with terror and defiance, a three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, the luster of that Sharingan dimmed rapidly, akin to a candle extinguished, fading to a pallid hue as though it had lost all vitality. Just as onlookers believed Obito to be ensnared in his own demise, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Kagura's heart raced with alarm as he instinctively began forming hand seals. He understood that Obito had undoubtedly employed the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. This technique was nothing short of miraculous, capable of rendering unfavorable events occurring within a certain time frame as mere illusions, as if they had never transpired, while manifesting only those events that favored him into reality. A vivid recollection of Danzo's treacherous visage emerged in Kagura's mind. It was this cunning individual who had once used Izanagi against Shursui and had taken from him one of his precious Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi and Fugaku's eyes remained fixed on the unfolding battle, particularly Fugaku, who, as the clan leader, was well-versed and experienced. The moment he witnessed the loss of luster in the masked man's left eye, a heavy weight settled in his heart, and he immediately grasped that Obito had invoked the clan's forbidden technique. "Be cautious, he has utilized the clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi," Fugaku urgently warned Kagura. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a spectral arm pierced through Kagura's chest from behind him. How infuriating! Fujiwara's face was a mask of rage as he bellowed. Itachi, though initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure. He was acutely aware that Kagura had yet to utilize the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, given Kagura's prowess. He should not have fallen so easily. Indeed, before Obito had the chance to exhale in relief, another sharp blade was thrust brutally into his chest. In shock, Obito turned to see that the figure behind him was still the masked Kagura, while the Kagura before him was merely a clay clone. Had he initiated the ambush with a clay clone from the outset? Obito marveled inwardly, and once more summoned his ocular power, his form dissipating like mist, only to reappear not far away. "Be wary of Izanagi," Fujiwara urgently cautioned, raising his voice once more. Kagura nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and in an instant, golden flames erupted around him, radiating the searing heat of a blazing sun, engulfing the sword in his hand. Armed with the sword ablaze with golden flames, Kagura charged toward Obito like a vengeful deity. Observing this, Obito hastily evaded, attempting to activate Kimui to draw Kagura into the Kimui dimension. However, the formidable energy emanating from the golden flames around Kagura instilled a sense of dread in him, making him hesitate to engage. With no alternative, Obito leaped out of Kagura's attack range, swiftly forming hand seals while shouting, "Would release." In an instant, the earth trembled violently as a mass of thorns erupted from the ground, menacingly advancing toward Kagura. The spectacle left both Itachi and Fujiwara wide-eyed in disbelief. Would release. A formidable ninjutsu only wielded by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Who could this masked man be, to possess such a technique? Yet, Kagura remained composed, deftly manipulating the golden flames to incinerate the thorns as if they were mere wisps of smoke. With a light push off the ground, he charged at Obito once more. As the wood release failed to thwart Kagura's advance, Obito's anxiety heightened. He sensed his chakra was nearly depleted. If this continued, he would surely find himself cornered. "Zetsu!" Obito shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a mass of carnivorous plants erupted from the ground. Zetsu. With a single hand, Zetsu struck the earth forcefully, causing numerous thick vines to burst forth like dragons, obstructing Kagura's path. Then, Zetsu called out to Obito, "You must escape." Zetsu was equally astonished, never having imagined that someone could bring Obito to such a state of disarray. However, Kagura would not allow Obito to flee so easily. His three-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and in an instant, the Mangekyo Sharingan manifested, radiating a mysterious and potent light. Following this, Kagura activated Susanoo. The golden Susanoo rose like a towering peak, exuding an unparalleled aura of power. Susanoo's right arm slowly drew forth a long sword, and with Kagura's command, that sword swiftly severed all the thorns before him. Another manifestation of the Mangekyo. Susanoo? It was a moment of profound astonishment for Itachi, Fugaku, Obito, and the Akatsuki members as they stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the sudden surge of power emanating from Kagura. Although Itachi was already aware of Kagura's activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, witnessing the Susanoo for the first time was a revelation. The golden Susanoo exuded an aura of reverence, as if an ancient deity of war had descended upon the mortal realm. Fugaku was rendered speechless. Aside from Itachi, another clan member had emerged with the Mangekyo Sharingan, effortlessly manifesting the Susanoo. Obito's heart was a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. Ever since he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, acquiring the unparalleled ability of Kamui, he had felt invincible within the ninja world. Coupled with the transplantation of Hashirama's cells and the teachings of Madara, he believed himself untouchable. The defeat he once suffered at the hands of the former Hokage seemed a mere fluke, attributed to the latter's proficiency in space-time ninjutsu. After the sacrifice of the former Hokage, Obito had grown increasingly reckless, convinced that no one could rival him. Yet, the events of this battle unfolded in a manner that thrust him into unprecedented peril, compelling him to resort to the forbidden technique, Izanagi. This conflict would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark upon his psyche. Run. Zetsu was the first to react, urging the use of wood release to obstruct Kagura's movements. Instantly, countless white Zetsu emerged from the ground, surging like a tide towards Kagura. Witnessing this, Obito swiftly turned to flee, vowing silently never to return to this place again. Kagura, commanding the Susanoo, wielded a sword entwined with golden flames, raising it high before executing a powerful downward slash. In that instant, a golden sword aura sliced through the night sky like lightning, cleaving the approaching white Zetsu and tree vines in twain. Sensing the impending danger, Zetsu quickly retreated underground, vanishing without a trace. Kagura dispelled the Susanoo and pursued the fleeing Obito. Along the way, Zetsu repeatedly manipulated the white Zetsu to obstruct Kagura, attempting to buy Obito more time to escape. Rather than annihilating the white Zetsu, Kagura employed sealing techniques to encapsulate them one by one, casting them into the yo-yo space. After all, it was well known that white Zetsu were invaluable synthetic materials within the ninja world. To eliminate them would be a grievous waste. Draped in the attire of the Uchiha clan, Kagura's garments clung to his athletic form, the edges fluttering gently in the breeze. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, darting through the intricate forests of Konohagakure with remarkable speed, each movement fluid and precise, as though he were one with his surroundings. Kagura's hands moved like agile butterflies, forming seals with swift grace. In an instant, beams of white light erupted from his palms, enveloping the white Zetsu. Before they could react, Kagura secured and sealed them with unwavering precision. Kagura possessed 12 yo-yo spaces, purposely reserving one to safely store these newly sealed white Zetsu. As Kagura focused intently on sealing away the white absolute, his keen senses detected a familiar, yet perilous chakra fluctuation, an unmistakable presence of Obito. Instantly, Kagura's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he pursued the source of the chakra. His figure flickered between the buildings, moving with such velocity that it seemed to leave behind ephemeral afterimages. Obito's chakra appeared and vanished sporadically, elusive and difficult to grasp. Kagura's own chakra surged around him, and he exerted his utmost effort in ninjutsu, causing the ground beneath him to stir up a fine layer of dust as he raced forward. However, after a relentless chase, he abruptly halted, a trace of frustration crossing his face. Obito's chakra had inexplicably dissipated, likely having regained some strength and escaped into the vexing Kimui dimension. Humph, Kagura muttered to himself, disappointment lacing his voice. Though I managed to draw out many of Obito's hidden tactics, he ultimately eluded capture. It was clear that to thoroughly ensnare this adversary, mastering space-time ninjutsu was imperative. Of course, acquiring Kakashi's Sharingan would simplify matters considerably. As long as he could connect to the Kimui dimension, Obito would find it nearly impossible to escape. Now that Obito had successfully fled, Kagura reluctantly shifted his thoughts to the contingency plan he had meticulously prepared. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly performed a series of intricate hand seals. As a plume of smoke began to rise, a doppelganger, identical in appearance, emerged before him. This clone mirrored Kagura in every aspect. Its visage, stature, and the chakra radiating from it were indistinguishable from his own, a flawless replication. Kagura had carefully attired the doppelganger in garments identical to Obito's, long black robes and the iconic mask securely placed over its face. Subsequently, he bestowed the power of the dragon vein upon the clone. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, meticulously sensing the surrounding environment and the location of the Uchiha clan. Once assured of the accuracy, he nodded slightly to the clone, which instantly understood its directive and dashed towards the Uchiha territory, swiftly disappearing into the distant horizon. Near the Uchiha compound, the formerly tranquil ground began to tremble slightly. With the successful summoning of the dragon vein by the clone, a deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the earth, growing increasingly powerful, causing the surrounding air to vibrate as though stirred by an invisible hand. The nearby Uchiha clan members immediately sensed this anomalous disturbance, rushing out of their homes with expressions of confusion and wariness. As they gazed upwards, the sight of an immense purple dragon filled their vision, instantly enveloping each individual in shock and terror. The colossal purple dragon, larger than one could imagine, coiled and spiraled through the sky. Its presence radiated an aura of dread-inducing chakra, each flicker of its luminescence seemingly harboring cataclysmic power. With every beat of its wings, it conjured a fierce tempest, powerful gusts toppling nearby trees and sending dust swirling into the air. The doppelganger commanded the purple dragon to descend to the ground, advancing with heavy and deliberate steps towards the Uchiha clan's territory. With each stride, the earth trembled violently. Fissures appeared rapidly across the ground, crisscrossing in a terrifying manner. This intense upheaval sent many members of the Uchiha clan into a state of panic, plunging the entire region into chaos. The sounds of battle, cries of despair, and exclamations of terror intertwined, shattering the tranquility and harmony that once prevailed. Soon, the purple dragon began its relentless rampage against the Uchiha structures. With a casual swipe of its enormous claws, sturdy buildings crumbled as if they were fragile toys, collapsing with thunderous crashes. The sharp talons scraped against the stones, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a demon's roar. The Uchiha patrols reacted swiftly, brandishing their weapons and charging forward without hesitation in an attempt to impede the dragon's advance. Simultaneously, they shouted orders to evacuate non-combatants to safety. An increasing number of clan ninjas gathered from the Western Front, their eyes resolute as they launched wave after wave of attacks against the purple dragon. Meanwhile, non-combatants supported one another in the tumult, desperately fleeing towards the shelters. From the outset, the doppelganger controlling the purple dragon had a clear objective: to target the gathering of rebellious Uchiha. Kagura had already identified the treacherous dissidents through various channels, and with Itachi's crucial information supplementing her knowledge, the moment the doppelganger spotted these individuals, it showed no mercy. The dragon's razor-sharp claws and powerful wings wreaked havoc, sending Uchiha rebels into disarray. One after another, Uchiha ninjas fell beneath the dragon's onslaught, blood splattering gruesomely, creating a scene of utter devastation. The air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Quickly, we must stop it. It cannot be allowed to reach the heart of our clan. The Uchiha ninjas cried out, their voices laced with urgency and anger, fully aware of the significance of their clan's center. Should it be breached, the consequences would be dire. Where's the clan leader? Call for the clan leader. Someone shouted amidst the chaos, desperately yearning for the guidance and command of their leader. Everyone look. There's someone on the dragon's back. It's that individual controlling it. A young Uchiha ninja pointed towards the masked figure atop the dragon, alerting his comrades. The Sharingan, how detestable. Who is that person to dare attack our kin? All eyes turned to the masked man, ignited by flames of anger and confusion, regardless of his identity. Anyone who would commit such a heinous act deserved death. The fervor of rage spread rapidly through the crowd as Uchiha ninjas unleashed their full might, their weapons gleaming ominously, launching relentless assaults against the purple dragon and the masked figure. As the conflict escalated, the noise grew increasingly deafening. Konoha village quickly sensed the disturbance, as the higher echelons had been closely monitoring the Uchiha clan. Upon the moment of discovering the purple dragon, the vigilant ninja responsible for surveillance hastily returned to deliver the report. When the third Hokage and the elder advisors received the notification, their immediate reaction was to suspect that the Uchiha clan had summoned the purple dragon, intending to instigate an immediate rebellion. The third Hokage's expression turned grave, his eyes betraying profound concern. He fully comprehended the gravity of the situation and dared not to delay. He swiftly organized the Umbu and combat personnel to prepare for battle. However, before long, the situation took an unexpected turn. They realized that the purple dragon was not advancing towards the village, but had instead directed its wrath towards the Uchiha clan's territory. This abrupt change left the third Hokage and his council momentarily bewildered. Could it be that a civil strife had erupted within the Uchiha? Nevertheless, the third Hokage made a decisive call. Regardless of the true circumstances, it was imperative to head immediately to the Uchiha clan's location. He ordered all ninja and the elite shinobi of the village to assemble swiftly and proceed to the scene. Simultaneously, as a precaution, he arranged for personnel in the village to conduct an orderly evacuation to avoid being caught in the unforeseen conflict. At the Uchiha clan's territory, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Countless shuriken and kunai rained down upon the purple dragon, glinting coldly under the sun. Fireballs erupted from the mouths of Uchiha ninjas, soaring towards the dragon with searing intensity. Yet, the formidable chakra defense of the purple dragon stood as an impregnable barrier. These assaults were utterly ineffectual against it. Shuriken and kunai striking the dragon merely bounced off as if hitting solid steel, producing crisp sounds. Fireballs that made contact with its chakra defense only caused a fleeting ripple before dissipating like bubbles. As the clones observed that the ordinary Uchiha civilians had largely evacuated, they unleashed a true onslaught. Massive orbs of purplish-white chakra erupted from the dragon's maw, each containing immense energy and delivering a powerful impact that detonated within the ranks of Uchiha ninjas. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and the sound of explosions was deafening. Uchiha ninjas suffered heavy casualties, with vast swathes of buildings reduced to ruins amidst the chaos, debris scattering in every direction. Kagura's clone, commanding the purple dragon, exerted little effort to reach the heart of the clan's territory. Halt! You treacherous rogue! Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated across the battlefield like a thunderclap, filled with fury and authority. After Kagura pursued Obito away, Fugaku took a moment to assist Itachi in resting. Itachi, having exhausted himself in the prior skirmish, appeared pale as a ghost, his breath shallow, and his entire being seemed frail. Yet, it was not long before Fugaku sensed the purple dragon summoned near the clan's territory. The dragon's massive form and the astonishing fluctuations of chakra were unmistakably prominent, especially as it commenced its assault on the clan grounds. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku understood the weight of his responsibilities and knew he must rush to the fray. Moreover, his heart was awash with doubt. The masked man had previously sustained grievous injuries, his chakra nearly depleted. In such circumstances, how could that enigmatic clansman possessing the Sharingan have failed to vanquish him? What rendered this masked man so peculiar? Fugaku permitted Itachi to continue resting, while he himself, after regaining a modicum of strength, hastened toward the heart of the clan's territory. Upon witnessing the emergence of the purple dragon, Itachi comprehended that Kagura had been unable to apprehend the masked man and had already initiated Plan B. To ensure the plan's successful execution, he refrained from obstructing his father. After all, it would be rather inappropriate for the clan leader to be absent during such a critical juncture. Thus, Fugaku hurriedly made his way to the battlefield, and the Uchiha members immediately rallied around him as though he were their guiding beacon. Clan leader, that giant dragon is being controlled by that fiend, who also possesses the Sharingan, one Uchiha member urgently reported, pointing to the masked man atop the dragon's back. I am aware. Itachi and I just faced him in the rear mountains, Fugaku replied, his expression grim, his gaze fixed intently on the masked man. He is a rogue ninja. Moreover, he wields the Mangekyo Sharingan. He orchestrated the Nine Tails incident 6 years ago, aiming to sow discord between our clan and the village. Fugaku's words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest. The dire predicament currently faced by the Uchiha was entirely of his making. Fugaku disclosed all that he knew without reservation. The surrounding Uchiha members, upon hearing this astonishing truth, erupted in outrage. It turned out that this despicable masked man had been the puppeteer all along, igniting their fury like a powder keg ready to explode. Eyes glimmering with crimson Sharingan blazed with indignation, fixated on the masked man atop the dragon, longing to rush forth and tear him asunder to vent their pent-up wrath. At that moment, the third Hokage and other clan leaders, accompanied by numerous jonin, hurriedly arrived, having overheard Fugaku's declaration. They surveyed the ravaged Uchiha buildings and the fallen casualties strewn about, realizing that this was no mere farce orchestrated by the Uchiha themselves. Their collective gaze shifted toward the purple dragon and the masked man, filled with shock and ire. It became evident that this mysterious masked man had been manipulating events from the shadows, meticulously plotting against the village. Who are you? Why have you sought to ensnare our clan and assault Konoha? Fugaku sensed that this was an opportune moment to unveil the truth. With the third Hokage and numerous clansmen and jonin present, his inquiry resonated as a shared perplexity among all in attendance. After all, the dragon's immense size and formidable chakra were rivaled only by that of the tailed beasts. Most present had experienced the calamity of the Nine Tails firsthand. The terrifying scenes of that fateful night remained vividly etched in their memories. Countless elite ninjas had lost their invaluable lives in that disaster, and innumerable families lay shattered, their loved ones forever separated by the veil of death. 6 years ago, the masked man manipulated the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, and now he orchestrates the purple dragon to instigate chaos. What ulterior motives could he possibly harbor? Humph, you are nothing but a band of traitors. I have no words for you. As for the destruction of the village, it may be a whim of mine or a long-conceived plot. Nevertheless, you no longer have the 7th Hokage on your side. The masked man's voice, dark and foreboding, resonated from atop the dragon, laced with a chilling mockery and arrogance. Infuriated, an Uchiha member charged forward, only to be swiftly halted by Fugaku's quick intervention. It seems that I must defeat you to uncover your true identity. Resolute, Fugaku was determined to unveil the masked man's face and restore justice for the Uchiha clan. Do you possess such capability? Came the derisive reply from the masked man. You have been repeatedly ambushed by us. Surely your tactics are exhausted, and now you can no longer summon Susanoo, can you? Fugaku's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on the masked man, seeking a flaw in his subtle reactions. The masked man remained silent, his reticence further solidifying Fugaku's belief in his conjecture. Commanding the clan members to disperse, Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his chakra surged forth like a tumultuous tide. With the violent fluctuations of chakra, a dark Susanoo rapidly coalesced beside Fugaku, swiftly advancing to its second stage. Towering and formidable, Susanoo emanated a mysterious and potent black luminescence, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss of hell, exuding an overwhelming presence that rendered the air around it almost palpable. The appearance of Susanoo immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. This wondrous and powerful technique left those present both awestruck and shaken. The members of the Uchiha clan erupted in cheers, confident that their leader Susanoo would triumph over the purple dragon, safeguarding the dignity and peace of the Uchiha territory. Third Hokage, this rogue ninja possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, with abilities in space-time ninjutsu, and he can also utilize wood release. Fugaku proclaimed loudly, conveying critical intelligence to the third Hokage. What? The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression betraying incredulity as he pressed Fugaku for confirmation. Are you certain? Indeed. Prior to this, Itachi and I engaged him in battle, but his power was overwhelming. He not only thwarted our attacks, but also managed to escape, Fugaku elaborated, deliberately omitting any mention of Kagura, as he was unaware of her identity and deemed it prudent to remain silent until clarity was achieved. I see. And what of Itachi? Where is he now? The third Hokage inquired with concern. I am here. From a distance, Itachi approached slowly, his weary form betraying the toll of battle. His attire was disheveled, hair unkempt, and his breath came in rapid, disordered gasps. Furthermore, his chakra was in a state of extreme instability, clearly the result of an extraordinarily fierce conflict. Humph. To my astonishment, both of you have awakened the kaleidoscope, yet before me, you remain as feeble as ants. The masked man scoffed arrogantly, subsequently directing the purple dragon to launch a fierce assault on Fugaku. Boom. The purple dragon collided violently with Susanoo, and the immense shockwave unleashed a devastating force, instantly repelling numerous onlookers. The ground was torn asunder beneath this overwhelming power, with vast fissures extending westward, as if the earth itself had been violently ripped apart. I shall take the lead in the assault. You all provide ranged support, Fugaku shouted, manipulating Susanoo to unleash relentless attacks upon the purple dragon. As Susanoo's mighty arms swung, a howling wind accompanied each strike, imbued with tremendous force that caused the dragon to sway. Everyone, join forces with Fugaku. Let us strike the dragon and that masked man together. Although the third Hokage was filled with doubt, he understood that unity was paramount at this moment, and they must first vanquish the adversaries before them. Thus, numerous ninjas rallied to his call. In an instant, various jutsu illuminated the sky above the Uchiha clan's grounds, their battle cries resonating deafeningly. On this land, now transformed into a battleground, the black Susanoo clashed fiercely with the purple dragon, unleashing a spectacle that could move heaven and weep for the gods. Susanoo's towering and formidable form radiated a mysterious and profound black light, each contour seemingly brimming with boundless strength, while the purple dragon was enveloped in a vibrant chakra glow, its scales shimmering with an eerie violet-white hue under the sun's rays. Its immense body resembled a moving mountain, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The two engaged in fierce collisions time and again, each impact akin to the cataclysmic collision of celestial bodies, erupting with thunderous roars. The earth, unable to withstand this terrifying force, seemed to be mercilessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand, continuously collapsing. The once sturdy structures of the Uchiha clan crumbled as if made of paper, collapsing in vast sections under the aftermath of the battle. Debris and rubble flew westward, while clouds of dust obscured the sky, as if intent on burying the entire world beneath this ruin. Jonin and below, withdraw from the battlefield. The rest, follow my lead. The steady and commanding voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, pierced through the clamor of battle, resounding across the entire field. His expression was grave, and his eyes reflected determination and decisiveness. He recognized that in such a high-stakes confrontation, those ninjas lacking the strength of a Jonin not only struggled to contribute, but also faced grave danger merely by observing. A moment's carelessness could see them consumed by the battle's aftermath. Upon receiving the order, the Jonin sprang into action, fully aware of the battle's seriousness, their faces etched with focus and resolve. In an instant, various jutsu erupted like brilliant fireworks across the battlefield. A fire-style ninja inhaled deeply, his chest heaving dramatically, before unleashing a massive fireball with a sudden exhalation. The fireball surged forth like a blazing sun, radiating intense heat and hurtling at tremendous speed towards the purple dragon, distorting the very air in its wake. Simultaneously, a water-style ninja swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, a colossal wave of water erupted from his hands, resembling a tumultuous tsunami, its crest glimmering with icy brilliance as it surged towards the dragon, seemingly intent on submerging it beneath endless torrents. Unyielding, the wind-style ninjas summoned their chakra, coalescing it into a fierce tempest. The howling winds whipped around them, producing a piercing shriek that uprooted trees and sent sand and debris swirling through the air, striving to ensnare the dragon within the violent vortex. Meanwhile, the lightning-style ninjas, their hands crackling with electric energy, unleashed a thunderous shout. Bolts of roaring lightning shot forth from their fingertips, akin to descending blades from the heavens, crackling with a chilling current as they struck at the dragon. Earth-style ninjas manipulated the very forces of the ground, erecting formidable earthen walls in an attempt to impede the dragon's advance. These walls stacked upon one another, resembling an impregnable fortress. Yet, in the face of the dragon's formidable defenses, these powerful jutsu proved futile. The fireball collided with the dragon's scales, merely sparking momentarily before extinguishing. The water wave struck as if against an unyielding wall, rebounding and creating a massive splash. The furious winds merely rustled the dragon's whiskers without inflicting any substantial damage. The booming thunder barely caused a faint ripple of electricity on its surface, dissipating into nothingness. And the sturdy earthen walls crumbled effortlessly beneath a mere swipe of the dragon's claw, reduced to mere rubble. In this arduous battle, only Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo managed to intercept and inflict some degree of harm upon the dragon. Susanoo wielded its colossal arms, repeatedly defending against the dragon's onslaught and engaging in close combat. Each collision reverberated through the surrounding air. However, as the struggle wore on, Fugaku's stamina began to wane. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his breath quickened. The once vibrant black chakra of Susanoo began to fade. Observant eyes could discern that Fugaku could not endure much longer. Confronted by this beastly purple dragon, reminiscent of a tailed beast, a profound sense of helplessness surged within the third Hokage and the other ninjas. This sensation echoed the terror of that fateful night 6 years prior when the Ninetales attacked Konoha, making them feel their own power was painfully insignificant. Against such a formidable foe, all resistance seemed utterly futile. Ultimately, Fugaku could no longer sustain himself. He clutched his eyes in anguish, his body trembling violently as he staggered back several steps. With his movement, Susanoo began to dissipate, as if it had lost its source of strength, leaving behind only a ghostly silhouette. Bereft of Susanoo's protection, the purple dragon grew ever more unrestrained. It appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra, an infinite well of power. With a sudden and forceful toss of its head, the immense force repelled all the ninjas of Konoha several paces back. The ninjas struggled to maintain their footing, some tumbling to the ground. The colossal dragon raised its head and unleashed a deafening roar that resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, instilling a profound sense of despair within each individual. The gathered warriors had not been devoid of strategies to confront this behemoth. They endeavored to concentrate their efforts on exploiting the dragon's vulnerabilities. Yet the dragon's monumental physique and formidable defenses rendered any effective point of attack elusive. Subsequently, they attempted to engage the masked man, hoping to find an opening through him. However, the masked man proved to be exceedingly cunning. He concealed himself behind the dragon's massive form, utilizing it as a shield, thereby denying the warriors any opportunity to confront him directly. Each time they sought to advance, the dragon would swiftly interpose itself, using its immense strength to force them back. On this battlefield, shrouded in smoke and chaos, the ninjas found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, with no glimmer of victory in sight. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a venerable ninja of immense repute, leaned heavily upon his iconic staff, gasping for breath. Time had etched deep lines upon his visage, yet his eyes still gleamed with resolve and determination. He fixed his gaze upon the masked man, fully aware that he must devise a plan to approach him and disrupt his control over the dragon's power. Otherwise, the relentless onslaught of the dragon would spell utter ruin for the village of Konoha. The masked man, perched atop the dragon, surveyed the beleaguered warriors of Konoha with a cold, calculating gaze. He noted the exhaustion etched upon their faces, and while he perceived their fear, he was taken aback by their refusal to retreat. With a deliberate motion, he commanded the dragon to unfurl its mighty wings and ascend into the sky. Chakra rapidly coalesced within the dragon's maw, illuminating the dimmed heavens with its vibrant glow. With a thunderous roar, the chakra erupted from the dragon's mouth like a colossal projectile, aimed squarely at the assembled warriors. The air twisted and crackled in the wake of the chakra blast, producing a hissing sound. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the warriors found themselves paralyzed with dread, terror rippling through the crowd. In this dire moment, Fugaku stepped forth, suppressing his own fatigue to forcibly activate the Susanoo. In an instant, a colossal black figure materialized before the gathered warriors. The Susanoo was enveloped in a powerful aura, exuding an intimidating presence. Fugaku maneuvered the Susanoo, raising its arm to form a solid defense. The chakra projectile collided forcefully against the Susanoo's arm, the tremendous shockwave creating visible ripples in the surrounding air. The warriors were jolted back by the impact, their footprints deeply imprinted upon the ground. Though the Susanoo barely withstood the assault, it bore the brunt of the tremendous force. The dark luminescence surrounding it flickered erratically, and with a resounding crack, it ultimately dissipated. Fugaku was also affected by the backlash of Susanoo's dissipating form, blood spilling from his lips as he slumped to the ground. The surrounding members of the Uchiha clan gasped in alarm and rushed to his aid. "Chieftain, are you all right?" The masked man looked down at the scene with scornful laughter, proudly declaring, "Indeed, the feeble Uchihas are grotesque." "Bastard!" The Uchiha clan members erupted in furious shouts. However, exhausted and battered, they found themselves unable to retaliate against the masked man. "Humph, there is no longer enough chaos for me here. It is time to relocate." The masked man cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, then directed the purple dragon to change course, soaring towards the heart of Konoha village. "What?" The third Hokage sprang to his feet, determination flashing in his eyes. He swiftly extended his adamantine staff and struck at the purple dragon with vigor. Yet, the dragon was remarkably agile, ascending effortlessly and evading the attack. "This is bad. Quickly follow me." The third Hokage disregarded all else and pursued the direction in which the dragon had flown. The onlookers, witnessing the dragon's path, were gripped by panic, gritting their teeth and hastening to keep pace with the Hokage. The purple dragon, akin to a violet comet, traced an arc across the sky, swiftly arriving at the center of Konoha. Ironically, this was the territory of the Sarutobi clan. The domain of the Sarutobi clan was vast, rivaling that of the Uchiha, providing the masked man ample space for rampant destruction. The dragon's claws, tail, and wings each held tremendous destructive power. It swung wildly, leaving a trail of collapsed buildings and obliterated streets in its wake. Furthermore, the dragon continuously unleashed chakra bombs from its maw, detonating upon impact and sending plumes of dust into the air. Nearby ninjas found themselves unable to approach, helplessly witnessing the dragon's wanton devastation. Fortunately, prior orders from the third Hokage had prompted most to seek refuge in shelters in time. However, many did not escape in time. Some believed that no one would dare disturb the Hokage's territory, while others, seeing the dragon wreak havoc on the Uchiha, held on to misplaced hope. Additionally, some remained behind, enticed by the prospect of wealth and treasures left unclaimed. They did not rush to safety, resulting in numerous slow-moving individuals being obliterated by the dragon's energy blasts. Their forms disintegrated in an instant. By the time the third Hokage arrived, the devastation before him was heart-wrenching. The Sarutobi territory had been ravaged, strewn with ruins and engulfed in thick smoke from burning buildings. Moreover, several other clans had also been affected by the dragon's energy blasts. The third Hokage surveyed the grim scene, his heart bleeding with grief. He resolved inwardly that he could no longer allow this to continue. Otherwise, Konoha would soon face total annihilation. He could not bear the thought of such calamity befalling the village during his tenure, for he would have no face to present to the Hokages of generations past. As he racked his brain for a way to utilize forbidden techniques to end the masked man, Kagura found himself entwined with Danzo at the roots. Danzo, that enigmatic figure of Konohagakure, had long lurked in the shadows with his own schemes. Despite the chaos unfolding, he remained hidden, seated in a dim room, listening intently as intelligence officers reported the Uchiha clan's losses and the casualties on the third Hokage's side, a subtle smile of satisfaction creeping onto his face. He thought to himself, let the turmoil escalate. The greater their losses, the more favorable conditions would arise for the fruition of his plans. Kagura observed Danzo's demeanor with a quiet scoff. He understood Danzo's intentions, but would not allow him to remain hidden like a coward. "Lord Danzo, my team and I have recently developed a new sealing technique capable of effectively sealing the dragon vein," Kagura stated, his voice steady and confident. "Oh, is that so?" Danzo raised his head slightly, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Indeed, upon learning that the dragon vein had been seized, I began to ponder a countermeasure. By employing the sealing techniques we have long studied and utilizing the previously obtained Grell stone as a source of energy, we can successfully seal the dragon vein," Kagura elaborated. Speaking resolutely to Danzo, As Danzo listened, his mind raced with calculations of potential gain. He understood that successfully sealing the dragon vein would present a monumental opportunity for him. Lord Danzo, if you aspire to become the 5th Hokage, you must secure the votes of the elite shinobi and the support of the populace, Kagura continued. At present, the 3rd Hokage is at a loss regarding the dragon vein. If you can resolve this issue, your reputation will soar. Moreover, once the dragon vein is sealed, you will wield immense power. With each word from Kagura, the flames of ambition ignited further within Danzo. He could no longer remain seated. He recognized that if the sealing of the dragon vein succeeded, everything Kagura proposed could indeed materialize. Danzo sought confirmation from Kagura regarding the sealing's feasibility, to which Kagura nodded affirmatively. He immediately instructed Kagura to prepare, and together with the roots, they set off without delay. The throne of the 5th Hokage would soon belong to him, Danzo mused, his expression betraying an unyielding determination. Kagura promptly arranged for Orochimaru and Yuki to retrieve the colossal scroll he had crafted, enlisting a team of root members to assist in carrying it. And they swiftly made their way to the battlefield. Hisashi, I am here to lend you my support, Danzo shouted from a distance toward the 3rd Hokage. Typically, in formal settings or crowded gatherings, Danzo would refer to the 3rd Hokage with titles, reserving the use of his name for high-level meetings or private discussions. However, given the urgency of the situation, the 3rd Hokage paid little heed to such formalities. Moreover, the fact that his old comrade had taken the initiative to provide assistance made the address feel rather intimate, stirring memories of their days fighting side by side. Danzo, we must restrain the movements of the dragon vein, and then I will confront that masked man, the 3rd Hokage declared to Danzo, his eyes filled with resolve. Hisashi, are you planning to employ that technique? Upon hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. He was well aware of the 3rd Hokage's intentions. Indeed, 6 years prior, it was the era of the 5th Hokage, and now it seemed the mantle might fall upon him. The 3rd Hokage bore an expression of resolute determination, as though he had already reconciled himself to the prospect of death. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Danzo. To be frank, he did not wish for the 3rd Hokage to perish just yet, as he had not yet ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage had been in power for many years, flaunting his authority before him, and Danzo felt an unwillingness to resign himself to the fact that he had yet to experience the taste of being Hokage himself. 3rd Hokage, there is no need for such drastic measures. I have brought with me a newly developed sealing technique specifically designed to seal the dragon vein, Danzo stated, unable to suppress his compassion. Of course, it was also possible that he believed the 3rd Hokage's sacrifice would diminish his own chances of becoming the 5th Hokage. This sealing of the dragon vein was merely the first step. He had numerous other plans in store to ensure his unassailable rise to the position of the 5th Hokage. A newly developed sealing technique? Inquired the 3rd Hokage, perplexed. Indeed, upon learning that the dragon vein had fallen into the hands of the Uchiha clan, I assigned specialists to conduct in-depth research on sealing techniques applicable to the dragon vein, Danzo hastily replied. The 3rd Hokage harbored no doubts about this. After all, he was well aware of Danzo's attitudes toward the Uchiha, and it was only natural to devise countermeasures in advance. And how shall we seal it? The 3rd Hokage asked. I have already dispatched my disciples to prepare. It will require some time, Danzo replied. Is it Kagura? Yes, Danzo confirmed. This newly developed sealing technique has also been overseen by him. Very well. The 3rd Hokage ceased further discussion with Danzo and immediately advanced toward the purple dragon. Knowing that a targeted sealing technique was at hand, there was no need to resort to forbidden jutsu. What was now required was merely to buy time. Observing this, Danzo joined the fray, and his root members swiftly followed suit. They unleashed their ninjutsu, launching an assault on the purple dragon. The dragon roared in fury, thrashing its body to deflect the incoming attacks. The chakra blasts it expelled were even more potent, each explosion stirring up a massive cloud of dust. After a while, Kagura arrived hastily with a team prepared for the sealing. Lord Danzo, the sealing technique is ready, Kagura shouted. Excellent, commence the sealing immediately, Danzo responded. The surrounding Konoha ninja turned their attention toward Kagura upon hearing his call. Following Kagura were 6 members of the root, each shouldering an enormous scroll, though still unopened. Its width was approximately 7 to 8 meters, a rather extravagant sight. Kagura directed the 6 members to gradually approach the battlefield. while the third Hokage and Danzo provided cover for them. The third Hokage wielded his adamantine staff, tirelessly fending off the dragon's assaults, while Danzo employed various ninjutsu to disrupt the dragon's movements. Soon, as they neared the purple dragon, the scroll was placed upon the ground and unfurled. The material of the scroll was of exceptionally high quality, its base a rich, deep green, meticulously crafted from the essence of Grell stone. The center of the open scroll was white, surrounded by a dense array of runes, with both ends secured by the deep green essence of Grell stone. The runes radiated an enigmatic glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. Kamakura stood before the scroll, murmuring incantations under his breath. With swift gestures, he formed seals with his hands, and beams of white light shot forth from his palms, merging into the runes of the scroll. As Kamakura continued his incantation, the runes began to shimmer, their brilliance intensifying until they gradually coalesced into a vast sealing array. Taking a deep breath, Kamakura forcefully pressed his hands against the scroll, a torrent of chakra surging forth like a roaring tide. In an instant, a white energy strand emerged from within the sealing array, adorned with ancient and intricate sealing symbols that flickered with a subtle glow, as if whispering secrets of bygone ages. Under Kamakura's command, the white runes danced like agile serpents, swiftly ensnaring the purple dragon. The moment the white runes made contact with the dragon, its lightning-quick movements abruptly faltered, its speed significantly reduced. A flicker of joy crossed Kamakura's eyes at this sight. He immediately augmented his chakra output, directing the sealing array to unleash an abundance of white rune strands, one after another, densely spiraling towards the purple dragon. Before long, the dragon's movements were severely restricted. It roared in fury, yet struggled to break free from the confines of the runes. This truly works. A sense of elation filled the hearts of the third Hokage and the surrounding ninjas. However, just as relief began to wash over them, a cold voice emerged from the masked man atop the dragon. Do you think such trivial tactics can bind the dragon's veins? The masked man maneuvered the purple dragon away, simultaneously enveloping his kunai with chakra and swiftly striking at the sealing runes. In the blink of an eye, he ruthlessly obliterated several sealing symbols. Quickly, intercept him. Everyone, unite and buy time for the sealing team to complete the seal. The third Hokage bellowed. He was the first to charge at the masked man, his staff cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Numerous ninjas followed closely behind, their gazes filled with determination and valor. You all, channel chakra into the sides of the scroll to activate more sealing runes. Kamakura instructed the 6 members of the route behind him. Yes, they responded without hesitation, promptly pressing their hands against the scroll, an unending stream of chakra pouring into it. Soon, 6 more rune strands spiraled towards the purple dragon, attempting to reinforce its binding. While manipulating the purple dragon, the masked man adeptly deflected the third Hokage's attacks, simultaneously destroying the incessantly approaching sealing rune strands. His movements were ghostly swift, rendering defenses futile. Observing this, Kamakura quickly addressed Danzo. Lord Danzo, we require more individuals to channel chakra here. Very well. Follow me, Danzo commanded, leading the root members back to the sealing scroll. They pressed their hands against the scroll, their formidable chakra surging forth, causing more sealing rune strands to cascade towards the purple dragon. At this moment, Kamakura seized the opportunity, grasping a rune strand and charging towards the dragon. As the masked man's attention remained fixated on the third Hokage, Kamakura swiftly closed the distance between himself and the masked man. Upon sensing the approach of Kagura, the masked man immediately commanded the purple dragon to strike with its razor-sharp claws. The claws glimmered ominously as they lunged toward Kagura, seemingly poised to rend him asunder in an instant. However, the sealing strips below swiftly ensnared the purple dragon, tightly binding its movements and significantly reducing its attack speed. Seizing the moment, Kagura grasped the sealing strips and charged toward the masked man unfazed. The masked man brandished a kunai, thrusting it fiercely at Kagura. At that precise moment, the third Hokage, seizing the opportunity, elongated his Vajra staff and hurled it towards the masked man. The masked man was compelled to momentarily forsake his assault on Kagura to evade the impending strike. Kagura capitalized on this distraction, advancing forward and firmly planting his foot upon the extended Vajra staff. The third Hokage, understanding the unspoken exchange, wielded the staff, propelling Kagura toward the masked man. Like a comet streaking across the sky, Kagura soared with breathtaking speed. As the masked man launched his kunai, Kagura adeptly sidestepped, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the masked man. Without hesitation, he affixed the sealing strips onto the masked man. In an instant, the runes upon the strips writhed as if alive, ensnaring the masked man and rendering his movements agonizingly sluggish. Alarmed, the masked man struggled desperately to free himself from the sealing strips, yet their effect persisted, causing his actions to grow increasingly lethargic. In a sudden flash, Kagura appeared before the masked man like a wraith, delivering a powerful punch. The masked man was sent spiraling downwards, akin to a kite severed from its string. In a frantic bid to escape, he managed to tear free from the sealing strips just before hitting the ground. He aimed to return to the purple dragon and continue his rampage. However, the third Hokage and the assembled ninjas swiftly surrounded the masked man, blocking his path. Reluctantly, he was forced to abandon the purple dragon. Once on the ground, the masked man found himself encircled by countless Konoha ninjas. He cast a glance at Kagura atop the purple dragon, which was ensnared by numerous sealing strips and unable to move. His eyes burned with resentment and fury. He turned to the third Hokage, coldly remarking, "I did not expect you to possess such formidable sealing techniques. Surrender now." The third Hokage fixed a steely gaze upon the masked man. "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate this time. It may not be so next." With a scoff, the masked man summoned a swirling vortex behind him, reminiscent of Obito's Kamui. The vortex spun with immense force, drawing the masked man within and rendering him utterly invisible. The third Hokage and the surrounding ninjas rushed forward to investigate, but aside from the chaotic battlefield, they discovered nothing. Space-time ninjutsu. Truly difficult to capture, the third Hokage sighed. "Everyone, channel your chakra into the sealing scrolls on both sides. Let us seal the dragon vein together." At that moment, Danzo shouted from near the sealing scrolls. Realizing the masked man had escaped, he promptly organized the surrounding ninjas to assist in sealing the dragon vein. Consequently, more ninjas began to infuse chakra into the scrolls, including the arriving Uchiha ninjas. Soon, the purple dragon found itself ensnared by countless sealing runes, struggling in vain against their binding force. Ultimately, it was gradually drawn into the sealing array, enveloped by a brilliant light. With a despairing roar, the dragon's form was slowly absorbed into the scroll. As the dragon was completely engulfed, a colossal image of the purple dragon materialized in the center of the scroll, surrounded by intertwining sealing runes, while a prominent character for seal appeared upon its form. "Excellent. The sealing of the dragon vein has been successfully accomplished," Danzo proclaimed triumphantly. "Truly splendid. Thanks to Lord Danzo's efforts." Indeed, Elder Danzo's sealing technique is truly remarkable. The assembled ninjas erupted in cheers, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. This arduous battle had finally culminated in triumph, allowing Konohagakure to temporarily escape from peril. Many expressed their admiration for Danzo's sealing technique, which greatly pleased him. Despite his serious demeanor as he declared, "I am also a ninja of Konoha. This is my duty." The third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's underlying motives, yet acknowledged that it was indeed Danzo's sealing technique that had successfully contained the dragon vein. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to forbidden techniques for the sealing. "Night Aim, are you all right?" Danzo approached the third Hokage with concern. "Yes, I owe this victory to you," the third Hokage replied sincerely. "I am also an elder of Konoha. This is my responsibility." Though the dragon vein had been sealed, the village had suffered considerable losses, as had the Uchiha clan. "Let us first ensure everyone recuperates well. In a few days, we shall convene a meeting of the Jonin to discuss matters thoroughly," the third Hokage stated, fatigue evident in his gaze, but overshadowed by apprehension for the village's future. "What about the Uchiha?" Danzo inquired. "We must refrain from making rash moves. That masked man has escaped, and now is not the time for further conflict. The village cannot withstand any more turmoil," the third Hokage lamented. "Very well. I shall assign Kagura to gather information on the Uchiha," Danzo asserted. "Kagura, you say?" "Yes, that is acceptable, but let us not provoke further conflict," the third Hokage cautioned. "I understand this well." Danzo nodded and turned to arrange subsequent matters. 3 full days had passed since that harrowing battle. Fortunately, the conflict had primarily been confined to 2 areas, and thus the extent of the destruction remained manageable. Kagura received Danzo's orders and proceeded to the Uchiha compound to gather intelligence. Though the developments were all part of his meticulously crafted plans, Kagura executed his mission with utmost diligence. Upon entering the Uchiha territory, Kagura encountered Itachi. Itachi surveyed the remnants of the shattered structures with a grave expression. Most of the extremists within the clan perished under the assault summoned by the masked man. He broke the silence. Kagura nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then calmly responded. The Sarutobi clan, along with the Hokage's advisors and other esteemed families, also suffered greatly. Particularly, the Sarutobi clan endured heavy casualties, with many exceptional ninjas sacrificing their lives in that battle, leaving the clan severely weakened. What are the plans moving forward? Itachi inquired. In the gaze of Itachi, anticipation was palpable. Kagura lifted her eyes and spoke earnestly. Presently, we face a formidable adversary, one that harbors deep malice towards both our village and the Uchiha clan. Under such a threat, neither the village nor the Uchiha can afford to engage in conflict in the near term. Furthermore, this battle has eliminated several extremists, which will ultimately benefit the future development of both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. She paused momentarily before continuing. The rogue ninja has likely fled towards the land of water. We should inform the higher-ups in Konoha of this development. However, it is probable that they will assign the task of pursuing this rogue to the Uchiha. Thus, you can seize this opportunity to channel the long-standing grievances of the Uchiha clan towards this rogue ninja. Previously, the major ninja villages were wary of Konoha's strength and dared not act recklessly. Yet, following Konoha's significant losses this time, they may be inclined to stir. Your primary responsibility will be to incite the Uchiha's hatred towards the rogue, diverting their attention, while I address the threats posed by the other major ninja villages. Itachi listened intently, nodding gravely, and replied with unwavering conviction, "Understood." With Kagura's meticulous plan laid out, Itachi felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Kagura proceeded to visit the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. Engaging in polite conversation, Kagura inquired in detail about the rogue ninja's intelligence. Fugaku, without reservation, divulged all the information he possessed. However, he withheld details regarding the clan member who had manifested the Mangekyo Sharingan on that fateful day, as he had been unable to locate this individual thereafter. Consequently, Fugaku sought Itachi's insight. But Itachi stated that he had prior engagements with this clan member and could not disclose their information. Departing from Fugaku, Kagura took the opportunity to meet with Itachi's mother, Makoto Uchiha. In the courtyard, she watched tenderly as her daughter, Sarada, practiced her ninjutsu. At 12 years of age, Sarada mirrored her mother's gentle disposition, currently a mere genin. As Kagura conversed with Makoto, observing Sarada's earnest dedication to her training, he couldn't help but reflect on the importance of children this age remaining carefree. Kagura also contemplated the prospect of transplanting his mother's Mangekyo Sharingan into Makoto. However, the timing was not conducive. Moreover, such a procedure would result in Makoto losing her sight, plunging her into darkness. Thus, he endeavored to devise a solution that would be mutually beneficial, preparing her with a compatible pair of eyes in advance. Although Kagura had already prepared some options, he sought the perfect match for Makoto. Undoubtedly, the most suitable choice would be his own original eyes, followed by newly crafted eyes derived from cloning her cells. Kagura understood that achieving this goal would require more than just his own skills and strength. He recalled the renowned scientific prodigy of the ninja world, Orochimaru. In his quest for eternal life, Orochimaru had delved deeply into the mysteries of the human body, establishing himself as a singular force in the realm of biological sciences. Many of the foundational studies conducted by the Root organization stemmed from his techniques. Perhaps he alone possessed the capabilities to resolve this dilemma. Thus, if the opportunity arises, Kagura intends to make contact with Orochimaru. As various affairs gradually find their footing, the village finally prepares to hold a solemn ceremony to honor the heroes who sacrificed their lives during this turmoil. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a leader of Konoha who has weathered many storms, appears weary yet resolute. He slowly advances, with a dense throng of people gathering behind him. Among them are ninjas and villagers, all bearing expressions of sorrow as they await in silence. Kagura stands among the ranks of ninjas, now officially recognized as one. The third Hokage's gaze sweeps across the crowd, filled with grief and reluctance. Clearing his throat, he begins his speech in a deep, yet powerful voice. Today, With profoundly heavy hearts, we bid farewell to those heroes who valiantly sacrificed themselves to safeguard our village and our shared homeland. Their selflessness has granted us the peace we enjoy today. Their spirit will eternally inspire us to forge ahead. The flames of Konoha will not be extinguished by this calamity. Rather, they will burn even more fiercely due to their noble contributions. The third Hokage's voice rises in fervor, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. Many bow their heads in silence, tears cascading down their cheeks. Kagura feels a sense of disillusionment. As the leader of Konoha, he has not sought ways to protect the village or resolve internal disputes, but has instead incessantly instilled in the people the so-called will of fire. The enemy will not spare you due to your weakness. Only by completely vanquishing all foes and quelling potential threats in their infancy can you fulfill your true responsibilities. Danzo's methods are exceedingly extreme. Had he not harbored his own selfish motives, Kagura believes he would be more suited to the position of Hokage than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon returning to the roots, Kagura begins his research on White Zetsu. Activating his Susanoo, he casts the captured White Zetsu into a black furnace, eager to explore the potential for creating something of value. The adversaries previously captured were human, and he could not bring himself to cast them into the fire. However, as White Zetsu is different, he feels no moral burden. Under the intense heat, White Zetsu gradually undergoes a transformation, ultimately being refined into a mass of energy. Kagura examines it closely, discovering that this energy mass contains Hashirama cells, as well as wood release and life energy, notably milder than mere Hashirama cells. He embarks on cultivating this White Zetsu energy, aiming to nurture a version of White Zetsu that will obey him. With control over the entire gray lapis lazuli vein and dragon veins, he possesses abundant energy, providing a solid material foundation for his research. Moreover, Kagura notices the black sphere held by his Susanoo. The furnace it comprises can not only refine and extract essences, but also undergo transformations. He envisions the potential to forge an army of White Zetsu. No, it should be called Kagura's army, each one sculpted in his likeness. He imagines the breathtaking spectacle of a continuous release of wood release techniques, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Soon after, the meeting of the upper ninjas of Konoha is convened as scheduled. This is a pivotal meeting concerning the fate of Konoha, necessitating the attendance of all jonin present in the village. Although Kagura initially lacked the qualification to attend, the third Hokage, recognizing his significant contributions in sealing the dragon vein and combating the masked man, made an exception to allow him to participate and report on the situation. Due to his outstanding performance in this battle, the third Hokage also granted special approval for Kagura's promotion to Chunin. At the age of 16, Kagura stands as a Chunin of Konoha. Inside the Jonin conference room of Konoha, the atmosphere is tense and solemn. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupies the central seat, flanked by his advisors, with elder consultants positioned on either side. The leaders of the major clans exhibit stern expressions, emanating an air of undeniable authority. The numerous Jonin of Konoha are arranged in a disciplined formation, their postures erect and gazes resolute, silently pledging their loyalty to the village. Excluding those on missions who could not return in time, the assembly comprises the finest strength of Konoha, the very backbone of the village, serving as its formidable bastion. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gradually rises, surveying each individual present with a steady and commanding gaze. He speaks with a deep voice that resonates clearly in the quiet conference room. Esteemed colleagues, I have gathered you here today due to an unprecedented and formidable threat posed by the masked man. His tone, though low, reverberates with clarity, conveying the gravity of the situation. This individual possesses unfathomable strength, operates with treachery, and poses a grave danger not only to Konoha but to the entire ninja world. As members of Konoha, we bear the weighty responsibility of safeguarding our village and its inhabitants. In this critical moment, we must unite our efforts to confront this formidable foe. His words, imbued with conviction and determination, invoke respect among those present, instilling a profound awareness of the seriousness of their predicament. Having concluded his opening remarks, the third Hokage nods slightly and gestures towards Kagura, saying, "Kagura, please share the intelligence you have gathered with everyone." Kagura strides confidently to the podium, his gaze calm and steadfast. Despite being surrounded by Konoha's elite ninjas, he exhibits no trace of trepidation. His eyes scanned the audience, noting the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, whose demeanor is austere, exuding an innate authority. The Hyuga clan leader, whose gaze is profound, as if concealing endless secrets. The leaders of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, each distinctive yet radiating formidable presence. The Oil Woman clan leader, enshrouded in an aura of mystery, while the Inazuka clan leader carries an air of rebelliousness. Among the other minor clan leaders and numerous jonin, as well as civilian jonin, Kagura also spots Kakashi among them. Clearing his throat, Kagura speaks with composure. The masked man who appeared 3 days ago is a member of the Uchiha clan. The moment these words escape his lips, the gazes of the assembly pivot like iron filings drawn to a magnet, all turning towards the direction of the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, many eyes shift back to Kagura, glimmering with a complex mixture of emotions. It is widely known that Kagura is a disciple of Danzo, and the tension surrounding Danzo's dealings with the Uchiha clan is no secret in Konoha. At this moment, many individuals harbored a sense of anticipation, secretly contemplating. This young man seems poised to leverage this opportunity against the Uchiha clan, does he not? However, the Uchiha clan is not so easily subdued. Their deep-seated heritage renders them formidable, and despite having sustained losses in the past, their strength remains undeniably significant. This Shinra is still too youthful, lacking an understanding of the intricate stakes at play. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly. He was acutely aware of Shinra's temperament and feared that his careless words might provoke the Uchiha clan, inciting unnecessary conflict. Unperturbed by the peculiar gazes of those around him, Shinra continued, "He is a rogue ninja of the Uchiha clan, as well as a traitor of Konohagakure." Upon hearing this declaration, more eyes converged upon Shinra, who sparked a silent contemplation within them. This young man does not seem to be targeting the Uchiha clan after all. What else might he unveil? Shinra paused momentarily before elaborating. This rogue ninja possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, with abilities rooted in space-time ninjutsu. Specifically, when he activates his Mangekyo techniques, no ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu can affect him. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience, their expressions betraying shock as whispers filled the air. Such a bizarre yet potent ability transcended their expectations, instilling a profound sense of unease. Thus, when this Mangekyo technique is activated, are our attacks rendered futile? An upper ninja could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Indeed, Shinra affirmed without hesitation. Is this space-time ninjutsu truly so peculiar? Another upper ninja furrowed his brow, incredulity lacing his voice. From the intelligence I have gathered and inferred, when this rogue ninja employs his space-time ninjutsu, he can exist in a realm distinct from ours. In other words, he can entirely shift his body to another space, nullifying our attacks, Shinra explained patiently. So, how can we strike against him? Is there truly no recourse? Another upper ninja asked urgently. There are indeed methods, Shinra replied unhurriedly. Instantly, all eyes fixated upon him. The conference room fell into a hushed silence. Everyone held their breath, awaiting his continued analysis. When this rogue ninja activates his Mangekyo technique, any assault against him is in vain, as he resides in a space separate from ours. However, this very condition renders him incapable of attacking us as well. Shinra articulated clearly, designating the state in which he activates his Mangekyo powers as phantasm, a phase wherein we cannot assail him, nor can he assail us. Should he wish to attack us, he must relinquish the phantasm state and occupy the same space as us. I refer to the state in which he cancels his ocular technique, returning to a normal state, as materialization, during which he becomes susceptible to our attacks. Thus, we must launch our offensive while he is in his materialized state, correct? Queried Nara Shikaku, the clan leader of the Nara family. As a figure of high intellect within Konoha and the head of the upper ninja class, he keenly discerned the crucial information embedded in Shinra's discourse. Precisely, Kagura affirmed and then added, this rogue ninja excels at oscillating between the realms of illusion and reality, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether he is in a phantasmal or corporeal state. Moreover, he deliberately feigns attacks while in his ethereal form, thus distorting your judgment. Additionally, his phantasm can persist for approximately 5 minutes, which indeed poses a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating potential strategies in silence. Who then could possibly defeat him? A jonin murmured under his breath. Furthermore, It seems this rogue did not employ his ocular technique during the previous sealing of the dragon vein. Several individuals voiced their inquiries. During the sealing of the dragon vein, the rogue indeed refrained from using his ocular techniques. This was because, prior to his assault on the Uchiha clan's territory, he had already clashed with the clan's leader, Fugaku, and his son, Itachi. Together, they had drained the rogue's ocular power, preventing him from wielding it freely. Otherwise, the sealing of the dragon vein would not have been so easily accomplished. Nevertheless, there have been individuals who managed to defeat him singularly. Kagura shifted the conversation, speaking enigmatically. Who? The curiosity of the crowd was instantly piqued, and interest blossomed. The fourth Hokage, Kagura enunciated each word with precision. A wave of realization swept through the assembly as they conjured the image of that young and formidable man in their minds. He was tall and athletic, with a resolute gaze, his golden hair shimmering brilliantly under the sun. He was none other than the man known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Was it due to the Flying Thunder God technique? Nara Shikaku deduced, showcasing his acumen as Konoha's strategist, swiftly associating the fourth Hokage with his signature ninjutsu. Indeed, to truly strike at that rogue ninja, one must assault him while he is in his corporeal state. The fourth Hokage likely seized the moment when the rogue intended to manifest physically to deliver a decisive blow, Kagura elucidated. So that is how it was. The fourth Hokage undeniably possesses such prowess. That esteemed title of his, the Yellow Flash. It was the fourth who repelled this rogue in times past, the crowd reminisced. Each contributing to the collective nostalgia for the fourth Hokage. Even the third Hokage found himself lost in reflection. Furthermore, this rogue also wields the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Kagura continued, shattering the brief silence that had enveloped the meeting room. What kind of technique is this? Upon hearing it was a forbidden technique, someone quickly inquired, their expression rife with curiosity and concern. After all, forbidden techniques are termed as such due to their formidable and perilous nature. At this juncture, Kagura gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, who sighed inwardly upon meeting her eyes. Acknowledging the inevitability of disclosure, he slowly rose to elucidate this forbidden jutsu to the assembly. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, capable of instantaneously transforming all adverse conditions faced by the user, including death, into a dream, while simultaneously converting all favorable conditions of the attacker into reality. However, there is no need for excessive concern. This technique necessitates the consumption of a Sharingan, and that rogue has already employed it once. Should he attempt to use it again, he would render himself completely blind. Upon hearing Fuya's words, the crowd felt a sense of relief, their taut nerves beginning to ease. However, Kagura immediately countered, Chief Fuya, that may not be the case. Once Izanagi is employed, the Sharingan will inevitably succumb to blindness, a consequence that is irreversible. Fuya, with unwavering resolve, sought to clarify, that is not what I meant. I was referring to the possibility that should this rogue ninja seize the Sharingan of an awakened Uchiha member, he could continue to wield this forbidden technique. Kagura gazed earnestly at Fuya as he articulated his point. Taken aback by Kagura's astute observation, Fuya was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with a flurry of thoughts. After a brief pause, he looked at Kagura with sincerity, acknowledging, you are indeed correct. If that rogue ninja were to act in such a manner, he could indeed persist in utilizing that forbidden technique. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I express my gratitude for your insightful warning. The assembly fell into silence, astonished that Kagura had pinpointed such a crucial detail, and equally surprised that Fuya would express gratitude towards him, confirming the validity of Kagura's assertions. If that rogue ninja targeted the 2 or 3 Tomo Uchiha, they would indeed lack the capability to resist. This realization stirred a wave of apprehension among the crowd. Is there anything further to add, Kagura? The third Hokage inquired, his gaze reflecting admiration for Kagura's exceptional talents, which he had always held in high regard. Yes, Lord Third. One final point. This rogue ninja possesses wood release, and he has an accomplice who also wields wood release. Kagura concluded, stepping back. At this moment, he had divulged nearly all pertinent information regarding the masked man, save for the revelation of Obito's name. The assembly was no stranger to astonishment. First the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, then the enigmatic space-time ninjutsu, followed by the formidable forbidden arts, and lastly, the mysterious and powerful wood release, with the knowledge that more than one adversary could utilize it. This cascade of intelligence illuminated the terrifying nature of the masked man. Within the conference room of the Jonin, the elite shinobi engaged in hushed discussions, their voices gradually merging into a cacophony of fervent deliberation. They passionately debated strategies for response. Some gestured with hand seals, attempting to devise a solution through the lens of ninjutsu interactions, while others reminisced about past encounters with similarly formidable foes, sharing their experiences. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat quietly in the main seat, his calm gaze sweeping over the assembly, refraining from interrupting the spirited discourse. The Jonin before him were the elite of Konohagakure, the backbone forged through countless battles and trials, each possessing unique skills and vast experience. The third Hokage understood that by harnessing collective wisdom, a breakthrough in this crisis might be achieved. Indeed, he was not let down. Soon enough, the assembly began to outline a series of measures targeting the masked man. We can initiate a broad and sustained assault for 5 minutes. That rogue ninja's intangibility cannot endure for long, which may compel him to materialize and reveal a vulnerability. The perceptive ninja must remain vigilant of his condition. His forbidden techniques are exceedingly enigmatic, and once unleashed, the consequences could be dire. We must detect them in advance to formulate an appropriate response. Developing a sealing technique capable of confining space may restrict his spatio-temporal jutsu, leaving him with no avenue for escape. It is prudent to select a suitable elite ninja to master the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, Lord Nightame once triumphed over him using this very technique, and perhaps we too can replicate that extraordinary feat. The barrier must be reinforced to ensure that this rogue ninja cannot infiltrate at will, thereby eliminating potential threats from the source. In a moment, a plethora of suggestions filled the conference room, each proposal embodying the wisdom and sense of duty of the elite ninjas towards the village. These ideas appeared practical, yet whether they would indeed prove effective could only be discerned through encounters with the masked man. Just as discussions began to wane, Danzo abruptly spoke up. By the way, Kagura, do we currently know the whereabouts of this rogue ninja? His voice was low and raspy, shattering the brief tranquility. Instantly, all eyes turned to Kagura, halting the previously fervent discourse. Everyone held their breath, awaiting her response. Lord Danzo, our tracking team ultimately discovered that the rogue ninja had entered the land of water, after which we lost all trace of him, Kagura replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Danzo's gaze narrowed slightly as he candidly expressed his thoughts. Then, third Hokage, I propose that since this rogue ninja hails from the Uchiha clan, it should be the Uchiha clan that addresses this rogue. This statement momentarily startled the third Hokage, his expression betraying hesitation. He neither immediately agreed nor outright opposed the suggestion, but instead slowly turned his gaze towards Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, his eyes reflecting a query. Fugaku's heart was laden with mixed emotions. Naturally, he did not wish for the Uchiha clan to confront such a formidable rogue alone. Even with the information on the rogue's whereabouts, the masked man's strength remained unfathomable, making the confrontation anything but simple. Yet, it was undeniable that this rogue indeed originated from the Uchiha clan, a fact that could not be sidestepped. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement, conceding to the notion that Uchiha should contend with Uchiha, and that a kaleidoscope should counter a kaleidoscope. This proposal was, after all, quite reasonable. The third Hokage silently weighed the implications, ultimately acquiescing to Danzo's suggestion. Other clan leaders and numerous elite ninjas expressed their approval, each considering their own perspectives. Ultimately, no one wished to expose their own clan to such a formidable adversary. Thus, allowing the Uchiha clan to take the lead seemed to emerge as the most viable option. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, and the third Hokage sensed this oppressive weight, yet found himself at a loss for how to alleviate it. Instinctively, he turned, his gaze landing on the quietly standing Kagura. Kagura maintained a serene expression, her composed demeanor suggesting to the third Hokage that she likely harbored her own thoughts. Consequently, he gently inquired, Kagura, do you have any insights? Engrossed in the discussions, Kagura was momentarily taken aback by the third Hokage's sudden address. Clearly unprepared for such an inquiry, the audience below was equally astonished, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment. Although Kagura possessed commendable logical reasoning, he was merely a chunin, and his participation in the Jonin meeting was indeed a rare privilege. The fact that the third Hokage would seek his counsel was indicative of Kagura's significant standing. not only as Danzo's favored disciple, but also in the eyes of the third Hokage. However, Kagura quickly regained his composure. Given the third's inquiry, he felt no need to withhold his thoughts, and promptly stated, "Lord Third, I recommend categorizing this rogue ninja as an S-rank traitor and issuing a worldwide manhunt. Furthermore, we can disseminate partial intelligence regarding him, such as the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan and would-release techniques. We should also inform the sand and grass ninjas that this rogue attacked Konoha 6 years ago, and that Konoha is actively pursuing him. His actions are entirely unconnected to Konoha, and we disclaim any repercussions resulting from his deeds." Upon hearing his words, the gazes of the assembly once again converged upon Kagura. Yet, he remained unperturbed, unaffected by their scrutiny. Initially, the attendees regarded Kagura as a promising and exceptional junior, but after hearing his propositions, they realized he was far more astute than he appeared. Deliberating on Kagura's suggestions, the notion of classifying the rogue as an S-rank and issuing a manhunt, while somewhat embarrassing for Konoha due to such a formidable traitor launching an attack within the village, was nonetheless a reasonable course of action to eliminate future threats. However, the decision to release only partial intelligence was particularly intriguing. It was evident that this strategy aimed to incite other ninja villages to take risks and probe the masked man's capabilities, testing whether he harbored additional lethal techniques. The assembly could not help but admire his cunning. Indeed, he was a disciple of Danzo, employing ruthless and insidious tactics. Yet, since the casualties would not be Konoha ninjas, they felt no loss, and thus, no one would voice opposition. Moreover, Kagura's maneuver to distance Konoha from the rogue ninja artfully deflected the excessive demands previously raised by the sand and grass villages, alleviating Konoha's diplomatic predicament. Even the third Hokage silently nodded in appreciation of Kagura's acumen. He noticed that Uchiha Fugaku cast several glances at Kagura, clearly recognizing that his proposal benefited the Uchiha clan. This was precisely the outcome the third Hokage desired. Having studied under Danzo, it was unsurprising that Kagura grasped the intricacies of political stratagems. To feign ignorance in such a setting would only lead the third to perceive him as deliberately concealing his talents, thereby fostering discontent. As the meeting finally concluded, Kagura prepared to depart. His steps were light, his mind already occupied with the tasks ahead, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Kagura. Without needing to turn, he recognized it as Kakashi's. He slowly pivoted, and indeed, Kakashi was accompanied by Might Guy, who wore his trademark grin, displaying his prominent front teeth, and gave a thumbs up, his face radiating his usual enthusiasm. "What is up?" Kagura inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Hey, you're quite something," Kakashi remarked, gently shaking his head, a hint of exasperation gracing his features. "You truly startled me just now. I thought you might have completely provoked the Uchiha clan. Am I really that lacking in discretion?" Kagura responded nonchalantly, dismissively waving her hand. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's lips twitched slightly as he internally scoffed. "What discretion do you possess in your actions? By the way," Kagura suddenly recalled something and turned to Kakashi. "Do you know the Flying Thunder God technique?" "I do not," Kakashi replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. The Flying Thunder God technique is an exceptionally profound and difficult jutsu to master. In Konoha, only the second and fourth Hokage were known to wield it. "Why do you ask me this?" "I was just curious." Kagura's tone shifted to one of seriousness, "and I must remind you, if the opportunity arises, it would be prudent for you to learn that technique." "Why?" Kakashi was increasingly perplexed. "So that you may avoid future regrets." Kagura's voice dropped to a somber tone, as if concealing boundless secrets. "What do you mean?" Kakashi wished to inquire further, but Kagura had already turned to leave. "You will understand in time. I have matters to attend to," she said, waving her hand as she departed, leaving Kakashi and Guy exchanging bewildered glances. "Hey!" Kakashi instinctively called out. But Kagura's figure had vanished, leaving him resigned to his fate. Soon after, Konoha issued a bounty notice for the masked man throughout the entire ninja world. An S-rank rogue ninja, with a staggering reward of 1 billion, a figure capable of driving anyone into a frenzy. Furthermore, Konoha proclaimed a stern decree. Anyone who sights him must apprehend him, regardless of life or death. This news spread through the ninja world like a ferocious tempest, creating ripples of chaos wherever it reached. Various factions sprang into action, launching investigations to unearth every detail about the masked man. Before long, they discovered that the masked man had recently attacked Konoha, inflicting significant losses upon the village. Even more astonishing was the revelation that 6 years prior, it was this very masked man who manipulated the Nine Tails to assault Konoha. Subsequently, more intelligence regarding the masked man was unearthed. He possessed the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan and would release techniques, and upon this news breaking, the entire ninja world erupted in fervor. Countless factions, akin to sharks sensing blood, began their relentless search for the masked man's whereabouts. Each had their own ulterior motives. Some coveted the immense power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, wishing to claim it for themselves. Others coveted the wood release techniques, seeking to enhance their own strength. Some even intended to use the masked man as a test subject for their frenzied experiments. And a few factions contemplated an alliance with him to jointly confront Konoha. Of course, there were also those who sought to capture the masked man, hoping to exchange him for a handsome bounty in Konoha. In summary, the saga of the S-rank rogue ninja, the masked man, had stirred the tranquil surface of the ninja world like a stone cast into a still lake, creating waves that captured the attention of all. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Obito, upon learning this news, felt a surge of fury rush to his head. He understood all too well that yet another party was conspiring against him. This was not the first time. Anger, resentment, and helplessness intertwined within him, causing his already fragile injuries to resurface. At this moment, Kagura fervently sought to address the pressing issue of procuring a pair of suitable eyes for Uchiha Itai. Once he was ready, he could transplant his mother-esque kaleidoscopic Sharingan onto himself, thereby attaining the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru was the pivotal figure in unraveling this predicament. Yet, Orochimaru's movements were as elusive as a serpent lurking in the shadows, making him difficult to apprehend. After much contemplation, Kagura surmised that only Danzo, with whom he had clandestinely colluded, could possibly reveal Orochimaru's whereabouts. Thus, Kagura composed his thoughts and approached Danzo. Lord Danzo, your direct involvement in sealing the dragon vein has garnered immense admiration from the ninjas of Konoha, greatly elevating your standing within the village. Kagura inclined his body slightly, his tone calm, yet imbued with sincerity. If you could also bring the rogue ninja to justice, your prestige in Konoha would become unparalleled. At this, Danzo's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, as if weighing the pros and cons. He could not deny that Kagura's words struck a chord within him. The sealing of the dragon vein had indeed brought him considerable acclaim, affording him a taste of the sweetness of renown. Capturing the rogue ninja would undeniably solidify his position in Konoha even further. However, the thought of the rogue ninja's unpredictable abilities gave him pause. Indeed, but that rogue possesses space-time ninjutsu, making him elusive and difficult to capture. Danzo furrowed his brow. True, the masked man is indeed a formidable opponent, one we cannot easily contend with, Kagura replied unperturbed. Yet, there is another rogue ninja, and we stand a substantial chance of apprehending him. Danzo's interest was piqued, and he blurted out, Orochimaru? Precisely, Kagura nodded, his expression earnest. The third Hokage was unable to capture Orochimaru, allowing him to escape the village and become a rogue ninja. Even after all these years, he remains at large. At this juncture, Kagura paused briefly. If you can succeed in capturing Orochimaru, it would not only rid Konoha of a significant threat, but also demonstrate your capabilities surpassing those of the third Hokage. At that moment, the entire village would be in awe of you. Danzo fell into contemplation, as Kagura's words resonated deeply within him, stirring the desires that lay dormant in his heart. He yearned for greater power and prestige, and capturing Orochimaru presented an excellent opportunity. Yet, Orochimaru's cunning nature and his array of bizarre jutsu instilled trepidation within him. Your points are valid. However, Orochimaru is not an easy adversary, he conceded. Coincidentally, I have a matter that requires contact with Orochimaru. You shall take the lead on this occasion. If the opportunity arises, do not let it slip away. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Danzo's eyes. Understood, Lord Danzo. Kagura's lips curled into a subtle smile, barely perceptible. For this mission, I wish to take Uchiha Itachi along. Oh, and what is your reasoning for this? Danzo raised an eyebrow, curiosity glimmering in his gaze. Firstly, Uchiha Itachi, as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. I can seize this opportunity to secretly observe the capabilities of his eyes, thereby elucidating the essence of this power for the Leaf Village. Secondly, both Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru are formidable ninjas. Should they engage in conflict, it is highly probable that they would suffer mutual destruction, whether concerning the Uchiha clan or Orochimaru. We must remain vigilant against both, thus diminishing the potential threat they pose to Konoha. Kagura spoke with a measured calmness, articulating her thoughts clearly. After listening, Danzo pondered deeply. Although Kagura's plan was audacious, it was indeed a viable strategy. It would allow for the probing of Uchiha Itachi while simultaneously dealing with Orochimaru, achieving a dual purpose. Proceed as you see fit. I shall approach the third Hokage and arrange for Itachi to be assigned to you. Danzo ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, Lord Danzo. Kagura responded respectfully. Thereafter, Danzo approached the third Hokage and candidly presented his plan to have Uchiha Itachi confront Orochimaru. The third Hokage was taken aback by this suggestion. Pausing momentarily with his pipe at his lips, he fell into silence, his mind involuntarily recalling the scene of Uchiha Fugaku manifesting Susanoo on that fateful day. The enormous figure, obscuring the sky, emanated an oppressive aura that was chilling. Such power compelled even this seasoned Hokage to exercise caution. Moreover, within the Uchiha clan, it was not only Fugaku who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi had also awakened this formidable ocular technique. Gaining prior insight into Uchiha Itachi's strength and abilities was undoubtedly an opportunity that Konoha could not afford to miss. After a prolonged contemplation, the third Hokage eventually nodded slowly, consenting to Danzo's proposal. At that moment, the ninja world resembled a pot of turbulent boiling water, bustling with activity. All factions had their gaze firmly fixed on the masked rogue ninja from Konoha. This masked figure, possessing the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan and would-release techniques, had stirred the ninja world like a bombshell, inciting tumultuous waves. Numerous factions were poised to act, either coveting that immense power or harboring ulterior motives, seeking to exploit it for significant gains. Konoha, on its part, resolutely rejected the compensation demands put forth by Sunagakure and the unreasonable requests regarding the Dragon Vein. Upon learning of this news, the higher-ups of Sunagakure erupted in fury, their discontent towards Konoha evident. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow, despite their seething anger. They found themselves powerless. The disparity in strength between Sunagakure and Konoha remained substantial, and launching a war recklessly would be akin to throwing eggs against stones. As for Kusagakure, they were even less worthy of mention. Lacking sufficient strength, they could only engage in idle talk to vent their frustrations. The emergence of Konoha's first rogue ninja, the masked man, was akin to a storm, attracting the attention of numerous ninja villages. Among them, Kumogakure exhibited particular zeal, dedicating all their efforts to hunt down the masked man. In the village of Yunin, the Raikage is acutely aware of the formidable powers possessed by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the wood-release techniques. Should they succeed in capturing the masked man and acquiring these two extraordinary abilities, the standing of Yunin within the ninja world would undoubtedly be significantly elevated. Thus, their focus is entirely consumed by the hunt for the masked man, leaving no inclination to mobilize forces against Konoha. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki of the two sides, is a cunning strategist, well-versed in the perils of hasty actions. He is unlikely to take the lead in provoking the already complex situation in Konoha. As for the village of Kurogakure, there has been no communication, leaving them entirely in the dark. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja village, relying solely on their own strength, finds it utterly unrealistic to confront Konoha. They can only bide their time, swallowing their grievances while awaiting a future opportunity for vengeance. Kagura has received a mission from Danzo, which entails providing Orochimaru with funding, thereby enabling him to bring new techniques back to Danzo. Clearly, this is a clandestine transaction shrouded in secrecy. As Kagura accepts the mission scroll, a subtle smile graces his lips, hinting at his deeper thoughts. He retrieves a long-neglected mask, and upon donning it, he instantly conceals his true visage, revealing only a pair of profound eyes that exude a chilling aura. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, a flicker of uncertainty stirs within Kagura. He muses internally, pondering whether Fugaku would permit Itachi to undertake this perilous mission. After all, their adversary this time is Orochimaru, a ruthless and enigmatic rogue ninja. Kagura is determined to shield his comrades from being ensnared in such a dangerous predicament. He understands that for a mission of this magnitude, even a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences for his teammates. Kagura contemplates that Orochimaru must have likely completed his research on the impure world reincarnation technique. This dark and malevolent forbidden art enables the user to seize another's body in pursuit of immortality. However, it bears significant drawbacks. Employing such a technique taints the user's soul. Furthermore, Orochimaru has developed cursed seals, fragmenting his own soul and sealing a portion within Anko. This series of actions has rendered his soul incomplete and his mental state precarious, drastically impairing his ability to resist Genjutsu. Kagura insists on bringing Itachi along for the mission, fully aware of Itachi's prowess in Genjutsu, which he intends to employ specifically to counter Orochimaru. Kagura firmly believes that specialized tasks should be entrusted to those with expertise. Before long, a tall and poised young man approaches him. It is Itachi Uchiha, whose calm demeanor radiates a maturity beyond his years. Upon recognizing that he is teamed with Kagura, a sense of reassurance washes over Itachi. After a brief exchange, the two set forth towards their destination. Your father truly allows you to undertake a mission at this time? Kagura inquires nonchalantly as they walk. The village and clan have suffered considerable losses, yet this experience has prompted both sides to adopt a more measured stance. Perhaps through earnest communication, their relationship may eventually improve. The voice of Itachi was deep and resolute, as if persuading himself. TCH, do you truly believe what you just said? Kagura taunted mercilessly. Upon hearing her words, Itachi fell silent. He was well aware that resolving contradictions was not an easy feat. The estrangement that had accumulated over the years loomed like a mountain, standing between the village and the Uchiha clan. Senior, do you possess any means to resolve the discord between the village and the Uchiha? Itachi raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Kagura, his eyes brimming with expectation. Well, it is indeed a challenge. Kagura pondered before responding slowly. A challenge? So, does that imply you do have a solution? Itachi's tone became slightly urgent, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. It's both difficult and simple. I must become the 5th Hokage, and then you shall become the 6th. Kagura articulated her thoughts. Itachi was evidently taken aback, surprised by the nature of her proposed solution. His eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. The discord between the village and the Uchiha clan had existed since the founding of Konoha, particularly after Uchiha Madara's defection, which placed the Uchiha clan in a rather awkward position. Subsequently, the 2nd Hokage appointed the Uchiha clan as the village's police force, which, while seemingly a gesture of trust, actually distanced them from the political core of the village. They were relegated to the periphery, unable to genuinely engage in the village's central affairs. Following the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha relocated to their current clan land, further distancing themselves from the political heart of the village. The chasm between them and the village widened, and the estrangement deepened. To genuinely resolve the conflict, a Hokage endowed with the capacity to embrace the Uchiha clan was necessary, one who possessed sufficient magnanimity and wisdom to comprehend the Uchiha's aspirations and accept their strength. Kagura paused, her gaze becoming increasingly resolute, yet she added, however, that is not enough. The Uchiha clan must also hold the position of Hokage at some point. Only then can they truly integrate into the village and become an indispensable part of it. Itachi listened intently to Kagura's words. His brow slightly furrowed as he sank into profound contemplation. Observing Itachi's earnest reflection, Kagura chose not to disturb him, quietly forging ahead to clear the path for both of them. Kagura understood well that Itachi had already positioned himself among the upper echelons of the ninja world. However, being still young, he inevitably lacked depth and maturity in his thoughts. With this in mind, Kagura seized this rare opportunity to share his ideas with Itachi, concerned that the youth might act too impulsively and stray from the right path. Since being defeated by Kagura, Itachi's inner world had undergone a subtle transformation. Particularly after Kagura discreetly initiated the Dragon Vein incident, the previously tense relations between the village and the clan had gradually eased. To Itachi, Kagura's methods might truly hold the key to alleviating the long-standing discord that had plagued the Uchiha clan and the village. Whether it was Kagura's unfathomable strength or his astutely crafted strategic plans, Itachi felt a profound admiration for him. In his heart, Kagura held Itachi in the highest esteem, recognizing his superiority. Consequently, Itachi regarded Kagura with profound respect. Every utterance from Kagura would prompt Itachi to reflect deeply and ponder profoundly. Seizing this rare opportunity for dialogue, Kagura eagerly sought Itachi's insights into the swordsmanship and physical techniques of the Uchiha clan. As a prestigious ninja family of the highest order, the Uchiha possessed profound expertise across various domains, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and kenjutsu, alongside shurikenjutsu, achieving unparalleled mastery. Kagura understood that this knowledge would significantly enhance his own abilities. Itachi recognized that Kagura had not grown up within the Uchiha clan and thus had limited knowledge of their secret techniques. He took it upon himself to share the clan's esoteric skills and intricate techniques without reservation, hoping to foster a sense of closeness between Kagura and the Uchiha, allowing him to truly integrate into the family. Most of the Uchiha's ninjutsu and secret arts required the Sharingan to unleash their full potential. Fortunately, Kagura already possessed the Sharingan and had awakened the Mangekyo, with Itachi, a skilled mentor, providing patient guidance and explanations. Under such exceptional circumstances, Kagura made rapid progress, quickly mastering these unique skills and executing them with finesse. After their exchange, Kagura retrieved a delicate little box from his robe, producing a green pill, which he offered to Itachi. This was his concocted elixir. The primary ingredients of this secret medicine were energy extracted from Hashirama's cells, fused with the essence of the Greer stone. The amalgamation of these two rare materials imbued the elixir with a wealth of vitality and a trace of would-release energy. Its effects were nothing short of miraculous, proving highly effective for healing wounds and treating ailments. Even more astonishingly, it also aided in the restoration of visual acuity. Itachi accepted the pill, examining it closely, intrigued by its verdant appearance. Without much hesitation, he consumed it. In an instant, the life energy from the pill coursed through his body like a warm stream, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort, dispelling his fatigue entirely. Gradually, he activated his Sharingan and discovered a notable enhancement in its potency. The issue of diminished vision from prolonged use of the Mangekyo techniques had been significantly alleviated. A refreshing coolness washed over his eyes, as though they were gently nourished by a crystal-clear spring. "Is this the secret medicine crafted by your predecessor?" Itachi inquired, filled with curiosity. "Indeed. It greatly alleviates the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan," Kagura replied with a smile. "Quite so." Itachi nodded emphatically, feeling the remarkable effects of the pill. As Kagura and Itachi traversed the desolate mountain forest, the dry twigs and fallen leaves beneath their feet crackled, adding a touch of life to the otherwise tranquil woodland. Since their departure from Konoha, they had adhered strictly to the task's prescribed route, yet had failed to uncover any trace of Orochimaru. The elusive figure seemed akin to a serpent concealed in darkness, its movements enigmatic and difficult to grasp. "The lead has gone cold," Itachi remarked, coming to a halt. Kagura's gaze swept across the surroundings of the hidden valley. Orochimaru was known for his meticulousness, and locating him would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. In the ensuing days, they traversed mountains and crossed countless valleys and streams. Fortune favored the diligent. After an extensive search, they finally discovered Orochimaru's lair nestled within a secluded gorge. The valley was encircled by steep peaks, with only a narrow pathway providing access, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Kagura lowered his voice, addressing Itachi as they approached. "This must be the place." Itachi nodded slightly, a flicker of caution glinting in his eyes. The two stood slowly, making their way toward the dilapidated wooden structures that emerged from the dense underbrush. Just as they neared the wooden shanties, the door creaked open, revealing a figure stepping forth. It was none other than Orochimaru, clad in a loose robe. His long black hair framing his face, golden elongated pupils, and violet eyeshadow, exuding an enigmatic and otherworldly aura. I did not anticipate that you would find your way here." Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and deep, tinged with a hint of mockery. Kagura stepped forward, locking eyes with Orochimaru, and declared, "Mr. Orochimaru, we are sent by Danzo." "Danzo?" Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile. What does he seek this time? In accordance with Lord Danzo's instructions, "We are prepared to offer ample funding," Kagura replied calmly. "In exchange, you are to provide us with your latest research findings on the Sharingan and would-release." Orochimaru's eyes flickered with interest. Danzo is quite greedy, indeed. "However, I desire something else as well." "What is it?" Kagura inquired, his vigilance heightened. "I wish for more intelligence on that masked man." Orochimaru's gaze glimmered with avarice. "I am intrigued by his power." A chill ran down Kagura's spine. Orochimaru had set his sights on Obito. This could work to his advantage, yet he could not acquiesce too readily. He must first acquire what he sought from him. Thus, he resolutely refused. No, I cannot grant you that. Orochimaru's expression darkened instantly, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. In that case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Be careful, Kagura shouted as he swiftly retreated. Almost simultaneously, countless serpents erupted from the ground, lunging toward them. These serpents were robust, their scales glimmering coldly in the sunlight, their jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Kagura swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." In an instant, a massive water dragon surged forth from his hands, charging toward the throng of serpents. Wherever the water dragon passed, the serpents were dispersed, water splashing in every direction. "I will engage Orochimaru first," Kagura stated to Itachi. Itachi nodded and stepped back. Observing his technique easily thwarted, Orochimaru quickly formed new seals, this time conjuring a more fearsome jutsu. Emerging from behind him was a multi-headed serpent, each head spewing forth flames as it lunged toward Kagura. Upon witnessing the unfolding battle, Kagura swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the technique of earth release. Earth flow wall. A formidable earthen barrier erupted from the ground, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of flames. The fire collided with the wall, producing a hissing sound and scattering sparks. "Humph, mere trifles." Orochimaru scoffed coldly, once again weaving hand seals. The serpentine form of his technique suddenly fragmented into countless smaller snakes, which cascaded towards the earthen wall like raindrops. These diminutive serpents moved with astonishing speed, reaching the wall in the blink of an eye, and swiftly burrowed into its structure. Kagura felt the wall tremble, realizing that the snakes were eroding it from within, and it wouldn't hold for long. Thus, he decisively abandoned the wall and unleashed another jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. A torrential stream surged from his hands, forming into an immense waterfall that charged towards the snakes. The sheer force of the waterfall swept the snakes away, engulfing them in its currents. Orochimaru, witnessing the dissolution of his attack, displayed a flicker of surprise. He had anticipated Kagura's prowess in ninjutsu, which had so effortlessly countered his assaults. "Intriguing," Orochimaru remarked coldly, "yet this is still far from sufficient." With that, he formed seals once more, summoning a colossal serpentine creature. This immense serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, was enshrouded in tough scales, its blood-red eyes glinting with a menacing light. "Earth release, earth mount," Kagura shouted, pressing his hands against the ground. Instantly, the earth quaked violently, and massive boulders erupted from below, hurtling towards the serpentine beast. Under Kagura's command, the rocks moved with astonishing speed, akin to cannonballs. As the serpent beheld the impending boulders, it opened its maw, unleashing a powerful gust of wind in a futile attempt to deflect them. However, Kagura's earth release was overwhelmingly potent. The rocks, slightly redirected by the wind, continued their trajectory towards the creature. Thud, thud, thud. The boulders struck the serpent with a resounding impact, causing it to stagger backward, shedding several scales in the process. At that moment, Kagura seized the opportunity to launch a direct assault. Utilizing his formidable taijutsu, he instantaneously closed the distance to Orochimaru, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Taken aback by the sudden close-quarter attack, Orochimaru had no time to evade, raising his arm in a desperate defense. Kagura's fist landed heavily on Orochimaru's arm, sending him sprawling to the ground with tremendous force. "Water release, water bullet," Kagura bellowed, continuing his onslaught of hand seals. Instantly, two massive water orbs shot forth from his hands, hurtling toward Orochimaru. The water bullets raced forward with incredible velocity, reaching Orochimaru in an instant. With no time to dodge, he resorted to the body replacement technique. Just as the water bullets were about to strike, his form transformed into that of a gigantic serpent, blocking the incoming attack. Kagura swiftly formed seals again, his chakra surging around him. He then shouted, invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, the surrounding moisture rapidly condensed, transforming into fierce water dragons, surging forward with the might of a deluge, launching a relentless assault upon the colossal serpent. The water dragons roared as they crashed into the giant snake, the tremendous impact causing the air to vibrate with a resonant hum. Each collision sent forth torrents of spray, causing the serpent's scales to flake off, revealing gaping wounds that bled profusely. It writhed in agony, yet struggled to withstand this tempestuous onslaught. Ultimately, the giant serpent, utterly exhausted, could no longer endure. With a thunderous sound, it dispelled the summoning spell and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a perilous attack surged from beneath the earth. Thanks to its keen perception, Kagura reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to evade Orochimaru's strike. Orochimaru, wielding a gleaming blade that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, unleashed a swift, slicing motion that carved a deep trench where Kagura had stood moments before. Such incredible speed! Kagura marveled inwardly, igniting within him an even greater fervor for battle. He swiftly drew his long sword, its elongated blade gleaming with a cold luster in the dim light. With sword in hand, Kagura assumed a defensive posture, his eyes locked onto Orochimaru, scrutinizing every movement. Observing this, Orochimaru launched another offensive. His form was fluid, and the blade in his grasp struck like a viper, lunging toward Kagura. Unfazed, Kagura deftly wielded his sword, the blades clashing with a crisp sound, sparks flying in their wake. Orochimaru's swordsmanship was vicious and cunning, targeting Kagura's vital points with lethal precision. Yet, relying on his solid foundation in swordsmanship and exceptional reflexes, Kagura skillfully parried each strike. His style was bold and forceful, radiating immense power, a stark contrast to Orochimaru's unpredictable technique. As their blades danced in a fierce exchange, Kagura gradually discerned that mere swordplay would not secure him the upper hand. Orochimaru's style was too enigmatic, capable of launching attacks from seemingly impossible angles. Therefore, he resolved to alter his strategy, opting to leverage his formidable martial arts skills to suppress Orochimaru up close. Seizing a moment of opportunity as Orochimaru retracted his blade to defend, Kagura darted forward like a cheetah. He sheathed his sword, clenched his right fist, and, with the sound of rushing wind, aimed for Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru swiftly evaded, Kagura's fist grazing his cheek and stirring a gust of air. "Martial arts, you say?" Orochimaru scoffed. "Let me see just how capable you truly are." With that, he too sheathed his blade and engaged Kagura in a contest of physical prowess. Kagura's martial arts were exceptional, his movements agile and powerful, each punch and kick bursting forth with tremendous force. His onslaught fell upon Orochimaru like a tempest. Orochimaru, undeterred, matched Kagura's skill with equal prowess. His agility allowed him to nimbly evade Kagura's strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the valley, their fists and feet colliding with a resounding thud. The ferocity of Kagura's assault intensified as he leveraged his exceptional physical prowess and remarkable martial arts skills, gradually overpowering Orochimaru. Orochimaru began to falter, a hint of panic flickering across his face. "Humph, do not revel too soon," he gritted through clenched teeth. Suddenly, an eerie aura surged around him, and countless tiny serpents emerged from his body, lunging toward Kagura. Perceiving the imminent threat, Kagura quickly retreated while swiftly weaving hand signs. Wind release, gale palm. A powerful gust materialized into razor-sharp blades, annihilating the serpents. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru launched another assault, vanishing in a flash to appear before Kagura. His right palm aimed at Kagura's chest. Caught off guard, Kagura could only raise his arm in defense. The impact of Orochimaru's strike reverberated through Kagura's arm, a surge of immense force coursing through him, causing excruciating pain and propelling him backward. "Damn it!" Kagura steadied himself, a surge of anger welling within. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he charged once more at Orochimaru. This time, his onslaught was even more ferocious. Like lightning, he swiftly maneuvered behind Orochimaru and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Orochimaru staggered forward, unable to evade the blow. Kagura seized the moment, his fists clenched, radiating overwhelming energy as he struck downward at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru quickly turned, using his serpentine arm to block. The force of Kagura's fist collided with Orochimaru's arm, producing a resounding thud that sent Orochimaru's body deeply into the ground. Unfazed, Kagura continued his relentless assault, his fists raining down upon Orochimaru like a tempest. Each strike drew forth torrents of blood from Orochimaru, his form nearly contorted by the blows. Enduring the agony, Orochimaru retaliated, pushing Kagura back. He then executed the snake technique. Extricating himself from his battered form, emerging anew, his injuries completely healed. Kagura inhaled deeply, centering his focus. Suddenly, golden flames erupted around him, blazing fiercely and emanating tremendous power. "Prepare yourself," he shouted, charging at Orochimaru engulfed in golden fire. Unyielding, Orochimaru summoned black mist and serpentine shadows to counter Kagura's advance. The collision of golden flames and black mist erupted in dazzling light and deafening roars, as if a miniature explosion had occurred in the valley, dust swirling and smoke billowing. Amidst the fierce clash, Orochimaru found himself increasingly overwhelmed by Kagura's golden flames. His body became ensnared in the flames, emitting agonizing cries. He struggled relentlessly to free himself from the fiery grip, but to no avail. "Curse it! What kind of flames are these?" Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Disbelief etched in his eyes. He had never anticipated that these golden flames could not be extinguished and inflicted such devastating damage to his body. Yet, being Orochimaru, he once again invoked the snake technique, liberating himself from the grasp of the golden flames. Orochimaru fixed his gaze intently upon Sakurako. Although he had utilized the serpent technique to restore his injuries, the process had drained a considerable amount of his chakra. He had not anticipated that the root member before him would prove so formidable. Despite not exerting his full strength, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. The serpent technique, indeed, was a nuisance. Sakurako mused, recognizing that Orochimaru had augmented his body, rendering physical attacks largely ineffective against him. To contend with Orochimaru, one would need to employ illusions. Sakurako glanced at Itachi, who was a master of Genjutsu. In an instant, Itachi appeared beside Sakurako like a wisp of smoke. "Use Genjutsu on Orochimaru," Sakurako instructed Itachi. Itachi nodded slightly, his eyes slowly opening. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, inscribed with enigmatic and profound patterns, shimmered with an eerie light in the dim surroundings. The Sharingan. Humph. Do you think that adding another person will suffice to defeat me?" Such naivety, Orochimaru sneered, preparing to launch another attack. However, just as he was about to form hand seals, Itachi's gaze locked onto him. Illusionary restraint technique. In that instant, an invisible force seemed to surge forth from Itachi's eyes, penetrating Orochimaru's very consciousness. Orochimaru felt the world before him twist, and everything around him became illusory. He was pierced by Itachi's phantom wedge, rendering him immobile. A sense of shock coursed through Orochimaru as he realized he had fallen prey to Itachi's Genjutsu. He struggled against the binding illusion, but found himself utterly incapacitated. "How could this be?" Orochimaru murmured, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom how easily Itachi's Genjutsu had ensnared him. "Those eyes of yours are not mere Sharingan. They are the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, are they not?" Orochimaru finally discerned the intricate patterns within Itachi's eyes. Observing Orochimaru, now wholly ensnared by the illusion, Sakurako concluded that Orochimaru's resistance to Genjutsu was indeed quite feeble. "Well done," Sakurako exclaimed, marveling at how Itachi had resolved the situation with a mere glance after her prolonged efforts yielded no results. "If you wished to, you could achieve the same," Itachi humbly replied. "My proficiency in Genjutsu pales in comparison to yours. Even if I could replicate it, it would not be as effortless." Sakurako spoke the truth as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Itachi, their voices soft as they conversed, completely disregarding the peculiar state of Orochimaru, who was trapped in a surreal stillness beside them. Though immobile, Orochimaru's keen perception and vast experience soon led him to deduce the identities of the two before him. "You are Itachi Uchiha, wielding the kaleidoscopic Sharingan?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice broke the silence. Itachi lifted his gaze slightly, his expression calm as water, resting his eyes on Orochimaru but offering no reply. "You must be Sakurako," Orochimaru surmised, shifting his attention to her as he noted Itachi's subtle dominance in their exchange. "You know my name?" Sakurako feigned surprise, her expression perfectly calibrated. "I am not as renowned as Itachi. I never imagined that you, Orochimaru, would be aware of my name." "Hehe, as a disciple of Danzo, you are naturally someone of great interest to me." Orochimaru chuckled coldly. In the world of ninjas, connections and intelligence equate to power. Thus, as a pivotal figure in Konoha, Danzo's disciple, Kagura, inevitably caught Orochimaru's attention. "How truly fortunate." Kagura smiled brightly, responding with impeccable composure. "Senpai, how shall we proceed? Shall we take him back to the village?" Itachi inquired softly, tilting his head towards Kagura. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened instantly. Certainly not. The prowess of Lord Orochimaru extends far beyond what you perceive. It would not be so simple to bring him back to the village. Besides, Lord Orochimaru is our senior. Merely testing us earlier, correct, Lord Orochimaru? Kagura spoke slowly. Hee, indeed, you are right, Kagura-kun. Orochimaru chuckled dryly, his inner wariness intensifying. Itachi, dispel the Genjutsu. Now that Lord Orochimaru is aware of our capabilities, we can engage in dialogue on equal footing. Kagura gently patted Itachi's shoulder, her demeanor relaxed. Understood. Itachi nodded slightly as the Genjutsu was instantly lifted. Orochimaru regained control of his body, stretching his limbs, yet the wariness in his gaze towards Kagura and Itachi intensified. Noticing this, Kagura spoke first. Lord Orochimaru, you wish to know the detailed intelligence on that rogue ninja, correct? Indeed, I am quite intrigued by that individual. Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips. Originally, the village had only disseminated partial information about this rogue ninja to provoke other ninja villages into seeking further intelligence. If I were to disclose this information to you, Lord Orochimaru, you wouldn't leak it, would you? Kagura inquired, slightly furrowing her brow. Rest assured, I would never do such a thing. Orochimaru declared earnestly. As a renowned expert in the ninja world, he maintained his own principles and pride. Very well. Then I shall share the intelligence with you, Lord Orochimaru, Kagura stated. Senpai, Itachi interjected, his brow furrowing with hesitation. Have no fear. Lord Orochimaru is not only our senior but also a famed ninja in the realm. He would not act dishonorably, Kagura patiently explained to Itachi. Indeed, Orochimaru straightened his posture, his expression proud. In his view, being questioned by a junior was an affront. Despite having defected from Konoha, his dignity remained inviolable. Thus, Kagura proceeded to relay all the intelligence regarding Obito, detailing everything from the specific abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kimui to the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, with meticulous thoroughness. Orochimaru listened intently, his expression shifting in response to Kagura's narration. When he heard about Kimui and Izanagi, his countenance turned grave. If it were merely Kimui, he might prepare in advance and possibly contend with it using his own strength. However, the combination of these two formidable techniques posed a considerable challenge, instilling in him a newfound wariness towards the masked man. By the way, Kagura-kun, did you have Itachi use Genjutsu on me earlier because you knew it would be effective against me? Orochimaru suddenly inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. Kagura affirmed with a nod. Why are you so certain that Itachi's Genjutsu will be effective against me? Orochimaru continued to inquire. Mr. Orochimaru, if I were to divulge that information, it would constitute our second transaction, Kagura replied with a smile. Very well. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. Before seeking you out, I was already aware that you had mastered and employed the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, Kagura began slowly. While this forbidden art allows one to seize another's body and extend life, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Oh, pray, elaborate. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in curiosity. I presume that before executing the forbidden technique, you carefully select an appropriate subject for the impure world reincarnation, correct? Kagura probed further. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Even if the chosen vessel is physically suitable, your soul, Mr. Orochimaru, can never achieve perfect harmony with it, Kagura continued to analyze. Moreover, remnants of the original owner's soul still linger within the chosen body. Consequently, after you seize the body, your soul becomes intertwined with theirs, resulting in a dilution of your own essence. In essence, Mr. Orochimaru, your soul may no longer be pure, and with successive reincarnations, it may become fragmented. Such incompleteness of the soul inevitably affects one's psyche, thereby significantly diminishing your resistance to Genjutsu. Is that so? Orochimaru felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that his prized forbidden technique could be so thoroughly dissected by Kagura. As he swiftly contemplated a countermeasure, he also realized that the cursed seal he had developed had split off fragments of his soul into his disciple, Akado, which could be a significant factor in his diminished resistance to Genjutsu. I did not foresee this. Kagura, you possess remarkable analytical skills. I wonder what you seek from me. Orochimaru quickly regained his composure, unwilling to lose face before a younger individual. I desire your latest findings in biological and medical research, Mr. Orochimaru. Kagura stated his request with an air of confidence. Oh. Orochimaru paused, momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed Kagura sought critical intelligence or advanced ninjutsu, only to be surprised that he desired his research results instead. This is indeed unexpected. I did not foresee that you would covet such things. Orochimaru scrutinized Kagura. His eyes filled with intrigue. Do you disagree, Mr. Orochimaru? Not at all. I simply find it curious why you are interested in these matters. You do not strike me as a researcher. Orochimaru expressed his perplexity. While I am not a researcher, I assure you that obtaining your findings will not lead me to conduct research akin to yours, Kagura elucidated. And why is that? Orochimaru inquired, still puzzled. In fact, during my time at the root, I perused your information, and I found it rather regrettable. If only you had altered your research direction, perhaps you would not have had to leave the village. Of course, it is also possible that you require extensive experimental data to complete your research. Kagura conveyed a sense of lament. Research direction? Orochimaru was perplexed. He had unwavering faith in his research direction and had never contemplated a change. Indeed, however, if I express this, Mr. Orochimaru, and if you find it beneficial, it may constitute our third transaction, Kagura enigmatically remarked. Very well, Orochimaru responded without hesitation. His curiosity thoroughly piqued at that moment. This is a novel research direction. Allow me to illustrate. Mr. Orochimaru employs the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Each use inflicts a slight damage upon the soul, primarily because the body cannot fully harmonize, and the reincarnated subject's body retains some remnants of the soul, Kagura patiently elucidated. Therefore, to circumvent this predicament, why not utilize your own cells to create a new body, Mr. Orochimaru? Kagura proposed, her gaze fixed intently on him. Create a new body from my own cells? Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated Kagura would suggest such an idea. Indeed, the process would start with localized tissue, followed by limbs and trunk, then essential organs, ultimately aiming to fabricate a body that is an exact replica of yourself. Though the newly created body may not achieve perfect compatibility, the alignment with your soul would undoubtedly be the highest. And there would be no residual soul from the reincarnated subject, she continued. I refer to this technique as cloning, and I have been urging the Root's research personnel to delve into it, although their studies in biological sciences are still insufficient, which is why I seek your research outcomes. Mr. Orochimaru. Cloning? What an exceedingly scientific term. Orochimaru exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to rush to the laboratory for further research. As a professional researcher, he was acutely aware of the monumental significance of the research direction proposed by Kagura. Should it come to fruition, it would herald a significant transformation within the ninja world, and he would become a pioneer in this domain. With that thought, Orochimaru's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and he regarded Kagura with newfound admiration. Itachi observed with a hint of confusion and softly inquired, Senpai, are you also coordinating individuals to explore this? Kagura slightly tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she retorted, Yes, do you not comprehend? Itachi nodded gently, indeed. Kagura turned her attention to Itachi, her expression becoming earnest as she gradually articulated, Consider this. If this research succeeds, those ninjas who lost arms and legs during warfare and missions might have the chance to recover. Itachi was taken aback, never having contemplated the profound implications of the research. Kagura continued, within the ranks of Konoha's ninjas, many have been forced to retire due to injuries resulting in disabilities. However, if they have the opportunity for rehabilitation, even if they cannot fully revert to their pre-injury states, they may still rejoin the ranks of ninjas. Even if they cannot become ninjas again, the recovery from physical disabilities would significantly enhance their quality of life. Now I understand. You have indeed considered the matter thoroughly, Senpai, Itachi remarked sincerely, his admiration for Kagura deepening further. I never anticipated that Kagura-kun would harbor such thoughts. It truly took me by surprise. A cryptic smile graced Orochimaru's face, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, astonishment at Kagura's perspective, coupled with an insatiable curiosity regarding this research. So, Mr. Orochimaru, what do you think of my proposal? Kagura inquired, slightly turning his head to regard Orochimaru. Quite remarkable. Orochimaru unabashedly expressed his admiration. Narrowing his eyes as visions of the cloning technology Kagura described began to take shape in his mind, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surging within him. What is it that Kagura-kun desires this time? Orochimaru's lips curled upward. Mr. Orochimaru, I believe you have joined an organization known as Akatsuki? I wish to acquire intelligence about this group, Kagura stated with a calm demeanor. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of barely perceptible panic flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Kagura would be aware of Akatsuki's existence. This organization lurked in the shadows, operating with utmost secrecy, and the outside world knew little of it. How had Kagura come to learn this? Akatsuki? Is it a collective of ninjas? Itachi inquired, his eyes betraying confusion. Indeed, and all its members are rogue ninjas, predominantly classified as S-rank renegades. The gravity of Orochimaru's words transformed Itachi's expression into one of solemnity. Mr. Orochimaru, initially, I was unaware. However, there is something you may not know, Kagura paused. The masked man has an accomplice named Jubi. Jubi. Orochimaru could not restrain a gasp, his face reflecting shock. Yes, and this Jubi also possesses wood release abilities, though both he and the masked man wield forms of wood release that are not of the advanced variety, Kagura continued. Subsequently, I have been tracking the masked man's whereabouts, but his movements are erratic. All I know is that he has ventured to the land of water. It was during my investigation into Jubi that I stumbled upon Akatsuki and discovered your affiliation with this organization. Unfazed, Kagura spoke, internally anticipating Orochimaru's reaction. What he most wished to witness was Orochimaru stirring up turmoil within Akatsuki, thus thwarting their plans. Very well, I can provide you with intelligence regarding this organization. Orochimaru steadied himself, swiftly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He felt no moral qualms about betraying Akatsuki. To him, it was merely a tool to fulfill his ambitions. Now that Kagura sought something, and he could profit from it, why not seize the opportunity? Having acquired what he desired from Orochimaru, Kagura, accompanied by Itachi, prepared to take their leave. If opportunity permits in the future, I hope to collaborate with you again, Kagura-kun. Orochimaru stated earnestly, his gaze toward Kagura imbued with both admiration and a hint of wariness. Mr. Orochimaru, there will certainly be opportunities ahead, Kagura replied with a smile. With that, the two departed from the clearing, their figures gradually dissipating into the embrace of the night. Is the senior intending for Orochimaru to deal with the masked man? Itachi quietly inquired. Yes, and that organization must be monitored closely. It is bound to incite great chaos in the future, Kagura said with a serious expression. Is the intelligence provided by Orochimaru genuine? Itachi furrowed his brow, harboring lingering doubts about Orochimaru's words. There are fundamentally no issues, given Orochimaru's nature. It is only a matter of time before he departs from that organization, making his betrayal of them entirely plausible, Kagura asserted confidently. By the way, upon our return, we must pay a visit to the land of water, Kagura suddenly proclaimed, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. Absolutely, Itachi responded without hesitation. In the Hokage building of Konohagakure, Kagura entered to find the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo present. Gathering his thoughts, Kagura reported in a clear and organized manner. Although we did not capture Orochimaru during this mission, we have gleaned information about a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki, primarily composed of S-rank rogue ninjas. He paused momentarily, his tone growing grave. I suspect that the man in the mask may be among them. Even if he is not currently present, it is highly likely he will join in the future. The third Hokage rose slowly, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back, an expression of concern etched on his face. He fully understood the terrifying nature of S-rank rogue ninjas. Take, for instance, the two S-rank rogue ninjas from Konohagakure. Orochimaru, once his cherished disciple, now conducts inhumane experiments, causing countless comrades to suffer grievously. While the masked man orchestrates a series of behind-the-scenes manipulations, with the Ninetales incident and the Dragon Vein incident leading to devastating consequences for the village, shattering innumerable families and turning that night into a nightmare of blood and flames. If a gathering of such perilous rogue ninjas were to amalgamate, the future of Konohagakure would indeed be worrisome. After a prolonged contemplation, the third Hokage turned to Kagura and commanded, Kagura, I entrust you with the task of further investigating the Akatsuki organization. Consider this as your promotion exam to become a Jonin. If you can procure sufficiently valuable intelligence, I shall promote you. Kagura readily agreed, assuring that he would exert every effort to gather information. After all, he was already well acquainted with the members of Akatsuki and could easily report valuable intelligence periodically, making his promotion a mere formality. Moreover, due to the third Hokage's emphasis on the Akatsuki, he permitted Kagura to leave the village at will to undertake missions and select his own companions, thus providing him with considerable convenience. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Kagura strolled through the streets of Konohagakure, contemplating, for now, I shall hold off on the intelligence regarding Nagato and Konin until I meet with Jiraiya. As for Tobi's information, aside from his name, I have already disclosed everything during the previous Jonin meeting. Currently, the members of Akatsuki include Zetsu, Kakuzu, and Sasori of the Red Sand, along with an individual named Haiden, while Kisame, Deidara, and Haiden have yet to join. As for Itachi, with my guidance and the Uchiha clan's survival, he is unlikely to defect. Thus, he concluded that he only needed to relay the intelligence on Zetsu, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Haiden to the third Hokage. Upon returning to the route, Kagura began to compile the intelligence on the rogue ninjas from the west. The details on Zetsu were particularly intricate, highlighting his proficiency in wood release, shadow clones, stealth, and surprise attacks. Kagura made a special notation under the section regarding his expertise in surprise attacks. He then meticulously documented the abilities and jutsu of Kakuzu and Sasori. Once he completed the compilation of intelligence, Kagura sought out Yakushi Nono, who was engrossed in studying a medical book in the medical room. Upon seeing Kagura enter, she rose to greet him. Kagura handed over the biological science and medical research findings obtained from Orochimaru to Yanoyu, the most skilled healer among her teammates, entrusting her with the task of studying them. As Kabuto and Yuki's abilities steadily increased, Kagura ceased sending Yanoyu on missions. She established a dedicated research laboratory within the roots, acquiring a variety of instruments and equipment to allow Yanoyu to immerse herself in the study of medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Kagura maintained strict expectations for Kabuto and Yuki, urging them to train diligently and swiftly master all aspects of ninja skills to enhance their capabilities. Moreover, Kabuto and Yuki frequently visited the research lab to learn medical ninjutsu under Yanoyu's guidance. After completing tasks and training, Kagura would grant them time for leisure, albeit with repeated reminders to remain discreet from outsiders. Initially, Yanoyu and Kabuto were concerned that Kagura would disapprove of their relationship. However, after one mission, Kagura suggested they visit an orphanage. It was then they realized that Kagura was already aware of everything, which alleviated their worries. Subsequently, they often returned to the orphanage to provide assistance and care for the children. Yuki frequently helped Kagura organize intelligence and arrange tasks, humbly seeking Kagura's advice whenever confronted with perplexing ninjutsu issues. Kagura patiently answered her questions, guiding her through hand seals and chakra control. Under Kagura's meticulous mentorship, Yuki's abilities steadily advanced. As for Corinne, being quite young, she was deemed unsuitable to remain at the roots, so Kagura arranged for her to temporarily reside at the orphanage. Eager to learn, Corinne quickly mastered the basics of chakra refinement and displayed a remarkable aptitude for medical ninjutsu. Upon receiving the research findings from Kagura, Yanoyu dove into the laboratory. She grasped medical concepts swiftly, adeptly applying various new treatment methods. However, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the complexities of biological science. In contrast, Kabuto excelled in this realm, perceiving intricate cellular structures and energy conversion principles as a clear and vivid tapestry. Observing this, Kagura established another research facility and procured specialized equipment for Kabuto to focus on his studies. Additionally, she distributed her meticulously crafted elixirs to the three of them. After consumption, they distinctly felt an invigorating surge of chakra within, significantly enhancing their vitality, particularly Yuki, whose improvement was most pronounced. Both her physical energy and Suiton ninjutsu experienced a remarkable transformation, akin to Kagura's astonishing changes following the transplantation of Hashirama cells, a leap from quantitative to qualitative enhancement. This transformative boost led Kagura to speculate that Yuki might possess the bloodline of the Senju clan. With this uncertainty in mind, Kagura sought an opportunity to inquire about it privately with Yuki. However, Yuki was unable to ascertain whether she indeed bore the Senju bloodline. It was known that a portion of the Senju bloodline had merged with the common families of Konoha, resulting in the loss of their surname over time. Given the passage of years, verifying Yuki's lineage proved to be a challenging endeavor. Nonetheless, after taking the elixir, the effects manifested remarkably, far surpassing those of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, her proficiency in water techniques and medical ninjutsu intertwines with various signs, subtly suggesting that she may indeed possess the bloodline of the Senju clan. Kagura gazed at the secret elixir in her hand, fully aware that this potent formula, which had already demonstrated extraordinary effects, still harbored untapped potential. The creation of this elixir was remarkably straightforward, derived from extracting the energy of Hashirama's cells from White Zetsu's body and blending it with the essence of the Greer stone. Although its immediate consumption had enhanced the strength of all participants, Kagura aspired to amplify its efficacy further. Thus, she summoned Nanakayu, Kabuto, and Yuki to engage in research, exploring the addition of suitable medicinal herbs to enhance its effects. Given Yuki's significant strength increase after consuming the elixir, Kagura appointed her to lead the research, providing her with a dedicated laboratory. Within this research team, responsibilities were clearly delineated. Nanakayu conducted medical studies leveraging her exceptional skills. Kabuto focused on biology, delving into cellular and genetic research, and Yuki primarily investigated the enhancement of the elixir's effects. As for Kagura, she was chiefly responsible for supplying raw materials and financial backing. Following the attack on Konoha orchestrated by the masked man using the dragon vein, tracing his whereabouts became the most pressing task for Konoha. The Umbu ninjas tirelessly scoured day and night, while intelligence operatives scoured the west for clues. The entire village was on high alert, resolutely determined to apprehend the mastermind behind the chaos. Yet, as Konoha's pursuers crossed into the land of water, the masked man's trail vanished as if swallowed by the ocean, leaving no trace behind. After careful consideration, the third Hokage resolved to dispatch an elite team to the land of water to gather intelligence, ensuring that no detail went unnoticed. Simultaneously, he sent word to Kagura, urging her to join this vital pursuit. Upon receiving the summons, Kagura hurried to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, she found the familiar figures of Kakashi and Might Guy already awaiting her presence. The third Hokage's expression was grave as he surveyed the group and spoke slowly. Kagura, you will join Kakashi's team and venture to the land of water to investigate the masked man's whereabouts. Kagura responded resolutely, understood. Lord Third, I recommend Uchiha Itachi accompany us. His extraordinary prowess will undoubtedly aid our efforts. The third Hokage pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. Soon, the designated personnel gathered at the specified location as arranged. Observing Kakashi and Guy without their masks, Kagura felt a wave of curiosity wash over her and inquired, "Isn't this mission supposed to be covert?" Kakashi patiently elucidated, "Indeed. This time the Hokage is engaging in friendly diplomatic discussions with the Mist Village, so we need not operate in secrecy. This arrangement allows us to pursue the masked man without the risk of unnecessary interruptions, facilitating our operations significantly." Realization dawned on Kagura as she removed her mask, stating, "So, we are ostensibly collaborating with the Mist while secretly tracing the rogue ninja's movements, correct?" Itachi followed suit, removing his mask and nodding in agreement. Kakashi looked at Kagura and sternly cautioned, "I am the captain of this mission, so make sure to stay composed." Kagura responded nonchalantly, "Yes, yes." His dismissive demeanor left Kakashi feeling quite exasperated. Once everything was arranged, Kakashi's expression turned serious as he declared, "All right, everyone is aware of the task at hand. Teamwork is crucial, and it is imperative that we cooperate with one another. Now, please share your respective strengths so that I can devise a plan tailored to each of your abilities." With that, Kakashi spoke first. "I shall go first. I excel in lightning release ninjutsu and possess considerable proficiency in earth and water release techniques." Kai, brimming with confidence, raised his thumb and exclaimed, "My specialty lies in taijutsu." Kagura then added, "Currently, I am skilled in water release and swordsmanship." Itachi succinctly stated, "Fire release and jinjutsu." After listening, Kakashi began to contemplate and meticulously strategize based on their abilities. Suddenly, he noticed Kagura's phrase "currently skilled," and a seed of doubt sprouted within him. Was this boy being deliberate? Furthermore, his taijutsu is not lacking. Why did he not mention it? Kakashi fixated his gaze on Kagura with his right eye, which was barely visible beneath his mask. Upon sensing this, Kagura instinctively turned his head away, unwilling to meet Kakashi's eyes, which only served to infuriate Kakashi further. Hidden Mist Village, situated deep within the mountains of the water country to the east, is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, creating an impenetrable barrier that isolates the village from the outside world. Surrounded by towering mountains to the west, the village occupies a strategically advantageous position, akin to a mysterious island. What is known to the Leaf Village is that the Hidden Mist Village employs a blood mist policy, ruthlessly slaughtering those with bloodline limits, rife with internal strife. After several arduous days of travel, enduring the elements, Kagura and his companions finally entered the territory of the water country. Here, the unique geographical landscape dictated that boats were the primary mode of transportation. The Hidden Mist Village maintains stringent control over all vessels, subjecting each one to rigorous inspections and cumbersome procedures. Were it not for the prior arrangements made by the third Hokage with the higher-ups of the mist, it would have been nearly impossible for Kagura and his team to pass through smoothly. However, this seemingly seamless arrangement was fraught with suspicion. It must be noted that the current Mizukage, Kagayashira, was now under the control of Obito, a puppet. How could one truly agree to foster amicable relations with the Leaf Village? Kagura felt a vague sense of unease but could not articulate it, so he remained vigilant, keenly observing every movement around him. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Hidden Mist Village, Kakashi met with the village's liaison. The liaison, with an icy demeanor, briefly outlined the next steps and scheduled a meeting 3 days hence for Kakashi and his team to enter the village as emissaries of the Leaf to meet with the Mizukage. For the time being, Kagura and his companions settled in a nearby town and took turns patrolling for safety. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Hidden Mist Village, within a dark chamber, a pair of blood-red Sharingans slowly opened, their cold light flickering in the shadows. Obito gazed at Kagayashira, who appeared dazed and expressionless, and asked softly, "The emissaries from the Leaf Village, are they?" The expressionless figure of Kurigane Yatsukura answered dully, "Yes, there are a total of 4 from the west. The captain is Kakashi Hatake, and the other 3 are Itachi Uchiha, Might Guy, and Kagura." "Kakashi, huh?" Obito fell silent for a moment. "Kagura?" To his astonishment, that person was still alive. Obito recalled witnessing Kagura leap off the cliff, a drop into an abyss that seemed to lead to the Earth's core. Survival was utterly impossible. He had even sent White Zetsu down to search, but after a prolonged search, nothing was found. Eventually, he abandoned the search, not wishing to waste more time. To his surprise, Kagura had somehow escaped. It appeared he had employed some extraordinary means to survive. Obito's gaze then fixated on the name of Itachi Uchiha. Among the Leaf's envoy, Itachi was the one he feared most. Itachi had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Obito was well aware of the potency of his ocular techniques. While his own abilities were known to Itachi, weighing the circumstances, Obito decided against making a personal appearance this time. He instructed Kurigane Yatsukura in a low voice, "You will lead the team to encircle and eliminate the Leaf's envoy, especially Itachi Uchiha. He must be killed." Kurigane Yatsukura numbly agreed and turned to make arrangements. However, deep within his consciousness, he was overwhelmed with anxiety and turmoil. He understood that if they were to ambush the Leaf's envoy, it could very well provoke a war between the Leaf and the Mist. As the Mizukage, he did not fear war, but he was unwilling to see the innocent suffer due to the machinations of the masked man. Yet, under the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt like a puppet bound tightly by strings, unable to defy the will of the caster, and could only comply reluctantly. Soon, he issued orders to the Mist Ninjas. In 3 days, when the Leaf's envoy arrives at the Mist Village, immediately surround and eliminate them, especially Itachi Uchiha. He must be killed. Although the Mist Ninjas were unaware of the reasons behind this command, they complied, for it came from the Hokage of the West and involved the elimination of Leaf Ninjas. However, a few astute Mist Ninjas began to sense something amiss, namely Terumi Mei and Ao. Terumi Mei, with her courageous demeanor and sharp intellect, frowned as she examined the orders in her hands. She remarked to Ao, "Attacking while the Leaf envoy is here to negotiate is utterly foolish. Not only will it tarnish the reputation of the Mist, but it could also very likely ignite a war. We cannot afford such turmoil." Ao nodded in agreement, concern evident in his gaze. There must be some underlying scheme. The Hokage of the West has always been composed. How could he make such an impulsive decision? We must find a way to stop this. Since Kurigane Yatsukura assumed office, he had brazenly initiated a terrifying policy of blood mist. In no time, The entire Mist Village was engulfed in a storm of blood and carnage. Those possessing bloodline limits, which should have been the village's invaluable resources, were mercilessly slaughtered. The chilling cries of despair echoed through the streets of Mist Village, shattering countless families. Simultaneously, the ninjas, unable to endure the oppressive rule, began to defect, causing widespread panic and the collapse of order within the village. The former prosperity and tranquility had vanished, leaving only chaos in its wake. In a state of acute anxiety, Terumi May understood that if this matter were not resolved judiciously, the hidden Mist Village would inevitably plunge into an abyss from which there could be no return. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek the counsel of the elder, Yuan Shi, hoping that his esteemed reputation and influence could help to rectify the tumultuous situation. Yuan Shi's abode lay concealed deep within the village, nestled in a tranquil and profound western corner, suffused with the essence of time's passage. As Terumi May stepped into the dimly lit chamber, a delicate scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Yuan Shi sat composedly upon an ancient wooden chair, his demeanor serene. Terumi May offered a slight bow, respectfully acknowledging his presence. She then proceeded to articulate her grave concerns with clarity, the peculiar behavior of the water shadow from the west, and the dire consequences that might ensue from an impending attack on the Leaf Village's envoy. Her words were earnest, her eyes brimming with worry and urgency, each syllable laden with the gravity of the precarious state of the hidden Mist Village. Yuan Shi listened quietly, his brow furrowing slightly as he entered a brief reverie. Although he too harbored doubts about the recent actions of the Western Water Shadow, he recognized the influence of Kakazu Shikura, who had ascended to the position of Water Shadow, believing him to possess his own considerations and not to act rashly. Yuan Shi finally spoke, his voice deep and steady. Kakashi Hitaki is an elite ninja of the Leaf. His prowess cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, Itachi Uchiha is a rare genius of the Uchiha clan, rumored to have awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Such power, if allowed to mature, could indeed pose a significant threat to the hidden mist. Perhaps the Water Shadow is contemplating the village's future, seeking to eliminate them preemptively. Terumi May nodded slightly. While Yuan Shi's reasoning held merit, her anxiety remained unabated. Her expression grew grave, her tone resolute. However, such actions could very well instigate a war between the hidden mist and the Leaf. Once war erupts, it is the common folk of both nations who will suffer, and the hidden Mist Village will find itself in dire jeopardy. Moreover, an assassination of envoys in such a diplomatic context would tarnish our village's reputation, isolating us within the ninja world. Yuan Shi chuckled softly, a hint of confidence and understanding of the situation evident in his laughter. The current predicament of the Leaf is far from optimistic. They must contend with the watchful eyes of the Sand Village and remain wary of the Cloud Village's covert provocations. While the Rock Village lurks nearby, biding its time, the Leaf is currently stretched thin and lacks the capacity to trouble us at this juncture. As for the third Hokage, he has always been cautious and, under these circumstances, would not dare to act against the Hidden Mist lightly. Though Yuan Shi had long remained in the confines of the Hidden Mist Village, his extensive experience and keen political insight rendered him acutely aware of the dynamics within the ninja world, and he was well acquainted with the third Hokage's modus operandi. Terumi May wished to press further, hoping Yuan Shi would intervene to avert this crisis. Very well, let it be so, Yuan Shi declared, his tone imbued with an unassailable resolve. You two shall lead a team to assist from the shadows. It is imperative that our actions proceed smoothly. Zhao Meiming was filled with a sense of helplessness, yet dared not defy the command of the Master Yuan, and could only respond softly, yes. With a heavy heart, she departed from the Master Yuan's abode, and upon stepping outside, she beheld Qing anxiously waiting at the door. As soon as Qing saw her emerge, he hurried forward and inquired with concern, what did the Master Elder say? Zhao Meiming let out a gentle sigh, her voice tinged with weariness and disappointment. He has ordered me to lead a team to cooperate with the actions of the Western faction. How could this be? Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. This is far too perilous. If it incites war, the mist-hidden village cannot withstand it. Zhao Meiming explained helplessly. The master believes that the Western faction's opportunity to eliminate Kakashi Hitaki and Itachi Uchiha presents a viable solution to eliminate potential threats. But we cannot act in such a diplomatic context. This would simply tarnish our reputation. Qing's emotions flared as he clenched his hands unconsciously. I conveyed the same sentiment to the master, yet he believes that Konoha is currently restrained by Sunagakure and Kumogakure, making an attack on the mist-hidden village improbable in the near term. Zhao Meiming replied with a wry smile and a shake of her head. Alas! Qing sighed heavily, his heart brimming with helplessness and concern. Should we not inform the Konoha ninjas? Let them be on guard. Zhao Meiming hesitated briefly before quietly asking. Absolutely not. Qing hastily waved his hands, his expression tense. If we are discovered, we would be branded as traitors to the mist-hidden village. A charge far too grave for us to bear. What then? Are we to merely watch as events unfold? Zhao Meiming's eyes were filled with confusion and despair. We can only act as the situation dictates. Qing furrowed his brow, his face somber. Let us take it one step at a time and hope matters do not descend into the worst possible outcome. Kakashi and the others were in a state of anxious anticipation. In 3 days, they would meet with the Mizukage, a meeting of great significance. During this interval of waiting, Kimura harbored his own plans. He sought an opportune moment to quietly depart from the group, preparing to test his newly created clone. Finding a tranquil spot, Kimura stood still, swiftly forming hand seals, and summoned a clone before him. This new clone was exceptional. Kimura had high hopes for it. Unlike conventional clones, it possessed astonishing characteristics. Even when damaged, it would not simply vanish. Recalling the previous experience of having a clone manipulate the dragon vein, Kimura had left a kaleidoscopic ocular technique imprint upon this clone. At a critical moment, he could activate the ocular technique and escape into the mysterious space of Yueying. The Yueying space was enigmatic and peculiar, unable to contain living beings. However, a clone could enter it since it was fundamentally a collection of chakra. This aspect could mimic Obito's use of Kamui to enter the Kamui space. In this way, he could vanish before the eyes of the Konoha crowd while shifting all responsibility onto Obito. Perfect. The creation of this new clone required considerable effort from Kimura. He utilized the existing clone as a foundation, combining it with the versatile material known as White Zetsu. White Zetsu possessed unique abilities, exhibiting strong adaptability and malleability while enhancing overall capabilities. Then, Kagura deftly maneuvered Susanoo, wielding the black furnace, and placed all the materials within, igniting a meticulously crafted golden flame. This marked Kagura's audacious inaugural attempt. Upon the successful birth of the new clone, Kagura conducted a test of its abilities, resulting in great satisfaction. This clone not only possessed Kagura's consciousness, enabling it to act autonomously, but also inherited formidable powers. In addition to wielding would-release ninjutsu, it seamlessly integrated various abilities of Black Zetsu, nearly matching the prowess of the numerous Black Zetsu, particularly that of Obito. Observing this clone, Kagura felt a profound sense of contentment. He commanded the clone to assume the appearance of Black Zetsu and instructed it to utilize the technique of Mayfly to infiltrate the hidden mist village for intelligence gathering. The clone complied, swiftly vanishing underground, racing towards the direction of the hidden mist village. Before long, Kagura's clone successfully infiltrated the subterranean realm of the hidden mist village. The underground of the hidden mist resembled an intricate maze, dark and damp, with occasional droplets echoing a crisp sound. The clone advanced cautiously and, in a secluded corner, it stealthily peeked out to observe the activities above. It saw the villagers in a state of heightened alertness, every ninja fully armed. The atmosphere taut as a tightly pulled string, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Witnessing this scene, the clone mused that the reception of an envoy should not be so fraught with tension. Something was amiss. Harboring this doubt, the clone delved deeper into the underground, navigating further into the heart of the hidden mist village. The clone meandered through the subterranean passages, utilizing its keen spatial awareness and innate abilities to progress with difficulty. At long last, after a thorough search, it discovered an exit. Silently, it crept inside, adhering to the wall with graceful and cautious movements. Time passed, and the clone stumbled upon a hidden chamber. As it approached, the sight within caused it to pause in astonishment. The chamber housed the scroll repository of the hidden mist village, filled to the brim with scrolls, each one a testament to the village's wisdom and legacy, chronicling various powerful ninjutsu. Upon witnessing this, the clone's immediate impulse was to seize all the scrolls and abscond with them. However, the clone swiftly recognized a predicament. It had not left a Mangekyo Sharingan imprint on this particular clone beforehand, which would have allowed for the effortless transport of the scrolls into the Kun space. Furthermore, Attempting to carry away all these scrolls would require considerable time, during which the risk of detection loomed large. Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, while it might go unnoticed by others, was likely to be sensed by Obito. If discovered prematurely, complications would ensue. After careful contemplation, the clone resolved to forego this endeavor, anticipating a more opportune moment. Indeed, the meeting with the Mizukage in 3 days would surely create a significant stir. At that time, returning for the scrolls might prove far more advantageous. The clone meticulously circled the scroll repository, firmly imprinting the layout and environment in its memory, preparing to return and report back to Kagura. Just as it turned to depart, suddenly, the doppelganger felt a gentle tap on its right shoulder. At that moment, a voice inquired from behind, "What are you doing?" Instinctively, its pupils dilated, and the surroundings seemed to plunge into darkness. Although this doppelganger was meticulously crafted by Kagura and lacked the physiological responses of a normal body, it possessed genuine consciousness. Uncertain whether it could sweat or if its heart would beat, its mind began to race. It thought, since the other party had yet to launch an attack, there might still be room for maneuvering. Perhaps it was best to first ascertain who it was. The doppelganger's body stiffened as it slowly turned around to look back, revealing a white figure with green hair and yellow eyes, grinning foolishly at it. The doppelganger quickly regained its composure and replied, "I was just taking a stroll." The white figure nodded and said, "Oh, just be careful not to wander too far. I saw you come from the scroll room. It's best to avoid that area for now, as it might alert the mist-hidden ninja and jeopardize Obito's plan." The doppelganger, following the white figure's lead, inquired, "All right. When can we move those scrolls?" The white figure pondered for a moment before answering, "Well, we probably have to wait until Obito's plan is completed." The doppelganger feigned a sense of frustration, saying, "Okay, but I wonder how much longer we have to stay here?" The white figure responded, seemingly resonating with the sentiment. "Do you also find it tedious to be here?" The doppelganger concurred, "Indeed, I wish to return sooner." The white figure nodded, "I feel the same way." Contemplating the white figure's apparent lack of intelligence, the doppelganger considered how to cleverly manipulate it, perhaps luring it outside. "I wonder what Zetsu is up to now?" The doppelganger continued. "Zetsu should still be at the base. Obito hasn't brought him here," the white figure replied. "What a pity. It would be so much more interesting if Zetsu were here," the doppelganger lamented. "Indeed, if Zetsu were present, we wouldn't be so bored," the white figure agreed. Thus, as the doppelganger conversed with the white figure, it led them using the technique of mayfly toward the outskirts of the hidden mist village. The white figure, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going?" The doppelganger replied with a serious expression, "I've discovered a secret." The white figure's curiosity was piqued, and it asked, "A secret? What kind of secret?" The doppelganger cryptically responded, "Curiosity killed the cat." Before the white figure could react, confusedly asking, "What cat?" a shadowy figure appeared like a specter. It was Kagura. With one hand, he seized the white figure by the neck, and before it could respond, he swiftly executed a sealing technique, binding the white figure and casting it into the ethereal space. During that prolonged and anxious wait, Kakashi and his companions keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding them. A gentle breeze brushed by, carrying a hint of chill that stirred an inexplicable unease within their hearts. They felt that something was amiss in the hidden mist village. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, furrowed his brow slightly. "Is there something wrong?" Guy scratched his head, perplexed, his eyes wide as he tried to capture that strange aura, yet found nothing amiss. The air was thick with an ominous atmosphere, a palpable sense of foreboding. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, emanating an aura of calm and composure. His perceptive abilities extraordinarily acute. Indeed, if this were merely a cordial discussion for collaboration, the ambience would not be so tense and stifling. Kakashi seized the opportunity to speak, his gaze growing increasingly profound. "We must prepare for the worst," he advised. Kagura's expression turned somber as she slightly pressed her lips together. "Kagura, have you unearthed something?" Kakashi fixed his intense gaze upon her. "I employed a secret technique to summon a shadow clone and stealthily infiltrated the hidden mist village for reconnaissance," Kagura stated calmly and unhurriedly. "Hey, don't act recklessly. If you're discovered, it could spell disaster," Kakashi exclaimed, his voice rising involuntarily, filled with concern and urgency. "I am aware of what I am doing. I merely took precautions." Kagura waved her hand dismissively. "So what exactly have you discovered?" Kakashi pressed further. "The hidden mist village is amassing a considerable number of ninjas. Judging by the commotion, It seems they are preparing to ambush someone, Kagura replied, her brow furrowed in contemplation. An ambush? Who are they targeting? Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. It is likely aimed at me, as I am a disciple of Danzo-sama. They might wish to capture me to coerce and threaten him. I shall not allow them to succeed. Kagura clenched her fists, her face etched with rage. Now it makes sense. No wonder the atmosphere is so tense, Guy realized, nodding vigorously, his previous confusion dissipating. Hey, don't jump to conclusions so hastily. Kakashi shook his head with a resigned expression, silently contemplating that if the hidden mist village truly sought to target them, their primary focus would likely be on himself and Itachi, given their formidable reputations in the ninja world. I have also captured a prisoner, Kagura suddenly interjected, as if recalling something. What? You actually captured a hidden mist ninja? That is exceedingly perilous. Kakashi's heart tightened. No, it is not a hidden mist ninja. It is someone else, and I suspect he may very well be an accomplice of the rogue ninja, Kagura quickly clarified, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Where is he? Let us see him at once. The group perked up at her words. First, we must set up a barrier around the area. This individual is quite adept at escaping, and we cannot allow him to get away. Kagura's demeanor turned vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings. Very well. Kakashi and Itachi exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Both were exceptional ninjas, seasoned in such matters, and swiftly began to establish the barrier. Meanwhile, Guy, who had never participated in the umbu, felt at a loss, anxiously watching from the sidelines, occasionally casting envious glances. Once the barrier was established, Kagura released white zetsu from the prepared sealing scroll. In an instant, a cloud of smoke billowed forth, and white zetsu's peculiar form gradually materialized. The moment white zetsu appeared, he found himself encircled by the three. Guy, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forward, pointing at white zetsu and exclaiming, "Is this the guy? He certainly looks quite strange." The individual referred to as Baiju demands our utmost caution. Ensure he does not make contact with the ground, for he excels at burrowing underground. Kagura's expression turned grave, imbued with an unmistakable warning. No sooner had the words left his lips than Baiju seemed to sense impending danger, abruptly plunging downward in an attempt to escape beneath the surface. However, his movements were no match for Kai, who swiftly darted forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent Baiju hurtling away, subsequently pinning him firmly against the sealing scroll. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Baiju shrieked in terror. Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely who we are. Spare me your charades. Kagura's cold gaze bore into Baiju. How dare you impersonate my comrade? What is your true objective? Baiju roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why would I divulge that information to you? Furthermore, you are in captivity now. If you wish to avoid death, you must promptly disclose everything you know about the masked man. Do not dare to refuse. Kagura stepped forward, exuding an intimidating presence. Humph. You shall not pry it from me. I would rather die than speak. Baiju retorted defiantly. Do you presume I am unaware of your circumstances? The masked man is currently in the hidden mist village, is he not? He plans to ambush us as soon as we approach the Mizukage, correct? Kagura's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Baiju as he continued to interrogate him. And no, that is not true. He is not here. In his flustered state. Baiju inadvertently let slip a crucial detail, and the moment the words escaped him, he realized he had been ensnared. What did you just say? Who? Kakashi surged forward as if jolted by an electric shock, gripping Baiju's shoulders tightly, his eyes wide with shock and urgency. Baiju stared at Kakashi in horror, regret coursing through him. He dared not hesitate any longer. With a sudden twist of his neck, he took his own life. Hey, speak clearly. Kakashi shouted frantically, shaking Baiju. He is dead. Stop shaking him. He has already drawn his last breath. Kagura sighed in resignation, stepping forward to examine Baiju's condition, confirming he had indeed passed away. Did any of you hear who he mentioned? Kakashi seemed to regain his composure, recognizing his earlier lapse in behavior. I believe he said something about Obito, though I am not entirely sure. Kai scratched his head, uncertainty etched on his face. Yes, that's right. Kakashi's expression shifted as Itachi suddenly appeared to recall something, hesitating to speak further. What is it, Itachi? Have you made a discovery? Kakashi inquired, puzzled by Itachi's demeanor. It is nothing. Itachi shook his head, suspecting he might have merely misinterpreted the situation. Yet, his cautious nature compelled him to seek confirmation discreetly. Kagura cast a glance at Itachi, silently impressed. During their previous encounter with Obito, he had shattered half of Obito's mask, which Itachi undoubtedly witnessed. Coupling that with the current interrogation, it appeared that Itachi had indeed taken note of it. What a meticulous individual he is. Kagura sighed in resignation, sealing Baiju's lifeless form back into the scroll, contemplating silently. Alas, to possess knowledge of so many matters yet remain silent is truly exhausting. Kakashi, what shall we do next? Even the ever-optimistic guy sensed the insidious plot of the hidden mist village, his countenance turning grave. From that moment on, everyone remained on high alert, particularly as they approached the village, where complacency could prove perilous. Kakashi took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. As the leader, he bore a heavier burden of responsibility. Now that we are aware of the hidden mist conspiracy, can we retreat? It would be far too dangerous to proceed recklessly. Itachi remarked with a cautious expression, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes brimming with concern. Regrettably, we cannot. This mission represents a peace negotiation between Konoha and the hidden mist. If we, as emissaries, abandon our post prematurely, it could jeopardize the talks and provide the hidden mist with a pretext to target Konoha, Kagura explained to Kakashi. Indeed, Kagura speaks truth. Our only course of action is to enter the hidden mist village. Everyone must remain vigilant. We cannot fall into their trap, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. His expression resolute. Understood. The three responded in unison. I will immediately send word back to the third Hokage, informing him of our situation so he may prepare accordingly. Kakashi's demeanor was serious as he swiftly penned a confidential message, worry and unease evident in his gaze. The night enveloped the world like a vast, dark satin cloak, softly shrouding everything beneath it, save for the distant stars that twinkled in the sky, casting a faint glow. The people of Konoha temporarily settled at their encampment outside the hidden mist village. The seemingly tranquil night belied the undercurrents of tension. Itachi, solitary and stealthy, sought out Might Guy and engaged him in hushed conversation for an extended duration. Once their exchange concluded, Itachi made no delay, turning toward Kagura's quarters. His thoughts raced, various clues and images flashing through his mind. Upon reaching Kagura's door, he raised his hand to gently knock, his voice low yet clear. Senpai, it is I, Itachi. The door opened slowly, and Kagura inquired, Itachi, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something urgent? Itachi stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him, and lowered his voice, saying, Senpai, I have uncovered something of utmost significance. Kagura's heart stirred, though his exterior remained composed, and he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Such an air of mystery. I suspect that the masked man, the rogue ninja we have been pursuing, is likely the same individual previously presumed dead, Uchiha Obito, Itachi declared with a deep and steadfast tone. Oh, Uchiha Obito? Who might he be? Kagura feigned confusion, yet a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation glimmered in his eyes. He mused inwardly. Well done, Itachi. Just as I expected of you. Uchiha Obito had once been a comrade of Kakashi, fighting alongside him as a teammate. He was a valiant warrior who sacrificed himself during the Third Great Ninja War to protect his allies. Itachi continued, his voice measured. Given that he has been declared deceased, why do you suspect him of being a rogue ninja? Kagura pressed further. That is something I just inquired of Gai Senpai. Itachi paused, his expression growing graver. When Obito fell in battle, his body was never recovered. In such chaotic circumstances, it is not uncommon for remains to go missing. However, in hindsight, it raises numerous questions. So, you suspect that Obito may not have perished after all? Kagura probed. Precisely. Itachi nodded slightly and continued. On that day when you shattered half of that rogue ninja's mask, I began my discreet investigation. I reasoned that since this rogue ninja hailed from the Uchiha clan, there might be clues to be found in the portraits. Initially, I only examined the images of the living clan members, but found nothing. Later, I turned my attention to the portraits of those who had passed away. Itachi fell into contemplation. In hindsight, comparing the half-exposed face with the portrait of Obito from his youth, despite the difference in age, the contours of their brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance. Coupled with the fact that Obito's body has yet to be discovered, I increasingly suspect that this rogue ninja could very well be Obito. Listening to Itachi's analysis, Kagura felt a surge of satisfaction within, though her demeanor remained calm. Your reasoning is quite sound. Have you discussed this with Kakashi? As Obito's former teammate, he might offer further insights. I cannot be 100% certain yet, Itachi replied, gently shaking his head, his expression reflecting concern. At this crucial moment, mentioning this to Kakashi would only distract him. Indeed, Kagura agreed earnestly, her tone laced with caution. Let us remain vigilant and gather more evidence until the truth is revealed. We must not alarm the snake. Understood. Itachi responded resolutely. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Kakashi's team, under layers of guidance, stepped into the territory of the hidden Mist Village. Although Mist Ninjas led the way, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them like an invisible net. Kakashi's expression was stern as he subtly signaled to his companions to exercise utmost caution and remain alert to their surroundings. Before long, the group arrived at the core of the village, in front of the imposing Mizukage Tower. The tower stood majestically upon a grand arch bridge, shrouded in thick mist that swirled around, casting a mysterious and eerie veil over the structure. As Kakashi and his team prepared to enter the Mizukage Tower, a lithe mist ninja appeared like a specter, blocking their path with an outstretched arm. Wait. If you wish to meet the Mizukage, you must surrender all your weapons. What? Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. This is merely a precaution to ensure the safety of the Mizukage, another mist ninja remarked coldly, arms crossed. Kakashi found himself in a dilemma. Reason dictated that surrendering their weapons to meet the Mizukage adhered to protocol, yet an instinctive alarm rang in his mind, alerting him to the undercurrents in the hidden mist village. If they relinquished their weapons, they would become helpless prey should the situation turn awry. As Kakashi hesitated, Kagura stepped forward confidently and declared, "We are envoys from Konoha. While we are willing to comply with your request to surrender our weapons for an audience with the Mizukage, it is rather discourteous that we have journeyed so far only for your Mizukage to remain absent. Is this not a breach of hospitality?" The words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the very limits of the mist ninja's patience. "You scoundrel, what are you saying? How dare you disrespect Lord Mizukage? Expel these leaf ninjas at once. Their insolence towards Lord Mizukage deserves immediate execution." In an instant, the mist ninjas glared fiercely, hurling insults at the visitors from the leaf. Just as Kakashi was about to intervene and ease the tension, Kagura subtly leaned closer, lowering her voice. "We cannot go in." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Kagura had sensed something amiss. Taking a deep breath, Kagura continued. "We have come to the mist not only to engage in peaceful and friendly discussions, but also to deliver an urgent message. The rogue ninja who has repeatedly attacked the leaf has secretly infiltrated your village and is plotting an assault on the mist." "What? Do not spout nonsense." A burly mist ninja erupted in fury, his voice booming. Whether I speak falsehoods or not, you may inquire with your Lord Mizukage." Kagura raised her chin defiantly. "What do you mean by that?" Another mist ninja stepped forward, his face a mask of confusion. "It is quite simple. Your Mizukage has likely already been attacked by the rogue ninja, which is why he cannot emerge." Kagura's words landed like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the ranks of the mist ninjas. "How could this be? Our Lord Mizukage cannot possibly be attacked. He wields the power of the three tails." The mist ninjas erupted into chaos, voices overlapping in disbelief and outrage. Some were convinced that Kagura was merely fabricating tales, while others, consumed by fury, clamored for her immediate execution. However, a few among them wore expressions of alarm, whispering that their Mizukage had indeed not been seen for quite some time. Seeing the confusion spread among the mist ninjas, Kagura seized the opportunity to declare loudly, "We are the envoys from the leaf. You must provide a definitive answer. Is your Mizukage still present?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. The mist ninjas exchanged glances, some appearing shocked and at a loss, while others feigned calmness, though their eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Just moments ago, the ninjas who had been so vehemently demanding Kagura's execution now fell silent, their faces alternating between shades of green and white. Those who had firmly believed in the invincible might of their Mizukage began to falter, their eyes filled with doubt and concern. Hidden in the shadows, Obito felt a fierce blaze of anger within him, his heart brimming with resentment towards Kagura. This detestable Kagura was like a venomous thorn in his meticulously crafted plan, a constant source of irritation. Yet, he knew that failing to present the Mizukage for a mere appearance would surely raise suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, Obito swiftly made arrangements. He instructed the Mizukage to employ an exceedingly concealed sensory technique, and then made his appearance in a room at the highest point of the Mizukage Tower. From his elevated position, the Mizukage gazed down coldly at Kagura. a hint of mockery lacing his voice as he spoke. Are the ninjas of the leaf truly this cowardly and timid? Lord Mizukage, it is indeed Lord Mizukage. The voices of the hidden mist ninjas below were tinged with excitement, reverberating through the empty streets, filled with awe and fervor. Those wretched Konoha ninjas. It seems you have nothing left to say. One of the mist ninjas brandished his fists, shouting curses at the top of his lungs. Kagura looked up at the new Mizukage, but the distance between them was insurmountable. Moreover, the Mizukage appeared to be enveloped by an invisible barrier, rendering any chakra fluctuations undetectable. Kagura understood that an extraordinarily powerful seal had been set, a testament to the opponent's extreme caution. The Mizukage, with a cold demeanor, issued a command to the mist ninjas, capture them. As the words left his lips, his figure vanished like a wraith, as though he had never existed. Upon receiving the command, the mist ninjas surged forward like a pack of wolves sensing blood, brandishing their weapons and chanting various slogans, creating a scene of chaos and frenzy. Lord Mizukage, we have come for a peace negotiation, Kakashi exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency as he called out in the direction of the Mizukage's disappearance. Attempting to salvage the situation. Stop shouting. The Mizukage is gone. We must think of a way to deal with these mist ninjas. Kagura's expression was grave. At his words, Kakashi instantly composed himself and decisively declared, we must retreat, away from the hidden mist village. Without a moment's hesitation, the team dashed towards the outskirts of the village. Kakashi and Guy led the charge, clearing the way ahead. Kakashi moved with agility, his kunai glinting ominously, each swing creating a sharp gust of wind. Guy, his muscles taut, struck with the force of a battering ram, forcing the mist ninjas to retreat with every blow. Kagura and Itachi stood firm at the rear, staunchly defending against the pursuing mist ninjas. However, many of the mist ninjas had received the Mizukage's orders in advance, working in concert to quickly encircle Kagura and his companions. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water-based ninjutsu descended like a deluge. Powerful columns of water surging towards them with tremendous force. True to the hidden mist village's specialization in water techniques. The potency and density of these jutsu sent shivers down their spines. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi responded swiftly, forming hand seals with remarkable speed, conjuring a wall of earth adorned with a dog's head that rose instantaneously, blocking a portion of the assault. Yet, the ferocity of the mist ninja's onslaught was overwhelming. In mere moments, the water techniques shattered the earthen barrier. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Observing the dire situation, Kagura slammed his hands onto the ground. In an instant, thick stone walls erupted from beneath, arranged densely like shields, barely managing to withstand the water-based attack. Seeing their water techniques falter, the mist ninjas swiftly altered their strategy. Flinging shurikens and kunai, many of which were inscribed with explosive tags, filling the air with the sharp sounds of projectiles and explosions, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Water release, water barrier. Kagura maintained his composure, rapidly forming hand seals. A swirling wall of water abruptly materialized around them, spinning in a circular motion, creating an impenetrable defense that thwarted all attacks from the mist shinobi. Shortly thereafter, Kagura unleashed another jutsu, water release, water surge wave. In an instant, a torrent of water, akin to a tornado, ascended rapidly from thin air, propelling the surrounding mist shinobi away with its formidable force. Kakashi gripped his kunai tightly, his eyes resolute. Each strike he executed was precise and fierce. Guy swung his powerful fists, each blow accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, delivering devastating hits to the mist shinobi. Each punch landing with bone-crushing impact. Itachi, with his graceful demeanor, deftly hurled shurikens, their cold gleam piercing through the air as they accurately targeted the oncoming enemies. Kagura stood at the rear, his hands performing intricate hand seals, effortlessly summoning various water jutsu, transforming them into both offensive blades and defensive barriers. The four fought in tight coordination, struggling to push outward. However, this was the land of mist, and the mist shinobi seemed inexhaustible, increasingly surrounding them. They found themselves encircled, back to back, with a grave expression facing the enemies from all directions. At this moment, Guy turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I leave my body to you afterward." Kakashi instantly comprehended Guy's intention, a flicker of concern passing through his gaze. Guy. 8 gates. Open the first gate, the second gate, the third gate, the fourth gate. The fifth gate, open. Guy bellowed, unleashing the power of 5 gates. His muscles and veins surged, radiating an overwhelming green energy. He transformed into the emerald beast of Konoha. My Guy? At this moment, he resembled a ferocious beast awakened from slumber, exuding an aura that instilled fear. A tempest of energy surrounded Guy as he propelled himself toward the mist shinobi like a cannonball. Each punch carried immense force, sending one enemy flying with every strike. His speed was blinding, employing the most direct and forceful manner to carve a path through the encirclement. Kakashi, Kagura, and Itachi immediately followed suit. However, the pursuing mist shinobi relentlessly closed in. Gritting his teeth, Guy shouted once more, "Sixth gate, open." As his words fell, Guy leaped into the air, launching rapid punches at the pursuing mist shinobi. His fists struck the air with such velocity that they ignited flames, the searing fire erupting into a dazzling display akin to a peacock's tail. The flames spread across the sky, breathtakingly beautiful yet perilously lethal. The pursuing mist shinobi were caught in the inferno, cries of agony resonating as they were consumed by the flames, with only a few quick enough to evade the onslaught. After executing the peacock, Guy landed heavily on the ground, breathing heavily, his body beginning to tremble as the side effects of the 8 gates technique manifested. We must go. Guy gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain to forge ahead, with the others closely trailing behind. Just as they neared the outskirts of the mist village, the mist shinobi surged forward once more. At this moment, Kai felt utterly exhausted, his legs trembling, on the verge of collapse. Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Don't worry about me, Kakashi, you all go ahead," Kai weakly implored, his voice laced with fatigue. "Don't say such foolishness. How could I abandon my comrades?" Kakashi replied with unwavering determination. At that moment, Itachi cast a glance at Shinra, who subtly nodded in agreement. "Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate." "Susanoo," Itachi commanded, and his formidable ocular power erupted instantaneously, manifesting a brilliant orange-red Susanoo. The colossal figure of Susanoo loomed large, exuding an overwhelming chakra that instilled fear in the mist shinobi, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Without hesitation, Itachi directed Susanoo to launch an assault on the mist shinobi, with its right hand wielding the Totsuka blade. Susanoo swung forward with tremendous force, causing the earth to shatter as cracks spread like a spider's web. Countless mist shinobi screamed in terror, ensnared within the fissures. With a few swift strikes, Susanoo obliterated the advancing mist shinobi. In an instant, the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of mist shinobi, the scene gruesome and harrowing. "Quick, use ninjutsu to attack." The mist shinobi snapped back to reality, shouting in panic. Subsequently, a barrage of water-style jutsu surged towards Susanoo. Columns of water crashed against Susanoo, producing a dull thud, yet they failed to breach its defenses. Liquid dissolution technique. At that moment, a viscous and corrosive acid surged towards Susanoo like a menacing serpent. Astonishingly, the acid began to erode Susanoo's form, leaving corrosive marks on its vibrant body. Observing this, Itachi deftly maneuvered Susanoo to retreat a step while simultaneously channeling his ocular power to commence repairs. However, the adversaries were undeterred and unleashed another wave of liquid dissolution. In response, Itachi commanded Susanoo's left hand to deploy the Yata mirror for defense. The mirror's brilliance flashed, effortlessly repelling the liquid dissolution attack, rendering it ineffective. Having thwarted the corrosive assault, Itachi successfully restored Susanoo and commanded it to strike with its right hand once more, the tremendous force sending the mist shinobi reeling in terror. Nonetheless, the prolonged use of Susanoo exacted a heavy toll on Itachi. Gathering his ocular energy, he delivered a powerful blow to the surrounding foes and subsequently unleashed the Yasaka Magatama to repel the distant enemies. After accomplishing this, Itachi could no longer endure. Susanoo vanished in an instant, and he bent over, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Shinra immediately rushed to his side, supporting him before hoisting him onto her back. They exchanged a knowing glance with Kakashi, a silent understanding passing between them. Kakashi likewise carried Kai, and the two hastily departed from the mist village, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and the furious cries of the mist shinobi. With Shinra bearing Itachi and Kakashi carrying Kai, the pair dashed forward with the swiftness of shadows, the wind howling in their ears, every breath of air charged with urgency and tension, as they dared not linger for even a moment. "How is Itachi now?" As Kakashi sprinted forward, he gasped for breath and inquired of Kagura. It was evident that Itachi had just employed the Mangekyo Sharingan, leaving him considerably weakened. "What about Kai?" Kagura's brow furrowed, her voice laden with concern. "Kai has also utilized the forbidden technique, 8 gates. The after-effects are severe, rendering him temporarily incapacitated." Kakashi's tone was tinged with urgency. Had it not been for Kai and Itachi consecutively resorting to forbidden techniques, their escape from the hidden mist village would have been exceedingly difficult. The two continued their frenetic exchange as they ran, Kakashi's mind rife with confusion, prompting him to ask, why would the Mizukage take such actions? Does he not fear provoking war by openly attacking Leaf Village emissaries? Such matters can be pondered upon once we return to the Leaf alive. Kagura was acutely aware of the underlying reasons, yet the current circumstances rendered it inappropriate to elaborate. She understood that Itachi had just summoned Susanoo and was now in a state of extreme vulnerability. If Obito wished to make a move, this moment would undoubtedly be opportune. Indeed, after swiftly traversing a valley, they arrived at a lake, its surface shrouded in mist, resembling a delicate veil that enveloped the entire body of water, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the fog. Kagura and Kakashi abruptly halted, their bodies tensed as if facing a formidable foe. The figure drew closer, with green hair and purple eyes. It was none other than the 7th Mizukage, Koki Yagura. "Mizukage, why do you persist in this? Such actions will only incite war," Kakashi exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he called out to the Mizukage. However, Yagura appeared unresponsive, offering no acknowledgement as he brandished a staff-like weapon, slicing through the air with a chilling wind, aimed directly at Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils dilated, and he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the vicious strike. "Mizukage," Kakashi attempted to reason further. "Kakashi, do not waste your breath. Have you not perceived that the Mizukage is not himself?" Kagura interjected, urgently interrupting his thoughts. "What?" Kakashi gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he turned to Yagura. The Mizukage's gaze seemed hollow, devoid of life. His movements were rigid and mechanical, lacking the dignity and agility befitting one of the 5 Kage. Could it be? A surreal yet plausible notion took root in Kakashi's mind. The Mizukage had fallen victim to a Genjutsu. But how could this be? He was one of the 5 Kage, a pinnacle of the shinobi world. Kakashi was engulfed in disbelief and astonishment. Yet, Koki Yagura had no concern for their speculations. His assault came like a tempest, relentless and unyielding. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a formidable water release technique, a torrent of water surging forth like a roaring beast, clawing its way towards Kagura and the others. The force was so tremendous that it sent them staggering backward, their footing uncertain. Suddenly, a massive tail, imbued with overwhelming power, descended upon them like a colossal battering ram. Kagura reacted swiftly, her hands forming seals as she shouted, "Earth style! Earth wall!" An earthen barrier sprang forth instantaneously. However, before the gigantic tail, the wall crumbled as if it were mere paper, obliterated with ease. Kagura had no time to ponder. She quickly formed more seals, exclaiming, "Multiple earth walls!" Layers of solid earthen walls were erected, barely thwarting the assault of the colossal tail, momentarily stalling the onslaught. The water shadow of the west, a Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, wielded the formidable power of the tailed beast. Kakashi, his expression taut with anxiety, called out a warning. "Water release, multiple water dragons." Kagura promptly executed the technique, and a dozen water dragons surged forth, roaring and thrashing as they raced towards Yagura. Unperturbed, Yagura swung his massive tail like an indomitable shield, successfully deflecting all the water dragons. However, the immense force of the impact forced him to stagger back several paces, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi gently set Guy down and charged at Yagura, his Raikiri flickering with blinding azure light, crackling with electric energy. Yet, Yagura reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly employing the water release, water mirror technique. A shimmering, translucent water mirror materialized, from which emerged an identical Kakashi, both figures launching simultaneous attacks, resulting in a fierce collision. The tremendous force of the clash sent Kakashi reeling, his steps faltering as he narrowly avoided falling.